Here at the world's most critical wave, the risks are real. And this year, the stakes are higher than ever. WSL Final 5 spots are still yet to be determined, with some of surfing's biggest names in the mix. 10 spots are still open for surfers to represent their country here next year.
Say you want my spot, come and get it. Wanna take your shot, come and get it.
Here, at the end of the road, surfers will be pushed to their limits.
Come get it.
But for those who triumph, the rewards will be great. This is the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
What you made of, come and get it.
Yorana, good morning as we see the early morning boat rise for Rio Waida, Molly Picklum, Coach Glenn Micro Hall preparing for opening day of the waiting period. For some more, world number one hanging out with a familiar face, CJ Hobgood for the coaching responsibilities this week. And the GOAT, Callie Slater with the escort from one of the best ever out here, Raimana and family, as we enjoy the beautiful sky, the green Pyramid Mountains. Yes, we are back in paradise. Thanks for being with us on Dawn Patrol. This is the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. I'm Joe Turpel, along some big wave surfers that are next to me here. Felicity Palmatier, welcome back to Tahiti.
Oh, thank you. It's been 10 years and I'm so excited to be back.
So exciting. Pete Mel as well, welcome to the end of the road. How are all the feels that you're going through right now? A lot of excitement.
Slipped right in like a well-leathered glove. It's amazing to be back here in Tahiti. You gotta love it. This place is special to my heart, I'm sure to a lot of people's, and this week is loaded with some action that I think is gonna be incredible.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the final event of the season all year. We're finally here, Flick. A lot of importance on this event.
Oh, there's so much on the line. We've still got final 5 places to clinch. We've got seeding to secure, and we've still got some spots open to provisionally qualify for the Olympics. So a lot to go down.
So much as far as numbers, qualification, clinching scenarios for the championship. But what about the wave itself, Pete?
It's one of the most incredible in the world. You really can't doubt it. It's going to be something that is very challenging for every surfer involved, and one of the most beautiful things to watch.
Well, let's see if we're going to be on for our opening day of competition, as we say, Yorana. And good morning to Laura Enever with Chief of Sport, Jesse Miley-Dyer.
Good morning, everyone. We're back here at the end of the road, Jesse. An amazing day ahead of us. This is a wild event. Stakes are high. Talk us through it.
There's a lot on the line here for sure. I mean, everyone's talking a lot about provisional Olympic qualification. We're also obviously looking at the WSL Final 5 and who's going to, be there to have a shot at the world title at Trestles. And yeah, I mean, there's a few people who are really in the hunt, and it's all going to come down to here.
And talk us through today. We've got some waves on offer. There's some waves coming up in the forecast. What are we going to see today, and who are we starting with?
So we've got a big day today. Like you said, there's waves coming, and we're also looking at today as one of the better days and a really fun day for us. We've got a lot of people here in the channel, and we're really lucky that we have so many people that are helping us, with the forecast and getting to be out here and have so many of the local crew as well that are experts. They're all telling us today is definitely a really good day for us to be taking advantage of. So we're going to be starting with the women's opening round, going into the men's opening round, and then we've also got women's elimination round on. So it's a really big day, and yeah, there's a lot on the line. So looking forward to watching and, hoping the best for everyone.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day. We're going to be sending people to finals as well as sending people home, unfortunately, but it's going to be huge. Let's go.
Let's go, you guys. How cool is that? Opening day, massive day on hand, just to reiterate. Women's opening round, men's opening round, elimination round, all on opening day of competition. So we're going to have a lot of great surfing to watch, and we could see a lot of crazy scenarios unfold. with the Surfline forecast showing that today was looking very promising. It looks like they were right on the money, Pete, with this call.
That's right. I mean, and it was on the forecast maps for a little while that we were going to probably run this first day, maybe even the second day. And of course, one thing that is a bonus is this little blob that you'll see kind of formulate right there. That wasn't necessarily on the maps, and it's now on the maps, and we are blessed with that because that's going to give us more opportunity moving out into this next couple days. Today, we should see some energy out of that 17-second zone. We're going to see 4 to 5 foot throughout the day, but I think there'll be a little bit, there's some bigger sets. I'll smudge it up a bit. You look at the winds, 8 to 15 knots throughout the day, and then looking out further in the week, Flick, there is some opportunity.
Yeah, there is. I think it's going to get a little bit smaller, but then Laura mentioned it before. There is a little bit of a bump around the 14th, 15th, 16th of August, and yeah, you can see it's going to drop off a little bit, but then towards Tuesday, we're seeing it starting to pick up, and we've got some offshore winds coming up, so definitely no shortage of waves.
So looking forward to a big day today. Will put us in a great position then to pick some solid surf, hopefully, around the corner next week. Looks promising on that bump. As we always talk about the local knowledge that happens here at the end of the road, well, they're coming in with a few good names that could potentially win this event when we focus on who is in and who is out of this contest. Check out this list. We've got Matahi Jole coming off what we're calling the heat of the year, winning the trials final over Emio Cesarmac. Both had 10s in that final, so Matahi's in. We saw Vahine Fierro last year do incredibly well, and also introducing Island Voss, just 18 years of age, getting the call up late after Betty Lou's injury. Tough news about Ethan Ewing with hurting his back, warming up for this event. That opened up the spot for Mihi Monabre. Also, Kylie Voss last year, runner-up, will take the spot for Italo Ferreira. Are you seeing a winner on this page, Flick?
Look, it's without a question of a doubt, these guys and women are going to give it a real nudge. They always have in the past. And waves like Teahupo'o, they just know every inch of this reef, so it's going to make it so exciting.
Really exciting because they're also seeded against the biggest names. They're really the surfers in the final 5. As we see what the surf's looking like right now, Pete.
It looks fun. It's going to be one of those challenging days because there is a bit of mix and a little warble in the lineup, but that kind of gets these little bubbles that happen on the reef, and this reef is so special. You think about it's open ocean, and there's going to be plenty of sets, I think.
Expectations, so a little bit of turns, a little bit of barrels, and just obviously being in the right spot at the right time.
Let's set that bar real high today, and you know what? I want to see every surfer get to there.
Even yesterday looked a little challenging, but Kai Wabeli, I thought, was one of the all-stars of yesterday's warm-up surf. The guy got so incredibly barreled out there, and he's got that experience. Even if it's not pumping massive Tahiti, he knows where to be at the right time.
Yeah, I think today, with what Pete said, it is a little bit wobbly, it's a little bit wonky, and when it's smaller, I think my money's on the event wildcards and the replacements because they know every inch of this reef, and when it's hard like that to read, they're going to know where to sit.
So exciting with just 2 spots remaining to clinch in the WSL Final 5 for the men, and remember, Medina doesn't have one of them yet, but he's got the best track record in Tahiti history. We'll be right back. Thanks for watching Dawn Patrol. Urana, we are on today. You're going to see everyone compete. The CT level has been out here at the end of the road since the late 90s, 1999. Great year for Outerknown, winning the event and a world title that season. And we've had some great storylines ever since, bringing us here to 2023. Brand new story in the last couple of years with the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and we have 2 spots left to work out for the men. See who will be heading to lower trestles next month. We're almost there. So Joao Chianca, we're looking at Yago Dora. Can they keep their spots to compete for a world title, Pete?
Well, if you look who's right there in the rearview mirror, I would say it's going to be a tough road, and this is the place you're going to have it, right here at the end of the road.
Let's break it down and give you some scenarios. We'll keep you posted round by round, but we'll be focusing on Chianca right now, being number 4. If he wins a heat, he's going to be at lowers to compete. It's that simple, whether it's in the opening round, whether it's in the elimination round. If he gets to the round of 16, he'll be able to compete for a world title next month. He only really falls out of the final 5 if Dora will make the final or Medina and Florence win the event, and that's all if he loses in the elimination round. And for Yago Dora, if he wins this contest, he can guarantee himself a spot at lowers. Otherwise, he's really got to keep pace, equal or better, Gabriel Medina and John Florence. And you talk about keeping pace with guys on tour, but how about those names, Flick? John and Medina, are you kidding me?
Yeah, 2 of the hardest names to keep pace with, especially out at this wave. I mean, their stats are amazing. They surf so well. Great in the barrel. It's going to be a tough one.
I mean, we talk about Kelly everywhere for good reason, and I mean, especially at this venue. But when you focus on Medina's consistency, Pete, you know, he's really second to none when you feel, look at the recent history of this event.
Well, you'd have to say that in any conditions, right, whatever Teahupo'o throws at us, whether it's like this, which is in 2014, or we see a tricky, challenging lineup, he's going to be the one who's going to get the best waves. He is so good at reading this reef. He roams up and down it, and it's exceptional.
That final he made and won back in 2014 when it was that big, he only fell once. That was in the final when Kelly pushed him really deep. Finals with Julian, back-to-back finals with Owen Wright. Sensational out here, big or small.
Oh, complete dominance is what comes to mind when I think of Gabriel Medina out at Teahupo'o. He just surfs so well, and we saw it before, he also has the ability to go to the air if it's small, so it's going to be tough. I mean, look at those stats.
Unbelievable. 2 wins, 5 finals, and 8 events, 4 10-point rides. He actually has better results when you look at the overall average placings over Kelly Slater, which is very impressive. Ultimate consistency at the end of the road. He calls it his favorite venue. Gabe knows he can win out here, and if he does, he could potentially see himself moving on to compete for what would be a 4th world title. Kind of surprising he's not in a final 5 spot now, but he's happy to have Tahiti as the final stop.
It was a bit slow start to the season, right, for him, but he's definitely picked up the pace. And then you think about this reef, once again, you put him in this place, and the consistency that he has been able to get all the way. I would say that the surfer sitting there and just ahead of him would be very worried. So they got to perform today.
And then let's go to John Florence. I mean, it's been a handful of years since he's been out here, Flick.
Yeah, it's been a while. Look at baby John there. But for me, I just see him as one of the best technical barrel riders. I mean, you just look at where he comes from, Hawaii. He's got so much experience at these waves of consequence. And I just love the takeoffs that he does. No hands, no grab rail, and just the ability to weave through the barrel. Just uncomparable.
In one of the heats of a lifetime with Kelly in that 2014 year semifinal, the tiebreak decision that Pete got to enjoy from the channel.
Yeah, one of the highlights of my career, right? Was sitting there between John and Kelly and not knowing what the final score was, and especially with the good performances from that heat. Wow.
So we look at those numbers, 69% winning percentage for John, 3 10-point rides, and average heat score, unbelievable. Always produces big numbers, often excellent here at Tahiti. Loves a slab, loves going backhand. If John makes the final, he can clinch a spot as long as Yago doesn't make the semifinals, and as long as Gabriel Medina does not reach the final and Jack Robinson doesn't win. I know that was kind of a mouthful there, but we'll keep you posted round by round. We'll really focus on the guys with spots in the final 5, like Chianca and Dora. If they go out at any stage, things will really start opening up for Gabriel, John, and even potentially Jack.
Yeah, and I look at Jack as well. He's got so much potential out here. We've seen so many amazing clips of him in the past. So, yeah, if those 2 guys fall out, watch out.
So much to discuss for the Final 5 talk. All about the women coming up next. They only have 1 spot left. Can the 17-year-old rookie Caitlin Simmers hang on to the fifth spot? We'll find out soon enough. We'll be right back. Thanks for watching Dawn Patrol here on opening day. So many great stories to talk about when we come here to the end of the road. I always think about images of Callie Kennelly charging some heavy water conditions out here. She also got one of the worst injuries of her career, as you see Molly Picklum preparing with Glen Micro Hall for the first heat of the morning. She'll be with Caitlin Simmers and Gabriella Bryant. So a big story there with Molly sitting number 4th in the world, and also Caitlin number 5 in the world. And we haven't decided seeding yet for the World Championship Day in September, so a lot to really dive into in that first heat of the morning.
Oh, absolutely. Katie, I mean, she still needs to clinch her spot, so all eyes are on her.
Let's really focus on the snapshot coming into the final stop for the final 5. Only one spot remaining. Caitlin Simmers in 5th at the moment, but there's some big names right behind her on the rankings. We really focus on what Simmers can do. She'll clinch a spot if she makes the final. If she goes down in the quarterfinals, it opens it up for Lakey and Stephanie to overtake with a win. If she loses really early with a 9th, it really opens it up further for Lakey, Steph, and even Tatiana to go all the way to a victory as we focus on Lakey's chances out here. Last year was very impressive. Pete, it really felt like she improved round by round until she lost in the quarterfinals.
That's one of the things I love about what Lakey's been able to do is that she's taken places that she felt like she needed to work on. She went there, she worked on it. Example, Margaret River ends up taking a win there. This is another place that she's been focusing on, as well as Pipeline, and it shows. She's gotten that backhand skills solid, you know, put the helmet on, a little fearless, and she's been doing it. And I would love her chances here You know, especially with Katie being kind of new to the game here at Teahupo'o.
And then to Steph Gilmore, Flick.
Yeah, Steph, the greatest of all time, 8-time world champion. You know, she's been very open about wanting to improve on her backhand barrel riding, and what better place than in a contest here, you know? No other people in the water to take waves off you. You get opportunity to get the best wave of your life.
Oh, it's so true. And for her, I mean, it'd be crazy if we don't have her in the WSL Final 5. She wants to be there to defend her title, compete for a 9th world title would be impressive. And then we go to Tati, always a favorite in waves like this, Pete.
Big time, you know, and I think that she's the best outside chance coming into this, especially with her, you know, straight up loving this place, you know, and accepting this reef. And she's one who's not going to back down from a real wave at Chopes, and has a real good chance of winning here.
She's got a wild heat. Carissa Moore, Ilon Voss, and Tati here in the opening round of competition, but she looks comfortable this year. Looking comfortable in waves like this as well. She could be one of those stories that could go all the way. We will keep you posted. So you kind of feel that energy of those 3 big names right behind Caitlin Simmers. We'll see how the 17-year-old handles the pressure of the final event of the season. And as we know, she didn't take her spot last year, but she did use that time wisely. Went on a Red Bull performance camp, showed up here in Tahiti, and she looked great. She looked really comfortable learning how to read this wave, Flick.
Yeah, I really love that decision to take the year off and really put the time into these waves that are on the World Tour. And you can see it right here. I mean, she's got the skills. She's got the backhand grab rail on lock, weaving through those barrels. So this is her 2nd time here, so she's a little bit of experience. But yeah, look at that right there. Prime example. I mean, she's going to be, there's a lot of pressure on her, but she has got a bit of experience out here.
And then she did get more experience, a little wipeout the other day, Pete.
Yeah, she did. And, so, you know, that thing can usually help you positively. Sometimes it sends you the other direction. We'll see how she responds.
Yeah, she did surf after her wipeout, got a little bit scraped up, so she'll be prepared for the first heat of the morning. Competition is about to start here on opening day of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. More on Dawn Patrol right after this.
Minutes to the start, 5 minutes. Please, all the pre-surfers get out of the zone now. Thank you. Please, surfers and caddies, go back to the buoy. Thank you. Just to remind you. Petit message pour tous les jet skis qui ne font pas partie de l'organisation. Vous n'avez pas le droit d'être plus bas que le jet ski de la water patrol. Si je vous demande de retourner dans la zone, vous le faites s'il vous plaît. Merci. Maruru Devaitei.
We are so grateful to be back here in Tahiti and would like to formally acknowledge that we are here on Teahupo'o and Whare Mahora land. We acknowledge the Teahupo'o and Whare Mahora people and the owners of the land and the waterways and all the local surfers that are giving us this beautiful lineup. It's so special to be back once again. Stop 10 of the World Surf League Championship Tour with so much on the line. We talked about the World Title Showdown, and we definitely have to talk about Olympic qualification season here at the final stop of the year. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier. We focus in on this World Surf League Championship Tour. It's a Tier 1 qualifier, and we've got some men that already got the news early on this season that they'll be representing their country in the Olympic Games next summer. It happens to be at the same wave, so it's almost like a little preview for what to expect.
Yeah, it is. I'm really excited for it. I mean, we're here at the end of the road, and we're going to be qualifying people, provisionally qualifying people, and what better way to do it?
Exactly. Well, we have 6 spots remaining as we focus in on the men. Griffin already knows he'll be representing USA in the Olympic Games. John is incredibly close to taking that 2nd spot. It could even happen later on today, so we'll see how he goes. We also have 4 surfers on the other side representing cool parts of the world. Leo Fioravanti is representing Italy now for the 2nd time in the Olympic Games. Kanoa 13th, Jordy 16th, waiting for confirmation on the Tier 1 side. And then how about Brazil and Australia here?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Brazilian and the Australian surfers, and I can't believe that we have to only choose 2. There's just so many good guys, especially on the Brazilian side. There's just been so much dominance on the tour in the last 5 years. So I can't believe there's only going to be 2. And big name, Gabriel Medina, still hasn't got a spot yet. So.
It's crazy, huh? Yeah, he was at the Tokyo Games, but now he's hoping to be at this venue where he's found so much consistency. Toledo's guaranteed to be there. Ethan Ewing for Australia. That'll be his first start in the Olympics, and we'll see who ends up being his teammate. Could find out throughout this event. Now let's flip it over to the women's picture. Carissa Moore, kind of like John, very close to confirm her spot in the Olympics, a gold medalist in Tokyo. That was special. Caroline was actually her teammate at that event as well. We'll see who will be joining her this year.
Yeah, I look at Caitlin Simmers is right there. She's sitting number 5th at the moment. So just in the rearview mirror of Carissa and Caroline. But then we look to the Australian surfers. You got Tyler, Molly, Steph.
And that's looking like it'll be a brand new team for Australia. With, last time it was Sally and Steph Gilmore in Tokyo. This time it might be Tyler's first shot to represent her country, and Molly Picklum sitting at number 4. Remember, if this goes down to a final 5, Olympic qualification could be decided at Lower Trestle, which would bring a lot of excitement. We'll see what happens throughout this event as we get prepared for the opening round heat number 1. They're counting them down in the tower right now. And it's on. 35-minute heats scored on your top 2. And you can take a look at the conditions. Molly Picklum was actually counting down with the tower announcer. And she went on the very first wave of the morning.
Oh, long hold down.
As you see her board tombstoning there and then finally popping up. So still feeling a lot of energy even on a smaller size day here at the end of the road.
Yeah, her board was tombstoning for quite a while there. It'll be interesting to see the replay here. Have a look at the opening wave of Molly Picklum. Nice technique, grabs the rail straight away, but just getting crunched by that foam ball.
And now setting up one for Gabriella Bryan, going up and down. So 2 wipeouts to kick off this first heat of the morning. That'll give priority to Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah, wow. Katie probably in a good position right now. Both girls not really making the most of those first 2 waves. So Katie at the back, sitting with priority, and she's still waiting to open up her account. But that hold down of Molly's, that was a long one.
Yeah, and it could have been a bit surprising for her, just waiting to kind of float back up. But she's back out there and she'll be taking a look at her next opportunity shortly. But we've got to say a big Urana and good morning to Strider Raspberry Wazalewski in his favorite spot in the entire world. What's up, Waz?
Yeah, what's happening, Joe? Good morning, everybody. It is it's a whippy morning out here, a little bit nippy with the wind's blowing. It's offshore, but there's a lot of lump in the lineup. And as you saw, Molly Picklum took up on that wave, tried to stuff it under the hook, and just got taken out. What a breather underwater. You saw the board just woo. So at all sizes, this wave will beat you down, and we got to see that. Here we go, Caitlin Simmers pulling up into the bowl. Beautiful tube, and gets eaten alive by the tube monster. Wow, that was sick.
How close was she to making that, Strider?
Oh, she was right there. Like, I'm talking, all she needed was just a hair on that front foot, just get a little more speed, maybe one little hula hoop pump in there, but the technical side looked awesome all the way through until the foam ball just grabbed her. It's just one of those things that's really hard to negotiate out here, but beautiful work right up until it wasn't.
Love it, Waz. We'll be checking in with you throughout the day. Caitlin Simmers putting her head down and almost making that opening tube ride. Let's take another look, Flick.
Yeah, she grabs the rail, beautiful technique, gets straight under the lip, but you could see there was a little bit of a warp in that wave, and that's probably where she came unstuck there. Have a look from this different angle here. Nice drop, grabs the rail, arm in the wall, and all looking good until she hits that little rivet and just almost sneaking out of that one. It was looking so good up until that point. She gets some nice vision there, but looks like she got sucked up and over, actually.
As we see her paddling back out, priority with Picklum. Sometimes you do get rewarded if you do accomplish a little bit in the barrel. Obviously, a lot of points get docked when you don't make it. But one judge even threw a 2.5 for Caitlin. That actually gets thrown out. I kind of wanted to lean towards that number myself, just because that was the best approach we've seen out of the three surfers so far.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. I think her technique so far has been the best we've seen. Really clean grab rail. She was able to get up underneath the lip, and the most travel time and probably the most vision.
So Caitlin Simmers, still just 17 years of age. And we have those types of surfers that come around every once in a while, like your Steph Gilmores, you know, like your Tyler Wrights, like Carissa Moore, your world champions of the sport that had huge profiles at a young age. But Caitlin's just a little bit different. She kind of has this cool little free surfing approach. Doesn't seem like she's under pressure, even though she might be feeling nerves. She seems to handle it really well. I mean, she's had 2 CT wins this season.
Oh, absolutely incredible. She's really blown me away. I loved her approach of taking the year off. She actually qualified for the tour, then took that year off, decided that she wanted to work on a movie, get a bit better at surfing. You know, she came to waves like Teahupo'o and put in the time. And, you know, it's really evident, and I really like that approach. And my hat goes off to her. To win 2 World Tour events on your first year on the World Tour as a rookie is an incredible feat. Both Portuguese-speaking countries. Pretty crazy.
Exactly. In beach break conditions from Portugal to Brazil, Caitlin Simmers has been sensational. And I suppose just some up and down results has kind of kept her right on that cutoff mark for the World Title Day in September. We're sitting right at 5th in the world. Molly a little bit higher at 4th. Both trying to work out seeding. And remember, there's been one change in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. If you're 4th and 5th, you want to be rewarded for having 4th over 5th. So you will start off that first match at lowers with priority if you're the number 4 spot, which is a pretty awesome reward.
Oh, definitely. I mean, what a reward to sit out there and have priority, take off on any wave that you choose. I think that's a massive advantage and kind of drives the surfers now to really try and secure that seeding. You want to be in that 4th position over 5th for sure.
So heat winner will move to the quarters here. 2nd and 3rd will deal with the elimination round. Priority with Gabrielle O'Brien, the one surfer who was here last year out of the 3, as she pulls up and under quickly, and the surfer from Kauai goes down. Her 2nd attempt to get barreled out here.
Oh.
And looks like a broken board.
No.
And now back into live action. Molly Picklum trying to burn off some speed, unable to get barreled, but she'll go to turns now. Throwing down a nice arc, getting the completion, and then getting out of there. Water Patrol there, always to assist when they're needed. Going straight to Gabrielle O'Brien with the broken board. Man, it's hard paddling when your board's in half and the fiberglass is so sharp you don't even want to touch it.
And then you've got the sharp reef underneath you.
It's a lot that happens there, but gosh, they are well taken care of when they come here to Tahiti. And Gabby Bryan will be back out there in a moment with her next board. Airdrop and into a closeout, Caitlin Simmers. What a morning so far.
Oh, a lot of action. It's quite surprising, really. You know, it just goes to show how powerful this wave is. On a smaller sort of day, Gabby, her board just broke straight in half. I mean, it's still got so much power on this reef. Just absolutely unloading. So, a lot of action already.
As you check out the backup board for Gabriella Bryan, and she'll be out there soon. First, we'll start with Molly's last wave.
Yeah, Molly, just nice technique, but just a little bit wide of the barrel there. I think it was actually kind of smart decision just to go to a turn there, get the maximum points. Look at this replay of Katie, and just couldn't quite get into that one early enough, and absolutely going down. I mean, look at the air underneath her board there, and you can just see how thick that lip of that wave is, just absolutely detonating. And look at how shallow it is in the foreground of this shot. You can just see the water draining off that reef there. So it is super shallow, and it's still got so much power out here today.
Impressed that she was committed to stomping that airdrop. Sometimes there's air under your board, and you'll see surfers just try to launch out of the sky and just get away from that situation, but Simmers having a great skateboard background as well. She was ready to try to lock in the airdrop and then pull up and under. She could have accomplished that. It would have been sensational. But you also, I mean, you're not planning on getting that air under your board, you know? A couple extra strokes or maybe different positioning. Flick, what'd you see?
Oh, for me, I think, yeah, a couple of extra strokes. And out here today, you can see when we look at these shots in the ocean, there's so much warble. It's not perfectly groomed today. So it's all going to be about positioning. If you can allow yourself to get that little chip in, a couple of extra paddles, you want the earliest entry possible. I mean, those late drops look amazing, but they're incredibly difficult. So the earlier entry, the better. I mean, that's what I'd be doing if I was out there today.
Oh, man, and it's crazy because they're going down on sections that don't have too much water, protecting them from a beautiful yet shallow and treacherous reef. If you hit the reef here, you're going to feel it, and you have to really take care of your wounds through the rest of the trip as we get a good view of it now, Flick.
Yeah, you can see how crystal clear and beautiful and blue the water is. But I think on days like today, when it is a little bit smaller, it's breaking more on this inside ledge. You know, the women they're surfing further in on the break. There's almost less water. I feel like on the bigger days, you're positioning further out, and yeah, maybe there's a bit more water on the reef. So today, incredibly shallow. We've already seen it. One board broken. Still incredibly powerful.
Yeah, already a lot of action in the first 10 minutes of the event as we catch up again with Strider.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Just checking back in on Gabby Bryan. Gabby just breaking the board, getting the beating, going through the washing machine in there. The lion went in there. Tia Dominique grabbed them with the ski and then brought her back out to Terra David, her coach here, and, you know, Caddy with the boards in the channel. So she's got a lot of local love right now helping her out, but there's a lot going on in the lineup right now. Every wave has got these teeth in it, these big wedges, these bumps coming across it from the Maramu winds at night, and it's just giving it that really kind of hard attempt to catch into these waves and get down the face and under the hook. As you saw, Caitlin Simmers just getting sent off the lip. I mean, she is going for it, loving it, but paying the price. She hasn't broken the board, though, and she's back out there.
Thanks, Strider. Yeah, great update as we have another angle of Caitlin Simmers, Flick.
Yeah, look at the air underneath the board there, and she just absolutely goes down. Hopefully she was able to penetrate the water there pretty nicely, because that was a really thick lip.
It certainly was. Yeah, what an approach. Always charging, Caitlin Simmers. Only a 0.3 for that effort from the panel, so she's in second. Molly Picklum out front, who has a 1.93 and a 1.33. Her last wave, she just couldn't burn off enough speed to slow down for the barrel. But yeah, Molly enjoying this youthful generation. When you look at all these surfers in the water right now, they're still so young, so much to learn. For Gabriella Bryan, she was the one surfer that was here last year, being the lone rookie to survive the midseason cut. She was there with Molly to start off the season. Picklum had to go back to the Challenger Series and then came back stronger than ever, getting to wear the yellow jersey for a few events this year after a big win at Sunset Beach. Gabby Bryan on her backup board, going to turns. Clean backhand arc into a second effort. 2-turn combination to improve on her total. 2.46 will put her out in front.
Yeah. If you're taking off on a wave and the opportunity is there to go for turns, you may as well surf it. It's a short wave, a quick paddle back out. Here we go. We get to have a look at the replay here. So 2 nice turns, sort of carving maneuvers, but she took off, so she may as well surf it. That's what I think. I mean, it's such a short wave, such a quick paddle back out. And have another look here from the drone. And see, just a nice couple of carves. So it's probably not going to be a massive score, but Strider did mention it's really wobbly, it's really tricky out there today. You got those winds coming from different angles, so you know, not a bad decision. But you know, if a girl does or a woman does get a barrel out there today, of course that's gonna. Here we go, live action.
Late takeoff, sliding out and controlling it was Molly Picklum. Great effort to try to control that rail, disengage the fins, showing that she's comfortable sliding out. It's such a cool, artful technique when you can see someone able to slide into barrels. Let's see what Molly did from the channel angle.
Yeah, I love this view so much. We get to see how much vision they're really getting. She gets up underneath the lip, but it kind of just crumbles down on her. So kind of seeing the effects of that wind today, a little bit of an ungroomed swell. It's making it really tricky for the women out there.
So they're just trying to see what's working, which is probably a big advantage for the heats to come, to see how easy or how challenging it is to ride the barrel today. As you see the broken board from Gabby Bryan after her second wave, still waiting to see what the turns will score. But it's such a different type of venue. You get out here on skis or boats, prepare for a big day of competition as Caitlin Simmers grabs the rail, lets to pull in, gets in there for a second, then a down carve and goes back to the lip and nails it with a big backside turn. So giving us a creative approach that only Caitlin Simmers could do for us. Real neat kind of turns, pulling in for just a moment. Could be her best wave so far.
Yeah, it's got to be a best wave. I mean, she got a little shampoo there at the beginning. Nice technique, tiny bit of vision. Here we go, we'll have a look at the replay. She grabbed the rail in the beginning and then grabs it again for that second time. Nice carve down, but this turn right here, beautiful timing. Sends spray behind the lip, so you can see here she almost looks for the barrel. She sees that it's not going to do it there, so hand off the rail and then back on again here for this second section. Little bit of a shampoo, beautiful carve down, and then straight back up into this turn here. Nice technique. Sends that spray flying and a little bit of an airdrop there almost onto dry or sub-dry reef.
It's crazy when you see a backhand snap like that, then you keep reminding yourself, wait, this is Tahiti. That is so shallow in that section. We did mention Callie Kennelly at the start of the show for some of the big waves that she accomplished, Ride of the Year as well in the past. But when she got maybe one of the worst injuries of her career out here, it was actually on a very small wave. It was tiny, and she just did a snap, fell, and just face went straight to the reef, went straight to the hospital. So when surfers like Caitlin are doing a big snap while she's running out of water, there's definitely a lot more risk involved in that move.
Oh, for sure. I have vivid visuals in my brain of KK's injury out here, and I try to remove them because it was just, it was a lot. But yeah, she's been a woman out here that's just charged over the years. I think she's won 3 events in the past, which is incredible. And yeah, that big barrel of hers out here is just burned into my brain. She's just pioneered, paved the way for women in big wave surfing and waves of consequence. See Carissa there in the back of the Rebel ski. And her partner Luke, looks like, getting ready for a heat.
That's right. World number 1 is hoping to really make sure she has that number 1 seed in the world title showdown in September. She has Tatiana Weston Webb and Ilan Vost. We'll be right back. Caitlin Simmers is now out front.
To take the lead, and white third place with a 4.19. First priority white, second priority red, third priority blue. Just 19 minutes remaining. 19 minutes. First Tahiti red, second Tahiti blue.
Welcome back to Paradise. This is the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, and you can scan this code on your screen to discover your perfect sunscreen. Whether you're out at the beach, running errands, it's always important to take care of your skin and protect it from sun's harmful rays. This sunscreen stick is Kanoa Igarashi's favorite, and it is SPF 50+. Works for sun protection on the go, so it's not just for surfing, but protecting yourself when you're just out and about. So take advantage of that QR code, and Shiseido's got your back. Kanoa Igarashi, always great to see him perform, especially last year when he got the wave of his career here at Teahupo'o. He's coming up later on today against John Florence and Rio Waida.
Yeah, wow. What a heat. I'm so excited to see the men out here. There's so much on the line and so many different scenarios, and I can't wait to see it all play out.
So much fun when it comes to the final stop, because we're talking about that all year. Going, okay, it's going to come down to Tahiti. Everything's going to be on the line, and we get to live it in real time now. Caitlin Simmers, spot number 5, which would be the last spot to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And you think about what's on the line if she does get there. You know, she's still 17. The youngest world champ, Carissa, at 18, so she might be able to break her record there. And also, there's only been one rookie in the past who's won a world title. That was Steph Gilmore in 2007. So a lot of cool things for the record books if Katie can hang on to that spot number 5.
Giving me goosebumps. It's incredible. I mean, even just for her to be in that conversation of having a world title at 17. I mean, it's just, she's a grommy still, in my eyes.
No, she really is. And that's why I think she's a favorite, because she's winning events already. I mean, just like Carissa was doing at the same age. Carissa wearing yellow coming up next. She's got Tatiana Weston Webb and Island Vost, which is a pretty wild opening round heat. You know, Island, just 18, you know, represents his local lineup so well. Everyone's really familiar with her big brother, Kylie Vost, going runner-up in this event last year to Miguel Pupo. As we have a fun-looking wave setting up. Caitlin Simmers with second priority gets his wave. Nice backhand turn under the lip. Out in front, and a cool little backhand redirect with a ton of speed to accomplish a third maneuver. Dry reef there. She wisely gets out. But she'll be improving on a 1.93. Adjusting to turns now, I think might be a smart decision with how hard it's been to make a barrel so far.
Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, we'll have a look at the replay first of Katie's last wave. Straight to turns, straight in the pocket, and cool little carve down. I like what you said, Joe. Just so much style, and manages to get up there for a third turn as well. And she probably heard the score that she got for her last wave, that 3.83. So just realizing that, wow, these barrels today are really tricky to make it out of, and I may as well make the most of these opportunities that I'm getting and finish these waves. So, and that means going to turns at the moment.
Smart decision there for Caitlin. 3 different types of turns as well. This wave is always going to give you speed. It's really powerful, and you can still see that leftover warble on our lineup, so making it a little trickier to try to keep your rail engaged. So Katie doing well on that last wave.
For sure. I still think today, though, there is those diamonds in the rough. There will be those waves come through that are more clean. It's going to be more evident that, hey, this is the one. If I can make this and I get a barrel, you're going to be slingshot in front of this heat, like slingshot ahead. So they're definitely out there. I just think that it's a smart decision from Katie. Seeing the scores come through right now, and last score, 3.17.
Well done for Caitlin Simmers representing Oceanside, California. Molly Picklum down to second with priority, needs a 5.07, and Gabriella Bryan needs a 5.43. So adjusting the turns might be the difference. Remember, winner skips all the way to the quarterfinals. which is going to be very important for Caitlin Simmers to try to keep that 5th spot. Molly 4th. She doesn't want to lose that seeding advantage. And she has been so impressive with her ability in hollow waves. She's dedicated herself to really learning the ropes at Pipeline. And when she went down to Carissa Moore at the start of the season, I don't think she was as devastated with her result. She was devastated that she couldn't keep surfing. I think that was such a positive reaction to losing a heat.
Yeah, Molly is still such a grommy in my eyes as well. I mean, she is just so stoked and so driven to get better and to learn and to just put in the time at these waves that she hasn't got too much experience at. And with her coach Micro, they're just putting in the hard yards. I mean, she went to Sunset, got a win there this year. So it's paying off. And I like what you said, Joe, about her last year. You know, she didn't make the cut, fell off tour, had to re-qualify through the Challenger Series. And now she's finding herself in an amazing position. She's almost, her falling off and not making the cut kind of made her more hungry. And now she's come back with a vengeance. And yeah, she's in that Final 5 conversation. And, you know, it's incredible.
Yeah, also runner-up at Bells this year, along with that win at Sunset Beach, and then started to learn what it was like to get invited to every press conference. You know, she returned to Australia, you know, world #1, and she got to go on all different types of sports shows. Got to check out the Formula One. You know, Aussies love their sport, as you know, and you know when she showed up at Bells, she was going, "I'm loving every minute of this," you know, and she had such joy about it. You know, she wasn't making herself more nervous about what she has. She was going, I'm taking every phone call and I'm going on every TV show I can be a part of. It was really cool to see her enthusiasm for that moment of her career.
Oh, for sure. I mean, make the most of it. Why not? I mean, you're so young. You're in this amazing position. And like you said, Australia loves their sport. So make the most of it. Take those opportunities because surfing's a hard game to be at the top. And it's not often that you are, unless you're one of the all-time greats like a Kelly or a Carissa, but in my books, make the most of those opportunities.
She certainly has finaled with her good friend Lakey Peterson at the last stop of the season at Jeffreys Bay. As we look at this approach, trying to go deep, but seeing that it's shutting down, Caitlin Simmers will just be up and out. And now putting herself back into position, showed us some big wipeouts already, but adjusted to turns as she still has the lead. Picklum still holding priority, chasing a 5.07 as we check in with Strider.
Thanks, Joe. Well, just checking in on the conditions out here. The waves seem to be cleaning up. So we've got a dead straight offshore wind blowing from the northeast, kind of come over my shoulder, up the face of these waves. So as we speak, the whole lineup seems to be settling and working itself out. The same thing that's probably going through the minds of the surfers out there in the water, just settling down and working out the lineup here in this first heat. So it's an up and down battle, but right now things are in their favor as the clean water seems to be coming around. The sun looks like it's trying to poke out, and I feel like everything's just going to start turning into that beautiful Tahiti that we want to see with those green, beautiful barrels barreling through. And you know, right now it's a little kind of luminous and gray and kind of gnarly. It looks like, you know, not so inviting, but everybody's got to deal with the same sandbox at the moment.
That's right. And how about the beautiful mountains behind you, Strider?
Oh yeah, absolutely incredible. It's like your Jurassic Park movie or something like that. It's the most incredible view that you've ever seen. When you're inside of the barrel looking out here, you can't beat it. It's just absolutely incredible water. You can see straight down to the reef. Actually, where we're sitting is one of those dangerous places where you actually look right into the barrel as they come out of the tube, and you don't want to be here all the time when those big set comes.
Good man, Strider. As we break down this wave, as we saw those mountains over thousands of years, fresh water would flow out of those valleys and really was able to carve out this reef pass that we know as Teahupo'o. It's a special neighborhood as we land in Tahiti in our virtual eyes, probably about 40 hours flight time from J-Bay where we were last on the CT calendar. And the roads really stop. So when you see kids going to school out here, they're actually in boats going by. It's the coolest thing in the world. And right there we see that freshwater flow that carved out that reef over thousands of years.
Yeah, and then here you can take a look. You see just the bathymetry here of the bottom of the lineup at Teahupo'o. See how deep it is, and then it just rises abruptly, and that's where that wave breaks on that shallow bit of reef there. And that's what gives us those amazing barrel rides at Teahupo'o.
Yeah, we like to call that a slab in surfing, where it comes out of deep water and just an aggressive shelf. Just the whole ocean seems to be folding over the competitors when we get to this stop of the season. But now 8:10 on the clock. It's still Caitlin Simmers out front. Picklum holding second in priority, and Gabby Bryan, second priority, needs a 5.43. And for a lot of these surfers, they're, you know, getting their reps here at the end of the road, kind of for the first or second time. They start meeting their families that host them every year. That's so unique to their travels around the world, where oftentimes you're in hotel rooms, you're just kind of getting your own accommodations. Here you actually get to live with local families, and oftentimes they're feeding you, taking care of you, and when you sign up with a family, you're part of the family forever, so they expect you back the following season. It's a beautiful tradition here.
Yeah, that's why I love this place so much. It really gives you a great sense of community, and you really get to feel the love and respect here, and I'm really grateful to be back.
7:20 to go. Caitlin Simmers with a huge opportunity as a rookie on tour. Right at the moment, she has third priority, but it could be decision time now for Molly Picklum, chasing a 5.07 late takeoff, and she ends up sliding out. Couldn't control the rail after that late drop. We can tell she's committed to going real deep, and yeah, she's had some hold downs already, Flick.
Yeah, that was the second long hold down for Molly. But geez, that was a crazy little wipe out there. Just got dragged along, board still hanging up and tombstoning, but she seems to be okay. She's wearing the gaff helmet. We go have a look at the replay. Hand grabs the rail, but her back foot slips off, and she just, you can see there, she gets sucked up and over and thrown down with that lip. And yeah, she was down for the count.
So Molly now back in the line for priority. Remember, Molly fourth in the world, Caitlin Simmers fifth in the world. As we look at the clinching scenarios, Simmers clinches her final 5 spot if she makes the final. If Simmers finishes in the semifinals, then that takes Lakey Peterson out of contention. If Simmers finishes in the quarters, then neither Peterson or Gilmore can win. Simmers finishes 9th, all of the following scenarios must occur. Peterson does not reach the quarters, Gilmore does not reach the semifinals, and Tati does not win. So those are all scenarios for Caitlin. So if she loses with a 9th here, that's going to really open things up for Peterson, Gilmore, and also Tatiana Weston Webb. If she can focus and get herself to a final, she'll be guaranteeing her spot at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We'll keep you posted. We're really going to follow the surfers that are inside the final 5. And if at any stage they go down, then we'll really start to keep you posted on what can happen for the 6th seed, the 7th seed, and beyond. Gabby Bryan even had an outside shot of making the world title day in September, but with Caitlin just being in this heat already, that takes Bryan out of the title race. But she should be proud of herself. Another great year on tour, surviving back-to-back years with that mid-season cut at Margaret River.
Yeah, she's done really well. For me, the biggest dark horse in this, we just saw her on screen, is Tatiana. I like her odds a lot. I mean, she got a semi-final finish out here last year. We know she's a fan of Waves of Consequence. She's an absolute animal. She doesn't back down. So for me, she is a bit of a dark horse, and kind of have my money on her.
I like it. Yeah, I totally back you on that. 4:30 on the clock here. Let's catch up with a hard-charging surfer named Laura Enever out in the channel. How's it going, Laura?
Yeah, good guys. Just in the Red Bull Athlete Zone here, and just want to talk about all the intricacies and details it takes to put on an event like this. I mean, we're out here in the lineup this morning. It's already 20 boats, about 30 jet skis, watching all of the women get ready for their heats in different ways. You know, Carissa just, she had a free surf before and she just hit the lineup. Tatiana was just jumping around a boat before doing her full-blown warm-up, and you know, it's very bumpy, as you can imagine how hard that is, but just love how different this is, and something that all these surfers look forward to every year. So I love seeing the different approaches and what these women can take today.
Oh, it's such great insight. Thanks so much, Laura, as we see a couple of fresh hairdos with Tatiana going for the pink, and Ross Williams will drive to the other side of the island in Kaimuki for a fresh cut before big events. Looking sharp, my friend. As we go back to action with Molly Picklum going to turns here. Big wind up, nice snap off the lip. Great timing, and look at that. It's literally dry reef. She had to kick out right there to protect her equipment. She was really kind of just focused on getting barrel, and she's had a couple of great attempts. She couldn't really settle down with that rail and that late takeoff. I think this was just a smart game plan here to put up some turns.
Yeah, I agree. Great timing, great technique, and she manages to fit in 3 turns there. And like you said, Joe, just finishing right up in front of that super shallow reef. Get another look here from this drone angle. Moves around that little warble in that first section of the wave and finishes off with 2 turns. So probably noticing that, okay, Katie's in the lead, and she's in the lead because she's gone to turns. I think it's time for me to do the same. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Still open though, this heat, you know. Gabby right now, live action.
Big blast there for Gabriella Bryan. Picks off another big section right there. 3rd turn, and she'll run out of room, and smart decision to kick out. But definitely had bigger sections to work with than Molly Picklum's wave.
Yeah, she definitely did. For me, they were probably 2 of the better turns of the heat. It's early in the morning. I need more coffee.
I think that might be a word soon. Funner is actually official, right? You can say funner.
I don't know about that. Just cut that out immediately.
2 minutes to go. Yeah, it's all about the size of the section. Judges love rewarding that. Her timing and commitment was solid there for Gabriella Bryan's 2-turn combo. Molly Picklum now getting priority because Katie just took another short ride. We'll see if that ends up giving Picklum an opportunity to get barreled. We're talking about turns, but they're definitely keeping a lot of room in the scale for someone if they get barreled out here.
For sure. This is the replay of Gabby's last wave. It was a nice big turn off the top there. She threw a lot of spray from these 2 turns. Unfortunately, couldn't get the 3rd one, but it was getting pretty shallow there, so probably the right decision to kick out. But like you said, this heat is still wide open. It's only going to take 1 barrel. It's probably not going to have to be a crazy barrel either to run away with this. It's still wide open. Gabby only needs a 5.43, and out the back.
Wow, Picklum going for it. Couldn't set her rail and just went straight down. That was a wild section for Molly Picklum. She's been charging in this heat. What an effort as she pops up again. Spent a lot of time underwater, but these are all reps. You're getting an uncrowded lineup here. It's you don't lose in this opening round, so even if Molly has to go to the elimination round, she's worked out a lot of different things. As we take a look at this.
Absolutely going for it. Molly Picklum just going over. She grabs the rail. She's super late, and she went head first. So scary on a day like today when it's so shallow. But like you said, Joe, she's just really making the most of the opportunity to have a crack out here, because the free surfs are hard work, you know, especially before an event like this. Everyone's there to warm up, really jostling lineup. So she's making the most of having the opportunity to take off on whatever wave she wants. And she's had a few big wipeouts in this heat already. She's spent a lot of time underwater. She's getting really acquainted with the reef down there.
And looks like we're about to run out of time. Molly Picklum thinks she gets up in time. So now she's going to turn. Big backhand snap. Can she fit in a combination? She'll run out of room and have to step off. Remember the wave we talked about for Gabriella Bryan, the 2-turn combo, 3.7. You can tell the judges want to squish that scale down if it's all about turns. Didn't put anything in the 4-point range in this heat. Left it open for a big barrel ride, and we had some great efforts from all 3 of these athletes. As we have run out of time, Picklum and Gabriella Bryan will be reseeded in the elimination round. Caitlin Simmers, world number 5, takes the win and will get the jump into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, big result for her, because she is the one with kind of everything to lose. She's sitting right now, she's in that 5th spot. So I actually just saw a cheeky little grin from the side of that shot. So she's got to be happy with that.
Quick little breakdown with her coach, Tommy Whitaker, as she'll prepare for another day to compete here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Doing well, trying to pull into barrels, but also with combinations and major turns. We'll be right back.
Voilà donc à l'instant début de la 2e série du blue 0.37, 0.37. And for the previous week, congratulations to Stacking Simmers advancing to quarterfinals. Gabriela and Molly in the elimination round.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, strategic partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. Opening round, heat number 2 has Tatiana Weston-Webb taking on Carissa Moore and Island Vost. What a battle. This is the opening round. It's not a final, but we've got some big names that are worthy of winning this contest. Carissa Moore, world number 1, looking to clinch her number 1 seed. If she does that, that's 3 years in a row that she's worn yellow at lower trestles. We'll wait to make that official. Tatiana Weston-Webb, the goofy foot, representing Brazil, but raised on Kauai, is already up and got this wave during the break.
Yeah, just feet in the wax, a little quick in and out. But yeah, like you said, Joe, this is a stacked heat. It's not a final. We've also got Island in there, Vast. Wild card. She's in because Betty Lou is injured. So this heat now is pretty stacked. See Tatiana having another look.
Tatiana now running through the inside. Clean frontside arc, setting up the lip to hit, drills it and hops out of there. So that might be a nice game plan. When you don't have priority, look for a wave where you can throw down a few turns. That made the difference for Caitlin Simmers in the previous heat.
Yeah, I like that game plan a lot. Today looks tricky. Strider did say it's cleaning up slightly with that offshore breeze, but I like the gameplay of getting to turns and getting busy early and then maybe waiting for priority. Look at this first carving maneuver of Tati straight up into the lip for that second one. So nice little 2-turn combo. I like this that she's mixing it up. Nice carving maneuver there. As you can see, she really put the board on rail. Straight up into the lip for the second one. And you can see that wave just gurgling at the bottom there, so she's quickly out of there.
Tatiana Weston-Webb just went crazy when Cloudbreak was on the calendar. Was showing the world that she loved getting barreled on her forehand. She had a crazy foam ball ride on a giant wave that was on the internet for a few years. And then she went to France, and there was a lot of people that didn't want to surf on a particular day, and she went into the official's office and said, what are we doing? What are we here for? It was so cool to see her confidence, her dedication to pushing the entire tour, really, into some really big surf. And I think the cool moment for Tati in her career was that year in France when they're like, yep, it's on. Tati's right. You know, you guys are out there. And she got a 10, like, as soon as she got back in the lineup.
Yeah, I am a really big fan of Tati, and I love that she's sort of been pushing for the women to be surfing these waves of consequence. Since last year, you know, it had been 16 years since the women had surfed at Teahupo'o, and I absolutely love that the women are back here. They're just proving that they can be in this lineup. We saw some amazing rides last year. Courtney put on an absolute show with her backhand barrel riding, and just proving to the world that the women are here and they're really making it, stamping their authority on waves like this, and it's cool to see.
Strider Wazalewski loves his job when he's in the channel. Can you break down the swell direction that we have today?
Yeah, I'd love to get into what we're working with today. So we've got a couple of different swells. There's actually 3 different swells if you go to the Surfline forecast. But what we saw in that last heat, right at the end, was that 16-second period, that longer period that hugs against that reef and just starts to really pitch out and get really hollow. That was that really heavy wave that we saw Molly Picklum on. Then the rest of the waves that we've seen them doing the turns on, there's a short period swell in the water. So that's what we're seeing, those kind of shorter intervals, so less speed on the wall, so it just kind of hits it and has a kind of more forgiving wave. So you can see them doing the turns on those. And those deeper intervals, those longer intervals, the 16 seconds, that's where we're going to see those waves really suck out, draw out, and get really heavy on the inside of that reef. But they're kind of few and far between as the swell's coming and it's on its way. Here we go. Tatiana Weston-Webb in the barrel. Look at that. Beautiful ride. Can she make it? She does. Comes out going for the big hack right over that dry reef on the inside, but comes unstuck.
Thank you, Strider. Straight off the airplane last night, right into the channel for the reporting responsibilities, breaking down 3 different swell angles that we have here at Teahupo'o, which makes it really interesting as we go back to Tati's wave.
Yeah, nice little cover up there. Short barrel comes flying out, jams it there, but just comes unstuck. But I liked it. Little stall. She had both arms in the side of the wave there to slow herself down. Little bit of tube time. Comes out, looks to hammer this section here, puts the board on rail, but just falls off. Probably be kicking herself there a little bit, I think, because if she would have made that, probably would have been. But she's there looking pretty happy. So.
Yeah, liking the pink.
Yeah, I'm liking the braids and I'm liking the pink.
She's got a cool style and flair this year. You know, she didn't make a final this season, 2 semifinals, which has kept her out of the final 5 talk a bit. But she's going to one of her favorite waves here on the calendar. And I think in the past, you know, even at Pipe or at a wave like this, you know, Tati would want to drop anchor and kind of show the world what she can do. And that makes sense. You're going, okay, she can maybe outperform a lot of people in the barrel out here. But just seeing her catch these waves on the inside, I think that's just a great game plan that she has with Ross Williams. It's like you might not be getting 8s in this first round, but we want to make sure that you're set up in the quarterfinals. So getting a couple of 3s quickly is just really a great headspace for Tatiana. It's not always about the bombs that you'd want it to be, and just surfing a well-strategized heat. Let's now catch up with world number 5. Caitlin Simmers is with Laura.
Katie, first time here competing in Tahiti. How's it feel being out here in the lineup, you know, coming into this morning and then out there first heat?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty disappointed I didn't get barreled, but I just kind of like kept eating it, so I was like, oh, I have to be the girl that does turns, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta, I don't know, be a tryhard and do some turns. I wanted to get barreled, I was trying, but the past couple days I've just been kind of like eating it, so I guess, yeah, turns, backhand snaps, but maybe next heat. But this is my first time I made it out of the elimination, but I didn't have to surf the elimination round, so that's a win. So.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. It's a heat, and I know that you have some bad bruises on your leg. Talk us through those days warming up. You know, there were a few injuries that went down. How have you been able to wipe that off?
Yeah, I don't think it was, yeah, not yesterday, but the day before. I had like a sketchy fall. I just like hit the reef pretty bad, and I like could barely feel my legs. But I just had some dead legs, but I don't know, it's pretty shocking. I feel like I've just made, sometimes I just like go on waves that maybe I shouldn't go on, even if I'm too deep, but I don't know, you kind of just have to force yourself to go here, because it's pretty hard to read the wave if you don't know the wave well, so I was just trying to like go and learn it, and I guess it's just what happens. You just get some tattoos from Tahiti.
Yeah, 100%. And this event for you is the most important of your year, I guess. You had 2 wins so far, like you just said, first time out of the elimination round, but you're going to get a rest anyway before the quarterfinals. How do you feel being hunted by the other few girls behind you?
Yeah, it feels, I don't know, pretty nerve-wracking, but I feel like I've been pretty inconsistent this year, so I'm pretty used to the up and downs. But I'm also not used to it, but I've felt it before, so yeah, it's all good. Hopefully we get some fun waves like this. Like, it's so fun out there, but I couldn't pull it together to make it better. But yeah, maybe next seat.
No, we'll see it into the quarterfinals. Katie, go rest up, ice up those legs, and yeah, into the quarters, and time for a rest when you need it most.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Oh, she's wonderful, isn't she? Caitlin Simmers. What a breath of fresh air on tour.
Cool, calm cucumber. I love it. I love it. Just said so casually, and but she's really having a dig. And here we go, replay of Carissa.
Carissa Moore, looking comfortable. Let's add some reps out here. Oh, what a cool angle flick.
Yeah, I love this drone shot of Carissa. Getting a little bit of tube time there. I'm liking it. So maybe as that wind's turning a little bit more offshore, it's keeping these waves a little bit more open, grooming them a little bit more maybe. But Riss in the barrel on that last one. Beautiful technique again. Comes flying out. So she'll be happy with that.
Carissa Moore just looks better and better in backside barrels, and she puts so much time into her craft. Looked at that when the season changed completely. Adding waves of pipeline, adding Tahiti to the calendar. It was a total shakeup for the veterans, just changing what they were used to. But Carissa Moore just took it, ran with it, started absolutely charging at pipe and backdoor, and has had a couple of little trips out here to really understand the reef as we focus in on the WSL Final 5 snapshot. We're trying to work out seating here, waiting to see if Carissa will be back in yellow, heading to lower trestles. Tyler Wright officially will compete in that format for the first time of her career, competing for a third world title. We've got Caroline Marks competing the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And now Molly Picklum, number 4. She's guaranteed there. We're working out the number 5 spot. Notice some names are gone from our Dawn Patrol show. With Caitlin Simmers already in the quarters, that takes away Tatiana's chance of competing for a world title this year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Tatiana knows that. You know, they're not silly. They know all the stats coming into these events. So Katie slowly chipping away at the task ahead of her. Couple of surfers gone. Only 2 more remain. Lakey and Steph, kind of the only 2 that can wrangle it off her. So things are looking good for Katie, and there you go. The greatest of all time, Gilmore.
Yeah, she has her hands full with Tyler Wright coming up next. And she also has Vahine Fierro, the local hero around here, who is incredibly comfortable in this lineup. You look at Lakey, who still got a shot maybe at number 5. She's got Caroline Marks and Joanne DeFay. So all eyes on Gilmore in the next heat. The defending world champ got her 8th world title last year when she upset this woman who was number 1 in the world last year. Really impressed with Carissa Moore, going through the toughest loss of her entire career last September and going right into number 1 in the world, winning pipeline to kick off the season.
Yeah, what a comeback. She said that that really hit her hard, and it was almost like a grieving process. You know, she went in there in that number 1 spot, and she ended up losing. Well, basically it was hers to lose, and Steph came from behind to get that 8th world title, which was amazing for Steph, but incredibly difficult for Riss. So she's obviously reset. She's wearing that yellow jersey. She's looking like she's going to secure that number 1 spot. Yet to be determined still, but yeah, that's the woman right there that took it away from her last year.
Gosh, she went on a roll from the first match of the morning. Buzzer beater against Tennessee, and then just lit a fire under Steph Gilmore and just went all the way, just bulldozing the top seeds last year. But she's now back against the wall, has to really perform out here, and has to hope that Katie could slow down in the quarterfinals. But Simmers looks comfortable. She's not afraid of a wipeout. I mean, that was clear in that last heat.
For sure. She said, you know, sometimes you just got to go and have a crack because you don't know until you go.
Island Vost, the 18-year-old wild card, takes off on her first wave in a CT jersey. What a big moment for the Grommet. Always happy. She was actually in Huntington with her older brother, Kylie Vost. So she got to hang out in Southern California and then got the news she'd be in the event. As you see the takeoff again, What'd you think, Felicity?
It was definitely a bigger wave, nice shape to it. Maybe could have been a little bit deeper, but you can tell she already has a good read on the lineup. Nice technique there. She grabs the rail just a little bit wide of that section, but it's a really nice feeling when it's your first appearance at a World Tour event. Sometimes there can be a lot of nerves, so I'm sure she's pretty happy to get the ball rolling. She didn't fall on that first wave. She's having a look here again.
Late takeoff, wave spits behind Island, and she kicks out.
But yeah, it can be really daunting going and competing in your first CT. I mean, these women, I'm sure that Island has looked up to, Carissa and Tati, for years. So yeah, daunting process, and sometimes it can almost be, you know, you've got so many nerves and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm like so nervous to take off. So she's got rid of those now. So hopefully she can reposition, get a bit of a better bomb. I've seen lots of good waves on her socials on Instagram, so she's definitely got the ability out here.
Another opportunity setting up for Tatiana Weston Webb. Driving, nice positioning, deep in it, but she gets tangled up on her way out. It looked like a clear make for Weston Webb, but unfortunately, she won't get the score she was hoping for. Just got clipped on the exit.
Taken out by an invisible ninja.
Exactly what it looked like.
It looked like she was for sure coming out of that thing.
Tough one for Tati. I love how she just rolled in under the hood. Her line looked great. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, tucks in underneath. Looks like it's staying so nice and open. You see her come out, but it's kind of like there was a bit of spit. It hit her on the back, the wave spat. It hit her on the back, and it kind of just baubled her. So for me, that was like a sure make.
And that's going to keep this heat really close. I mean, I think judges were waiting to really separate the scale. That would have been the opportunity. Turns into a 1.6 and a throwaway for Tati. Now she's sitting out front. Hopefully she'll get another shot. One of the best on forehand pits on tour. She's pushed the tour as well with her backhand. You don't want to not mention that from big wins at Jeffreys Bay in the past. This year kind of had a little bit of a scare with an injury back at Bell's when she came limping up the stairs. So she's been dealing with a little bit more this season. But she definitely has had some big showings. Nothing better than that year where she finished runner-up in the world. Was one turn away of becoming a world champion back in 2021.
Yeah, I just got goosebumps thinking about that moment. I've heard Tati talk about it and how hard that is to come back from a loss like that. Just knowing that one turn, which you would make 9 times out of 10 or 10 times out of 10, and you just happen to fall on it, you know, with just that one turn just having so much consequence. And yeah, she's a fiery surfer, and she's bounced back. She's had wins since then. She's won at J-Bay. And yeah, she's already had a couple of good waves out here in Tahiti. I saw one she posted on Instagram. It was a big one.
I like that one. Yeah, check out Tati's Instagram if you want to relive a great moment that she experienced on this trip to the South Pacific. Tyler Wright coming up next in heat number 3.
I lost the world title after being in the lead all year.
I know it's gonna be a really tough pill for Carissa to swallow.
That was heart-wrenching. I just started crying hysterically. I was angry. You're grieving over this thing that you invested so much time into. I would love to go back to Trestles and fight for a world title. You know, given that opportunity again, I'd like to see how I could hopefully rise to the occasion.
Carissa Moore will be back at Lower Trestles this September to compete for a 6th world title, and the way she spoke about it at the start of the year, that was recorded before Pipeline. It was talking about losing the title to Steph Gilmore, seeing her coming for her, and the emotional roller coaster it was just to get back to compete for another season on the championship tour. She got there. She told me it took about a month, though. She kind of turned her phone off, didn't really take any unnecessary calls, enjoyed some of the outer islands with her husband, and just tried to shake it off. But it was a painful moment. It was like everything just was pulled out from underneath her, like we saw last year. You know, the glory side for Gilmore, but then Carissa was #1 in the world. So with that experience behind her, she's definitely well equipped going into the title showdown this year.
For sure. I think it just has, she's already said it, it was absolutely gut-wrenching. She literally had the rug ripped out from underneath her and then had to rebuild from that. And I mean, as hard as it was, sometimes the best lessons come from that, and we just know that Carissa is bigger, she's back bigger and stronger, and she's wearing that #1 jersey, the yellow jersey again, that live action out the back.
Tatiana Weston-Webb picking off a wave with some size, but it wasn't really a one with a lot of scoring potential for what she was looking for. She's definitely hoping to get barreled. If you're just joining us, Caitlin Simmers won her last heat to move straight to the quarters, which did take Tati out of world title contention. But she still wants to win this event. Shout out to Courtney Conlock. Last year was so incredible. And she's been charging for, well, her whole life, really. And then loves new challenges. This popped up on the calendar, and she was unbeatable.
Yeah, Courtney was, for me, well, clearly she won, but the best. You could see it with her technique. Her backhand barrel of riding was amazing. She had the ability to pump through the barrel, and she was fired up. She was having fun, and yeah, I've spent a lot of time with Courtney over the years, and she just loves these waves. Waves of consequence, bigger waves, powerful waves. She's always going to have a crack.
Now looking at 12 minutes on the clock, Carissa with priority. It's always fun to see who Carissa's going to be working with at events. Strider, who does she have in her corner?
On, you know, the knowledge of each spot and understanding somebody who's got what that, you know, she needs to draw from so that she can get a win. Right now, 2004 Teahupo'o winner CJ Hobgood is sitting right over there, and he's ready. He's, you know, had a little talk with him before this, and you know, just basically keeping her in that mindset of let's do this. You saw a couple of clips on the social feed. She's got some sick barrels out here already. She's warmed up and ready to go. So hopefully we'll see her come through with a couple more. She's got that knowledge. She's got that comfort. She's found that place. She's in that jersey for a reason. It's been working all year.
Oh yeah, Waz. How cool is it to see CJ back here in the channel?
It's actually amazing. I mean, he gets the biggest smile on his face, paddles by, the first thing out of his mouth, we're still here, and he's just so fun on, you know, being part of this. And I think it's such a great, you know, a nod and just a check-in on the greatness of his knowledge that he has. I mean, he's one of the greatest surfers ever out here at this wave, and, you know, Carissa identifying that and drawing that into her camp. I think it's a great smart decision for her, and I can't wait to see it pay off.
Good man, Waz. CJ Hobgood, 2001 world champion as well. Had some crazy moments of his career out here, even without the jersey. One of the best paddle-ins at the time. Went to CJ, cool late takeoff, controlling the rail is Carissa Moore, pulling up and under, but that section clamps on her. She did all the hard work. Didn't say nice and round for the exit, and that was a tough one because it's so technical. She got to show how you pull in late but still have control.
Yeah, I liked what she did there. She had a great read on it from the beginning. It looked like it was going to stay open. We'll have a look at the replay here. Super late drop, tail drifts. She gets up underneath, but you can see, have a look from this angle. Late drop, tail drifts, grabs the rail, lots of vision. But yeah, that end section, live action, someone just went down. Island.
Yeah, quick one there coming out of the replays for the local wild card, Island Vost, going down on her fourth attempt to get a completion in this heat. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, Island gets up underneath. Beautiful travel time and just gets sucked up and over. We'll have a look here from this angle. She gets in. Great travel time there, but just gets sucked up. You can see how shallow that wave is getting there, and it was a beautiful attempt. I really liked that. I liked Rissa's attempt as well. They were both really close and probably on their way to some good scores, I'd say.
Wow, what an effort from Island Vost. Actually had some travel time before we caught up with her out of that replay. So judges should like the travel time that she had there. Should be her best so far with 8:45 to go. There's a surfer named Dan Bainey that used to travel here quite often. He competed in the trials. He's from Dana Point, California, part of the Infinity Surfboards family. He's a surfboard shaper and also a dentist as well. Really smart human being, but he had a great connection with Tahiti. When he came out here early, made great friends with a lot of people on this stretch. Oftentimes he's asking people, hey, any board deliveries? Can we have anyone throw a couple extra Infinities in the bag for the local surfers? And they love that. They love the connection with Dan. He's been making boards for Island Voss for a long time as well. And he knows how to make a surfboard to perform here at Teahupo'o. And he's really proud that Island has this opportunity to show the world what she's got at just 18 years of age.
So young, and younger sister of Carly, who was runner-up here last year, had such a dominant performance. So no doubt he's in the channel right now. He's probably given her a few words of wisdom. And it's so cool to see the brother-sister duo. We've seen it before with Tyler Wright and Mikey and Owen. And yeah, it's really cool to see it with two wild cards in this event here.
And it's just a different feeling when you're at an event like here in Tahiti, or we see it at Pipeline. You know, you go to Moana Jones-Wong there, winning the entire event, being the queen of Pipeline. And then you look at Tahiti as the next place with the most dangerous wild cards, with Kaoli Voss making the final last year, from Manoa Drole in the past. You know, the local wild cards here in Tahiti have upset the world title race for a long time.
Well, it easily happens at waves like this and Pipeline, because you have people that are specialists at those waves. And what that means is they just dedicate their whole life to that wave, Pipeline, Teahupo'o, and they just surf it, and they know every inch of this reef. Locals have a massive advantage out here because they put in the time. And waves like this, you need to put the time in, depending on different swell directions, different tides, everything wins. There's so many intricacies to waves like this, so people can just run away with it. We saw Moana do it at Pipeline. Barron did it at Sunset, and Callie almost did it last year with a second.
Wow, came really close. Yeah, Manoa came close as well. Manoa Drole, runner-up to Bruno Santos. That was an all-wild card final back in the day. And now Manoa's younger brother's in the event, Matahi, winning the trials.
Got Vahine last year, semi-final finish.
Vahine coming up next against Steph Gilmore and Tyler Wright. Battling for this wave with priorities. Tatiana Weston Webb pulls in. She'll get the completion there in the barrel. Now laying down a beautiful carve and kicks out. Little tube to turn combination. Always looks great.
Yeah, she'll be happy to make that one. I think she'd probably kicking herself she didn't come out of the one before because it looked like it was an easy exit, but she found the exit on this one. We'll have a look at the replay. Straight up and under the hood there. Comes flying out and really lays into that turn there. Puts the board on rail and gets out of there for that dry reef. But I like the technique, just straight into it off the takeoff. Shakes the braids, gets the hair out of the face, and really lays that board on rail. Love the spray too. I love it when people have bright boards, really contrasts against this like beautiful crystal clear water here at Tahiti.
Yeah, she's also just so well prepared. Even before this venue was on the calendar for the women, she often would be here during a waiting period. You know, her husband, Jesse Mendez, used to be full-time on tour. And she said how special it was being out with a lot of the top men in the world that were actually like saying, hey, it's your turn, Tati, go. And she had some of the best waves of her life out here during the old men's waiting period. So once we got equal events from start to finish for men and women, she was so thankful that she had made those trips in the past.
Well, it's evident. It shows. Tati really has a crack. She knows this wave well. She had a semi-final finish here last year. But even just being out there in those free surfs with those men, you know, it's really hard to get waves. But even just being out there, you can see what waves you potentially would want to go, where they're positioning, and you can identify what waves you want. And when that time comes, I know there's no doubt that Tati, if she got called into a wave, she wasn't going to pull back. There's 100% she was going to go. We've seen amazing clips of her here over the years. She's been coming for a long time now, so a lot of experience in waves of consequence.
And I think she always thanks her big brother for pushing her. Troy, absolute charger from Kauai. And Troy, when he describes his amateur career, he said he didn't always have backing and huge sponsors, and sometimes heats didn't go his way because he was kind of a lesser-known surfer. That's sometimes how it felt for him growing up competing in the Hawaiian Islands, but he just always was dedicated for the pure love of riding big waves. And if the surf was huge, he'd find Tati and be like, where are you going? You're coming with me. You're going to charge. And you know, Tati has talked about that quite a few times in her career, thanking Troy for not letting her go anywhere else, but in a big lineup with a lot of intensity. And next thing you know, she found comfort there. She found joy in that process. As we look at her last score, 517, best number we've seen so far this morning.
Yeah, so really rewarding. That little barrel at the start there came flying out, laid the board on rail. So the judges are making it quite evident that they want to see you get barreled, and it's going to be a point of difference.
3 minutes on the clock, priority with Carissa, who's had a sensational season, winning quite a few events this year, which has been it's cool to see her get on such a solid roll in competition, always finding new ways to redefine her act. And my favorite part of her evolution is definitely what she's doing in heavy water waves and technique inside the barrel, working with guys like Love Hodel on the North Shore of Oahu. Here, CJ Hobgood in her corner with priority, just needs a 4.98. And in these types of conditions, we've had quite a few buzzer beaters in history of this contest. Tati with some room. Third priority. She's going to go down to some turns here. Big blast there on the forehand. Arcs it for a combination, but she'll be incomplete and get sucked over the falls.
Really loved that first turn. Super critical, straight up into the lip. Brought it back around. You can just see the power that this wave has, even when it's small. Just really allowing her to power through that turn with speed. Went straight up into that second one, but couldn't quite stick it.
And now Carissa Moore on an important ride, going for a little connection on the lip line. Arcs it down to the bottom, room for maybe another turn, and kind of ran out of time there. So she hops out. We haven't really seen a wave just solely on turns kind of go into that 4 range or beyond. They were able to get some separation on Tati's 517 because she started off in the barrel. As we take another look here.
Yeah, replay of Rissa's last wave. She kind of got caught up there on that first turn and sort of on the second one as well. I mean, maybe these boards are, you know, quite possibly made for barrels, so feels a bit different when you go to turns, and kind of looked a little bit like that on that first turn. But here we go, replay of Tati's. I love this turn, straight up into the lip, throwing so much spray, really critical turn there. And you can see she comes out of that turn with a lot of speed, puts the board on rail again, and kind of brought it around a little bit too far. And here we go, live action, Island.
Island Boss, the wild card, trying to slow down. Showing a little frustration there.
Yeah, frustration from 18-year-old. You can tell she's probably looking for a bit more travel time. Only a few seconds left of this heat.
Challenging, isn't it, when you have a wave that just gives you so much speed and your whole goal is actually trying to wipe it off to get barreled, and the wave's going, nope, you're going to the channel. It's a real challenge, especially backhand out here.
For sure.
as we close out heat number 2. Still waiting on the decision for Carissa Moore on her 2-turn combo that she just turned in. She was chasing a 4.98, as we'll take another look to see if it's enough to take the win.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for me. She gets a little bit caught up here on that first turn. Goes up into this second section. That second turn was nice. Threw quite a bit of spray. Couldn't get the third one there. She kicks out. So
yeah, don't think it's going to be enough for Carissa Moore, and now officially not enough. Tatiana Weston Webb, 8.5 combined total. We'll move on to the quarterfinals. Carissa Moore and Island Voss, we reseeded in the elimination round. Action continues right after this. We'll bring in Kaipo and Pete for the call.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy. Just one spot remaining for the women to be clinched for the WSL, the final 5 right now. Kaipo girl along with Peter Mel. Yorana Maeva, welcome to Tahiti.
Good morning, and you gotta love this, being back in Tahiti. And this, I love sliding in yesterday just to be able to get back in the groove. Incredible stuff already. Couple great attempts this morning for the women, and I expect this heat right here is going to be another one.
Yeah, this is a heat full of world champions. As we take to the water and we take a look at the next matchup in this opening round for the women, we have 2-time world champ Tyler Wright. She's out there in the red jersey. Steph Gilmore in the blue jersey, an 8-time world champion and the 2017 world junior champ in the way of Vahine Fierro, a dangerous wild card at this location, Peter.
You'd have to say so. Very experienced, goofy footer up against a couple regular footers, and a very, very comfortable surfer on this reef. You know, now living in this region, being able to surf here pretty much on the daily, that would say that Vahine is holding a lot of experience.
Yeah, and you know, we look at this, we look at a couple of replays here, just surfers feeling their way out this morning.
Yeah, no, we've seen it earlier. You know, the first drop is always important, you know, just collecting in and being able to get yourself comfortable dropping down the face. These are like almost convex over vertical faces, so it's going to be a different feel than any other venue on tour, you know, and this drop right here, heart's in the throat pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, well, we look at the context of this heat. We have Tyler Wright out there. She's already clinched her spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Tyler Wright, 29 years old, 2 world titles, coming in number 2 on the leaderboard here. So we're already going to see her at lower trestles. Question is, will Steph Gilmore be joining Tyler Wright with that 1 remaining spot? What Steph needs to do, to put it simply, If she wins this event and Katie Simmers does not make the semifinals, that's probably the simplest explanation how we're going to see Steph Gilmore get into that Final 5.
Yeah, and if you think about that, keep it simple, right? And that's what she knows what she has to do here in order to get herself a spot. And that, again, just simplifies things. Head down, going for it, make it to the channel.
Yeah, is that the equation out here?
Right, pretty much. Head down, lead with the head, get that, find the hole and get out into the channel. You're going to get big numbers. We've seen some attempts earlier today, or earlier this morning, the first 2 heats. Opportunities that just came up a little short. You know, we could have had excellent numbers. So I would imagine the quality of the surf is there for them. Just now getting in position and getting the exit, because it's been tough to get through those sections today.
I mean, Pete, you've spent a lot of time on the reef out here. When it's a chunky kind of swell, cross-up swell here, how do you identify the good ones first, and how do you get through those barrels?
They're pretty distinct. I mean, you'll see that they're going to be ones that are going to feel the bottom, and you're going to see it kind of come down almost off the reef, and they're going to be hollow, but they're going to be the most difficult drops. It's going to be the most challenging waves to ride. There's also, you know, coming back onto the reef. That's always helpful, because that means it's going to stay wide open like this one.
Vahine finds it and finds the exit spit out there. The Tahitian with a strong start again. Remember, she made the semifinals last year, returning with form once again here to Teahupo'o.
That would feel really good for Vahine. That's going to be our biggest number of the day so far.
Yeah.
Big, solid set wave. Found the barrel. You got to love it from Vahine, and that feeling right now. She is feeling it as she's paddling back out, just pumped full of adrenaline.
One more time, look at this.
Good setup. That was a nice, easier drop, and then this wave loads up on the channel. It has extra energy. It's going to stay open. Exactly what happens for her there. Oh, that was amazing. Gotta love it here from
Love this water angle.
Sets it up. See how she grabs the wall here to slow down ever so slightly with both hands. That's what you can do with the forehand to be able to get that maximized 2 time. But I mean, solid wave, and it had the nice, easier drop. That's a perfect wave for a forehander. And that's what she's identified. That's all that experience on this reef is going to see how she sees these types of waves. It's going to give you up on the top point when you have that kind of southwest angle. It'll give you a nice, easier drop on a certain corner of the reef, and then it loads up for the inside reef. That's what this wave did. Extra energy there. Disappears from view. Wasn't the cleanest of exits, and we've seen that today. There hasn't been that super clean exits, but she saw that this wave was going to have enough of an exit that even a maneuver on the end section as well.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this is going to be the largest score so far this morning for the women. The wild card coming in here, and the bravado that it takes to take off that deep, Pete, has to be acknowledged.
Yeah, and I mean, she's at a distinct advantage in my eyes, being on the forehand, and also the experience of being down here and surfing this reef as much as she's been able to do. So this is going to feel very good to get a number like this.
Look at the numbers coming through, and very good is where it's going to hit in the scale. Just under excellent, which would be an 8-point score, in the 7.5, that is in the very good range. Beautiful start for the Tahitian.
It's going to make these last 27 minutes very, very easy. Look at her. She's able to go on her forehand. She can go deeper on the reef and give herself the ability to pump through the barrels and get those ones that are kind of deep on the reef, because they'll actually load up through that inside section.
Another goofy foot who did outstanding out here, going into the quarterfinals, Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's with Laura.
Yes, Tati. Into the quarterfinals. You're skipping that elimination round today. How good does that feel? You've had some amazing waves over the last few days warming up here. When I think of this wave, I think of you, obviously Vahine, being the ones to watch, so you must be stoked.
Thank you. Yeah, the last few days, actually the last week or so, has been really incredible, just the lead up to the contest. Having a lot of time in the water, spending it with the Brazilian Olympic Committee, CB Surf, everything that they've been doing to help us athletes prep for the Olympic year has been pretty incredible, and so I'm really grateful for that. And yeah, it's been a fun few days.
I know, I saw you warming up on the boat over there. It's pretty hard to warm up on a day like today with the boat rocking so hard, but you did quite well. How is it just being back in the lineup here?
Yeah, it's so good. Obviously contest days are a little bit different from free surfs because it's a bit more hectic, but so good to be back in the lineup. You look back and see the beautiful mountains, you know, and just being surrounded by the community and all the people that you met over the years here is super special, and to watch girls like Elon and Vahine continuously get better every year is super exciting for us, you know, and so we know that they're going to be ones to watch out for. But yeah, it's really awesome being back here.
And I can feel a few surf trips even after this event's done coming up, you know.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal. Spend as much time as I possibly can out here. between now and the Olympics. Obviously, we have stacked years when we're on tour, but I'll definitely try to find extra time to come out.
Amazing. Well, enjoy the rest of the day off watching all the action unfold, and we'll see you into the quarterfinals, Tatiana.
And a view there of the beautiful mountains, the land, Whenua, and those mountains and the rivers coming through here, creating this pass. An ava is the Tahitian word for pass. The name of this pass? Hawaii. Hawaii, actually, which is this big pass that you can see that has been carved out through centuries and centuries of fresh water, cutting through the reef there and making this spectacular wave. Teahupo'o.
Yeah, it's one of the deepest here on the islands, right? It's on the southern end of the island, which obviously faces towards all the energy and swell, and the depth and the shallowness that happens so quickly is what creates this wave. I mean, that jump, that slope up from that deep water into this shallow 5-foot reef has created a wave that is like none other in the world.
It really is a spectacle to see, and it's a great way to end the championship tour. Stop number 10 over here. We call it Teahupo'o. You can call it Teahupo'o. It just depends on if you respect the okina, that mark in between the two vowels, the two O's at the end of the word. Steph Gilmore. Going to go to turns on this one and just waiting for something to happen, and nothing is going to happen for Steph Gilmore. So she's going to kick out and continue searching for a meaningful wave and a meaningful score.
Yeah, that's exactly what Vahine wanted to do, is post a good number right there in the early stages of the heat, put some pressure on the world champions. That's how generally you can take down world champions, is applying pressure early.
Yeah, and you know, when we talk about Vahine, she did that last year, semifinal finish, just burned through the entire field, and actually had so many convincing heat wins. You saw that, okay, when it comes to this wave, she's one of the best out here.
Absolutely. And, you know, again, and she's just gotten better. You know, another season under her belt as we watch this last one here from Steph. This one actually looked like it was going to turn at her, and I think that's why she identified it. It was going to have some extra water in the channel, and it's going to have that nice, easier drop to set up that inside section. It just didn't barrel. It just didn't come out for her. So with the wonkier conditions, we're going to see that sometimes they look like they're going to load up and go into that shallow portion of the reef, which it did, but it just didn't barrel there for her. We've got a mix of energies in the water, so a lot of times that those waves will combine with certain energies and either, you know, send it into the channel the wrong direction. So a bit wonky, but still pretty darn contestable first day of competition to be able to get underway.
Yeah, it's great to kick it off here, and you know, and then when we're looking at a shot like this, you can see how shallow the reef is. We don't have much of a tide change today, Peter. It's going to be about a 1 foot tide throughout the day, but that still does not allow a lot of padding when we talk about this reef.
And you think about the actual bathymetry of this, you know, we're a huge lagoon, so even a foot tide difference moving in and out of this reef is going to change not necessarily the wave shape as much as it will consistency when the sets come. I mean, because all that water's moving off the reef. When it's going out, it's sucking back up onto the reef, and maybe we'll see very consistent heats at times, and then there'll be other heats that'll be nice and quiet, and that's a lot due to the fact that all this water moves around in the lagoon and out the channel and over the top of the reef at different tides.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, I would have to say, push and pull.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, there's a push to it. Sometimes it's just pulling you back, and it's hard to even paddle out to the horizon when, you know, when a big set comes.
And that's exactly where Vahine is going to have that extra experience, and when those tides make those moves, and where you can move onto the reef to find those certain waves that you're looking for, you know, like identifying those certain waves and what they look like when they come into this reef. That is experience on the water, on the reef, and that is something that Vahine has a lot of.
Yeah. Well, Carissa Moore is on her way to another WSL, Rip Curl WSL Finals. Let's hear from Carissa. She's on the boat with Laura Enever.
Carissa, fortunately couldn't make it through that heat, but how amazing it is to be back in Tahiti.
Oh, it's awesome to be back here. It's a beautiful place, a really special place. I think all of the athletes love coming here every year, and for this to be like our season ender is pretty cool.
And yeah, talk us through that heat.
I was a little frustrated. I feel like I've made some improvements the last like few days warming up, so I'm like understanding the lineup a little better, but I just didn't feel like I chose maybe the right ones, and maybe I was just a little bit out of rhythm. Tati seemed to really keep building on her scores and stuff, so a little frustrated, but hopefully I can learn from that and go into the next heat and do better.
Well, we will see you this afternoon, and we also will see you here next year because you are provisionally qualified for the 2024 Olympic Games here in Tahiti. Talk us through it. How good does it feel?
Oh my gosh, I'm super happy. It's so funny because I was like doing the math with my family back in JV, and I was like, okay, I think I made it. And they're like, no, you have to make or serve a heat in Tahiti. So it just feels really good that it's official. This is definitely a goal, like going into the season, and to be a part of the Olympic experience one more time is going to be really cool. I'm really grateful.
Amazing. Well, we can't wait to see you there fighting for another gold. And congratulations.
Thanks, Laura. Thanks.
Yeah, Carissa Moore is going to have another chance for another gold medal in 2024 as she has provisionally qualified for that Paris 2024 Olympics. Remember, the WSL is a Tier A qualifier for those Olympics. Let's take a look at the athletes that have qualified so far. Tatiana Weston-Webb, Jean Defay, Brisa Hennessy, Teresa Bonvalo, and now Carissa Moore. 3 more spots for the WSL to provisionally qualify as a Tier A qualifier, Pete.
And that'll happen right here on the reef at Teahupo'o. Congrats to Carissa Moore, now able to go back-to-back golds, which you'd say her odds are very high that make that happen. Again, looking at what she's been able to do here in Tahiti, you'd have to say that her odds are really good.
Yeah, I mean, just the champ. And we talk about Carissa Moore. Provisionally qualified for the Olympics. She's already clinched her spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals, so another banner year for the 5-time world champ.
Yeah, must be good to be Carissa Moore, really. And yeah, she goes through it with such humility. She always gives a lot of credit to the people that are around her, but also to the other athletes. But ultimately, she's the champ, man. And you look at how many points she has this season going into, this is what another, amazing year for her, just so consistently high in all of her rankings.
Yeah, ending the year, the regular season here, stop number 10, the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. And what a brilliant end to our regular season.
Yeah, it's so true. You think about as Tahiti on the schedule, it's a staple now. One of the most challenging waves on the planet for both the men and the women. And to have it at the final event of the season, always a good climax to the end. You gotta love it. I'm glad we're back.
Regular season, we really bookend the tour, our 10-stop tour, with waves of consequence, which is actually a beautiful scenario when you talk about the world's best surfers. Vahine Fierro, one of them in the barrel, no problem. She's going to back up that 7.5 and go out to a huge lead over Steph Gilmore and Tyler Wright.
Yeah, this is one of the things that, as a local, being able to identify those smaller inside waves that are still going to give you an opportunity to get something in the good range. I mean, she, again, an exit of a barrel, nice and long, not the biggest wave, obviously. Her competitors didn't even look at it.
Yeah.
And she's able to do that without a side of priority. Nice little 4-footer. They're able to get in and out of the barrel. She's going to get a number. It's going to be a pretty solid one already, and back up the 7.5, and very, very comfortable. Strategically very sound in her approach in this one. You knew that she was going to need to get a backup number outside of priority, which she's done. And now with 17.5 minutes remaining, she can sit in line and wait it out and try and get herself another bigger number.
By the way, the rocker on this Channel Islands boards looks perfectly suited for these barreling conditions.
Yeah, you'd be very, very right, because they've been working on these boards for this type of wave, the waves of consequence, and being able to be fast through the barrel, but also give you the ability to have a little more foam in the front end, all of that. It seems like a perfect recipe for Vahine.
Yeah, you could just see it in the slow motion where you had enough rocker to deal with a steep, hollow wave, but still enough drive to continue complete forward momentum through that entire barrel. So we'll be waiting for that score. We're good. Vahine Fierro, likely it was going to combo with the rest of the field. Steph Gilmore now trying to fight back. She's going to go to turns, carve on the backhand. And another easy turn on the backhand again before that wave just hits the channel.
Again, it seems like she's identifying a certain wave that has the extra energy and wall to it. I'm hoping that it goes into that shallow part of the reef, or a little barrel actually, so she can set it up. Unfortunately, that wave didn't do it once again. But see how the angle, it's bending out a little bit, but then the water will come back onto the reef. She identifies that before she drops into this wave, and that's where she's the ability to get these sections kind of bending at her with extra energy. It just didn't barrel for her, unfortunately, there, and it's going to be a mid-range score.
Tyler dragging through that drop, now going to turns, a little caught up there. and just was not in rhythm of the wave. So we'll see if Tyler Wright and Stephanie Gilmore, the two multiple world champs in this heat, can fight back against Vahine Farrow, the wild card. She's got them comboed at the moment. We'll be back after this.
Every time I come here, it's like the most beautiful place you could think of, and got this crazy wave out the front, and I love just coming back here every time.
There's also this special energy that we call the mana here. There's this really good energy that's around the people, on the boats, like in the channel.
It's the wave that I spend the most time at. It's such a unique wave. I think it's the best wave in the world.
Yeah, you have to come and see it for yourself.
Vahine Farrow, the Tahitian, taking this one in slow-mo. This is a 7.5, highest score so far today, Peter Mel.
Looking at this angle too, you get to see how it almost sinks down underneath the reef to be able to get into that wave nice and early, which she did, and identify all that extra energy that that wave had. Beautiful stuff there from Vahine. Gotta love it.
And we would say Maita Iroa, well done for the Tahitian, who's been dominant in this heat. She has both Stephanie Gilmore and Tyler Wright in a two-wave combination. 13 minutes on the clock, and Vahine with ultimate heat control. She has both competitors in a combination, and she has priority.
Yeah, it's exactly what you wanted to do if you were going to choreograph a heat. This is the way to do it. I will say, though, that this is one of those events that we have, or venues we have on tour, where a quick turnaround can happen very, very easily. You literally get a rhythm of waves, and you'll see that even in 2 minutes, you can get yourself right back into the lineup and get yourself 2 9s very, very quickly. Odds are low, but it is possible to happen, especially when you've got these world champions.
Well, we saw that on the men's side in 2019. Owen Wright turning that heat against Gabriel Medina in the last minute of the heat. We also saw that in 2017, Julian Wilson playing the same trip on Gabriel Medina with that excellent score right in the final minute.
Yeah, I mean, you get these really intense waves. I know it's a very compact lineup per se, and considering that it's probably 100 yards playing field, maybe a little bigger at times, but man, it can happen where you can just get yourself in a perfect little rhythm and get 2 waves right back to back.
Unfortunate for Gilmore and Tyler Wright, they're not going to be able to do that in a single wave. So it's something special needs to happen in the play of priority. Speaking of priority getting used now by the heat leader, Vahine Farrow, just eyeing down the line, backdoors into that barrel, and nearly threads through yet another tube. Just got clipped on the way out.
Man, the goofy footers have identified a place on the reef that you're able to grab those waves with this angle of swell. You get those style of waves.
Now, tell me, are those more on the south peak right now that we're looking at, Peter?
Definitely. I mean, you saw the difference between the area of Tyler and Stephanie and where they were lined up on the reef in comparison to Vahine.
Yeah.
She had a good 20 yards deeper
yeah.
on that wave. I mean, of course, that's where you're able to kind of identify it's an easier drop in that section because it's not so loaded up, but it definitely gives you, especially on your forehand, to be able to pump through the section. We saw, Kaoli is another one who identifies those waves very easily. Gabriel's another one who can, as a goofy footer, you can move up the reef a little bit and cheat up the reef.
Yeah, let's check in with our friend Strider Wasilewski out in the channel. Strider.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, well, just touching on Vahine and the dominance that she has out here, it's a simple just comfort zone for the Tahitians. And growing up on these reefs, you have a different confidence when you come into to riding these different waves. And, for Tyler and Stephanie, this is not their comfort zone. You can see it in the water. You can see it in their tempo and their body language and how they're surfing. There's a tenseness to Tyler. There's a tentativeness to Stephanie. And with Vahine, she's just kind of floating around like a butterfly, and it's really interesting to watch the three different kind of sentiments from each surfer out here in the water. So, Vahine, beautiful work, looking really comfortable, and I think that first really good wave that she had, I don't even think she had priority. She was just a dominating spot, and the two other surfers so out of position that she slipped right into it.
Strider, Peter and I were talking about positioning out there, and you're right out in the channel. We're talking about the West Peak, the South Peak. Can you speak to that and what you've seen Vahine's strategy and where she's been sitting?
Well, you know what? They're all sitting around the same spot. It's just identifying the right wave. And so we were talking about a little bit earlier, if you go onto Surfline, you can see that there's three different swells. There's two short period kind of southwest swells. There's a southeast swell. And then there's this kind of deeper, long period, 16-second swell that's arriving. And those are the waves that she's catching. She's identified those deeper interval swells that has more speed, hits the reef harder, and you can see them stand up more vertical. And that's what she's after, and she's done it almost every time as we watch this heat.
Thank you, Strider. And Pete, to your point, you can maybe speak to the couple of different peaks out here, the difference between that south region and the west peak.
Well, usually you'll see at any given break that there will be a couple different swells, arriving to a spot. But we have actually three different swells with all kind of a lot of energy and size. I mean, that southeast swell, we've been having a ton of wind, right? That's that kind of local, shorter interval swell that comes around the reef and it comes off like that, and you see it pretty consistent. And it'll combine with a 14-second swell, at times, and create these certain specific waves, types of waves.
And we can see look at on the wide shot, the white jersey there, Vahine Fierro, she's been playing that deeper position this entire heat.
Yeah, and it's probably very accustomed to sitting on that part of the reef. As a forehander, you're going to identify that zone. Again, moving, adjusting ever so slightly in comparison to what the swell and the conditions are for the day. But ultimately, yeah, there's this 16-second, 17-second interval, which is the most strongest and most biggest waves you'll see. There'll be a distinct difference in the way that those actually load up on the reef because they have extra energy. They're moving a little bit faster, and they'll come on this reef and they jump up quicker, and that's why those ones that are going to have that barrel kind of section and be a little bit more difficult drop, but also can load up on that kind of, with that westerly angle, will load up on the channel part of the reef.
Yeah, brilliant explanation there, Pete. And it is it's challenging as right now, and it's finding, in a way, just those key diamonds in the rough, but we've seen Vahine do that in this heat. We saw Kauli Voss last year as a wild card. He was brilliant. He was doing the same thing where he was getting scores under priority, getting waves, getting barrels that hit the other competitors did not even paddle for, didn't even look at.
Yeah, and I think it's one thing to have that advantage, as a local and being able to identify those mid-sized waves because you're not going to waste it as a surfer with priority. You're not going to waste your energy trying to chase those waves because ultimately the best numbers are going to be the biggest and most difficult and most challenging waves. But you can still pick up numbers, especially in an inconsistent heat. Be able to get those 6s and 7s, and they can play into the scoreline like Kaole was able to do it.
Let's take a look at our heat recap in heat number 3 of the opening round for women. It's been all Vahine Fierro, Peter.
Yeah, double overhead on this one. Big open barrel comes out. Great start. Talk about nerves and being able to settle them. That will do it instantaneously, and that's a good feeling. And she's kicked out of that one. She's paddling back out going, yes. All of a sudden, there's a sense of relief. Able to find another little smaller one outside of priority. Gets a 5.93. That's a solid number for this heat. So she's done a great job of really slamming the door shut on these champions.
Yeah, it's a solid. That 5.93 is a solid score, even as a backup as we look at all the scores for all the surfers, and that monster 2-wave total of 13.43 for Vahine Fierro, by far the largest heat total of the day. I mean, Tatiana Weston-Webb, she won her heat just previous with an 8.5 two-wave total.
Yeah, and you think about, looking at where the seeding will happen going into, quarterfinals and so forth. That's pretty big that Vahine will be one of those ones that you don't want to be on her side of the draw because of how obviously the conditions are lining up for someone just like her.
Yeah, again, to review the format, winner in this opening round for the women goes straight to the quarterfinals. Second and third, we'll see them this afternoon in the elimination round. The elimination round, we go to head-to-head competition. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals, and obviously the loser eliminated, packing the bags.
Yep, and you don't want that, obviously, if you're trying to clinch a spot in the final 5. And this surfer right here is trying to do that.
And just a lot just not going right for Steph. I mean, I think Steph Gilmore at this point, as well as Tyler Wright, can use the rest of this heat to just kind of feel out this break and feel out the wave in their positioning.
Yeah, I would somewhat agree here, but at the same time, don't want to give it up yet. I mean, there's still enough time in this 5 minutes to be able to turn it around. You think about the total there, 13.43. It's a 7.5 and a 6.5, that would turn it. Watching the replay there, again, just going to maneuvers. Most of the waves that you see Steph has been able to pick up so far in this heat has been about maneuvers. And ultimately, this is one of those venues where it's all about the barrel, right? For the most part, I mean, unless you're doing something really dynamic with your turns, you're trying to identify getting in the barrel. The length of the barrel, the intensity of that barrel is always a big part of it.
Glenn Micro Hall giving some last-minute advice and words and some settling words to Lakey Peterson. She's going to be coming up in the next heat against Caroline Marks and Joanne Defay. Again, Lakey Peterson, one of those surfers who's looking to clinch a spot in the Final 5 for the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Yeah, and she has probably got the best route to it right now at this moment, but still a lot to do here for Lakey Peterson.
Caroline Marks coming up. We're going to see her at lower trestles. It's a fight for where she's going to be in the seeding when we talk about that Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Yeah, and she's living now in San Clemente, so you'd have to say that she is one to watch, to maybe get her first world title, being that very accomplished. That's her kind of her go-to spot now that she's been putting out so much time in San Clemente. That again, that local knowledge could pay off, and could pay off in a huge way with a world title.
I'd love to see that. Well, here we are, under 4 minutes, and now the likelihood of anything changing is very slim. Joanne Defay being cautious and utilizing a helmet in her heat, which is probably a smart idea at this break.
For sure. I mean, almost more dangerous at a size like this where you're closer to the reef, and you have a jumbled swell, so the exits aren't going to be as clean. We saw in those first 2 heats a bunch of waves where, surfers, Molly Picklum was all over that reef checking it out, and she was able to get through it and probably learned a lot, but ultimately didn't get the win. So, Molly and every one of these surfers identifying that one thing you need to protect, it's your head, right? And if you can do that with, obviously these helmets are a great asset.
Actually, there's a new crew right now on the free surfs. You see a lot of young Tahitian surfers, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, and they're out here. 11 years, but they're all out here, and the majority of them are wearing helmets, which is really nice to see that transition into the helmet getting used more and more, because it's a safety precaution that is, if you get used to it, it's well warranted, and it can really save your life.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, one of the best guys out here, at Teahupo'o wears a helmet all the time. So that's Kaoli Voss, right? And he's, kind of set that standard. I think it's something that is very brilliant to do. It is something that is necessary, especially if you get slammed on this reef. It's not going to give way, especially to your noggin.
Yeah, what I was saying is probably the normalization of a helmet. There you go with one of the brands. This is the Simba helmet. Terry up there, former Santa Cruz surfer.
Yeah, Terry Sims.
Terry Sims, yeah.
Yeah, he's been he identified that, he's got the Trojan Warriors, which is a little extra protection around the cheekbones, which is a little helpful.
Gilmore. A couple of slashes on the backhand. See if she surfs her way out of the combination that she's currently in. Tyler Wright being very patient with that priority sitting out the back.
I think Tyler's identifying, she knows what she needs to do here. These turns aren't going to cut it. It's going to be something where she's got to be able to get it. And you think now with a minute and a half to go, you start kind of waving that flag a little bit. I mean, it's really tough to be able to get 2 numbers that quick. 5 minutes, sure, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, we see, again, Steph, most of the waves she's been able to choose here are just going to give her the opportunities for barrels. You know, maybe the end section might have done it, but it didn't happen for her this heat. So again, kind of getting warmed up. She's going to be in the elimination round, and always scary to be, you know, back into that round.
Yeah, especially when you're looking to clinch a spot in that final 5. So work's going to be up ahead for the 8-time world champ and reigning world champ Stephanie Gilmore. Was going to see her this afternoon in that elimination round. And she's probably, you know, time to get on the ski, get back to dry land, and you know, kind of decompress as well as digest everything that went on this morning.
Yeah, so true. You know, and thinking about conditions going in later in the afternoon, we'll probably see ebbs and flows. I mean, what happens here is the bottom end of the island, you get these easterly trades. You want it kind of coming more out of the east direction. That'll be nice and clean on this corner of the reef, but it will shift around to a more southerly angle, and occasionally will ruffle the lineup, but it kind of moves back and forth. Let's just hope it trends more east.
Yeah, 20 seconds, and we're just waiting to make it official for Vahine Fierro.
What a performance, really, from her to be able to. I mean, she's executed a perfect heat, really. You know, and she would have loved to have probably improved on that 5.93, but again, work to be done later in the draw. Although this win right here puts her directly in the quarterfinals, that's huge confidence for her, and it looks to me to be the one to beat.
She sure does. Dominant by the Tahitian wildcard Vahine Fierro on to the quarterfinals. We'll see Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright later today in the elimination round. We're going to step away and we'll be right back. Caroline Marks, Lakey Peterson, Joanne DeFay will be out in the water.
Yeah, I feel like there's kind of a new generation coming up and starting to, you know, take over and starting to get in a mix with like the older girls, which is really cool. So yeah, it's awesome to be a part of. It's awesome to see, and I do feel like I have seen a lot in a short amount of time. I think sometimes people forget, like they're like, oh, you're a veteran. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm 21, like 21-year-old veteran. I think it's kind of funny. Yeah, I just try to take it as a compliment.
One-on-one with Caroline Marks and Joe Turpel. Check out the conversation on WorldSurfLeague.com. Welcome back to the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Opening round for the women, heat number 4. Out in the water, Caroline Marks, Lakey Peterson, and Joanne DeFay. Kaipo Guerrero and Peter Mel talking you through the action. Open priority right now in this heat. And let's see who's deepest on the peak and going to grab this one. It's going to be the goofy foot. Caroline Marks tucks into a little shade for a moment. And that's going to be the start of the heat. Opening number for Caroline Marks, upcoming. Pete?
Saw the event thread with the identifying what the judges want to see today, and kind of what I had mentioned earlier, you know, in regards to what they want to see is the criticalness, the thickness, the heaviness, the steepness, the hollowness of the wave, right? And those are going to be that extra energy type waves. Those are the ones that we saw Vahine find. That's where you're going to start to see those those scores elevate. You can pick up these smaller ones and, you know, maybe pick up a backup number, but you're not going to see excellent numbers come out of waves on the smaller side. You want to see them have a critical takeoff. They're actually analyzing the takeoffs as well, you know, criticals of the takeoff, the entry into the barrel, paying close attention to the degree of difficulty of the takeoff and how the surfer approaches the barrel. So you want it to be a little bit more challenging as you find your way into the barrel. Those late steep takeoffs are going to be what's going to get the big points.
I like when that came out as far as the criteria this morning from our tours and competition. Also, there was some definitive description of backhand no grabs will be rewarded higher. Double hand drags for the goofy foot will be rewarded higher. You know, so a real detailed list of the criteria to start this event from our judging panel.
Yeah, again, you start literally dissecting it there, the depth of the barrel ride and the amount of time in there as the depth is maintained, knifing the drop, you know, backhand no grabs, that's a degree of difficulty that's elevated, so they're recognizing that. Same thing for the forehanders, you know, being able to stall and use the handbrakes, which we've seen right there from that last heat.
I think it's important when we talk about knifing the drop in that that's about positioning, but just the lack of having to wait for a bottom turn and then pull into the barrel and go straight into the barrel, that has a higher degree of difficulty, correct?
For sure does, especially since you think about the, you know, knifing a barrel like that, generally the drop is going to be convex, you know, almost like those roller coasters where they go convex and you're looking down, you know, you got to be able to commit to it like that. And it's difficult, you know, because you have to load up and you have to position yourself when you're paddling for the waves at the very bottom of the wave. It feels like the wave's going to break on your back. And then all of a sudden you're in the perfect spot.
The Teahupo'o roller coaster. And we can break down the replay here of Caroline. This is a 1.83.
Yeah, and just 1.83. But again, you know, knifing it down the drop, yeah, smaller wave, but she sets this one up. And this is where the advantage of the goofy footers is to kind of line up these waves, which is kind of what we saw from Vahine, is being able to get these ones that are a little longer line, deeper on the reef, that will chase down the line to get, you know, just to get a mid-range score, to get warmed up.
Yeah, just some warm up. Sitting out here, we were talking about Teahupo'o, and the meaning of this word. We can break it down to 3 words. Te, the, ahu. Ahu can be an altar or a wall. Ahu, which is the same in Hawaiian and Tahitian. And then po'o. Po'o is the same in Hawaiian and Tahitian as well. It means a head or a skull. So te ahu po'o, the altar of skulls, the wall of skulls.
Could you go the big head?
Well, that's a nui. It's
okay.
big, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's kind of cool to break it down like that. And that's how simplified the Hawaiian language can be at times. It means, you know, several different things. In English, we just dissect everything in a weird way. We have names and different things for all sorts of the same words, whereas here, simplified. I love it.
Yeah, and it's cool. It's a cool study of linguistics and the similarity between Tahitian, Hawaiian, and the Maori language as we look at the Polynesian Triangle, actually. So.
Big time, you know, and again, you think about that, and that's why it's important to be able to recognize the way we say it, you know.
Yeah,
as English, we change it. We can change it to whatever. Oh, chopu, or you know, whatever. But ultimately, you know, the way that it was designed as a language should be how we should say it.
But I think it's fine to have a nickname, Chopes. You can call it Chopes.
Yeah,
I mean, we call pipe pipe. We don't necessarily have to say Eukai or Bonsai Pipeline every time. We can just say pipe. Oh. All we say right here is mai ta'iroa. Well done for Vahine Fierro. This is very good surfing that she displayed, and she's got to be feeling confident just because she had no challenge in that opening round.
No, she didn't. She was basically being able to find the waves she wanted it. She was able to position herself on the reef where she wanted to. You know, got the 2 best waves ultimately.
Vahine Fierro, she's number 6 on the Challenger Series, and that's how you qualify for the championship. That's the path to the championship tour. At the end of the year, we take the top 5 females. She's right below that cut line at number 6. But Peter, how good would it be to have Vahine on the championship tour?
She would translate into the championship tour with ease. Really,
right?
It doesn't feel like it'd be a hard adjustment for her, especially when you think about where we are at the beginning of the season at Pipeline. As we see, dropping in.
Steep drop for Caroline Marks. She's going to go 2 turns, holds onto the rail there on the Mayhem surfboard, and kicks out. So starting a little bit busy. The 1.83 the opener. She's going to do better with that, possibly on that second ride, but just getting reps out there with 27 minutes remaining.
Yeah, no, that was a pretty deep drop. I mean, it was a nice steep takeoff.
I think Strider's got something for us. Peter, what do you got, Strider?
Just the intensity of that wave and how it drew off the the reef, I mean, obviously that was one of those deeper interval waves that we've been waiting for. The other two surfers didn't even look at it, and then Caroline whipped it under, you know, that last priority and decided she just wanted to take the drop, and it was really fun to watch. You could see that she wanted it, whipped it, dropped it, and just like that feeling of, you know, she's after it right now, and that's the kind of the look in the eye of an athlete that you want to have out here surfing this wave, because the consequence and how heavy this wave is, you really have to win mentally before you get the physical, and she's got that.
Yeah, Caroline Marks going for it as we check out this replay slow motion. A little extended on that drop, but showed a ton of confidence.
Yeah, and you'd imagine that this morning's free surf would have been pretty crowded. Both the men and women were on the practice this morning, so being able to line yourself up on the reef, it's almost like this is the opportunity to get that extra confidence, which, you know, on those late drops like that, the one with the extra water, you know, they gave her a, 3.0 for that, and really, I think a lot of the number was because of the intense drop she had there.
Take a look from up above, and the flotilla, Tahitian Water Patrol on the Red Bull jet skis. We have a number of officials boats. We have spectators. We have our beach marshals out there. We have our interview boat. It's a unique thing. It's a unique setting here in the channel. Take a look here, Gerard DeFay, the surfer from Reunion Island, very accustomed to left-hand reef breaks.
Yeah, just a quick warm-up for Joanne there. You always talk about, you know, the first wave an event, you know, always nice to be able to wash it off and get ready and settle some nerves. That felt like what Joanne was doing right there in that one. Already been sitting around for a little while.
Yeah, 1.13 start for the surfer representing France, and a surfer that we will see competing here at the 2024 Summer Olympic Games.
Really cool to have a venue that, you know, it's not like there's going to be world-class waves in Paris, right? So ultimately, you could build one. You're right, absolutely, but there's not yet. So the decision being made to go, hey, let's go to one of our, you know, places that we have one of the best waves in the world,
one of our territories,
and go for it and apply the Olympics to this venue right here, and that's going to make this Olympic Games one of the most incredible for surfing ever.
And for viewers, you know, we're from the U.S., it's going to be in a great time zone as well to check out. View from above, you can see the shallow live reef here at the end of the road, which is very unique in that this is a living reef underneath you.
Yeah, and it makes it extra sharp, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know? And also those cuts are something you have to clean very, very well because of that.
As opposed to Pipeline, where it's more of a lava, older reef that's not as alive as here in Tahiti.
A little bit more up and down on that reef, though. Like, you know, there's holes, and, you know, crevasses here. Generally a little flatter. There's still some creases through here as well, but ultimately, yeah, the up and down virtue of the Pipeline reef makes it that much more challenging.
But ultra sharp, right? You put your feet down, you put your hands down over here, you're going to get cut.
Filleted. You get filleted, and then you're going to have to put some lime in your toes. Yeah. That's just my opinion of what you want to do. That's not medically what you need to do. But you see a lot of the locals, they'll do that. And it tries to kill out, as you see the underneath view. And that just goes to show that live reef. You know, I don't know how anything lives on that reef when the waves are pounding on this thing as hard as it is.
Peterson finds her first wave. And Lakey Peterson in an important heat in the context of if she wants to make that final five. Lakey Peterson to make her way to trestles to that WSL Rip Curl Finals. She needs to win this event, and Katie Simmers needs to fall short of the final. So this is a must-win situation every heat for Lakey Peterson. Here's her replay.
Yeah, taking off on a mid-size wave here, trying to get, again, those nerves settled quite a bit. You sit around for a while, and you see like a set wave that we saw right there that Caroline picked up, and you didn't go. All of a sudden, it starts to play a little mental games there. You want to be able to get in the mix, start getting waves under your belt. You always say it like cliche, but you know, feet in the wax. But there's a lot of truth to that. It does definitely settle you, even if it's not a great wave. Just be able to kind of ride, feel the energy.
Yeah, Settler, a 1.93 for Lakey Peterson. So Caroline Marks out in the lead and came out with a quick start. Made a big drop for that 3-point ride. Caroline with the lead and the priority at the 22-minute mark.
You know, and this is a great example of surfers going, okay, so I'm going to try and ride a wave here and get some turns done. the judges not going to reward it, you know,
Right.
especially if there's no intensity to the wave whatsoever. Look at that. I mean, she rode that wave to the channel, kicked out, had a couple turns on it, and only received a 1.93.
Didn't break a 2, yeah.
So whereas Caroline, the intensity of that drop, you know, just more of a mid-face car, but ultimately it takes a lot more guts, and that's what the judges are recognizing, that commitment to that drop. You're going to see, I mean, that's a full point higher. So even, you know, again, we're comparing 3s and 1.93s, but it just goes to show that just surfing a wave isn't going to get you any numbers. So ultimately, you gotta go big. You gotta drop in on those bigger ones.
Yeah, and a lot on the line. I mean, you win in this heat, you go straight to the quarterfinals. Caroline made the quarterfinals last year here. She'd want to do better than that, but she's in a commanding position at this moment. Talk about a commanding position and talk about just a dominant performance. Vahine Fierro went out there. She's going to be in the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Vahine. She's with Laura Enever.
Vahine, it's been a huge year for you on the Challenger Series in 6th place. The boys were just talking about on the webcast before. How good is it to be home? You were just saying that was actually one of your first surfs back out here.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be back home, like competing at home, sleeping in your own bed, eating mom's food. Like it's just like the best feeling. So yeah, I've been on the road and it's been like very successful lately for me, like qualifying for the Olympics and then with a 2nd place in the Challenger. So it's been kind of back to back, and coming back here I was just so happy. I was like, finally I get to, you know, compete at home and enjoy my family. So yeah.
Absolutely amazing. And you had a 3rd place here in the event last year. I know you want to go 2 spots further. How good would that be? I mean, you are the one to watch, getting the highest wave of the day so far. What do you find out here that you feel like the other girls can't? What's your advantage?
Yeah, I don't try to think too much about like winning and this and that, because, you know, like being present is so important, and trying your best like in the moment is kind of what I've been focusing on. And I have a great team around me with the French Federation, Jeremy Flores helping me out. And it's almost like a rehearsal, you know, for next year in the Olympics, and when I'm actually going to be in the CT, but also like I take it seriously and I want to win. So there's like a lot of things going on, but like enjoying, you know, my surfing, the people around me, like that's what keeps me going. So
Absolutely amazing. Well, we'll see you into the quarterfinals. You can have a bit of a rest back home, eat some more of Mama's food, and we'll see you soon.
Yes, I'm so happy to like one heat and then yeah, I'm already in the quarters, so that's great.
See you soon. Well done, Vahine.
Yeah, the story of a surfer trying to qualify for the championship tour. Vahine Fierro had a runner-up finish in Bolito. That was stop 3 of the Challenger Series, coming off a 17th place over there, Southside Huntington Beach Pier. That was stop 4 on the Challenger Series, but that's the adjustment, Peter. You have to come from Southside HB Pier, and that's your last surf, and then your next competition here at the end of the road.
And you would say that the practice sessions haven't been that easy, so almost to avoid them. You know, as a local, you don't really necessarily want to go out there and break boards. You know, you get pushed into waves when there's a lot of surfers in the water. You get pushed into waves you don't necessarily want to ride sometimes, just because you're like, oh, I've been sitting out for a little bit. So the practice sessions can be intense, especially the first couple days before an event starts.
I feel that's a similarity between here as well as Pipeline, in that you have these crowded sessions with really good charging surfers. And to your point, a lot of times you see, and anyone can be a victim of it, you get pushed into a wave that you shouldn't have, you should not have taken, but it's finally like, oh, you finally have a chance to get away, and the consequences are extreme.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And so ultimately, as a local like Vahine, who's been able to put herself down here now. I mean, she's from one of the outer islands, but ultimately now has found that being in Tahiti proper is the way to be, to really get the training needed. You get access to people that can help you to get better and better. And this reef here is a prime example of that. Now that we have the Olympics going to be happening there, and she's pretty much provisionally qualified, she's going to be a favorite. And so being here and dealing with that, having family around you, obviously. So she didn't have to practice. She went out there, found the best wave, and she looks like the one to beat.
Well, we'll see if Caroline Marks can hang on, Pete, to this lead. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, we'll have the conclusion of this heat. Men's opening round 2. They're coming up. Iago Dora, he's going to be in that Heat 1 opening round men.
Last year, I finished in 6th or 7th. It was rough to come up just shy of that top 5. You get close to world titles and winning, and that sometimes can force you to hold on a little bit too tight. I think the closer you are to it, the more challenging that becomes, just to still be able to relax and enjoy what you're doing. And then I guess in terms of just headspace, I just feel confident. I think I can win the world title this year, to be honest. I can't really say I've always felt that way going into it, the end of the year. I just think I can do it, and I believe in myself.
Caroline Marks here, our heat leader. A little pit ride there for the 21-year-old. Combos with a couple of turns. Caroline, that was a 1.9, so she slightly improved upon her 2-wave total category along with Peter Mel here. Opening round for the women. This is the final heat in that opening round, heat number 4. Caroline out in the lead.
Seems like that wind has moved around a little more to the southerly southeast angle, which again, what happens is that all of a sudden you have the reef chunk that's out there not protecting it as much, so you get these little 2-foot, 3-foot little wind chops coming across the face. Ultimately, the best ways you're going to try and choose are those ones that with the extra energy, because it'll actually smooth out the drop and the barrel will be there. But when you take those mid-size waves, like we just saw there from Caroline, it can be a little bit more challenging. I feel like that wave there, she was in a good position to get barreled, but then it felt like it was going to shut down on her. She kind of raced it and outran it, and I feel like a little bit of a lost opportunity there for Caroline. It did go into one of her top 2 waves, but it felt like almost that could have been, you could have been back a little further, would have been able to up that score quite a bit had she found the actual barrel time.
Yeah, reading the wave in the basically the stop and go, right? And out here, but it's really difficult because of the power of this wave, Peter, to stop once you get going.
For sure, and again, she's probably looking down the line going, oh, this thing's going to barrel, I'm going to set it up. You can see the extra energy coming from the channel, but then it just backs onto the reef, and it's, it ends up being further back on the reef than you thought, because it feels like it's going to shut down on you the whole time. You drop in on this wave, it feels like it's just going to swallow you up, but ultimately it slows up and it holds itself and it stays on the reef. So the extra time spending in the water here is going to be very, very helpful.
Isn't that the mental challenge out here, is to be able to take off behind?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a lot more than just that challenge too. But
yeah. Well, you make the drop, but I mean, I feel like once you get going, it's super hard to slow down.
It is, and I think the backhanders actually probably have the advantage in that kind of a situation because they're able to use their backside to slow things down. And you see a lot of those backhanders, the best backhanders out here, can manage that a lot better.
John DeFay with priority. And there's going to be just a couple handy turns on the backhand for DeFay. 3.77 is what she needs to take the lead, and with the lack of the barrel, it's doubtful that she's going to get that number. Let's go out to the lineup with Strider Wazalewski. Strider, what do you have?
Just a little note on Joanne DeFay. This morning, obviously, we were out here early for the call, checking out the waves. Packed. I mean, everybody out in the lineup trying to catch them. Joanne DeFay scooped a really great wave this morning. All the men, all the women out here, she came away with a really clean, guttering barrel all the way through this inside section. So she knows that feeling. She knows what wave to look for. It's just a challenge to find it at the moment.
All right, Strider. Yeah, Joanna wants to replicate that morning warm-up right now and take this heat, Pete.
It's so true, and I guess that's a big part of it, right? When you have a lineup that's that crowded and you're able to sneak one in, that's a big-time confidence booster for Joanne.
You use all that mana, all that juju first thing in the morning before you put your jersey on?
I would say that you don't take that into your mindset. Yeah, you don't want those negative thoughts. You're like, no, this is all good. Now I've clued in. I know what I want to see. It just hasn't happened yet for her. Still got 12 minutes.
Yeah, just at the 12-minute mark. And a board change, it looks like, for Joanne DeFay, her husband, on the lineup. And we have the, oh no, that's a coach, actually. I take that back. We have a system of in-water caddies here. So each surfer is allowed an in-water caddy. They have to stay into the channel. They can paddle slightly, not into the lineup, but they can do that board change. They cannot paddle further into the lineup to do any kind of verbal coaching.
Watching this replay here, Lakey Peterson, that was a nice hack, driving back into the pit. So utilizing that rail, commitment to the rail, that can help with scoring some extra points. But again, we're 2 maneuvers, so you would have to say that we have a great comparison, the 3-point ride there of Caroline Marks. Was there enough in those turns to kind of exceed that number? It doesn't need much in order to do that, to move into that number 1 spot. Basically a 3 would do it. You're talking about the caddies and the fact that, yeah, water caddies have to position themselves on the caddy buoy. There's an actual buoy that's marked out there as we watch this replay here. Again, this one ran the reef, so she was able to pick up the speed for that first section where she kind of rails it out, hits back to the pit, and this wave right on the inside section steepens up for her slightly, you know, but you don't expect this number to go too large. But a great comparison where Caroline Marks' 3-point ride, that's what they'll be looking at and go, hey, you know, is this enough to turn the heat? They're saying that the caddies cannot enter the lineup on a jet ski. The only time they can really ever, you know, have contact with the athlete is if they're changing boards. So again, you can say a couple words probably in that moment, but ultimately you just quickly change the board. That's all the caddies are there for, no coaching.
Taking a look at as we enter into the opening round heats for the women, we have Ian Gentile, Championship Tour rookie. And we'll see his first appearance here at the end of the road, Ian Gentile.
Call him a rookie, but I would say that it's not too big a deal.
What about this guy? The winningest surfer here in Tahiti, Kelly Slater, with 5 Tahitian titles. He's coming up in the opening round against Ian Gentile.
Safety first. He's got his PFD on there. Good job there, Kelly.
Yep.
Setting a good precedent.
And we'll also have Iago Dora out there, who's right on the line. When we look at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, number 5 on the leaderboard coming into this event. He wants to hang on to that spot and make his appearance at lower trestles.
One wave at a time, Iago, one wave at a time. You know, you think about what he was able to do last year, you go, yeah, I've got confidence. I can get an equal 3rd here. That's solid enough to keep me in that contention talk. So, yeah, I would say that his confidence is good and high. Especially with conditions like today, the goofy footers feels like to me have an advantage.
We're talking about the board change and the caddy out on the channel. For more on that, I'm going to the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, there was, you know, her coach in the water at the moment is here, a local guy, and he was just explaining that, you know, they switched the boards out because of the fact that it was all about the turns right now, and they've identified that there hasn't been enough barrels in this heat, and we're just going to have to go after the turns. And the board that she was on was more of a tube shooter, and now she's got a little bit more width on the board, a little bit more ease into the lip line, and be able to attack those turns harder.
Thanks for the intel there, Strider Wazalewski. As we see our heat leader, Caroline Marks, drops into this one. She's going to go to turns with a carve off the top. And a cut back through some jumbled water, looking to improve upon just a 1.9, getting multiple turns, running out of water on the inside where she kicks out, pretty much on the shelf.
Well, I feel like she's going to improve on that. Again, we know that turns aren't going to be gigantic, huge numbers, but ultimately, if the situation calls for it, set wave, you see that was that kind of more southeast angle. You know, you see how it kind of turns off the corner, pushes out to sea. It didn't have that extra energy, so it's not going to barrel. So ultimately, you go to turns. Beautiful arcs there. Those are a combination of major moves. Again, whips it back, gets a finish. So she's going to build. And 1.9, I would say that this is probably in comparison. We already saw the number in for Lakey, which was a 2.53 for maneuvers. So this will probably be in that same range. But it feels like an improvement for Caroline at 7.5 minutes. Smart.
Peterson here, and Lakey chasing the lead. She needs a 2.38 at the moment, but I think that need's going to increase when the last score for Caroline Marks drops here at the 7-minute mark. Again, Lakey Peterson in a must-win situation if she is to go to the elimination round and wants to keep her hopes of clinching a spot in that final 5. Here's a replay of Lakey.
Okay, a bit more of an intense drop. And so this one had a lot more energy. It was a lot more steeper takeoff there for Lakey. So good job there. I think that the judges will recognize that for the intensity. Didn't get the maneuvers, the quantity of maneuvers that we saw Caroline get. So this is the battle right now for this #1 spot, is between these surfers, Lakey and Caroline. And it looks like the edge is going to go to Caroline with the extra maneuvers.
Yeah, 3.33 for Caroline Marks checks in, and it was a really good adjustment for Caroline, recognizing, look at this, wave came through. I'm not gonna, you know, barrel hunt. I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to get some turns in there. Improves her to actually the best score that she's gotten so far in this heat. So now she's starting to pull away from both Joanne Defay and Lakey Peterson in this final 6 minutes.
Just strategically sound, you know, what she's able to do is realizing that it's a low-scoring affair. She's carrying a low number, needs to improve on it. There was a situation where she was going to go to turns, and she did it. She added 1.5 points almost to her scoreline, 1.43 extra, and every little incremental point is going to count, especially when you're looking at the time clock going down to 5:45 now.
Yeah, smart surfing, right? Smart surfing by Caroline Marks. We saw Caroline, you know, in that one-on-one interview, that little preview of that one-on-one interview, saying like, hey, people call me a veteran. I'm only 21 years old, but she is a veteran because she qualified so early, so young for this championship
and
tour.
She's getting extra reps. I mean, that's what vet means is, you know, having the extra reps in places that, you know, we haven't had tour stops here. You know, it's been a long time. We used to have tour stops here at Tahiti.
For the women.
But, yeah, for the women. And now that we're back, you know, it's only been a couple of years. So, again, adjustments for a surfer like Caroline Marks. She did not compete here. You know, she's now just going through her first few times here. She's able to, is very smart again, as a youngster, to be able to come here and do a free surf trip. And I think every single free surf trip you're able to get here and get swell is just going to be a feather in your cap, and it's going to make life a lot easier as you compete in this venue.
Yeah, previous to last year, 2022, the last time we had a women's competition here in Tahiti was 2006, Melanie Redmond-Carr winning that event.
Yeah, so you'd have to say that the only other surfer in this draw that was able to compete there would, maybe Steph? Not even Steph, right? She came in on. So it goes to show that this is a new venue for all of these surfers.
Yeah, it's a learning curve, right, for all of our women. Well, 4.5 minutes remaining. We talked about Lakey Peterson and what she needs to do. And here we go with Joanne Defay, however. Joanne, she's battling, kicks out the back of that. And a bit of a misfire for Joanne Defay. Hoping that there's not going to be a set coming through right now in the position she is paddling back out.
And we will see. I mean, there is some energy in the water, and there will be some sets, like 2 or 3 wave sets that we saw it this morning. We saw for, I was going to say, Molly Picklum. She had a heat where she's going to be draining a lot of water out of her head because she spent a lot of time in that zone, taking a few on the head and some pretty nasty wipeouts.
Utilizing a priority. Caroline on the go. Lip glide there. And the questionable if that's going to change the situation for Caroline Marks, but she will remain in the league. Lakey Peterson now with priority. We talked about Lakey and her mission here at stop number 10 on the championship tour. She needs to clinch a final 5 spot in Tahiti. She needs a win, and she needs Katie Simmers to be eliminated before that final. So must-win heats throughout this entire event for Lakey Peterson if she wants to have a chance at a world title.
You know what's kind of cool is that, you know, there isn't a loss that's going to happen here per se. I mean, yes, the win is everything. It gets you straight into the quarterfinals, which is exactly what she wants to do, no elimination round. But this is a situation where confidence can build in a big way, being that she only needs a 3.8.
Here she goes. And a priority error for Lakey Peterson, handing over that priority to Joanne Defay.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. You know, again, with enough time here that it doesn't take a huge number to turn this heat. And like if she were able to get that moment and feel like there's a little universe working with you, a little destiny on your side to be able to turn a heat like that in the last final minutes, that is always helpful for your confidence for sure.
I wonder what she saw in that wave.
Maybe it did. I mean, you know, looking at it right now in hindsight, yeah, it felt like she was going to go to turns. Again, 3.9 or 3.8 isn't a huge number. You know, a couple solid turns can get it turned for you. But ultimately, yeah, I feel like, you know, I mean, obviously she didn't get the score, so it's an error, right? We call it that. But maybe she saw that there was some opportunity there. A little bit bigger wave. But, yeah, it didn't work out.
And from the heats that we've called, it's evident that when we're talking about competition in Tahiti, there's a learning curve for all of our surfers. And they're learning right now with every heat, with every free session. And that gives a distinct advantage to the local wildcards in that they surf this wave all the time. So we're going to see how that plays out as we move through the draw here.
I mean, and we think about what our forecast has in hold for us. It's not like there's a slam dunk swell where we're going to be getting just some intense waves. And so, you know, you start thinking about who's going to have the advantage, and obviously the wildcards are going to be one because they get to surf here all the time and surf those, you know, less than stellar conditions more often.
Defay on this one needs a 4.5 point ride. She's always sharp on the backhand. Nice connectivity, and make it 3 in a row. Great connectivity, great flow. Was it enough for a 4.53?
Some of the best turns we've seen in this heat, but by the vibe I've been getting from these judges, maneuvers aren't necessarily enough. I don't think we're going to be seeing it go into that, but I could be wrong. We'll see, because it is a mid-sized wave, but it had some critical sections, especially this one here. Nice and steep section, able to whip in it. That board definitely looks way better for maneuvers. 2 turns back to back. We haven't seen a lot of that in this heat. We're able to get a little more tighter arc in a more intense section. So I would have to say benefits there, but does it turn the heat? I mean, that's really the question that the judges are asking there. For me, personally, I don't think it does, but we'll see what the judges think.
Fist bump there for Joanne Defay. Down to 20 seconds, still waiting for that score and to see if that changes the situation out in the water. Marks with the lead. Joanne on the paddle back out, waiting to hear from our on-site announcer. He's on the reef. There is Cedric on our judges tower. Numbers coming through here. And first judge, it's under. She needs a 4.53, remember. So 1 judge under. Again, the mark of 4.53, waiting for the remaining 4 judges. And they're sure taking their time.
Well, again, at the end of a heat, generally they're given that ability to have a little extra time. She liked the maneuvers, and I think the judges, recognizing that, it's you think about a 4, it's one of the higher numbers we've seen in this heat.
Still waiting. Hira right there giving Hira, her coach, local Tahitian legend, giving her a little download as we wait for those numbers.
In this moment, generally what's happening is that there's comparisons going down. You think about it, they're able to look at replay, they're able to see this, and at this point the heat's over, right? So the next heat hasn't started. They can actually take a good, very solid look at it.
Another judge under, Pete. So these remaining 3 judges need to be over the 4.53 mark to give Joanne Defay the score.
And it just feels like, there's one that's still under, so ultimately you feel the vibe.
It's under. Yep. 4.33, Joanne Defay. We're going to see her in the elimination round this afternoon, along with Lakey Peterson. Lakey in a must-win situation. Caroline Marks. She's moving on to the quarterfinals. We're moving on to a break, but stick around. When we return, Kelly Slater will be in the water in his opening round. Joe and Flick will talk you through that action.
This is an Outerknown flashback. Going back to 2014, a heat that is called maybe the best heat of all time. Semi-final, Kelly Slater versus John Florence at the top of their powers, battling it out in unbelievably perfect Teahupo'o.
Yeah, to prepare for this event, I actually went back and watched this, and it's just every time I watch it, I don't think I've ever seen a heat better. I mean, went back to a count back to actually get the win. Pete Mel, fellow commentator, was in the channel and delivered the news. Super entertaining, and just like, look at these waves, just so beautiful, so crystal clear. And Kelly and John just going head to head.
And then it was a tiebreak decision since Kelly had the 10 high single score. He made the final with Gabriel Medina that year. Medina ended up taking the win on a special season here at Teahupo'o as we look at Iago Dora, Ian Gentile, and Kelly in the first heat of the opening round for the men. So we completed 4 heats for the women, set up the elimination round, and now the men are hitting the lineup for their final stop of the season. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier, big wave charger, former CTer as well. Always a special moment when you get to talk about Kelly Slater, surfing anywhere on the planet, but especially a wave that's given him so much glory in his career.
Yeah, I feel so grateful just to sit here and call a heat, actually. Yeah, it's pretty special. I know that he's just flown a long way to be here. He was recently in Namibia, so we'll see how he goes in this opening round.
That's right. Well, during the break, Kelly got a jump start, grabbed his rail, got clamped, and started off with a 0.8. Gentile stepped on a wave 2, so priority with Dora as we take a look at just the up and down for the rookie on tour. So Ian with a great opportunity to take on Kelly here in fun conditions at Teahupo'o. We've seen a lot of turns in the early stages of the event today, but then we also saw the 7.5 from Vahine. So looking forward to seeing how this one's going to play out. Iago Dora, the high seed, as we're focusing on WSL Final 5 talk. He wants to try to hang on to that to compete for his first world title this year.
Yeah, Iago out there, he's really the one with sort of everything to lose right now. We're looking at a replay from Kelly's second wave. So straight up into the lip there, going to turns, kicks out there, and locked in that 0.8 and 1.07. So just small scores here to start, but we did see, like you said, Vahine, she got that sort of bigger, a little bit more throatier barrel, so they are out there. But yeah, Iago out there, the highest seed, currently sitting in number 5th spot, yet to clinch, and got a few contenders behind him that are ready to pounce on that spot.
Yes, some giant names, including Medina, John Florence, that are gunning for that position. And we'll see what happens. This is just the first heat. Speaking of Kelly, you think about all of his experience out here. This event popped up as a championship tour level event, and that's when Kelly started taking a break from the tour. He won world titles all the way through 98, and then 99, you know, he wasn't in this event. 2000, he still wasn't competing full-time on tour, but he really wanted a spot to compete at Teahupo'o, and he was able to get a wild card and went on to win the entire event. But if we focus on the opening round back then, some great names. Timmy Curran was in that opening round heat, and along with Taj Burrow. And Kelly ended up getting the win in that opening round and went on to a classic final with one of his best friends, Shane Dorian, who had a wild little agreement going on that was actually displayed at a junior title event on the northern beaches, where they took off on their first wave switch dance. They kept that tradition here at a wave like this. Their first wave, they went switch. Kelly ended up getting the win over Shane that day. But that was a fun, friendly rivalry that we really enjoyed back then.
Yeah, that's a great story, Joe. I haven't heard that. So, yeah, very, very cool moment, and cool to be on tour for so long with a mate that you can actually continue those traditions with.
You think maybe a wave like this, they would have been like, okay, let's not do that, this whole switch thing, but they're ready for it.
There's a lot of consequence at a wave like this, but seen a few people do it. We saw Callie do it a couple of times last year.
Oh my gosh, and Kelly was in the heat, the semifinal, where Kauli Voss comboed one of his heroes. Kelly last year, semifinal finish. 11-time world champion, 51 years of age. And when you really look at waves like this and also Pipeline, he's still a favorite to win. You know, and that's wild to say that. I think it's just fitting to call him not one of the, the greatest surfer of all time, but one of the greatest athletes of all time.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I think he is the greatest athlete of all time. With such a memorable win at Pipeline last year. He said it was actually probably his most memorable, and it meant the most to him, brought him to tears. super inspirational for so many surfers around the world. But I know just even that older generation, you know, just being so inspired by that, to see what Kelly's doing at the age he is now is absolutely incredible. And yeah, it's so inspiring.
2002, Kelly committed to the title race once again. So had a few years off, then came back fired up. There's a guy named Andy Irons that was starting to win, and he wanted to battle with him. So 2002, the opening round heat for Kelly, we had Pedersen Rosa and also Mick Fanning. Pedersen got the win, sent Kelly into round 2, got past Jake the Snake Patterson, ended up losing to fellow Floridian Shea Lopez that year. So you start feeling those up and down results. But gosh, so many highlights to speak of when it comes to Kelly, especially here in Tahiti. His more recent wins, you know, his last win at Pipe, his win before that, right here at Teahupo'o. So providing him some special moments. But you always wonder how he's going to prepare. Like you mentioned, Flick, 40 hours of travel time, getting in really late, and already right into the swing of things with the jersey. As we get a chance to catch up with winner of the last heat, Caroline Marks is with Laura.
Yes, Caroline, must feel good to get that first round win out of the way. You know, you've had a great result here last year, and you said you came back a few times in the off season. So do you feel that comfortableness, you know, prevailing out there?
Yeah, I think, you know, for me, definitely want to get more comfortable out there. And as you know, like Teahupo'o has so many different like faces. Like even earlier, there's a few nice barrels, and I really wanted to get barreled in my heat, and then it kind of just went to all turns, and you just kind of have to adapt. So yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna like completely figure this wave out. It's always a learning curve, but I definitely feel like I have gotten more comfortable since last year. So that's really exciting, and I love it here. And yeah, I really want to get barreled in that heat, but I'm super stoked to make it through. Sometimes like maybe the next heat will be really good, so that's exciting.
I mean, your year has been so strong already. You've clinched your spot into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. What are your goals coming into this event?
Yeah, I just want to put on a really good performance and get really good waves, and just kind of, I don't know, yeah, just have fun. It's nice to have lowers clinched, and I know the Olympics is on the line and all that, so that's really exciting. And yeah, I know the Olympics are here as well, so that'll be cool to, you know, hopefully get some good practice out here in a heat. It's nice to have like no one in the lineup with you and kind of have pick of any wave. So yeah, I'm just like always learning, which is like super fun. And but I really just want to put on a good performance.
And what's plans between now and the quarterfinals? Are you just going to sit out here and watch all day, or head back and go relax?
Probably head back. Definitely watch the men maybe from home and come out for some of the later heats. Yeah, definitely see what they're doing. They know it. They know how to do it best, a lot better than me. So learn from them and just kind of cruise and just live the Tahiti lifestyle.
Let's go. We'll see you soon, Caroline Marks.
Let's do this. Caroline's in a great place competitively after taking some time off last year. I was able to sit down with her recently. You guys will be able to watch a one-on-one series on WorldSurfLeague.com as she'll be competing for a world title in September, up and down with Gentile. But I love where she's at. Lowers has turned into now her new home break since she lives in San Clemente. And then just staying in the moment more here. She's really looking forward to getting barreled on her forehand.
Yeah, I like what she was saying, how she's put in some time. She's made an effort to come back, put in a couple of trips outside of the contest, and you can see it. She's hungry. The moment she gets a good wave, I think, you know, she made the most of that last heat. She just had to sort of adjust her strategy. You know, she was definitely out there looking for barrels. They weren't there, so adjusting that strategy and going to turns. But you can just see it in her eyes. She wants to get barreled. She wants to learn. She's got the willingness to learn there. So, yeah, she's looking forward to that next heat.
So many great stories in this event. I just can't get past the local names that could potentially sweep this event on the men's and women's side. You know, we haven't had that happen before. But with Vahine's performance that we already saw, and with those injuries we've had on tour from Italo to Ethan Ewing, now we've got some numbers on the men's side. You know, Kauli Voss is back, the guy who almost won the event last year. We've got Matahe Drolet and Mihimana Bray as well. Three huge names that have a lot of competitive experience, especially Mihimana and Kauli, as we look at a little cylinder welcoming Yago Dora into daylight with some nice turns, looking fresh, relaxed, giving us a lot on his opener. A 187 moves him to the top of the list. His best year to date, accomplishing his first championship tour win. He was able to do that in Brazil in front of his friends and family as we look at his opener again.
Yeah, nice little stall there just to really maximize that barrel time. Straight up into the lip, a little fade back, and really whips that board around for that third turn there. I just love the extension that he gets in his body. He's a little bit lankier than the other surfer, so he's just got so much compression and extension. Straight up into the lip, gets a little release on that second turn. And here's a nice view from the drone. So had both arms in the wall there, really trying to maximize that barrel time, and manages to get another 2 turns in there. So got to be the best wave of the heat so far with only a few small scores to start. So coming out, flick of the hair, straight up into the lip, fin release.
Love it. I love this guy. It's kind of, you know, comparable to Medina. Medina is obviously the favorite with what he's accomplished and multiple wins, multiple finals. But as far as adapting to waves big and small out here, I think Iago has similar strengths as we catch up with the Waz. Still enjoying his time in the channel.
We are, and you know what? I just wanted to jump in on Iago's intent, the way that he surfed that wave, the speed, the flare. Like, I felt like, we've been watching him kill it. You know, he's in a position to make it into the Rip Curl Final 5 there, and hold that position. But the way that he surfed just now in that wave was, you saw the intent of how serious he is about keeping that spot. Here he goes again, looking like he's going to get a nice little double up on the inside. He's in the tube. Is he coming through, guys?
We're not sure yet. As we watch now, live action, Iago Dora throwing down a big hack on the end section, and we'll see what Strider saw in just a moment as we're enjoying Iago's opening ride, the 3.5, which already got him into first. And it sounds like he found a double up to get right into action. You can get on a roll out here like that without priority and just kind of sneak little waves out that no one's watching. The goat attacking, backside hack off the top, throwing a vertical. Drops, lays back and recovers. Amazing flexibility at 51. The way he can bend is kind of out of the ordinary. He had this book that he released called Pipe Dreams. He wrote with a good friend of his, Jason Bort, back in the day. There's a picture of him like folding his body in half in different positions. And so those recoveries, you're going, oh yeah, he can bend like no one else can. It might be a little disruption of flow from the panel, but great recovery there. And this is what Strider saw in the barrel with Iago Dora.
Yeah, nice little barrel there, straight into that layback jam in the pocket, and kind of got that on the way back out. Must have also been under priority. The other guys let it go. Double arm drag there. Slowing down, maximizing that barrel time again. Little hair flick. And absolutely jamming that in the pocket. Throwing a lot of spray. Out the back, Kelly's replay. Nice carve there. Straight back up into the lip. And layback, nice recovery. My knees don't like looking at that.
Yeah, that looked hard.
I did. Hard on the joints.
I'm sure the judges wanted to see him ride out with more control, but talk about a dramatic recovery.
Yeah. Wow. Cat-like reflexes there.
Gosh, he's been doing that a long time. He's actually done that move in the barrel out here in that heat against Bruce Irons, where Bruce had him comboed, and Kelly describes that moment as just letting go. Just, hey, whatever happens, happens, and letting go for him meant falling out of the sky, laying back inside the pit, and getting blown out, and then everything changed. Went on to another victory out here.
Yeah, what an incredible comeback. Just insane.
So a couple of numbers to talk about. Last Adora, the barrel that he just had, second wave, 4.33. Kelly, on his last, the recovery, 2.67. And Gentile needs a 6.33. Ian up on this wave, the rookie on tour, pulls in for a moment there. It clamps on him, but still has the momentum to make the barrel, but falls on the finish. He always made sense that Gentile would love waves like this. He got here nice and early. Got a crazy barrel. Already posted it on his Instagram going, okay, this all feels good. You know, this would be the reward for a guy like Ian. to be a rookie on tour than to have priority at Teahupo'o. As we got Dora, picks up that rail, the Mayhem. Makes it out without a problem. Wrapping cut back and kicks out. 3 great decisions in a row for world number 5.
Yeah, I really like that. I think I've got to echo what Strider said. I think you can really see that he's surfing, Iago's surfing with intent. He looks like he knows he's fighting for his spot. He wants to stay in that 5th position or 4th. We don't know just yet, depending on what happens with Zhao.
Such a good point. Seeding has not been established yet for the final 5 as we look at Gentile's last.
Yeah, he tucks in under the rail, gets a little bit caught as he's coming out of the barrel there, and then he loses his footing. Front foot just kind of coming off, but Iago utilizing that priority, and for me, that's the best barrel I've seen so far of the event, followed by a beautiful turn. So yeah, really like it. Here we go. We look at the replay from a different angle here. Nice down the line pump. You can see that both hands are touching the side of the face of the wave. Comes out, clean exit, and laying the board on rail there. Beautiful technique, looking really in control.
Loving Iago's approach. Feels like a good day to be a goofy footer out there today. Just the size of the waves we have for opening day. You can make really cool decisions. You can kind of go a little bit deeper up the reef and drive through barrels, and Iago's been perfect representing the goofies in this matchup. Kelly with priority in 2nd. Gentile down to 3rd, needing an 8-1-0 to catch up to Dora. Much more to come here in the opening round. Heat number 1 here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. We'll be right back.
I think last season was the most important of my life. My mind has changed so much since the injury. I started to look with different eyes and my surfing got better. I don't fear anyone. I love competing against the big guys. Gabriel, John, Felipe, Italo. It would be amazing to have the chance to fight against them for a title.
Iago Dora is not afraid of the big names, and let's break down these scenarios. Remember, he's number 5 in the world. If Iago wins the event, we'll guarantee to see him at lower trestles competing for a world title. If he reaches the final, he needs Chianca out of the event in the elimination round, and also hoping that Medina is not winning the event. If Dora moves to the semifinals and gets knocked out there, he needs both of these situations to happen. Medina not in the final, and having Florence and Robinson not winning the event. If Dora finishes in the quarterfinals, all of these situations have to happen. Medina can't be in the semis, Florence and Robinson can't be in the final, and Fioravanti does not win the event. So right now he's number 5 in the world. He knows if he can win, he can just do it himself and not worry about all these other big names, as we'll get caught up with what he did during the break flick.
Absolutely loved that first turn. I loved how he drifted the tail there. Oh, gets a third turn there with a little bit of an airdrop.
Number 5 in the world. What are your highlights from watching Iago compete this season?
For me, it's just got to be his win. At home in Brazil, it's an easy one for me. I think that obviously winning in front of a home crowd that's so passionate about surfing has got to be a great feeling. But I love that contenders piece. I loved how serious he was. I loved how he said he's not afraid. He's not scared. Not afraid of the big names. He wants to surf against them. And super inspiring. But to me right now, he looks like he's on fire. He looks like he's glued to his board. He's surfing with intent. Everything's looking silky smooth. I'm liking it.
Yeah, there's something we always talk about, rhythm in surfing. Talk about rhythm when you see Strider on the dance floor as well. Waz, so what about the rhythm of Iago Dora right now?
You know, he's got it. You know, we saw it on that first wave. We were talking about his intent and what he looked like, how he was surfing. He looked like he wanted that, you know, to stay in that position, to make it into the final 5 and go for a world title. And looked over at his dad here, Leandro, who's out here in the channel, who's also his coach. And I said, what did you feed him this morning? And we you know, he said that we fed him intensity. And that's what you can see as he's surfing. I mean, it's so beautiful to watch somebody and the way that they feel and look. But he's absolutely just as cool as a cucumber paddling by. So he's turning it up right when he needs to. And that's something that, you know, we all know that, you know, in these heats, you have to find that rhythm and you have to be in that energy zone. But when you have the wave, you got to execute. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Little bowl of intensity in the morning. I like that. Coming to grocery stores near you.
God,
you can surf like Dora.
Give me a bowl of intensity, please.
Gosh, I love that. But that is just having a guy like Leandro Dora as a father, surf trainer, surf coach from day one, which helped Iago be in the right place when he decided to be competitive in his career. Wrapping turn for world number 5. Just some busy work that he's enjoying underneath priority. Nothing affecting his top 2 at the moment, but still out in front. Gentile's gonna hold back and try to keep his position out of the lineup. Yeah, Iago is in such a special place. I think we used to talk about this free surfer type profile that he had, and I suppose that really goes to his really younger years when you think about him playing soccer, doing other things. But he did start competing in the junior series. He just didn't really have any major wins as we look at his last wave.
Yeah, just trying to stay busy, I think, and keep the rhythm going like we've been talking about. Under priority, take that wave, paddle back out, maybe apply a little bit more pressure, get the other guys thinking, oh, what's he doing? Do I need to be doing that? Maybe getting in their heads a little bit. But it's not out of reach for Kelly or Ian. Can do it in one wave, break it down and do it in 2.
It's certainly true. A lot can happen in 9:45 on the clock with the GOAT out there, and also Gentile, who's had a stellar rookie year, especially since the back half after making the cut, all the stress that comes with that. His performance in El Salvador was kind of this breakthrough moment. He was throwing down huge alley-oops. Looked great at Jeffreys Bay. Got past to Griffin Colapinto, and he's been having some real key heat wins against the top 5. And I guess the cool part about that contenders piece that we saw from Dora, he mentioned big names like John and Gabriel. That piece was recorded at the start of the season. And look who's behind him on the rankings. It's Gabriel Medina and John Florence fighting for his spot. He must have just willed that to happen. Manifestation to have a battle with those names. Late takeoff and pulls up and under. Kelly Slater getting technical. Flies out of the barrel. Big wrap, but he'll fall down. You saw the bump on the face of the wind and the turbulence, but the hard work was done on the takeoff. Kelly Slater doing GOAT things, Waz.
He's looking pretty. He's asking me if that was the best one of the heat. I don't know. He just was wondering if that was the best one of the heat. I think Iago's might have been better. What do you guys think?
I think the technicality of the drop was pretty rad for Kelly. But yeah, Iago did get a turn to follow on the combination. But Strider, I mean, Kelly came in late from Namibia. This is impressive to see him throw himself into this one.
Yeah, but you know what? Kelly does Kelly things, and I feel like when he comes to Tahiti, he feels so at home and comfortable. We talked about the local surfers and growing up on these reefs and how you know comfortable they look out here. I feel like he spent that much time out here on these reefs where he just feels comfort in Tahiti. You know, on his way here, we were talking about the fact that the forecast, you know, looks like mid-range, and he still had that look of I can win this thing, and that's something that, you know, is dangerous. So I feel like, you know, Kelly Slater showing up here even after a 40-hour trip is still ready to go at Tahiti.
That's right. As he pulls up and under, that was the most technical barrel ride we've seen of this matchup, Flick.
For sure. You can see it in the replays, but he grabs his rail, such a late drop, goes straight to the bottom and then pulls the rail up and ends up so high in the barrel and comes flying out. The degree of difficulty was super high. It was a shorter barrel compared to Iago's and maybe not as clean an exit, but definitely more of a throatier wave, like thicker lip and a bit more of a nuggety wave. But here we go, scores are coming through.
Yeah, it looks like the judges are feeling what Kelly was hoping for. The best number of the matchup comes through at a 6.67. So even though he fell on the turn, they loved how technical, how risky that takeoff was. One thing Kelly does, big or small, especially backhand, which is impressive, he can move around so much inside the barrel. He can go high, and the foam ball will miss him, because the foam ball technically, you know, traditionally goes real low under your board, and he can miss it, go high, and then come out. So it's great to see Kelly doing what he loves the most, getting shacked here in Tahiti. 6.67 puts him into second. As we watch Gentile control wild takeoff, puts himself behind the section, and he still has a strong stance to ride away and get the completion.
Did a little disappearing act. Didn't think he was going to come out, and then all of a sudden he broke through the foam. But yeah, I loved Kelly's wave. I thought it was super technical. I loved the way he dropped straight to the bottom, then ripped the rail up and went so high in the barrel. Yeah, it was great to watch that, but looking forward to having another look at this replay of Ian's last wave. So grabbing the wet rail right from the start, then gets a little bit crunched by the piece of foam, but ends up muscling his way out of there and kind of hanging onto it. Grabs the rail from the beginning. You can see there it kind of crunches straight on top of him, but does his best to kind of wrestle the ball and come out.
Love how he controlled that, set his rail, then kind of put his head down. Not the biggest section, but well done just to make it. Look, that wave's not trying to help him come out. Just a strong stance, hung on to his rail as long as he could.
Even that leg back there, like, how did he come back up from that? He almost went down to a one-legged squat.
He certainly did, and what a time for Ian to be competing on the road when I'm sure everything in his mind and his heart is back home on his island of Maui, as the WSL is feeling for everybody affected from the fires in Lahaina and supports all the causes to rebuild and really be there for a lot of people that lost a lot, as we'll get back to that in a moment. Iago Dora pulling into this one that's still draining. Great wave selection. Nice bowling section for the wrap and hops out. Decision making has been unbelievable for Dora. He looks like a true veteran these days on tour.
Yeah, great decision making and great wave selection. Great little use of priority there. It was a really long traveler. Like, here we go. Look at the replay here, but he was in this one for a long time. Couple of little micro adjustments done throughout the barrel. Comes flying out, lays the board on rail. But he had quite a lot of vision there. It was quite a lot of tube time. So you can see here, a couple of little micro adjustments, staying really nice and low and compressed, making sure he gets the clean exit, comes out. She's looking really sure-footed. Yeah.
Really is. This is just that cool size. You remember Bobby Martinez, Freddie P would just own this lineup. Dora loving it on his forehand this morning.
Yeah, he is. Like that last wave. I'm interested to see where the judges go with that. So nowhere near as throaty a barrel as what Kelly had. Maybe not quite as technical. So it's going to be interesting to see where the scores go and how they compare those two waves.
As we get back to the story in Lahaina, Maui, we're just absolutely devastated to see what everyone's been going through there. I mean, just going from Eli Hanneman winning the U.S. Open and then realizing that his home was gone was just so hard to really even listen to. The story of devastation. There's a lot of people that are doing great things over there. Paia Fish Market is really helping a lot with the efforts. You can check them out on their Instagram, and also check out Lahaina-Fire-Relief on Venmo and show your support. A lot of people like Kai Lenny, people you're familiar with, are really posting a lot on their social media. As we look at a late takeoff for Kelly. Pulls into the first section, trying to really burn some speed off to get the most out of the tube. But showing him that he's showing the world that he's still got it when it comes to backhand tube riding and just burning speed. Can wipe it off on demand. It's like body surfing in a way where he can put his whole body into the wave to maximize the tube time. A 3.16 or better gets him out front, but actually we're still waiting for a score from Iago as well.
Yeah, waiting for that score. Last wave of Iago. Here we go. Have a look at the replay of Kelly. It's a really tricky one to read there, and he did his best to maximize his barrel time. It was really small. It's a smaller wave, a little bit of a shorter barrel. Delays the takeoff there a little bit. Gets up underneath that one. So, I mean, we've just had Iago's last wave lock in, and it was a 5-point ride, so see where the judges go with this one of Kelly's. Doing everything that he can to really maximize that barrel time.
I just love how he can change gears on demand, where he's not just hanging on and hoping. He got to slide the tail out a little bit more before the exit. And we'll see if he can do enough to take the lead. Last of Iago did improve, a 5 on that last wave. Kelly, score comes in and it's not going to be enough. So Slater still needs a 3.83, and this is what Gentile just did.
Yeah, Gentile out the back, grabs the rail, comes flying out of that one. That was a cleaner exit than last time. Backs it up with a bit of a carving cut back there. So I like that one of Ian's. I think better than his last, possibly. We'll see.
I feel you, Flick. Yeah, he's definitely moving the right direction. A rookie on tour, chasing a 6.97 to skip the elimination round. Priority is with Iago Dora. He takes this wave, slams on the brakes, has to adjust, and he'll end up just kicking out.
You wonder if that was a good sell by Kelly.
I think it was a great sell.
Yeah. Put his salesman hat on and sold that one to Iago.
And so now Kelly will have priority and just giving himself a shot. That's what Kelly's been so good at his entire career. Understands the time, just knows if he has priority, that could make the difference. His last wave just in the 2 range for Kelly. And we're into the countdown. Slater's going to make a move here. Can he get up in time? Looks like he might have been a little bit late. We'll get official confirmation in a moment. He'll surf it like it counts, and it's not going to matter. Not much there for Kelly. Last of Ian Gentile comes in at a 5.53. Not enough, and looking like Iago Dora will be able to skip into the round of 16.
He is keeping that dream alive, isn't he?
Number 5 in the world right now, looking to compete for his first world title this September. Checks the box for a heat win in the opening round and continues to move on to another day here in Tahiti. We'll take a quick break. Heat number 2 coming up next, so we'll bring in Chief of Sport Jesse Miley Dyer for the call.
Last of blue was a 5.53. Next eight will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this just the start of the issue of the opening round of the men for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro 2023. Red is from Brazil, Joe Chanca. Blue from South Africa, Jody Smith. And white from Tahiti and France, Kaolivas, just remind you, 35 minutes. Voilà donc à l'instant début de la série qui oppose en blanc Kaolivas à Jordi Smith, le Sud-Africain en bleu, et Joao Chanka, le Brésilien en rouge. Je vous rappelle, c'est le 35 minutes.
Welcome back to opening day. Heat number 2, just getting started. Joao Chianca having the best year of his life on tour. Current number 4 in the world, taking on Jordy Smith, a longtime veteran, second oldest on the championship tours. Provided some big highlights and some wild wipeouts of in his career. And also Kaolivas, wildcard call-up for the second consecutive season, as he finished runner-up to Miguel Pupo last year on his home break. Thanks for enjoying the opening day with us. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Chief of Sport, Jesse Miley-Dyer. Thanks for coming in.
Of course, thanks for having me.
Wow, we've been talking about the last event of the season, well, forever. We like to really jump ahead and talk about what the drama would be like, but we are finally here. Olympic qualification, WSL Final 5, and then at a wave like this. What a special moment for us.
Yeah. I mean, man, the stakes really do seem like they couldn't be higher. To be here in Tahiti as well and to have all of that on the line in the Olympic venue, you know, to be provisionally qualifying Olympians and for us to be setting the WSL Final 5 here, it's pretty special. It's going to be a big week for us.
Massive week. I saw your post the other day. Your first trip back since 2006, is that right?
It is. It's my first trip back. I missed it last year and yeah, I mean, 2006 was the last year previous to that the women had competed and I was a rookie, so haven't been here for a really long time and I'm stoked to be back. It's been too long.
You know, the Heat Analyzer has come a long way as far as us remembering great highlights in recent years, but Jess, can you tell us some great memories about one competing out here at the time, and who were some of your heroes that you got to see compete in this venue?
I mean, I was really lucky. I was coached by Kate Wilcombs, who's now at Surfing Australia, and you know she'd won this event multiple times. Steph Gilmore and I both were coached by her, so she was always the hero for me. But you know, I did a few trips here. I got to stay with Moana David one year, and you know, for him to be running our water safety team, it's kind of cool. It feels a bit like a reunion. But yeah, I don't think I probably was really making some of those, you know, heat highlights. I didn't do that great in the event, but I always loved this wave for sure.
Thanks for joining us for the call. We'll just break this one down real quick. Joao Chianca, Jordy Smith, Kaolivas, also hoping for kind of a repeat scenario heading to the final for Kaoli. All the locals want him to go all the way to a win. We've had wild card victories, but it would be a first to have a Tahitian go all the way. Can it happen this year, Flick?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, he knows every inch of this reef like the back of his hand. So he just wants to go one better. There's no doubt. With the surfing we saw last year, taking off switch, changing in the barrel, coming out, it was like he was playing with it.
So true. Then you look at Jordy Smith, you know, who came on the tour and he was famous for high performance, progression, amazing in point breaks, winning J-Bay early, but then he started putting into time at Pipeline and at this wave. There was one image of Jordy in his career where he was literally standing on dry reef and a wave that we'd call a toe set was coming in right on top of him. At that time, he said that was not only the worst wipeout he's had on tour, but the worst wipeout of his life. Just so much fear that he had to get past. And since then, though, he's turned that into a positive, and his best results here in Tahiti have come really in recent times.
For sure. I think back even to other waves of consequence like Pipeline, he's had some amazing performances out there as well. So cool to see him back here and competing and in this heat with Joao and Cali. I think it's going to be a stacked one. Joao obviously looking to secure his seeding as well, and Cali, local wildcard, It's going to be a cracker.
Now with 29.5 to go, still hanging out with Chief of Sport, Jesse Miley Dyer. As we're seeing if we will get a start to this heat, they're starting to really try to position themselves. Probably looking at where Vost is going, being the true local in this lineup. And we will get going here. The big man, Jordy Smith, puts his head down, gets the exit on a quick tube ride. Now winding up for a backhand jam. Hits it now into a little carving section, and he'll start off with the lead. So Jordy doing a good job to get on the board and using the barrel as well. That was a nice flick.
Yeah, really nicely done. I liked different variation there. Big man getting into that little barrel at the start.
Yeah,
Mixing
his
it up.
technique's great. I love how he can get really low, and then obviously his backhand turns are unbelievable. He's always had a lot of variety when it comes to performing backhand, and obviously turned in one of the best airs done in a free surf back in the day on a boat trip in the Mentawais, where it turned out to be one of the highest airs in the rodeo flip fashion. As we look back at his start here, what'd you see?
Yeah, nice little cover up to begin. Followed it up with a nice snap underneath the lip. Kind of got engulfed by the foam here. We're looking at the barrel at the start of the wave. Comes flying out there, drives around this section, and that little turn there, super funky. I liked it. Pulled the turn a bit early, snap under the lip, and backing up with a nice little carve. So good wave to get the feet in the wax, feel the board out. Looks like maybe a little bit of a paddle. Guys looking at it.
Yeah, it's interesting, Jess, on this size, you know, when you're looking at, as a competitor, going, do I switch to turns and get through my heat? Knowing that the barrel's always out there to really separate the scale. The judges love seeing deep barrel rides, but you have to be ready to adapt and go to turns if you have to.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see here, we've got Joao going to turns, and you know, I hate to use the words building a house, but you know, I think that you start to see the strategy start, you know, playing into these heats. You know, you need to get some points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that term has been around for a long time, you know, building house, and for a reason. A lot of coaches use it. The idea is you start building. You're building on your scores, you build your foundation. Also, you can build your rhythm. Right now, Joao Chianca winding up for some big hacks off the top flick.
Yeah, nice two turns, and that last one there was done over such shallow reef. So I did well to stick them. Nice little icebreaker. See what the judges have to say about it.
I enjoyed it. Scores coming in quickly, but it's time to catch up with world number 5. Iago Dora is with Laura Enevert.
Iago, super important first round win here today at Tahiti. You know, it's been a big morning so far. You were out here bright and early. What were you looking for out there to, you know, take Kelly and Ian?
Yeah, I knew you just had to find the right waves. It's a tricky lineup. The wind's kind of crushing the barrel a little bit, so you have to find those ones that double up. And I was looking for those. It took me like 12 minutes to get my first wave, but I started with 3.5, but that was still the best wave of the heat until that moment. So I say it was a good start, and then I just had a nice rhythm after that, and Kelly came back with a nice wave, but I knew he needed a low score, so I had to block him on that last chance, hoping there was not another one in the back, and yeah, one of those heats.
And this might be one of the most important events of your career, you know, in the final, looking forward to the final 5, in 5th at the moment. Is that in your mind at all? Are you looking at the scenarios, or are you just trying to ignore it all and do the surfing?
Yeah, of course, I'm trying to ignore it, but it's impossible. It always comes into my mind, but I enjoy it. I think the pressure makes it fun, so I'm really trying to live this moment to the fullest and do my best.
Amazing. Well, into the next round of 16. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Iago Dora looking really comfortable in that last heat. I mean, that featured Kelly Slater and Ian Gentile, so that definitely says something about his momentum. Got a lot of barrel rides, 10.5 total as we catch up to Jordy's wave flick.
Yeah, nice lip line floater there. Really clearing a lot of ground, but just kind of gets stuck up there on that second turn. Not really sure if it will factor in, but we get another look at this angle here, but you get to see he throws the board up on the lip, covers a bit of ground, but just gets a bit stuck there, so he'll be out the back. Probably trying to improve on that.
Jordy Smith just loving his longevity on tour. Being in the title race, basically since he qualified, is one of the biggest rookie profiles we've had Also competing well at lower trestles. When it was a regular season event, he actually bought a house there at the time just to focus on a wave like that, which was just all about high performance. Then he bought a property over on the north shore of Oahu because he realized that was the biggest thing he wanted to work on, was performing at Pipeline. So I'm still seeing so much joy in learning the craft for a guy like Jordy Smith, which really says a lot because he's seen a lot of different generations kind of come and go since he's been on tour. Thanks for being with us. Our Chief of Sport, Jessie Miley-Dyer, doing so many great things with pro surfing since she moved on from being a competitor. And we're looking at Joao Chianca, 4th in the world. We can't stop thinking about the WSL Final 5. And it was really unfortunate the other day for Ethan Ewing when he ended up breaking his back, fracturing that lumbar part of his back. We saw the wave that he posted, and he was devastated, but really thankful that he had resources to get him to the hospital. Thing is, we know that he was just destined to be back to compete for a world title this September. It's kind of brought up a lot of conversation, Jess, on what does the rule book say? You know, if, you know, just to note, Ethan hasn't withdrawn from the Rip Curl WSL Finals yet, but say any surfer has to withdraw, what's the rule on a potential replacement, or would that not happen?
Yeah, you're right. It is a big topic of conversation in the surf world right now, and the rule book very clearly states that there would be no replacement. It's the top 5 surfers in the world who have, you know, earned the right to compete for that world title. And so, you know, if Ethan does withdraw, then we would not be replacing him at the WSL Finals.
There we go. And so how would that move forward with the event? Would that then just be, we'd have 4 surfers and go into a title showdown?
We would have the 4. And, you know, it is, like you say, you know, Ethan hasn't withdrawn, and the most important thing for him right now is just to focus on, you know, getting better and his recovery, and he's going to need to, you know, make the best decision for him. But, you know, for us, we won't be replacing him, and, you know, we hope to maybe see him, and we'll have to wait and see.
Speedy recovery, Ethan Ewing. We're wishing you the best. Tough one to do because he's there's a tough one to think about because he's had such a brilliant year, Felicity, and just watching him perform, making finals in Brazil, showing up at J-Bay looking incredible again. Like, the man has just given us so much to talk about, winning bells earlier this season. So I think main thing we want to focus on is that Ethan gets back to 100%.
Oh, for sure. Here we go. We got some live action. Ciao.
He's trying to slow down a small wave that's clamping. Doesn't really let Chianca in, and he's got to get out of there. Jordy, a 3 and a 177. And Kauli Vost is just quiet right now, which feels a little dangerous. He's the local who made the final last season, but he's definitely waiting for something special, Jess. Like locals all around the world, they just know when to go and know when to hold back.
For sure. You know, there's something to be said about surfing in your home break and knowing exactly where to sit. You know, we saw Vahine get, you know, a couple of really good waves, and you can just always tell someone who not only knows the lineup, but is also really comfortable in it.
As you got to kick off your morning the other day with the rising tides, Jess.
Yes.
It's such a special series. But how about this one at Teahupo'o?
I mean, this is almost my favorite rising tides, I think, because, you know, we have all of these fierce young girls coming up and, you know, taking on this wave and getting to surf it with their heroes. And now they have, you know, Island and Vahine as well to cheer on. They are, you know, it's all of that young next generation that really inspire me to, you know, continue to, you know, do everything we can for pro surfing and to have the tour in the place that it's going to be, because it's going to be amazing to watch them continue to, you know, really nail it out here.
Oh, so cool. What a great program. Rising Tides is able to host the next generation, and a lot of young local women out here showing that they're already prepared to pull into big barrels over the shallow reef, as we've got Chianca stepping on the gas, little lunge in the pit, but it's a small one again. And world number 4 goes down. So small scores at the moment, as we still have plenty of time to go in heat number 2. Can't thank our Chief of Sport enough, Jessie Miley-Dyer, for joining us. Thanks for hanging out and giving us all the updates that we need heading to the ending of the season.
Of course, thank you for having me.
Action continues here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Jordy Smith out front, Chianca in second, but the wild card hasn't caught a wave yet. Wait to see what Kauli's going to do right after this.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps it. Time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
So excited for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, all starting September 8th. If Chianca wants to be there, he can make it official if he wins this heat or wins his heat in the elimination round. If he's in the round of 16, Chianca will be competing for his first world title. If he's knocked out in the elimination round, he's got to hope that Dora's not in the final. He's got to hope Medina doesn't win the event. And he also has to hope that John doesn't come up with a win. So some big names that have been in finals, or like Medina has won twice in 5 finals. So for Chianca, he's got to settle down and try to make it happen. These reseeds are kind of wild because he's got Cowley Voss right now. And it's not going to get any easier in the elimination round.
Oh, that's for sure. He's definitely going to be wanting to reach that round of 16 or make it through that elimination round. You don't want to be leaving it to chance and waiting and watching your fate unfold while Medina or John play it out. Here's a little replay as we watch Jordy.
Look at this. Section landing at him. He ends up somehow holding on to his stance. Nice hollow pit, and right there, a lot of people would have went down, but Jordy Smith makes it.
Absolutely muscled his way out of this one. Nice little drone angle here. You see he just stands up tall, and that lip was no match for Jordy.
Essentially a closeout as you see him pull in and got to his feet when he was already under the hood. So getting the make was important for Jordy Smith. And he was able to just outrun the lip that was coming right at him. Jordy now trying to strengthen his lead. He's out of the world title race this year. But what a dangerous spoiler role he could play for Joao Chianca. And we know Chianca, we've seen him in heats, but he's also told us that he's an emotional type of athlete. You always know how he feels. He just got this way, Flick.
Yeah, straight up into the lip. Didn't even drop to the bottom on that first turn. Backs it up with the second one and finishes for the third. So 3 quick turns here. You can see how he didn't quite drop to the bottom there. He just went straight up into the lip, hits that little bit of foam that's available to him, drives again off the bottom, and carves back around, bringing it back down, little reset, and straight up into that lip there, releases the fins, and pretty much landing on dry reef.
Right there's barely any water where he's riding away. Just acting like he's surfing over a beach break. He was very comfortable out here. And this place has given him a lot of love, even in some big conditions. When he was going through the heartbreak of falling off tour in his rookie season, his big brother invited him on a surf trip here when it was pumping. It was exactly what he needed. As we see Chianca make a wave. So going to turns without priority, finds something to pull into. Previous of Jordy Smith, the make and the closeout, 6.33, so they're able to separate the scale a bit there. So Chianca chasing a 6.01 now.
Yeah, that 6.33 just really separated them all. Jordy flies up into the lead. But yeah, Joao's story I really like. Similar story to Molly Picklum. You know, he didn't make the cut last year, fell off tour, had to requalify through the Challenger Series. Just looking at the replay of Joao's last wave there. Riding on the foam ball, you'll see he grabs the rail and tries to maximize his barrel time, ducks his head underneath the lip. He's right on that foam ball there. You can see the back of the board kind of losing traction as the fins get caught up in that foam ball. And he just sneaks out underneath that lip there, so he's pretty skilled.
Oh, from that angle there, you can see why people always talk about the wave going below sea level.
Yeah.
It's crazy how much water sucks off the reef to make it even shallower. So he did a great job to hang on. Very important event for Chianca. Yeah, Joao getting here on a surf trip with his big brother, who happens to be one of the biggest big wave chargers in the world. and they're just going barrel for barrel. And for a moment, he was able to forget about everything that he was going through, missing the tour, falling off. That was the last thing on his mind. He was in survival mode, surfing some big conditions, but he performed so well. And I think that's why he got a lot of love from the fans when he came on tour, and they could see he wanted to charge a big pipeline, that he basically had all the strengths to become a world champion.
Oh, for sure. And he came back with a vengeance. Similar situation to Molly. And the beginning of the year, they were both sitting in the world #1 seat. Here we go, live action.
And just getting clipped there on the start was Jordy Smith. So Smith, 0.83, is he still picking up his board. Chianca digs in again, not getting barreled, so he'll hop out of there to try to hang on to second priority. And meanwhile, Callie Voss is just hanging out.
I think it's a scary feeling when the local wildcard is just sitting waiting with priority. And it looks like he's maybe having a possible look at something. It looked like is he having a look at something? He's paddling with intent.
He's definitely considering starting things off, and he shows the panel that he's not interested.
Probably a wise decision.
It's amazing. Like, you know, when this place is big, you're looking to Callie Voss to kind of set the pace. And then when it's small, you're looking to Callie Voss to take off on the inside shelf, take waves that people might let go and turn them into keepers. You know, we talk about runner-up last year, but he also beat world #1 at the time, Kolohe Andino, just on understanding this reef better than anyone. He didn't have priority. He got a wave on the inside shelf that turned it on world #1 at the time.
Yeah, well, we saw a wave this morning, actually, during the morning show, I think it was, or just before the morning show, that Callie got, and threaded this wave beautifully, came out after the spit, and then didn't actually lay down on his board and rode the wave all the way onto the back of his ski.
Just like a local would do it. Talk about a place to hang out in between heats. Probably the best place to watch live surfing happen is when you have a seat in that channel. The Water Patrol does a great job to keep everybody safe, because it turns into a bit of a party out there, especially when it comes to finals time.
It's controlled chaos.
Yeah, I remember Jackson Baker, Connor O'Leary last year on these blow-up rafts. They were hanging out all day watching the final with Calvi and Miguel Pupo.
It's a boat party.
It certainly is. But you got to come prepared, too. You bring everything you have out to this reef pass. As we look at Jordy Smith, looking for some speed, and now pulling into the end section. He'll go down. So Joao Chianca in the 3 range. Jordy's got to be happy he's got that separation with a 6.33. Right now, competitors like Dora, Medina, John would all be rooting for Jordy to take this win and send Chianca into the elimination round, just to keep those possibilities a bit more wide open. And then the opposite for Chianca fans. They want to see him just win this heat. If he does, it would be official, where he'd be at lowers to compete for a world title. Sometimes competitors can overthink those scenarios. New pressures can land on your shoulders. And for Joao, he's never been in this position before, so we're all learning how he's going to take it on in real time.
Yeah, that's a really interesting sort of concept. You wonder how much surfers like Gabby and John are actually sitting there watching these heats, or do they just actually switch off and not, you know, it's out of their control.
Callie Voss finally gets started, and after a long wait, it's going to be a fall for the local wild card. So down to 9 minutes, he finally makes a move and doesn't turn into a score. So that was a 26-minute wait before the wild card decided to get started.
Glad that you can do maths, because I couldn't figure that out.
My head hurts sometimes trying to do it in the moment. 8:30 on the clock here. This is just heat number 2 of the opening round. Big one for the title race. Remember, Colapinto, he's coming up next. World number 3 has Kaiwi Belly and Mihimana Bray. Mihimana getting the late call up to represent Tahiti in this big event. He's got a lot of great reps around the world in different types of ways, competitively. And just like Cowley, who's, you know, on the Challenger Series, He knows how to deal with priority, knows how to grind it way through tough heats. But then with all the local knowledge on his side, you're still looking at him to have a shot to win this heat with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see what Cowley does now, if he sort of changes up his tactics, if he tries and forces the situation with, and here we go.
Just finding room up the reef under priority. He just punches through the first section and now into a nice clean sweep. Throws down another wrapping turn and will shut it down and gets out of there. So now Cowley is going to start combing this lineup, taking off on parts of the reef that nobody's looking at.
Yeah, just like I said, changing tactics, realizes that he's got a bit of a task ahead of him, so getting that ball rolling, I liked it. A little bit of tube time in the beginning, followed by a couple of turns, so we'll look at the replay here. Smaller wave, a bit more crumbly, kind of waiting for it, gets around this section, puts the board on rail. Another carving maneuver and even gets the finishing turn there. So we go another look from up above. You'll see that that wave is pretty crumbly. Wasn't a clean exit on that barrel. Carves it around a couple of times and really goes for that finishing move there. So definitely going to get another score as we see Griff getting ready, putting on the jersey.
Colapinto, number 3 in the world, was heartbroken in the previous 2 seasons by just missing out on a spot in the WSL Final 5. It was Kanoa Igarashi last year that got that crazy bomb and got a 8-point ride, and Kanoa took the 5th spot. Griffin dropped out. This year, a lot different. Clinched his spot early. Coming into Tahiti, he's got nothing to worry about. He knows he'll be on his home break competing for his first world title. Griffin takes on Kyle and Mihimana coming up next. Gorgeous day, but just gets better. It was pretty bumpy in the first couple of heats this morning. And a big day for the Vost family. Island is taking on Carissa Moore later on today in the elimination round.
What a heat.
Jordy back in action, hits the lip well. Quick little jam on the shoulder, more of a bowl setting up there, and a fire hose on the back of that surfboard. So Jordy playing with a bunch of different turns to see if he can improve on a 3-point ride. As we take another look here, Flick.
Yeah, Jordy up again, trying to improve on the 3, straight up into the lip there, and looking to sort of release the fins there on that carving maneuver, gets a 3rd one in. So I'm not sure if that's going to better his 3. It was a smaller wave. We'll have to wait and see what the judges say.
Cowley Vost is in there somewhere. Bunch of white water, but he could pop out of there at any moment. He ends up going down. Got the 3.07 a couple of waves ago, which is best so far. Now needs a 6.27. And really just trying to surf a 9-minute heat. After such a long wait, finally got started with an incomplete score. And now he's just roaming. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, Cowley out the back, pulls in, and sort of see him there. Almost looks like he was going to emerge from the foam, but just got gobbled up. See all his weight shift to the front of the board here. Trying to get as much speed as he can to shoot through this section, but you can see sort of his head emerged, but just gets gobbled up.
And then Jordy just got this way, Flick.
Yeah, nice little tube time. Does he come out? He does.
Well done for Jordy Smith. A lot of these waves are shutting down quickly. His 6.33 was really a closeout that he made. And now making another barrel. Judges are going to love that. They've been keeping the turns kind of honest in the 3 range. But anytime you're getting barreled, they have room to really separate on the scale. So Jordy doing a great job, which will just put more pressure on Joao Chianca as far as the world title race is concerned. You can see the reef there. That shallow end section is what they're performing over. And then the darker ocean, it gets really deep. You have these buoys out there that the boats tie up to. Some people will get kayaks and watch all the action.
I just love those shots, those aerial drone shots from above. You just get to see how beautiful and crystal clear the water is here. It just is. It's honestly one of my favorite places to travel to. And just the way the mountains rise abruptly from the ocean, there really is nowhere else like it on Earth. It's incredible. And there's really no arena like it. I mean, look at all the boats, the skis. You can see the fingers of reef with the little channels in between.
Yeah, magical paradise. And if you don't have a boat, you can paddle out.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe about 15 minutes on the paddle, just under.
Yeah, I reckon. Probably.
Yeah, you've been training though, so.
Yeah, I'll do it in 5.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just paddle out. And certain surfers over the years, like Owen Wright, used to just do it for fun. It was a nice place to just focus, have some downtime. He'd stay on the point, so he didn't mind to paddle. Just to breathe and get a warm up before you're sending yourself over the ledge.
Yeah, I like that theory of just getting acquainted, throwing the arms over, getting them warmed up, feeling connected.
Like that. 2 minutes on the clock. Smith just got a 5.6. Joao Chianca is now sitting the highest up the reef right now, needing an 8.46 for the win. Remember, if he wins, he clinches that spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. If he doesn't win, it's not over, but he'd be in the elimination round with more pressure heading his way.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking right now, there's a few nerves going through, knowing that he needs an 8.46. I mean, it's a big score for today. We haven't seen any excellent scores yet for the men, so it's a bit of a task ahead of him right now.
When I sat with Chianca earlier this year, we were back at Bell's. He had such a great start to the season. He was able to wear the yellow jersey, and I kept asking him about, what might happen in September. And he's like, gosh, my life's so good right now. I just want to stay right here. He was really just focusing on being present. He had to answer a lot of those questions at the press conferences because he was this big name now, growing his profile on tour. And he had to handle a lot of the media asking him about the title race. And you could tell he was trying to learn how to deflect the question at the same time, even though it is the ultimate goal. And now he's here. Last stop of the regular season with a chance to make it official. Chianca chasing an 8.46 with priority. We haven't really seen a number like that in the opening day. Bahine had that 7.5 earlier. And now we're down to 25 seconds. Interesting heat as well for the local wild card. Kind of decided to rely on a certain type of wave that didn't come through and really kicked this heat off pretty late. He's only turned in a 3.07. That really surprised me a lot in this matchup.
You've got to look at the other scores that have come through, though. I mean, Geordie really turned waves that were really hard to surf into scores. So Cowley not actually catching that many waves, I think that's all right. There wasn't much on offer.
Cowley Voss will be in the elimination round along with world number 4, Joao Chianca, and Jordy Smith flexes that veteran status, a 6.33 and the win to move on to the round of 16. We'll take a break. We'll bring in Kaipo and Pete for the call right after this.
The day I didn't make the final 5 was super hard.
He wants a chance to surf his home break for a world title. Ooh. Oh no!
Turning the suffering into like power. I use that as my challenge. I think it's my destiny to be a world champion. I think about competing in the final 5 at the lower trestles every day. I start envisioning it and I start crying because I see it so clearly.
That's right, we're gonna see Griffin Colapinto at the Rip Curl WSL Finals this year. He's already clinched his spot, but he wants more. He wants to climb up that seeding, and the start happens right here in the opening round. Griffin up against Teahupo'o and the Tahiti wild card, Mihimana Brai. Here we go straight to Griffin Colapinto. Right at the beginning of the heat, the surfer from San Clemente. Gonna go to turns on his backhand. Looking solid so far. Vertical in his approach, and that's going to be the start for Griffin Colapinto.
A lot you can learn from this 25-year-old, I will say that. I mean, he's an old soul, one that has learned a lot in how to choreograph his life in order to meet these challenges that he's been up against. One of those spots right here, Teahupo'o.
This is Peter Mel. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, and it is a nice start there for Griffin Colapinto. It was heartbreak for him at the end of the road last year. This year, Peter, nothing but opportunity for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, he's already got a spot. He's going to be surfing at trestles.
Teahupo'o on his first ride, and as we see throughout this men's opening round, Peter, it has been, we're going to be honest, it's challenging for the surfers.
It is. It's not perfect, Teahupo'o. You set a precedent of what you think it's going to be, right? And you got to go out there and change the conditions. You know, looking at the forecast, this was one of the days that we were going to have enough swell, and I will say that Griffin basically understands. Let's get a good quick start and get some maneuvers done and start pushing the judges in that realm, because there isn't a lot of barrels on offer. So sometimes you're going to have to do this, go to turns, and we've seen it from Griffin Colapinto, put it together, and I feel like this is going to be the first number that's of any real true substance with maneuvers. 3 solid vertical attacks in the lip, that one being one of the most critical sections of that wave, almost past vert. So nice work there for Griffin.
And this just happened, Mihimana Brai.
So Mihimana, and I just talk about not a lot of barrels on offer, and Mihimana finds it. And there is a local surfer who has been putting his time in here, understanding that his goals in order to be achieved are through experiences, and this is one of the biggest of his career.
Yeah, Mihimana Brai, local Tahitian, 7 years on the qualifying series, trying to make it to the championship tour. 27-year-old, he moved here 5 weeks ago to prepare for this event, and got the call up as an injury wild card. We'll touch more on the story of Mihimana Brai. Let's hear from the last heat winner, Jordy Smith with Laura.
Jordy Smith, unconventional comp day for you today. Talk us through your last 2 days, 3 days, and what boards you're riding today.
Yeah, it's been like 65 hours of travel, but we fucking made it, bro. Yeah. Nah, I'm stuck, bro. I just dominated the guys in the heat. Just fucking had no chance. No, I'm just kidding. No, I was, look, that's about as hard as the heat draw gets, really. To have, obviously, Kiali, guy's phenomenal, and then Jao, the guy's no stranger to a massive backhand tube. Obviously, today's not huge or anything, but I was just trying my luck. Boards didn't show up, arrived 2 a.m. last night. And yeah, just try to choose the best waves and point and shoot, come out, get a couple of shampoos.
So how do you mentally go into a heat, after no sleep, borrowing and scrambling to put together a board this morning and head out there?
I think it might be better that I didn't sleep, because then, you can kind of keep it going. So yeah, I won't sleep for another couple of days now. No.
All right, Jordy Smith, eyes will be falling out of his head in the round of 16, but can't wait to see you in it.
Thanks.
Hey, impressive, Jordy Smith advancing, into the round of 16. He's going to skip that elimination round. Good position for him.
Yeah, and to think about what he did in travel-wise, I understand where he's been. He's doesn't know where he's at, really, if you think about the time zones in regards to where he's been and where he is right now. But good job to be able to just manifest a win there and make it happen.
Talk about trying to manifest some success. We talked about Mihimana Brai. He just dropped a 7.33. Teahupo'o here squeezes into a backhand barrel. It collapses over him, but he fights for the finish right through the foam for Eat Belly. Kyle with a strong snap after that. Kyle, pretty good track record here in Tahiti 2019. He was a quarterfinalist. Last year, a third place finish for Kyle. So this is one of, you would have to say one of Kyle's pet stops.
And one of the reasons why, fearless, but also an amazing backhand barrel rider. He has a good read of the ocean too, so in those challenging days you have to get through and get heat wins, he's able to do it. And this is an example of that. You think about that barrel, I'm like, there's no way he's going to be able to make it. But he steered up to the very only place he could get out of it, right up there at the very top of that wave in the corner, gets it done, gets some maneuvers done. So that's a way to manufacture scores. But then finding the good waves on the reef when there isn't many out there, that's Mihimana. He was able to do that, able to find the barrel, gets a big number, and what a great start.
Yeah, talk about being able to read the reef, positioning, wave selection, all coming into play here for the 27-year-old Mihimana Bre. 7.33.
Yeah, and that's that back, the forehand, I'm sorry, is one of those things you can find these certain types of waves. They're going to be little tight quarters, but run a little bit. He was able to do that up on the far part of the reef and gets a maneuver done to finish. So again, you'll see that the judges will start to award maneuvers ever so slightly better than what we've seen this morning because of the fact that you just don't see a lot of barrels out there. So you kind of have to give some reward for that.
And a huge opportunity, Mihimana getting into this event as an injury replacement for Ethan Ewing, who we talked about earlier today, injured himself in the warm-up surf. So giving this opportunity, he's been waiting for this opportunity and executing it, because it could easily, Peter, have gone the other way where you're, overwhelmed by being part of the big show right now.
Yeah, and I think that he's been understanding of it. You mentioned about how he's taking this event as a golden opportunity. He wants to, his goal obviously is to make Olympics at some point. He wants to be able to be on the championship tour. Ultimately, that's the goal, to win world titles. So you got to think at that level. And this is a perfect place to, this opportunity being the highest Tahitian, to be able to match yourself against the best in the world in a place that you feel like you can beat them. It's a golden opportunity for Mihimana.
Yeah, and it's not the first time this season that Mihimana's had to take an audible as far as being a replacement. Challenger Series stop number 2 in Narrabeen. Timothy Biso hurt himself in the warm-up previous to that event. Mihimana had to battle through Sydney traffic to barely made his heat, barely was able to grab the jersey and paddle out there. So he's a guy who's able to switch it right on.
And that's cool, and you got to be that way because you never know what your conditions. It could switch, in the middle of your heat. You got to change strategies and be able to do that without getting ruffled, and Mihimana is one of those guys. Obviously, his road is a little more challenging. I think, you have to travel in the regional tour. You're in a plane a lot to go get to your spots to be able to compete and get a spot on that Challenger Series.
Yeah, I mean, a surfer like Bray and his journey is first you have to go through the qualification series, right? And he would try to qualify through the European region. We have 7 regions in those qualification regions. Then from that region, get on to the Challenger Series, and then have to finish the top 10 of the Challenger Series to move on to the Championship Tour. So that tiered system is the road to this place. But he took a shortcut getting this injury replacement.
He did. And unfortunately, you don't get to keep points for this. As a wild card replacement surfer, you're not going to do that. But I tell you, the experience that you gain, surfing big league, the spotlight obviously is on you. And right now, that spotlight, he's dancing, getting himself a solid numbers. So not affected by the spotlight at all.
Yeah, and in control. We talk about heat control, the lead and priority. Long time on the clock, however. A lot of things can change here. But we've seen so far today, opening day, Pete, where things, you really have to take advantage when the opportunity presents itself. 24 minutes and 10 seconds, Peter, and just to the point that you have to take advantage of the opportunity right now with these tough conditions when they present themselves.
For sure, and you hope and pray that you're sitting in the right spot. I mean, you do the work, right? And again, you have an expectation of what you want Teahupo'o to be during the event window. It doesn't always happen. It's been a challenging year for waves from the World Surf League for sure, and again, we're in a situation where looking at forecast-wise, this is kind of best of what we were going to have here, and we got to go, and that's what you're going to get. You're going to be out there, and you got to perform because the points don't change. It's not like that changes. The prize money doesn't change. The opportunities don't change. Just the waves can sometimes.
So just a misfire there by Kyle Belly taking off, and that thing just pinched on the surfer. You called Kyle a veteran. 5 seasons on the championship tour, 29 years old, out of Guarujá, Brazil. Ibelli came in at number 17 on the championship tour, so he has no shot of that final 5, but we will see him again in 2024 when that season starts.
Gotta love it. You know, so cool to see the changes and how they're coming about, whether it's the regional qualification all the way to the final 5. It's pretty awesome. It's great for action. I mean, here we are in the final event of the year, and we have all these scenarios that are going to unfold for us. And then just in 2.5 weeks, we're going to be crowning a world champion.
That's right. Rip Curl WSL Finals waiting period starts September 8th at Lower Trestles. That's when it's going to all come down. A view here of our conditions, and we go to our friends for Oakberry for the Oakberry surf conditions today and what we are expecting, what we're seeing throughout most of the day, Peter.
Yeah, well, the water temp's there, 82 degrees. That's pretty much perfect. You know, not too hot, not too warm. You know, the 5 to 7 foot faces, that's generally what we're seeing. We're seeing a couple swells in the water. Wind out of the east, you know, and these are a little bit more. You'd love to see it kind of clock even to the northeast, really, if you want to have that straight offshore conditions. So anything out of the east is okay, but we'll see it move around southeast into, you know, that's just how it works. Wind moves around a little bit on the end of this coast, and whether the sun's out, whether there's cloud cover, all of those things steer wind here.
What Strider earlier today talked about was Maramu winds, Peter. And can you talk to us a little bit about what a Maramu wind is here?
Well, that's the wind that we wouldn't be competing in.
Right.
It's literally straight on shore, almost to the right of your screen, coming on top of the reef. It is not something you want to surf here.
Yeah.
Maramu and Tahitian.
Well, Maramu is a wind condition that happens generally.
So it's a nickname?
Well, generally in the wintertime is when you have that Maramu, and a lot of times Maramu winds will also bring weather with it as well. Here we go. Right. Colapinto, how's that drop? Locking in the rail there, gets into the barrel, gets out of the barrel, and a brilliant effort by the surfer from San Clemente. That was a technical barrel ride.
Absolutely technical, very, very challenging to get the speed control that he had. The side slip was all part of the technique of getting in the barrel at the very beginning of it, and then able to steer through it. Unfortunate that next section didn't give him another longer section to be able in the barrel, because that would have elevated the score for sure. But
check this out.
Look at how he paddled into that one. He actually paddled towards the point, opposite direction of which way he was going to go, and that helped him to get deep right there in that first section.
What is so impressive today when we look at the world's best surfers and we catch this replay on the technical barrel riding that all of these surfers have been displaying here, because this was not an easy line. There was a lot of adjustments happening right here.
And he wasn't in the best position for the wave. He would have liked to have been even probably further back, so he didn't have to work too hard to get over the top of it, which is exactly what he did. He got over the top, he went the opposite direction, and was able to do it. All these surfers could figure out ways to get into the barrel. You end up being a bit of a tube groveler. You're always looking for it. This is the spot to do it. That was a great job there by Griffin.
Mihimana parks it in the barrel, no problem there. Sneaks out and makes sure he's complete. Bray needing a 2.17 to retake the lead off of Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto went into the lead with a 4.5 on that last ride, but it looks likely that the Tahitian's going to take it right back.
I would say so. You know, being that the highest number of the heat, didn't need much to turn it, and somehow his waves look a little different. You know, right. He's able to see these waves that are maybe second wave of the set. They move onto the reef a little bit more, and they're a little shallower, so they're actually a hollower section, and that's a read by the local.
And stalling for a pit, Kyle Belly gets a second section, and now we have a very, very competitive heat here in Heat 3 of the opening round.
That's cool to see that. You know, again, Kyle was able to manufacture a number out of that 3. It wasn't a great number.
Here goes Griff, disappears, punches through the foam ball, battles with the foam ball, comes back out. We got a heat.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see. It's, again, adjustments. So it's not like the waves, and now we got a paddle battle to even get us going here.
The paddle battle for priority is on. And it looks like Griffin Colapinto is pulling ahead of Kyle Belly. Kyle Belly looks like he's going to concede to Colapinto. Colapinto will get priority ahead of Kyle Belly.
And that's interesting because, you know, obviously Griffin caught that wave and understood that he needed to get back out there and how important priority is, especially when the real good ones come. And full on, he took that inside line, took a shortcut.
And Peter, you talked about it, how like these waves, this mix well, these sets are going to come. Sometimes there's going to be big lulls, but sometimes they're going to come in a series of waves and quick rally, and that's what happened right here. Look at Mihimana on this first one.
Yeah, and again, his waves just look a little smoother. That one shut down, unfortunately, but you see how it's just more groomed on the face. Second wave of the set are pushed more onto the shallow part of the reef, and that's why you see it go hollower. It's in shallower water. That's what you're going to get when a wave goes. That's why our best places are probably our most dangerous places, because the fact you have to have these waves breaking over 2 to 3 foot of water.
How's this?
Just again, the technique that this man has been able to do in speed control. He just does so well. Has that parking brake on the rear end of his body that he just uses so well. And it doesn't look like he's ever fighting it. He just pushes there, and it's always the right speed that he's able to manifest out of it.
Look at that shallow reef right underneath the board of Kyle Ibelli, and we told him this is one of his pet events because he's able to have brilliant backhand rides like that.
Yeah, and again, in conditions that are tough, right? And even in tougher situations, he's able to find the gems. It's such a good read on the ocean, in an ocean that is not easy to read. I mean, it's literally, you have a split-second decision as soon as you see a wave that's going to look like pretty good on the reef. You have that moment to be able to chase it down somehow and get it done.
And how about Griffin? He fought for this one.
Oh, man, just on the foam ball the entire time. And there's no grip. He's literally holding his body on the wall. That's the control he's having. The board slipping under his feet, but it's also in the barrel, so he's got this ability just to be able to hang on. But also there's a technique there, the stability of him holding the wall that got him through that section, got him another number that...
We're waiting for those numbers. It's been a radical rally for all three surfers, so we're waiting for scores for all three surfers to set the situation in this heat. It's been an exciting one.
It feels like, you know, Kaio and Griffin probably in the similar situation as far as score-wise. Mihimana is going to definitely maybe take the lead, being that he's got such the high number, the 733. So again, you talk about even keel. This is going to really tighten up this entire heat for all three surfers.
Priority now with Mihimana Brai. And a no-go there on this set by any of the surfers. Still waiting for scores from that previous exchange.
And at this point, with a little bit of lull, you can see all three exchanges will probably be viewed. And we'll go with the surfer who rode their wave first. That's kind of how they trying to chronologically put the scores in.
Yeah. Mihimana Brai, he commented that he's spent, you know, he's not from Teahupo'o, but he spent 5 weeks here in preparation, of course, for the trials, and then, you know, didn't get that win in the trials, but got the chance. But he, you know, really doing his homework up front.
Gotta love it, because again, it doesn't mean just because you live in Tahiti that all of a sudden you're a local at Chopo.
Well, we're going to take a break now, and we'll come back with those scores and situation. It's been a heater here between Griffin Colapinto, Mihimana Brai, and Kaio Ibelli. We'll be right back after this.
Teahupo'o is so different from every other wave because it's not measured in height, probably more in increments of fear. I always consider that wave a glorified closeout. You have this giant wall of water that comes out of the abyss, and instead of hitting a gradual slope that projects the wave vertically, it just hits a wall. It allows you to be in the widest, biggest cathedral of a barrel you'll ever be in.
The final episode of Season 3 premieres August 25th for Life of Kai. You can catch that on Red Bull TV. And speaking of Kai Lenny, hailing from the Valley Isle of Maui, our thoughts and prayers are for the entire population there on Maui. And we know you're all going to come back. Maui no Ka'oi. Back here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel. And we went to break, Peter. Waiting for some scores. Those scores have come through, and Mihimana Bray is still out in front. The Tahitian wild card, his second wave of 5.27, and that's enough to keep him in the lead. 4.67 for Kaiwi Belly, and 5.67 for last effort for Griffin Colapinto.
All those waves celebrated by about a point, or sorry, differentiated by a point. You know, Mihimana was able to get that 5.27 and added with the 7.33. That's a good number. We haven't seen upwards of the 12 points yet. This one here is big for Mihimana, and think about that as coming in here to your first championship tour event and getting a heat win over one of the top 5 contenders in Griffin Colapinto.
World number 3 in the world of Griffin Colapinto, Kaiwi Belly, who's made final this day in the 2019 and last year as well. So he's coming up against 2 formidable surfers here in Tahiti, but the local boy coming out and doing some magic, really leaning on that 7.33 opener. That's made the difference.
And think about right now sitting with priority as well in this situation in the heat. He has control, he has the lead. Ultimately, the next decision has to be made. You don't want to be better than the 7.33. You want to shut this one out. That would be the way to do it. Wait for the wave that's going to get you a number, the best number of the heat.
Interesting on the positioning here. We can see in the blue jersey on the left side of your screen, Kaiwi Belly sitting the deepest, but he's last in priority line. Why is he doing that?
Well, I think there's more opportunity deep. You know, you're going to get these smaller waves that'll slide underneath. The bigger set waves are going to be over to the right where those guys are sitting. You can get a runner too. I think that he's one of those surfers that on his backhand is able to do that and actually can match the speed, find extra speed if he needs to get this section. But there's just more opportunities deep. And you also are probably selling waves too in that same moment. You could be deeper. You get other competitors going to look at you and maybe make a decision that they wouldn't necessarily make if you weren't sitting there.
Yeah, sometimes you got to be the salesman out there to claw up the priority chain. Next heat's going to feature this guy. World number 1, defending world champ Felipe Toledo is going to be coming up in the next heat against Liam O'Brien and another dangerous Tahitian wild card in the way of Matahi Drole.
Yeah, you don't have many events where you're checking in with a jet ski, huh? How cool is that? You go up to a boat, amazing.
Ibeli just chasing this one down the line. A little fin slide there. A lot of places in the world that may be a score, but not here, where most of the numbers are really focused on barrel rides.
For sure. You know, again, trying to better a 3.0, going to maneuvers, sitting outside with third priority. No harm, no foul there. Probably not going to change much, but it's not like he has a long paddle back out. He'll be back out in like 15 seconds. This wave could have given an opportunity for some big moves. You know, there's been some air sections that could show up. I wouldn't be shy to do that. I think that you could probably surprise the judges a little bit with some progressive surfing.
Someone in the barrel live action. And it looks like it's Mihimana Bray taking and using his priority. Here we go, Kaiwi Belly, quick back out. Long wall in front of him, tucks into this one, it pinches a bit, comes through that section and unable to find an exit.
You know, even a surfer with his capabilities to glide through foam balls like that doesn't even happen for Kaio. He had the position there, he was on the widest part of the board, but even then, you just never know what that whitewater is going to do. But golden opportunity here for Mihimana, but that wave literally turned the corner while he's in the barrel and just filled up with whitewater. Felt like a good read though for Mihimana. That wave could have easily probably been an improvement had it stayed open. You can see there's just too much whitewater there. All the whitewater from Mihimana's last wave was in that barrel as well, so that made it even more frothy. There's a latte straight to the bottom.
Now our focus goes to Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto sitting out there with priority. Colapinto needs a 6.94, 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock there for world number 3. Colapinto looking to paddle out and meet this oncoming set. Positioning so important right now.
It's so true, but that one you could see that it kind of pushed out to sea, and Griffin kind of identified the fact that it wasn't going to barrel. And if you're looking at the number needed, 6.94, he needs to get barreled. He knows that. At this point, this is his best opportunity. Fair amount of time on the clock with the priority next to his name. Sitting pretty deep, too. If you think about where he sits on the reef right now, that's probably one of their deeper positions. There has been waves that have slid, obviously, to the left of him, which is more on the point, but also the channel side. So with this mixed bag of swell, there's waves all over this reef.
Yeah, Griffin coming to Tahiti after spending a week on the beach at Huntington Beach at the U.S. Open of Surfing, supporting his younger brother Crosby, who surfed to a runner-up finish in that event. And Crosby now can enter the conversation of perhaps qualifying for the 2024 Championship Tour, and then we'd have the brothers both going around the world on the Dream Tour.
That would be, I guess that's the ultimate goal. Obviously, childhood dreams fulfilled. Already half of it's already there, you know, with Griffin. And you know what? Crosby has 2 solid results with the second and a third in his scoreline.
He's almost there.
He's almost there. And at this point, you know, put another good solid result up. You can see him on Championship Tour competing right here.
Mihimana tucks into this one, makes it look easy, and kicks out. Looking to improve upon a 5.27. I feel the size that wave may suppress that score just a little bit.
I would agree with you, Kaipo. Not going to be a big change there. He had already given up priority on that set. So again, just trying to roll the dice. Maybe something happens on this smaller wave and gets you know, another section. It was nice in and out. You know, again, without priority, trying to turn the number up just ever so slightly. That's a good way to do it. You know, just incrementally adding a 10th or a 20th of a point. It's going to be much more challenging for the surfers. I mean, Griffin, you put a 2.2 on it, all of a sudden he needs a 7.1.
Right.
It's a different style of wave.
Isn't it a different story? Just a couple of tenths of a point can make as far as what your advancement and how to get that score. To break above the 7, I mean, it seems like it's a different game.
It does. It really does. And that's why Mihimana, the beginning of this heat, being able to score that number, it's just so comforting. It's so comforting. It really is. It's like all of a sudden you manage your heat in a way lower stress. You know, you're like, okay, at this point I can, you know, get it back up.
Let's take a look at our heat recap with a strong start from the Tahitian. But Griffin Colapinto, first to pull the pin, gets out there. 5-point ride for the starter for Colapinto. Had it going.
Yeah, and it was very technical, but then this wave came up, and that was a long time behind the curtain, and gets a solid turn as well up and over the lip there for Mihimana. That's the 7.33, and that's that good start that he's been able to manifest. Then finds a backup, little inside reefer one that's on the shallow part, gets a quick number, 5.27 for the backup, and that's how's him out front.
So again, Mihimana Bray on top. We can see the waves ridden 4 by the Tahitian. Only 3 by Griffin Colapinto. Highlighted are the top 2 scores. Kyle Belly being the busiest of the 3 surfers so far in this heat.
And he's been surfing outside of priority ever so slightly. You think about that, he's hasn't held onto it for very long if he's had it at all in this heat.
And just like that, we're down to the 5-minute warning. And Mihimana with 3rd priority. You can see him sitting further out of the other 2 surfers, kind of signaling that, you know, he wants to dictate the pace of this in the formula and how this plays out in this final 5 minutes.
I mean, we saw it already in this heat. Same scenario where Kyle Belly with that 3rd priority goes up the reef. So you see certain strategies that are happening from these surfers with the certain style of where they're at in the heat as far as priority goes, where they're at as far as their placings go.
So for a wild card and not a regular on the championship tour, Mihimana Bray showing me some really good heat IQ right now, Peter, because in a way, as we have this overhead shot, he's really kind of controlling it because he's in the vision of the other 2 surfers. Here he's on the move right now. Also on the move, Strider Wazalewski out in the water and with a preview to the upcoming heat. Strider.
Thank you very much, Kaipo, down here. How you feeling coming up here?
All right, I think we have some audio right there. We'll get back with Strider Wazalewski for more updates. We're under 4 minutes right now. And again, Colapinto has been very patient. He has priority. He needs just under a 7-point ride to turn this heat, Pete.
Yep, that's a special type of wave, isn't it? It's not something that you can just manufacture really. He needs to have a good solid set come in and put himself in the right position.
And there's really, I mean, not to be, you're not helpless, but there's really nothing you can do right now as far as being in Griffin Colapinto's seat.
No, you can get your wave mantra and start visualizing. Do whatever tools you have and try to manifest something good out of it. Yeah, at this point, the next 3 minutes, you're just all positive thoughts. It's coming. In my mind, I generally was going, okay, it's coming. I can't wait for it. It's coming. I just got to be ready for it when it comes. And you keep telling yourself that. If the hooter sounds, readjust at that point, right? All of a sudden, you're like, oh, I didn't make the heat. Okay, it's an elimination round. Okay, what time is it? And you start doing the next right thing. Move on.
And you saw Griffin take a glance onto the shore. I mean, there's a number of landmarks that you can use. You can use the hill, you can use the Judges Tower, which is actually on the reef, or even looking below you, there's some marks in the reef as well, Pete.
There's all sorts of marks, even like looking that direction, you can actually see how far out you are. You can see the lowerness of that first near mountainside. You use that against a marker on the very far mountainside, and you actually determine, that's triangulation. You're able to look and see, oh, how far out I am on the reef, and then you can look about how far left or right you are on the reef, and those are triangulations. Those are the moments that you need to have, especially when you have no one else in the lineup.
Look at the play by the wild card. Mihimana was out above or outside of the Griffin and Kyle, and now he just made a sprint to the inside here, staying busy there, just moving his position under priority. Maybe he's just trying to confuse his competitors.
Well, not only that, but there's also waves that break on those parts of the reef, and there's a certain way you can identify them. It's like all of a sudden one will come out of the channel and be over there and be a quick opportunity for you to get barreled. So again, there's all different swell directions. They activate different parts of the reef, and I think Mihimana is just kind of observing that and moving up and down the reef is good work, especially when you're outside of priority.
Yeah, and I also feel that there was a certain play there with Mihimana's paddling fast past Griffin, maybe trying to pull Griffin off the mark. Griffin being very patient, holding his spot there with priority, but now it's down to 90 seconds, and Griffin needs a set wave.
Still at this point, manifesting it in his mind. It's coming. I can't wait for it to come because I'm ready if it comes.
Yeah.
That's what you're sitting there telling yourself. Kaio, on the other hand, is at the same token, probably trying to say something, but at this point, you're like hearing that clock tick, looking out the back and not seeing anything outside. Generally, you start to lose a little bit of hope.
Yeah, I mean, it's surfing. It doesn't have a play clock. You never know when you're going to be called into action. It can be back-to-back, or it can be a 15-minute lull before you get back to your feet again.
Yeah, that's true. At the mercy of Mother Nature.
We're down to under a minute.
I think that's part of the magic, to be honest.
Yeah.
You just never know when it's going to come and you get your opportunity there. It's, when you're connected, the opportunities show up pretty easily. When you're not there in that moment, you got to try and find it.
Yeah, I think that's why you really, at this level, the men and women are so mentally strong that they're able to switch on when that opportunity comes up, when that wave comes up, and you don't know when that wave is going to come. Griffin's hoping that it comes right now because he's got 25 seconds, so he's almost got just 2 waves to pass under him, and the hooter's going to blow.
Yeah, just that positive mind frame, and I think that Griffin is just one of those surfers that have worked so hard to find that magic, in regards to being positive through every situation that you're running into. Whether there's those wins that come and they feel easy, and whether those losses where you have to take them hard, you got to be able to manifest positives out of it.
Well, speaking about magic, this is a magic moment for Mihimana Bray Mihimana. Coming through, you can see the excitement on his face. The Tahitian wild card is on into the round of 16 with a victory over Griffin Colapinto and Kyle Ebeli. What a great heat we had. We got another big heat on sword. World #1, Felipe Toledo, will be in the water when we return.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. By Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Mophie, stay powerful. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
Opening round for the men here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, and world number 1 is in the lineup. Yellow leader jersey on Felipe Toledo, blue jersey on Liam O'Brien, and another exciting Tahitian wildcard in the way of Matahi Jole. I'm Kaipa along with Peter Mel, and I like the look of this heat, Pete, because I'm looking forward to see what Matahi has in store for us.
I would agree. You know, again, I thinking back to older brother and what he was able to achieve here on this reef. You got DNA all just mowing through, and right now you'd have to say Matahi as one of the top 3 surfers ever out here right now in the water.
Important heat for number 77 for Felipe Toledo. If he's able to win this heat and move into the round of 16, he will secure the number 1 seed when we go to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. So he can do it right here, and then he's going to be the man to beat at lowers.
He already is. Whether he's number 1 or number 2, he's the best surfer out there in my eyes.
You want to be number 1, though.
No, it does help for sure. I mean, you go there, you're only going to have to surf against one other surfer, and you have a chance to, by the way that it's set up, you get 3 matches against that surfer, and you only have to beat him twice to get that world title.
Yeah. So Felipe Toledo is going to have to get by Liam O'Brien and Matahi Jole, who we talked about winning the trials. And we talk about Matahi, that trials that we had building up to this event was one of the largest scores for a final ever at this break. A 10-point ride and a 9.6, 19.6, 2-wave heat total for Matahi. Just brilliant. There's only been one other surfer who's topped that finals 2-wave total, and that would be Kelly Slater in 2016 with 19.76. So Matahi had a huge final against Emil Zermak. Emil also with a 10-point ride and 8.17.
And
epic stuff.
No, and it was great conditions, obviously. You know, right before the event window started, you had a beautiful day that started from the very morning all the way to the very end of the day. It was epic condition-wise and size. It was an awesome trials.
And how about the pedigree for this young Matahi Jole? He's 25 years old, younger brother of Manoa Jole, who was in that historic final here in 2008 against Bruno Santos, where both wild cards made it all the way to the final.
And this is the event that really the wild cards are probably the most deadly. It's a very specialized event. That pipeline, you know, the barrel riding events are going to be ones that you go, hey, a wild card that's going to come into this one, generally, if they're a specialist at that spot, which is exactly what Matahi is here, he knows this reef. You know, again, we talk about all the locals, but more than anyone, he's been out here since probably in diapers with his brother, on the ski, checking it out. His first experience would have been guaranteed out here, probably in diapers. So the man lives and breathes Teahupo'o. He's on every swell. He gets the best waves during every swell, whether it's big, small. So a very, very accomplished and very, very experienced surfer in Matahi.
And Tahitians have the concept of mana, right? Spirit and power. And Matahi is just one of his presence. He exudes that mana here. So I'm excited to see what he has. I mean, challenging conditions, but I'm sure he's very versatile. Very versatile in a way that not only is a great surfer, but he's one of the world's best foilers as well. The stuff that he does on a foil is incredible.
And it's not like he practices foiling all the time, right? He does it. Obviously, there's times to do it, but it's not like it's just ultra talented, right?
Yeah.
He just jumps on it, and all of a sudden he understands how a foil works and how it moves through the ocean. Exactly with the surfboard. I mean, he's probably riding one of the smallest volumes, right? Or the smallest boards out here because he understands that that's what fits in the wave. That's where and he's able to, with being the bravery that he carries, put himself in the positions underneath that ledge to make it happen and make it, it's prime example in the finals of this trials. I mean, there's that wave, that soul arch into the barrel. Incredible.
Yeah, and look at, we had that overview shot. It's water world out here with the flotilla. So the Tahitians are like so comfortable in any conditions in the water. I think we were surfing Teahupo'o last year, and Matahi was foiling. He was just bouncing up and down, going through the lineup, riding back out, riding back in. we're going to start, however. We haven't talked about Liam O'Brien from Burley Heads because he's going to get the first barrel, and O'Brien sneaks that one. Liam, a nice start for the 24-year-old. So that's going to be the first number on the board, and where we're going to base all the scores off going forward in this heat.
And he got barreled, and it was a section that was long. There was a couple sections there. So Liam did a good job there to position himself in the lineup with some very experienced surfers in Felipe and Matahi, and able to get it. It was open priority, so he didn't have to worry about, he just had to be deepest, and he was, and he got himself in position. You'd see there, he pumped. That was very smart of him to pump right before he pulls in, gets that extra burst of speed. Would have loved to have seen him complete that maneuver, just because we're seeing that maneuvers are probably going to count more. But ultimately, barrel work is done. He was able to get a cleaner exit than we've seen a lot of these surfers get because the waves have been clamping down. So there's a lot of positive signs from this wave.
Checking this out in slow motion with Liam O'Brien.
And this camera angle is way up high and on the point, so it's really far away, but it looks directly into the barrel. So it's a beautiful angle to watch the technique, as you can look straight into it. But he has learned his technique in regards to backhand barrel riding. He's probably had to go and spend some time. It's not like the home breaks are allowing him, right? He doesn't have many left-hand barrels. He's working on it in Oz.
A guy used to left-hand barrels won his heat, though. Mihimana Bray onto the round of 16. Laura, let's hear from Mihimana.
Yeah, Mihimana into the round of 16. A big heat win there ahead of Griff. And, talk us through getting into the event so last minute and how you prepared to be here today. Amazing. You must feel stoked.
Yeah, I'm so happy, this year has been really hard, falling off the Challenger Series for me with the new format, so I had to go back to the drawing board and doing all the regional stuff and everything, so I had more time to spend at home, so I prepared myself for this event, actually for the trials first. I moved here 5 weeks ago, surfing every condition, so I feel really ready. My boards are really good, chilly, and yeah, I've been working a lot. I just fell up short on the trials, finishing third, and then I just got the call up the next day that unfortunately Ethan Ewing hurt himself, so I wish him speedy recovery, and it's maybe the biggest opportunity of my life, so I'm happy to capitalize today with the win. And yeah, tricky condition today, but yeah, gotta do what we gotta do.
Well, you got the highest combined heat total of the round so far, so you must be feeling confident. What's it going to take to go all the way here?
Like I said, I'm at home right now. All my people are here, my family and everything. I've been traveling the world for like 5-6 years, and overseas it's not the same, So first feel the mana, the energy, Mihimana, my name. So yeah, just stay in the zone. If I can stay in the zone each heat, it will be unbelievable. It will be good, yeah, for me.
Absolutely amazing. Well, wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you in the round of 16.
Thank you.
Go rest up.
Thank you.
Maita iroa Mihimana. Matahi Jole here. Another wild card. Wants the same success. Just a couple turns there and just feeling things out. Also during that interview, we saw Felipe Toledo catch a ride. We'll catch up with that as we're catching up live action. And that one, no opportunity for Liam O'Brien. O'Brien opening up with a 5.33. Opener for Felipe Toledo, a 4.5. Here's Toledo's opener, Peter.
Well, up on the reef, up at the top end of it. Carries the speed well. It looked like it was going to have a barrel section. It just didn't happen for him, but he goes to maneuvers here, and a beautiful start. Utilizing the rail here, and earned himself the 4.5 by maneuvers, really. Maximized it with just that technique. He looked like he was going to find maybe a section that was going to barrel, but realizing it was going to shut down, goes around it, and then goes to maneuvers, and he is so precise. That board just is able to fit in the tightest of pockets, up and down. Look at that vertical approach for maneuver number 2, and that was money. That was right on the button, right at the biggest part of the section, and then fades it to set up the second turn and goes straight into a second turn. And his maneuvers are the best in the world. I mean, he's one of those guys that can produce numbers by literally in a barrel section going to vert.
Yeah, and a lot of times as we're coming out of this is Felipe Toledo doesn't get the credit for his surfing in Tahiti. He got a semifinal finish in 2018. Here's Liam O'Brien. This is wave number 3 for Liam O'Brien. He went to turns as well.
Yeah, and sometimes you got to do it, right? I mean, we said the opportunity shows up, got to get points. You never know if it's going to just quiet down. You're not able to get a barrel. And Liam Very precise in his approach as well. Not going to be as high, say, as Felipe's probably, because a little smaller wave and not as critical turns. But he's going to back up the 5.33 and keep that lead.
Yeah, first time for Liam O'Brien competing at Teahupo'o. Second season on the championship tour, but actually the first season was just a statistic because he injured himself at the beginning of the year, was not able to compete, had to fight back through the Challenger Series. But here he is on his first appearance at this break.
And he made the cut, right? So
yeah.
it's, you got to be pretty stoked on that. That's really this is his true really rookie year because he was able to compete in every event, right? It's not labeled that because of the fact that it is his second year because he had already qualified, not able to compete his first year. But ultimately, you'd have to be pretty stoked with his performance. He's had some consistency throughout, especially in the first 5 events of the year, the place you need the most consistency, right, to make that cut.
Yeah, made that cut and then went to his best finish, semifinal finish over there in El Salvador with some great surfing. Coming into this event, number 17 on the rankings, so no chance for O'Brien when we talk about Final 5 situations, but we're going to see him again in 2024.
And right, there's something to be said about what are the goals in these types of events. Yeah, he's not going to be able to he's out of mathematical contention for the Final 5, but seeding is important, right? And if you're going to go into next year and you think about that, it is important to have a higher seed. So a good result here is going to punch him up the rankings and give him a better opportunity.
Yeah, and having a banner year this year is Felipe Toledo as we take a look at world number 1's year so far on the championship tour. Felipe Toledo, look at that. First place at Sunset, another win in El Salvador, and coming off yet another win at the Corona Open J-Bay.
Ultra consistent, only 2 events bowing out before the quarterfinals. You got to love that. And even just one, he makes the quarterfinals, he has 2 fifths, a couple thirds. I mean, that's consistency. That's what you got to have in order to compete at this level. That unfortunately goes down right there, going to the maneuvers. Again, the smaller wave, so you kind of have to do that.
But yeah, 77, Felipe Toledo with another banner season. Again, wins this heat, goes to the round of 16. He'll be our number 1 seed for the men for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. So he wants to, stack the chips in his favor to go back-to-back world titles, Felipe Toledo. Now he's searching the lineups. Just going to have to go fishing under the priority of the other 2 surfers, but he's so good at that. Felipe Toledo doesn't need much of a wave to get a score.
No, he doesn't. And you'd have to say that he is one of the few that's able to back up a world title, motivated. To come out and do what he's done right after winning a world title. It's easy to kind of sit there and go, wow, I finally achieved my dream, but he didn't. He was right back into programming of back-to-back world titles, and he has been by far the most consistent surfer on the men's side. And again, very difficult to do to back up a world title a year like that.
Yeah. So again, Toledo, what he needs to get that number 1 seed, secure that number 1 seed, is the round of 16. He can do that by a win in this heat and going straight to the round of 16. He can do it the long way too, going to elimination round and winning that elimination man-on-man heat, and then he'll be number 1. Toledo, we talked about his journey this year. It's been a tough one. He's had to battle through a bunch of injuries. Here we go though. Matahi, so casual, in and out of the barrel. That second wave from Matahi Drole. He only opened up with a 1-point ride, so did it better to get in the barrel and out of the barrel.
Look at this, back-to-back waves.
This is what locals do, right? This is what locals do. And that one just peeled down the line, unfortunately. It would have been impressive if he got back-to-back scores.
So true. And just touching back, if Felipe has to go into that elimination round, not the easiest track, because you would say right now, Kali Voss is one of those wild cards that has moved into.
When we talk about the seeding.
The seeding for the elimination round, and Felipe doesn't want to be the number 1 surfer coming up against one of the deadliest wild cards that we have in this event.
Yeah, so we seed into after the elimination round into that round of 16. Here we go. O'Brien, again, heat leader, finds another gem, finds a barrel, just needs to improve upon a 3.6. I think he did that.
He did. Definitely, the outside section, he was able to do that exact technique of knifing that drop into the barrel. Judges will take note of that.
So, how unexpected is surfing? Liam O'Brien, if you went odds coming into this heat, he wouldn't be the favorite. Growing up on a right-hand sand point, but he can do it on lefts.
He sure can. See how he's underneath that one, and he just literally dropped in, didn't even go to the bottom, just pulled right up into that pocket. So again, positioning was great for that wave. He was able to maximize as much of the barrel time as he can. Look at that, underneath it. He saw it, he barely even paddled for it. and then he locks in with that pig dog style, the hand on the rail. We call it Marvin's. We have all sorts of different names, but that technique's so good on the backhand to be able to maintain speed and stability in the barrel.
I like it. I like the pig dog, but I like you calling out the Marvin, an ode to Marvin Foster, one of the originators of that backhand barrel riding technique.
Oh yeah,
You went to the history books right there, Pete.
I did. Well, that's what I called it as a kid. Really, I mean, that's what we called it. Oh, I Marvin that one, right? And learning how to backhand tube ride, and that was the way you did it. You Marvined.
That's really good. All right, well, Toledo with priority right now needs just a 4.44 to take the lead off of Liam O'Brien. However, we're waiting for that score for Liam O'Brien, and will that push up that requirement for Toledo and Matahi Drolet? We're going to find out when we get those scores, when we return to more action here at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Hey, scan this code to discover your perfect sunscreen. Whether you're out at the beach or just running errands, it's important to take care of your skin and protect it from the sun's harmful rays. The sunscreen stick is Kanoe Garashi's favorite. It has SPF 50+ that works for sun protection on the go. Scan that QR code. Get some Shiseido. Protect yourself from the UVs. I got a bunch of it. Sitting out in the sun right now is Liam O'Brien. He's out in the lead over Felipe Toledo and the wild card, the trials winner, Matahi Drolet. We're halfway through the heat, 15 minutes on the clock, counting down. Kaipo Guerrero along with Peter Mel, talking you through the action day one here in Tahiti.
I will say with the wild cards, it almost the level of this playing field gets evened. You know, they're looking for something that they know is a good wave, and if it's not out there, they won't take waves and try and manifest score it. I mean, I think that Matahi's in a situation right now. He's got second priority. He's sitting out there going, "Hey, we need a set here. I know what a good wave looks like, but it really hasn't happened yet." You know, where surfers will settle like Liam and Felipe are settling for waves. They're like, "Oh, I'm just going to go and see what this kind of unfolds."
Yeah, we saw that, you know, in Heat 2 in this opening round with Kawali Voss, who was so brilliant last year as a wild card. He sat in his heat. I mean, he didn't see anything to his liking and just would not budge, right?
Waiting, and I think it's the right strategy. Ultimately, I think it is. I mean, it's unfortunate he left it kind of too little too late, because he did mount that comeback with about 8 minutes to go, and he was trying, but there wasn't enough quality in those last 8 minutes to get him the number needed to get through it. But again, if you're looking at certain style of waves, the locals will be able to find it.
Toledo in the barrel, comes out of the barrel, little slide slip on the way out, and why not a big gaff on the backhand too for Felipe Toledo, looking to turn this heat with a 4.47 and take the lead. I think he's going to take the lead.
Little magic there for Felipe, you know, with priority. A wave with a nice clean wall on it. I mean, that was pretty much a hands down wave you're going to go on with priority. It wasn't a, you know, a selection like, oh, should I go on this one? It was pretty good looking wave, especially with the fact that it was so smooth. I mean, we saw that wind will move around in direction, and definitely a bit more the easterly direction, keeps it nice and smooth on the face. But look at these, he paddles towards the reef and then turns up the face, gets himself behind the curtain there, disappears from view. Not going to be a massive number, but definitely his best number, as he also finishes off with a nice solid move at the end, which is always good to add a little extra element with the maneuver at the end. But look at the technique. He's got the skills. It really does. He's a great backhand two rider.
He's kind of got, you know, he's just all around. I mean, that's how he's a world champ, right? And I think, Peter, that sometimes he's not given credit for his surfing out here and his placings. Again, I referenced 2018 when he made the semifinals, you know, so we're looking for Felipe to take the lead. He needs that 4.47. You can see it in the needs column there. Tube ride, finished off with a turn. Seems like that's the recipe for the number.
Yeah, you could be pretty confident that, you know, in your opinion, I'll say in my opinion as well, that it's going to be the number needed.
Gets it. 6.5 drops for Felipe Toledo. He goes up into the lead.
And that's a good number. 6.5 today. You know, we haven't seen a ton of sixes, a couple sevens. Saw one on the women's side from Vahine Fierro, which was beautiful, very early in the morning. We saw one last heat by Mihimana. So they're out there, just a little more few and far between.
Yeah, and what Felipe had done, you can see the judges spread right there. One judge going as high as a 7-point ride. What Felipe is showing in his heat IQ is utilizing priority and not wasting that priority. When he went, he knew that was a good wave.
It's kind of nice when they come, though, right?
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about the decision being made. I mean, again, we're talking about Mother Nature there and having that vibe of being able to manifest stuff to unfold. And that's what Felipe's year has been able to do for him. You know, he's had to go through adversity, waking up on finals day with his bad back. He barely even done it and gets a win.
Knee injury, back injury, fought through so much pain this year. You could see him coming out of heats wincing, but still, like, had that warrior spirit in him and to play through.
Yeah, and it's incredible. So this is the kind of season he's having. You know, it's kind of hard to stop that when things are happening your way, and it seems to be even happening right now. You know, he's got the toughest draw, with Matahi Drole being the most experienced and one of the bravest and best surfers at Teahupo'o. And right now he's putting it to him. You know, he's putting up double digits, not a huge number, 11 points, but ultimately he's found the best waves and played the game.
Yeah, Matahi with priority needs the best wave of the heat, needs a 7.6. They're on the move right now. They must see something on the horizon. So surfers on the move. Here comes the wave. Matahi with priority. Here he goes. The Tahitian drops in, stalls off the bottom, pulls into a cavern. And that cavern avalanches shut.
And it was a very tough wave to ride, but I mean, that was a set wave. Obviously thought, hey, that thing's going to be able to give me the opportunity to kind of turn back and open up, and it just didn't. It filled with white water. So unfortunately there for Matahi, going to be another throwaway number.
And now going back into the last in the priority line. Priority shifts to Liam O'Brien. O'Brien needing a 5.68. Matahi on the paddle back out here. You can see that's a short paddle to get back into position.
And you know, as you compete on the World Tour, and Matahi's not someone who's following,
right.
You know, so he's not competing. Matter of fact, this is, you know, he's never really been in the competition mindset. He's always been a free surfer, surfing this place right here and blowing mines. So, you know, you'd have to say he comes in here a bit inexperienced in regards to playing the game within a 30-minute period. You know, he's obviously just looking for the best waves, and that's going to be a really good opportunity for him as he can get himself on the best waves. But sometimes you just got to play the game, and it's hard to stay motivated when you've had a trials event like we saw already, where it was 8 to 10 foot and going nuts, and all of a sudden you're having to surf it at 3 to 4 foot and kind of wonky.
Yeah.
To be able to stay motivated here is something that's a bit of magic, and I think that Felipe is one that's been able to do that throughout his career.
Yeah, I mean, you mix talent and heat IQ, that's how you get success, right? But a lot of times we see heats where not necessarily the best surfer wins the heat. It's the surfer that plays the game the best. But if you can play the game and you're the best surfer, that's how you go to world titles.
And that's competition, time constraints, really. I mean, you've got a period in which you got to surf, and whatever opportunities come in that 30-minute period are what you're going to get. So finding the way to get and have priority and not limit mistakes, all of that is playing the game correctly.
By the way, talking about playing the game, in the next heat, we're going to see one of the surfers that is the most successful, plays the game, some of the best game playing here in Tahiti. Gabe Medina is going to be in the next heat, along with Baron Mamiya and Seth Moniz. That's going to be an incredible heat. Gabe Medina, when you look at his numbers here in Tahiti, so impressive. And there he is, the machine, Gabe Medina, coming up next. Felipe Toledo already has the lead, wants to add to it. This time going to turns. So solid on the sharp eye surfboard. Quick on the backhand. Looking to improve upon a 4.5, kicking out over dry reef, Pete.
Yeah, he rode that one, maximized every opportunity he could. There was a couple beautiful hooks there.
Now you can see he's swimming because it's too shallow there to even duck dive. You got to swim out of that zone.
It's so true. And you actually utilize it getting there. You can utilize the current that pulls out off the reef. You can get kind of deep and swim underneath it. If you were to try and grab your board, it's the surface water is moving the opposite direction. It's really hard. You almost want to get underwater and get under the surface. You can pull yourself through the reef. I mean, look at how shallow that is. It's literally 1.5 feet right there in that end section.
Yeah, and right, fast water wants to exit with the least amount of resistance. Here we go, though. O'Brien streaking down the line, and a missed opportunity there for the Australian. A little bit ahead of that wave the whole way.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. It's going to be a very nominal number, not even going to go into his top 2. You know, but like what Felipe's been able to do too is push the envelope in regards to some of the maneuvers we've seen today. I mean, there was one hook in that wave. Let's watch this again. Watch this, just up into it, straight up, and hooked it perfectly timed, spray everywhere. I mean, that was a massive turn. And then again, backs it up and gets more maneuvers done right here in the shallow, so maximized everything with it. And it feels to me like he can improve on that 4.5, although 4.5 had some pretty good turns on it too.
Yeah. Toledo, I think, is a surfer that he wasn't. There was no disappointment in today's conditions. There's Gabe Medina on the scene. Medina, an impressive performer here in Tahiti, and recently has been the most impressive when you talk about what he's able to do here in competition, Pete.
Yeah, I would agree, but his heat's not easy. You got to think about who the 2 youngsters, Hawaiians, Seth Moniz and Bear Mamiya, both very capable of getting massive numbers here and had success in Tahiti. Yeah, so as far as an opening round draw, they would have to say this one's pretty even. Ultimately, you're going to give the edge to Gabriel Medina, #1 seed, but also success here that he's been able to have. And then looking at conditions, you know, he's going to be coming into this one as a favorite because of obviously the statistics, but forehand today seems to be a distinct advantage. You're able to roam the reef a little bit better. And Gabe, yeah, he would definitely be the favorite.
Usually makes finals there, right? 2 titles over here, 2 runner-up finishes. Gabe Medina, ultra consistent. He's a surfer that, whether it's 10-foot in barreling or challenging like this at 3-4 foot, can still go to the air, can still manufacture the score, is able to read waves. And the impressive thing about Gabe is that he can increase his speed in the barrel and slow himself down. That touchy control that he has is so impressive
on the forehand. And it's not as easy to do that on your forehand. You know, you don't have the same ability to break yourself and slow yourself down, but somehow he has that technique of being able to do it. And it's little subtleties. It's not always just the arm drag that's your only e-brake. I mean, he's able to do it with his feet, where he's able to do kick stalls and set up, like when you're paddling into a wave, to be able to manifest how deep you are and what kind of speed you can control going into the barrel. He's one of the best by far.
Matahi stalling on the takeoff, gets the inside there, travels a little bit, okay, little shampoo on the way out, starting to build his comeback here under 5 minutes. Not the 7.6 that he needs right now, but it's going to start chipping away at his requirement.
Nice read. It really was a nice read for that wave. He maximized the barrel. It wasn't going to be a very intense barrel.
Heat recap, Pete. Toledo making it happen out here.
He did. He did it with maneuvers. Look at that. Hooks it into the lip. Bigger wave. Judges recognizing that, so getting that ball rolling early in this heat and got the early lead. Liam O'Brien, though, he got it a pretty good one as well. So it felt like Felipe was going to dig it up. This is the 5.33 that we saw of Liam O'Brien. Deep section there, well done to come out of it nice and clean. He's looking for a second number. Matahi, on the other hand, is having to work for his scores. As you watch the barrel riding skills also on the back end, this was the best number of the heat, 6.5 from Felipe. Gave him that solid double digits out front. Maximized the last section too with a big maneuver. Gotta love what he's been able to do out here.
Matahi on his last wave. This is 3.67.
That's sitting on the tail block and stalling it out. That's that forehand. That's a way to have speed control. Slow yourself down right when you take off.
Back to live action here, 3.5 minutes, and all the scores from all the surfers highlighted are their top 2. So Matahi Jole, even with that 3.67, still needs to go very good. Needs a 7.33 to turn the heat. Liam O'Brien sitting patiently with priority in the blue jersey. O'Brien needs a 5.68. Matahi under priority. Here we go. Looking down the line, looks disinterested on this one.
Trying to maximize that priority number 3. Just maybe manifest something down on the shallow parts of the reef. Not happening there, so he kicks out. But he positioned himself farther away from his competitors. Maybe a wave kind of slides off into the channel and gives him an opportunity. But time's starting to dwindle here.
Identifying the spot on the reef, looking at where Liam O'Brien is sitting, Peter, what do you think about his positioning on the reef right now with priority? Deepest out of all of 3.
I mean, it's whatever you're comfortable with, right? I mean, obviously you want to find yourself, you look at the number needed at 5.68. Kind of the first sections have been the opportunity, so I like what he's thinking there. But I mean, again, you just never know where it's going to pop up on the reef. And with these smaller, lunkier conditions, it'll be everywhere. So he may want to err towards the channel a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, remember, ultra important heat for Felipe Toledo. We're already going to see him in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. But if he wins this heat, and he's 2 minutes away from winning this heat, he will be the #1 seed again at Lourdes and be able to defend his world title in those championship matches.
Getting his work done, isn't he? I mean, you would think it would have been a tough draw. Again, it's Matahi, but he is able to work with the conditions on hand and get it done. And he did it. He's done it so far in fine fashion, really. You think about it, he got barreled, got himself that 6.5. He did it with maneuvers, so he's able to, you know, again, you don't get the best waves given to you and opportunity-wise, and he's been able to do it with, you know, less than stellar waves, and also had position and priority when he was able to pick the 6.5, which is the best number of the heat.
I agree with you. I mean, Toledo being able to adapt what was right in front of him and has stitched together a really good heat. We're 1 minute away. Liam O'Brien still having that opportunity. O'Brien sitting with priority. 5.68 is the mark that he needs to meet. Your thoughts on what kind of wave that's going to take, Peter? Can he do that on turns? Is it going to have to be a barrel?
Well, I mean, you think about what we've seen turn-wise, it's been pretty tough to make it happen. I mean, some of the best turns we've seen all day long earned 4.5 and a 4.23 from Felipe.
Right.
So it is going to have to be a special kind of barrel style wave, a set wave. It's got to be a bigger one. It's got to be a late, gnarly drop. And it can be done.
Yeah, it feels to me that it needs to be a barrel given the numbers that we've already seen for turns. So we're down to 30 seconds, and O'Brien maybe going out of this heat sitting down. We'll see if anything presents itself in these next 20 seconds.
And it's tough to see out here. You know, it's not like it's very easy to see set waves. It's
Right.
so deep out there that you don't see the lines coming, especially when you look out there and it's just a big wonky lineup and, you know, peaks are bouncing up and down in front of you. It's really tough to get a read on when sets are coming.
Toledo, just going to take this one to the channel. He's 5 seconds away from being the #1 seed for the Rip Curl WSL Finals and on to the round of 16 for Felipe Toledo, Pete.
And it's official. He's our #1 seed for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. He's got to accomplish what he has done already. That's the positive note he needed to do in this round, and he's done it.
There he goes. There's the numbers. Hey, coming up next, Gabriel Medina, Baron Mamiya, Seth Moniz. Stick around. More action from the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
I think winning the 4-4 title would put me in a special place, you know. That's why I wanted to come back. I want to win events, I want to win titles. That's the legacy I want to leave in surfing. When we in the water, yeah, there's no friends. Someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. I like to chase. Hopefully I can keep this momentum.
Gabriel Medina has been a contender for a long period of time, already a 3-time world champion. This year, though, he's got more to prove because he's outside the final 5, just outside qualification at the moment. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier. Always great to watch Medina highlights, especially here in Tahiti. So strong, he's made so many finals, and now he's got something to surf for. Let's see how he goes in this event.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting heat. The next one, too, we have John as well. But, yeah, looking forward to watching Gab. That he looks so serious in that contenders piece. And I just feel like he is the one to beat in this heat. He's going to be so hungry. And I just feel like in conditions like this, when it's a little bit smaller, a little bit trickier to get a read on the reef, he's proved himself in all different types of conditions out here over the years that he's competed. Here we go. Looking at these 2 waves that happened, a couple of replays. He took off super deep on the reef on that one. Have another look here. A little bit of travel time. Gets spat out and just hits the little eject button there. So 2 waves for Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, he can move so quickly in the lineup, especially out here in Tahiti. He takes on Baron Mamiya and Seth Moniz, both from the island of Oahu. Baron, one of the best at pipeline and backdoor. So fun seeing him switch on when it's scary, top to bottom. Seth's in that same conversation, absolutely charges as we look at kind of a long, stretched out tube that'll end up clamping on the back end. Looked like Baron Mamiya getting shut down there. And now Medina moving wide. So hard to keep tabs on this guy. Knows where to go at the right time. He rarely falls out here. You never see Gabriel really dealing with some heavy wipeouts in the past. He's had some here and there. But his strike rate is just incredible, just picking the right waves.
Yeah, for sure. I really liked Baron's wave. I was actually surprised at how much he could just travel through that wave just then. A lot of travel time, a bit of vision, and then just got clamped on the end there. So this is the replay of Baron's wave. You can see here he grabs his rail and really sets his line, gets a lot of travel time there, but just gets clipped on the end.
Just a short wave there. Still building heat number 5 of the opening round, and world number 1, Felipe Toledo, is with Laura Enever.
Phil, nice way to start the event here. You were just saying, you know, you've been sort of nursing that knee coming into Tahiti, and you know, didn't want to push it too hard in the upcoming days. But yeah, talk us through that heat and how you're feeling.
Yeah, thank you. I know I'm not taking risks that I don't need to. You know, I'm ready to qualify for the finals. I needed to make this heat, and yeah, just trying to save it, just trying to play smart, and kind of tricky conditions, like slow heat, especially against Matahi. You never know what's going to happen. You know, such a good surfer out here. You know, no doubt that he's one of the best. He won the trials with perfect conditions, 10-point rides and 9s and all over the place. So I was definitely kind of rattled about it, but I'm staying at his house and we're just having fun about it, and, you know, just trying to keep it cool and fun. So yeah, stoked to get the win, and looking forward for the next round.
Amazing. And well, we know that you've clinched your spot in the WSL Finals. Obviously, you did that years ago. But you have secured your spot as the #1 seed. How does it make you feel to defend your title, going back to low as #1?
Yeah, I knew it was, you know, it was all about me, you know, about myself to do it, and, you know, come here and get a win. And that was all that I had in my mind to make that first heat. And I did it, so really happy. You know, there's no pressure right now, just cruising, and just gonna try to put a good result here and get barreled for sure.
Amazing. Anything you would like to say to your fans at home?
Yes, I'll say in English, in Portuguese, sorry. Obrigado a todo mundo que está torcendo, muito feliz. A meta era passar essa primeira bateria para poder segurar o meu seed no finals, e Tô amarradão, muito feliz e vamos pra cima. Esse ano vamos estar lá de novo incomodando. Tamo junto, obrigado e Deus abençoe.
Obrigada.
Love it, Laura. Thank you so much. Felipe Toledo, officially the #1 seed, just like he was last season. He'll be in the title match. It'll be a best out of 3 scenario this September. And we'll see who will be battling against to go back-to-back with his world titles. That's a tough feat to accomplish. And really cool to note that, you know, it has had a healthy John Florence and Medina this year. Also Italo and Tilje as we catch up with what just happened.
Wow. Gabriel Medina taking off so deep, riding the foam ball, and just gets spat out of that one. Just absolute mastery there. He had a lot to deal with. He really got stuck on that foam ball. You can see how much it affected his board there, but he just came flying out of that one. And he's got to be stoked with that. It was almost like a no-claim claim.
Oh, that was special. Gabriel Medina has been owning this lineup for a long time, generating so much speed on his forehand. Scores coming through at an 8-point ride. Way out in front now. His low score is a 4 as he's starting to run away with it. He does this so many times. We talk about his multiple wins he's had here. 2014, he looks like a little kid. That was his first world title season. He was able to get 2 big victories out here, but he's always been a threat. If he's runner-up in the final, he's made a lot of finals days out here, so a ton of experience for a guy who qualified for the tour back in 2012. As we get another look at the 8-point ride, Flick.
Yeah, I absolutely love this wave. You can see he's just pumping down the line there. He gets caught up on this foam ball, muscles his way out of it, and just comes shooting out. Nice clean exit, and first excellent ride of the day. Beautifully surfed from Gabriel Medina, and he's got to be feeling good with that. He's got a sort of a heavy weight on his shoulders at the moment to keep this dream alive, so he's stepping in the right direction.
Gosh, that was so cool looking at that ride over the foam ball. Medina's up again. Up and out. It's just such a scary competitor where he could just throw down multiple extra range scores when he's got 3rd priority. Can use so much of this lineup just like the locals do out here as he's looking for a 4th title. What he said in that contenders piece was really special, as he wants a 4th title because that just builds his legacy. Mark Richards, a 4-time world champ. He wants to join that conversation. Let's focus on the WSL Final 5 scenarios for the 3-time world champion. If Medina goes on to win the event, that would be his 3rd title out here. He would clinch a spot in the Final 5. If he ends up making the final, but he's runner-up, he would then have to have Dora, Florence, and Robinson not win the event, so they would not be able to be in that final with the win. A 2nd could get him there. If he finishes in the semifinals, all this has to happen for Medina to be in the WSL Final 5. He'd have to have Dora not reach the quarters. Florence and Robinson would not be in the final, and Fioravanti and Callanan would not be winning. If all that happens, then we'll see Gabriel in the WSL Final 5 to compete for a 4th world title. And it'd be a wild situation for him coming from deep, kind of like Steph did last year. He'd have to mow through the entire field, wave like lower trestles, which he loves. It could happen, but a lot of heats to go until we get there, Flick.
Yeah, there's a lot of heats, and someone else sort of in a similar situation in the next one too is John Florence. So 2 amazing heats right here that we have to watch. So as we see, looks like Gabby paddling back out.
He's catching so many waves. The guy is so fired up. I mean, he's just standing up and kicking out, standing up and kicking out. He's just hunting down all types of waves here. Look, he's spinning again. And he'll hold back this time. But I think that's what makes him so dangerous. Felicity, you mentioned this on the Dawn Patrol. It's like if it's pumping, he's a favorite. If it's small, sometimes the favorites change, but not for Medina. If it's smaller conditions in Tahiti, he can go above the lip. He's really fast.
It's kind of one of those surfers where it doesn't matter if he has priority or if he doesn't have priority. He can make something out of nothing. You know, if you're the surfer sitting there in priority, you think you have the heat under wraps. You know, you let a wave go because you don't think that that's the score. Gabby turns around and he pumps down the line and does a massive air or something like that. It's just so attainable for him. So he's a dangerous competitor to have in your heat. whether it be small or big. So, and he clearly knows this reef so well. He's been already in this heat positioning in so many different places. The beginning of the heat, he was so deep up on the reef. He took those quick 2 waves, repositioned, paddled back out, got those 2 other waves. So staying really busy, and it's working for him.
Medina calls this wave his favorite on tour, and look at him go under priority of the Hawaiians, and he's gonna go off the top. Nice little draw and carve, and he'll punch out that section, getting clipped and incomplete. Situation remains the same. But you think about it for Gabe, and going through his injury last season, he hasn't been here since 2019. Now it's 2023, so a handful of years, but he hasn't really lost a step. Right back into action, already thrown down 8s. You can tell he missed this place.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this Tahiti is such a special place, and a special place on the World Tour. And I mean, from what I hear from most surfers, we'll have a look at the replay here from Gabe. Nice carving turn there. Goes to jam it up in the lip for that second turn, but kind of just picks the nose there. But yeah, most surfers just say that this stop on the tour holds such a special place in their heart. And they absolutely love it and love returning, staying with the families that they stay with every single year here. So, you know, really creating that sort of home-like feel.
It's great for you to be back, Flick. What are your biggest takeaways from your first trip here? Hold that thought, Medina up and out. But yeah, how was that first experience coming to this place?
Yeah, my first trip to the end of the road here was in 2010. It was actually the year that the late great Andy Irons won out here, so that was pretty special to witness that. I remember the first time I had laid eyes on Teahupo'o. It was just such a beautiful sight. You read about it in the magazines, you see about it on the internet, and it's a whole different thing when you see it in real life and being in that channel and just watching these waves break and unload on this shallow reef and seeing how abruptly these mountains rise out of the water. It is really magnificent. It's so beautiful, and ever since then I've always said Tahiti is one of my favorite places to travel to. Just beautiful community, amazing culture, and yeah, here we go.
What a cool memory looking back. Medina stalling, setting up the cave. How about that read from Medina? It looks like he's got the exit. Looks at the tower. He can do anything he wants out here. Well done. The Water Patrol loved it. Standing ovation in the boats. That was phenomenal. Where he took off, his patience and timing was next level. The 4's gone. These guys are going to be in a severe combination when that score comes in.
Yeah, the drone shot of that was incredible too. Just followed him perfectly. I almost didn't think he was going to come out, but then he just came flying out in front of the foam ball. It was pretty impressive. Like you said, Joe, that 4 is going to be removed from the scoreline. And Barron and Seth have got a job ahead of them. Here we go. We look at the replay. So deep on that one in the beginning. Gets covered up again behind that second section. And you can tell that he's feeling good. He's liking it. I'm liking it. So deep there. Had to travel through so many sections. Real technical little throaty barrel to read.
When he was a rookie on tour, you know, the media really made him earn it to have like a great reputation at waves like this, but he fell right into pace. First start at Pipe, quarterfinal. First start in Tahiti, quarterfinal. He had this ability to show up at venues for the first time and turn in great results. And then he would just quietly mention that he's from a great slab back in Brazil where he learned how to take off late, pull in under the lip, surf closeouts well, big, heavy beach breaks in Marseilles. But then the mind of a competitor, that's hard to compare to anyone else in the past. He wasn't shy to push the veterans and the heroes of the tour back when he was 17. He had a strict goal to win events and world titles. One of the best we've ever seen, showing off in this heat. 8.10 and now an 8.0 as his backup. So the recent wave is best so far. The 2 first excellent range scores from Medina in this contest. How about this, Felicity?
Yeah, Medina so deep on this one. You can see he does a little pump here, gets covered by this second section, and just comes flying out of that one. Nice hair flick. And he is stoked. 8.10. Pair of 8s. Add that to his total of excellent scores out here.
Really impressed with what he's done in a short period of time, and you've got to be scratching your head if you're Barron and
Yes.
Seth. Because all you're hearing from the tower is 8s. Every time you hear even numbers coming through, Medina just owning the energy here in heat number 5.
Oh, he's just moving around the lineup so well. Here we go. Looks like someone else having a look.
Swinging in under the hood, Seth Moniz will get his first ride and a make. The line still stalling. Now out in front for some turns. Clean off the top for Seth. Nice arcing turn again. So Seth Moniz patiently waiting for his start. Worth the wait there, and he'll be on the board.
Yeah, he's on the board. I like what you were saying before. I think Seth and Barron must have been slightly scratching their heads thinking, you know, what is Gabby doing? He's like hovering around on the inside, and then hearing these 8s drop, I mean, it must have fired up Seth. And that last wave of his was pretty nice. So we'll have a look at the replay here. Really pumping on the brakes, stomping on that back foot, and using his whole body in that dragging his whole body in the side of the face of the wave, really to slow down to maximize that tube time. Backs it up with 2 calves. So nice first opening wave, I think. And just get another look at it here. But yeah, really pumping on the brakes, using his whole body in the face of the wave, really trying to slow himself down.
And I like how he was on the open face, because then we really get to see what he's doing deep inside the pit. That's that perfect backhand style and technique. Stalling. Usually it rips your trunks up on that front leg, and that's how he's burning off speed. It's an art of body surfing, positioning. Seth has it down perfectly. That score comes in at a 5.5. Unfortunately for Seth, he's still comboed, because Medina has those big excellent range scores. Barron in that same position since he just has a 1.3. Important heats for the world title race. Medina, a dangerous spoiler, being outside the WSL Final 5, but already putting together a highlight reel here in heat number 5. John Florence coming up next as well as he comes into this event, number 7 in the world. We'll see if the Hawaiians can catch up to Medina right after this break. Look at Gabe, 20 years old, flashing back to one of the best years ever here in Tahiti. 5 finals, 2 wins. That win was over Kelly. For Kelly and Gabe, their first fall came in that final. It's also had finals with Jeremy Flores in the past. Jeremy got that one, but the most consistent when it comes to making finals out here. Almost impossible to beat. Julian got him once. How about the Owen battle in back-to-back seasons as well?
Oh, two absolute amazing goofy footers going head-to-head. And yeah, I just love the word that comes to mind when I think about Gabe at Teahupo'o is just absolute dominance.
Let's focus on the WSL Final 5. Will Medina compete for a 4th world title? Well, if he wins the event, he'll be there. If he finishes runner-up, Dora, Florence, and Robinson can't be in the final with him. If he finishes in the semifinals, all this has to come into play for Medina. That would mean Dora wouldn't reach the quarters. Florence and Robinson would not be in the final, and Fioravanti and Callan would not win. If any of those things happen and he finishes third, he will end up getting knocked out. So we'll keep you posted. So far, his performance has been the best so far of the day, as he's gunning down a third title here in Tahiti. But he wants to equal things up with Mark Richards with 4 titles. After that, he would just be chasing Kelly with 11 world titles. And Gabriel was really interested in all the history. When he won at 20, he knew Kelly won at 20. And he wanted to find out if Kelly was a younger 20 than him, which Kelly was. So Kelly still has that record for being the youngest on the men's side. As we look at 12:43 to go, let's take a look at this replay. Seth Moniz.
Yeah, a bit of a smaller inside wave for Seth, and just absolutely wrestling with that foam as he's coming out of that barrel there. So smaller wave and 1.13. So probably looking to improve on that for sure.
Seth and Barron representing the island of Oahu, but surfers growing up in the Hawaiian Islands spent a lot of time traveling to the outer islands, so they're also sending their love to everyone they know on Maui. As we see an up and out from Seth. Tough times in Lahaina right now. We're sending our hearts and our love to everyone dealing with such a disaster. As we look at Gabriel Medina trying to jump through a couple of sections. He'll get clipped there, but still way out in front, having Seth and Barron comboed with 11:45 to go.
Yeah, Gabriel is completely dominating this heat. And,
yeah, so much domination from Gabriel Medina, who also is caring for all the surfing community and beyond back in Hawaii as well. For the WSL, we've had so many great moments at Honolulu Bay in the past. As we get back into this one, nice hollow section.
Wow.
And Seth Moniz really got to enjoy that one. Hammering the inside section, well done. Wide open pit backhand, looking super calm and comfortable, and then shuts it down. Seth improving on his 1.2 without a problem.
yeah, that was a great ride from Seth. I love that. It was super open barrel, really clean exit. We'll have a look at the replay here. Taking off, grabs the rail, nice and open, comes out with the spit, and also gets the finish here. So looking really strong.
Another great view from the sky flick.
Yeah, you can really see the nose of his board fully disappears under that lip. So we know that he did get nice and deep there for a while. And beautiful drone angle. Here we go, another angle. And you can just see how well Seth has this technique of backhand barrel riding. He just got it down to a T and comes out no problems. Nice clean exit and really stomps that finish there. The fins come out of the back and nice and compressed. Really hard to navigate that inside shallow reef section.
A lot of great surfing in Seth's family. Tony Moniz, his father, traveled around on tour for many years. Yeah, Tony was famous for also being amazing in really big conditions, big surf. He was dominant, competing in the Eddy event for several years. And then passing on the knowledge down to his kids. And when you talk to Tammy about it, their mom, you know, it wasn't something they really forced at all. You know, they just were hanging at Waikiki all day like they normally would. And it wasn't this push to create pro surfers by any means. It was just their lifestyle, being on the beach. They do say Seth was just the most willing to charge because he's the baby of the family. And next thing they know, where's Seth? Oh, he's trying to paddle out with his older siblings and they're trying to make sure he's all right. But Seth didn't mind just shadowing them, kind of paddling out well beyond his years. And he kind of always has that role out of the fam as the guy that will just send it on crazy sections. The man is just, seems like he's surfing with no fear.
Yeah, you sort of get that with a lot of siblings in the family. They kind of always pushing each other to go one better, to go one bigger. And there we go, having a look at the man coming up in the next heat. That is John Florence. Still looking to try and clinch a spot in the WSL Final 5. He will be coming up against Kanoa Igarashi and Rio Waida.
What a cool heat to look forward to. John with a big event in front of him, just like Medina. it can be a little bit out of their hands. We'll see what Joao Chianca do and Yago Dora are able to do at this event. It'll be a fun showdown in the next heat. Kanoa coming off his best event in Tahiti last season, which earned him a spot at lower trestles, and he was able to finish 5th in the world. Now Kanoa coming off a semi-final at J-Bay, looking comfortable in the back end of the season. That one coming up in about 8 minutes. Still plenty of time for Medina to put a show together for us. A couple of big 8s already. Be curious to think what Medina might have in store for us, since he knows he's got a giant lead over his competitors. Does he keep pushing at this point? Would he maybe save a little bit for the round of 16?
I don't know. Tough one. I think the logical thing might be to do is to save, because out here, even though it's small, if you're pushing all the time, small conditions like this, a bit windy, a bit wobbly, things can still go wrong. Maybe you come off a turn, or you went for something that maybe you shouldn't have because you were pushing a little bit too hard.
Locking in now, Baron Mamiya, one of the best in the barrel, coming from the north shore of Oahu. Gets his best wave so far. Baron Mamiya is unbelievable to watch when his home brakes are pumping. You can tell why everyone calls him a world title threat, especially when he's in waves of consequence. He has another level of comfort. Likes taking off late, likes riding shorter boards. How'd he do on this one?
Yeah, he just was so deep on that one. You could see a little wrist flick. He was pretty stoked with it. Taking off, sitting so far up the nose of his board. You could just see it before he pulled in, but he is really far up his board right there, putting all that weight to the front of the board to make sure that he rode out of that one. Little claim. Pretty happy, I would say.
Definitely firing himself up. He's got some great friends back home on Oahu that he gets to surf with anytime the surf is pumping on the North Shore. From Kalani Rivero, Noah Beshin, Makana Pang. They film each other, they push each other, and Baron kind of leading the charge for them, representing on the CT. Up and down for Mamiya as he was searching under priority. His last wave coming through at a 6.17. Seth's wave came in at a 7.0. Both outside the combination now, and they can turn it in one wave. Seth needs a 9.10, and Baron almost needs a 10, a 9.93 to go straight to first to skip the elimination round.
This has been the highest scoring heat of the day. So maybe things are starting to change out there a little bit. I know that we've got Gabriel Medina, who statistically on paper is one of the best to ever do it out here. But it seems to me like maybe the conditions are getting a little bit better. I'm liking the trend that I'm seeing here. I'm hoping that's going to continue for the rest of the today.
Yeah, it's definitely building, especially with these three names. I'm sure a lot of people playing Fantasy Surfer picked all three of these athletes for the final event of the regular season. You can see Medina a little bit down the reef, right next to Seth. Seth under priority will make a move late. And it might have been an effort to try to see if Medina would lose his first priority there. And
Yeah.
Seth's just like, why not? I'll jump over the falls.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was a push to see if Gab would go, but he's holding strong. Kind of he doesn't need to do, I mean, he's got a commanding lead of this heat. The boys basically almost need a perfect score to overtake him, so kind of the smart, logical thing to do is just play it safe.
Just enjoyed how Medina's put this one together. Look at all the waves he's ridden. 11 waves, counting your top two, which has worked this lineup from the inside out. Got that 8.10 under priority. And now he's just sitting in a great position, owning the lineup with the lead and priority to shut it down. He's done that a lot out here. But yeah, what a year it's been for Gabe. You know, to kick off the year, coming back from his injury. Tried to come back in the back half of last season, hurt himself in Brazil. So then he missed out on coming to Tahiti. Then the start of the season, places like Pipe, where he's finaled and won in the past. Ended up equal 9th there, and actually had 4 straight events where he was missing out even on finals day, which was a tough way to kick off a world title campaign.
Yeah, it wasn't until Margaret River where he actually broke the 9th curse and got the win. And I was actually, we were both there. It was pretty amazing and pretty emotional win for him, I think, too, just to really be like, okay, I'm back, I'm here, things are finally clicking into gear, and it's amazing to see him back and, you know, in the right headspace to be here and compete, and yeah, it's awesome.
As we look at Baron Mamiya, looking kind of casual to start, now slamming on the brakes. He'll get clamped on that section and go down. But more stats for Medina. He's going to love hearing this. 2.8s in this one. His 46th and 47th 8+ ride here in Tahiti in his career. His 17th excellent heat scoring performance here at the end of the road. Gabriel Medina putting together a surf movie out here. So many different looks at that foam ball ride, and then able to pick up that rail from extra deep flick.
Yeah, that one was amazing to watch. I mean, look how deep he was there. Just had to weave past that second section. Came flying out of that one. So it's looking really good for Gabriel Medina right now. But Seth Moniz, he got that 7-point ride on this one. Finished it really strong with this turn here. So the heat's not over yet. The boys still can, they still are in with a chance, technically. But it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I enjoyed Seth's game plan. He did sit for a long time, opened up with a 5.5 and then improved to his 7, so you could kind of feel his heat strategy, identifying a certain type of wave that he wanted. And the way he approaches backhand barrels is really beautiful. Standing up so tall, late takeoff. Oh. This man loves free falling down to the bottom. Baron Mamiya gets the completion.
Wow, that was really, really critical. Loved that drop. It's kind of like the fins released a bit, lost traction there for a while. That was super impressive. Super impressive to hold on to a drop like that and grab the rail and sort of muscle your way out of that.
You always remember watching, you know, Bruce Irons out here or a pipe, and he was just able to ride really small boards for the time because he was so comfortable and he knew the lineup so well. He didn't mind just free falling underneath everybody and putting on a show. Baron's got that skill set.
Yeah, wow, what a drop. And grabbed the rail from the very beginning, and here we go, live action. That was Baron again.
Yeah, I can tell he's just being really active. He's trying to hunt down almost a perfect score to switch things on Medina. Members 2nd and 3rd aren't eliminated from the event. They'll be reseeded in the elimination round, as Gabriel Medina is holding priority. He's ready to shut this one down. Once he got that big 16.10 total, he's just been kind of owning priority in this lineup.
Yeah, you can see he's kind of sticking quite close to Seth right now. That wave went past, and yeah, he isn't going to let this one run away. He's pretty aware of the task that's ahead of him, so he's chipping away at it.
Oh, he's looking great. Remember, he's number 6 in the world, as he wants a spot in the WSL Final 5. He won the first edition of the new format, doing a crazy upside down rotation when he clinched his 3rd world title. So Medina off and running into the round of 16. Heat number 6 coming up next with John Florence, Kanoe Igarashi, and Rio Waida. We'll be right back.
I love matching up against Gabriel. It fires me up, it really does. He brings the best out of me, and so when I see him do his thing, I want to do my thing, and I think that's fun to have. The only thing that hinders me is my mindset. That's my biggest competitor, is when I'm just fighting myself before heats and with confidence. That's my why of being here, is just to get a little better handle on that. I am 150% still here to win a world title, and I am really interested to be a part of the finals and try to win it in that kind of fashion.
John Florence wants to compete for a world title this season, but he's got a bit of work to do as he comes in to the final stop of the regular season. Number 7 in the world. Takes on Kanoa Igarashi and Rio Waida. Remember, Kanoa played spoiler to Griffin's Dream last year, so see if he does it again this season. Rio's been a really fun rookie to watch on tour, representing Indonesia. He's been learning a lot. He's been going to a lot of these locations for the first time, and he's soaking it all in. We know without a doubt Rio's coming back next year better than ever with all that he's learned this season. But excited to see him get barreled, hopefully in heat number 6 today. Right off the buzzer, Kanoa got started.
Yeah, Kanoa's so deep in that one, weaving and just getting closed out on, but there was a lot of travel time there that he had to deal with. A lot of little micro adjustments with his rail grab, and he's looking good. He's good wave selection, just unfortunately at the end there, it just pinched and didn't allow him to exit.
So a small score there for Kanoa, 2.33. And John was up and down. So Rio has already got first priority. John Florence happy to be back here since he's dealt with a lot of injuries in his career. He said it's been about a handful of years since he's been here to Tahiti. First wave gave him a warm welcome, posted it on his Instagram and stood tall in a backhand pit, and it's like he never went anywhere.
I know, I did see that one on Instagram, and it was an amazing wave, but I mean, John lives, you know, in Hawaii, out the front of Pipe, like pretty much in a very close vicinity to Pipe, so, and he's grown up surfing these sort of waves. He feels very at home. He spent so much time over the years, so it's no surprise to me that his first wave is like that.
So much going for him this season, as he wanted to really compete for a 3rd world title, but also with Olympic qualification this year. John did everything he could to try to heal up for the Tokyo Olympics. Kind of surfed through an injury, and he definitely wasn't at 100%. So now he's hoping that he can be there to represent USA next season at this same venue here at Teahupo'o to fight for a gold medal. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Gabriel Medina is with Laura.
Gabby, last heat out here, sorry, eating my hair, was back in 2019 with your final with Owen. You haven't been back since. How good is it to be back in Tahiti, picking up where you left off, 16-point total? You look like you had fun out there.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be back in Tahiti. It's my favorite stop on tour, so after 4 years, you know, we're back, and feels good to be back, you know. Get a few waves, made the first round, and hopefully we get a few more in the next round.
You've obviously had a very successful history here at Tahiti. You're on the hunt right now. You're in 6th. How are you feeling heading into this event?
I just want to surf. Tahiti is a really good wave to surf, you know. I just want to make heats and surf with another guy out there. And enjoy it, really, you know. It's the type of surfing I like to do, you know, Gary Barrow. So I'm just enjoying. I don't think about results. I know what I need to do, and I will focus on my job.
And how is it? You're obviously staying with all of your friends, the Brazilians, who you're also trying to, you know, go for spots with. How is that amongst your camaraderie and friendship?
Yeah, I mean, I love the Brazilian crew. You know, they're always rooting for us, and I mean, we have them everywhere. You know, we have a few Brazilians here, so it's good to feel the support and the love, and it motivates us to do well as well. So yeah, I just appreciate all the love.
Anything you like to say to your family and friends back home?
Queria mandar beijo para todo mundo, para minha família, meus amigos. Estou aqui no paraíso, tá tudo bem e vamos embora.
Also pass. Yes.
Awesome. See you in the next round.
Thank you, Laura. Gabriel Medina, you can tell he's in business mode, keeping it light and comfy, but he knows he's got a huge goal in front of him. Like we saw in that contender piece, you know, to be a 4-time world champ. He finished that heat with a big total, the biggest so far of the morning, 16.10. An excellent heat once again for Gabe as he moves on to the round of 16. And John said that fires him up, so let's see how Florence responds. He got a wave during the interview, and John wants another one here. Little insider, gets some speed, now gets real low, still traveling, maxing out the tube time. Now John swinging for the lip. Beautiful extended slide and lands perfectly over dry reef.
Looks like he is in rhythm to me. And I think Gabby's last performance really did fire John up, because those last 2 waves that we just saw ridden were really nice. I just have a look at these last 2 waves.
Yeah, did well on his 4.5 here, Flick.
Yeah, you could just see that he really stomped on the brakes. He knew that he was going to be out in front if he didn't do that. Looking smooth here, but I really like this last turn, just blowing the fins out of the back of that wave. Just surfing it so well. And this is that second wave, smaller one, kind of had a funny bend in it, but really maximizing the tube time again. Comes flying out, stomps another turn, and to me, here we go, we have another look from the drone angle. You can see that funny little rivet in the wave there. Does his best to get himself inside the barrel, and it really opens up there on the inside. And he wasn't going to pull out. He was always going to make sure that he finished that wave right there. And another little look here. It was really small when he first pulled in, but you could just see as it opened up here as he kept traveling through this barrel. So 2 nice waves back to back.
Just love watching him compete where he can pull in. I mean, what was he doing in there?
God, some mastery. It's beyond me. But yeah, even just to be able to pick that wave and know that it was going to do this on the inside shelf was pretty impressive, and stay with it and contort his body into such a small position to even fit in the beginning of that barrel was really, really well done. And I just like the hungriness that you can see. You know, he could have easily have just pulled out of that wave right there, but he knows that he's got a job on hand here, so he was like, you know what, I'm going to finish that.
There's no safe surfing for John. Every turn is committed, and it's done in his own unique way. He's got a real cool individual style, like you mentioned with Mark Akalupo, you know, where no one surfs like Ak. I don't think anyone surfs like John. It's a really special type of performance, and no matter if it's 10-foot chopes or if it's 1 foot, you know, he looks so perfect pulling in. And I think it's sometimes those waves that you're not expecting much that end up being his highlight reel moments. Remember how we started off the year at Pipe? You know, even our camera crew gave up on him on a right at back
yeah,
door.
That's right.
And I mean, it looked like the wave was done. Next thing you know, he's like
shooting
out of it on the other end. Just a special type of surfer with a beautiful relationship with the ocean.
Yeah, there's a few surfers on tour like that. Another person that comes to mind is Jack Robinson. They've just got this special relationship where they sort of might have a feeling that I think I might sit 20 meters to the right over here because I think a set might come, and then all of a sudden the wave of the day comes and they just take off, and you count them out for a second, and like you said at Pipeline or Backdoor, John just came flying out of this barrel at the beginning of the year, and yeah, massive scores. So special relationship with the ocean, especially waves of consequence, and yeah, we're already seeing it here. John again.
Knifes the takeoff under the hood. Florence is going to punch through again. The wave closed out, but Florence somehow gets the exit. He looks very inspired by Medina's performance. Remember, Gabe didn't sit still. John might be taking a page out of his rival's book. I mean, if John's surfing, he's typically winning. You know, I'm sure for a coach like Ross Williams, he doesn't want to see him sit and wait too long in conditions like this, and he's working out the lineup well.
Yeah, for sure. Replay of that last one of John's. Sort of saying exactly what we were talking about. Takes off straight under the lip there, and riding on the foam ball, gets through that second section. You can see he pulls his rail up, because he knows that if he would have dropped to the bottom, he probably would have got engulfed by the foam. So really, really, really good read on this wave. And get another look at it here. You can see he did a pump there underneath the lip. Another one here, and he pulls himself up high and comes shooting out of this one, muscling with that foam. Great little wave.
This is why we were so excited on Dawn Patrol and really in the lead up to this event, knowing that Medina's 6th in the world, John 7th. You know, 2 world champions that are hoping to be in the mix this September at lower trestles. Let's focus on John here. Florence will clinch a spot in the final 5 if he wins this event, and Dora does not reach the final. So he's 7th, not 6th like Medina. So if he wins, he's got to hope it's not over Dora. If Florence finishes runner-up in the final, all these things have to happen. Dora's not in the semis, Medina's not in the final, and Jack Robinson does not win. We will keep you posted. It's still the opening round. It's always going to start with the surfers that are already in the final 5 to control their own destiny, and if they just keep the door open just a little bit, Medina and Florence are going to look to knock it down.
Yeah, the job is a little bit harder for John than what it is for Gabby, but with the score of the last wave coming through, 7-1-7 for John, things are looking good. It seems like he's inspired by Gabby's performance.
Oh, so solid for Florence. What he was able to do on that last wave without priority. Rio hasn't taken off yet. This is the 3rd wave now for Kanoe Igarashi, and he'll get sucked up and over the falls. We were kind of breaking down Kanoe's form because he didn't repeat the same success as the previous year, but he's coming off a lot of great heat wins. When you focus on a semifinal at J-Bay, he got a great rhythm there. When he was even competing a bit under the weather, and then went back to his home break and came close to another U.S. Open title. Got stopped in the semifinals in Huntington Beach. And I think Kanoe is the kind of guy that likes reps in the jersey. In the old format, he didn't mind doing a complete year on the QS and compete on the championship tour. And now with, you know, the tour split, kind of did things in different ways. And almost, if I was in a support crew, just keep this guy in a jersey, keep him heat sharp and connected. I know he loves to compete. He loves pressure on himself, and you can only get that on tour.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point, actually. Really, really good point. Super impressive for me. Kanoe was last year with that massive ride that he got out here. Probably one of his best to date, and yeah, taking that spot over Griff, which was super impressive.
Let's reflect back on the best score of the heat. John on the 7-1-7.
Super laid here, drops under the lip, pumps on the rail there, and a second pump, driving high, comes flying out, muscles with that foam, and earned him a 7-1-7. That's what you got to do if you want a 7-1-7.
Gosh, so cool how he just rolled in on that wedge. Something he's done his entire life in waves of consequence. As we now look at Kanoe Igarashi wide. Gets a little bit of board speed, head down, eye on the prize. Igarashi gets the exit.
That was nice.
Maybe his best so far.
That was really nice. Definitely a smaller wave, but great technique inside the barrel. Weaving while he was holding his rail. Really not an easy thing to do. Takes a lot of contorting of the body. Really confined position. So really tricky little barrel, that one.
Yeah, and cool just having a different position than his competitors. Back of the order for priority, and turns in this wave.
Yeah, here we go. Another look at it. You can see that he's weaving inside the barrel there. Had to get into such a small, tight position to fit inside that one. And another angle. Really see, hopefully, just how much he had to grabs the rail there. You can see so many little adjustments happening in that barrel. Really small. Kind of hit him on the head as he was coming out. And really good job to get that wave. The other 2 guys obviously didn't want it. Kanoe said, okay, thank you.
Just great to be present there, sitting wide and picking up what will probably be his best wave so far. Interesting when you break down priority, especially in these last 2 heats. For John getting his 7-1-7, he didn't have first priority there. Kanoe's best will come under priority. And Connor O'Leary on the back of the ski with Kaiwi belly.
You just don't get that at other surf contests, do you?
How cool is that? And now John live slams on the brakes. Nice indeed. John gets spit out. Setting up a solid finishing move. Florence is in a great rhythm here in Tahiti today. Looking to improve on a 4.97 and his lead out front here in heat number 6.
Whoa. Things are looking good, Joe. Things are looking good.
Yeah, so healthy John. He always gets credit from his peers on tour that he's the best surfer in the world. I mean, winning the event at Waimea Bay, the Eddie Aikau, when it was gigantic, and then winning in Brazil in smaller conditions a month later shows his depth in the water. How about this one?
Yeah, takes off, nice pump down the line, and just sets himself up for that section there. Comes flying out, finishes nice and strong. He's looking good. He's looking super inspired. You can see here, didn't go grabbing the rail straight away. Nice little pump down the line. He could see this section coming. Throws over the top of John, and clean exit there. And another look from the drone angle. Nice pump down the line, sets it up. You can see his board's fully covered. Beautiful, beautiful to watch.
And just been really solid too with his finishes. Slows down right here, Flick.
Yeah, I just love watching his technique. He slows down, but he's also got this real casualness to his style in such an intense moment, you know? And I think that's what makes it so beautiful to watch. This just absolute mastery, really, in such an intense situation. It's like the calm and the chaos.
Yeah, and I think that's always been just fun to watch in surfing, when someone could just look so relaxed in a wave of consequence over a shallow reef, or even in the art of tube riding, where they're trying to make it look super calm. Florence hammering the finish. He'll lose that one, and wow, that's a shallow section to go down like that.
Yeah, that was super shallow, but amazing buzzer before that.
Look at that. Ooh, I like
Wowzers.
that. Solid barrel for John.
Getting me excited. Jeepers.
Love when the Aussie slang comes out.
Buzzer, mate. You gotta see buzzer.
717, his last wave 683, and another one for John. He's
Wow.
probably like, give me some eights like Medina had, but he's still in complete control. Rio hasn't taken off yet. Kanoa needs an 867. So it's still the John show. 16 minutes on the clock. We'll see what he did on wave number 6.
Really interested to see that replay. Here we go. John taking off. Beautiful technique there. Wave spits and he comes shooting out. Just another barrel. Goes for the turn, but that section there was so shallow. Here we go. Another look. Just love how casual he is there. He goes for this turn, and maybe we can get another look at just how shallow that reef was.
Ooh. Look at that.
Wow. Jeepers.
Oh my goodness, John's up again. Let's go. Throws down a pump. Of course, he makes that bonus section. Florence hanging in there until I think he should get out. There was reef sticking out in front of him.
It's enough of that shallow reef play, John. Get out of there.
So 2 more scores to come in for Florence, who's having a ball out there. I mean, anytime John's in a heat where it's really consistent and it's barreling, he has a field day. You think of his wins in France in the past, or even Portugal, where there's just little bowling peaks up and down the beach. He's unstoppable. What happened here?
Yeah, well, another barrel happened, Joe. Followed by a second one, but he just got gobbled up on that inside section. I like this takeoff. Watch just that maneuver right there. He just pulled his rail up, allowed him to get higher on the face of the wave, punched through this first section. He comes out, he eyes up this second section again. It's incredibly shallow there. Pulls back in again and gets eaten alive by the foam onto some really shallow reef.
So John in an interesting position this year, being 7th. I think some of the events everyone expects him to win, it just didn't happen, like Pipe, and then even where you live, Flick, at Margaret River, he went down to Griffin when it looked like he was on the way to another big title in main break. So it just kept things kind of interesting. I think the main thing for John is just to keep his body healthy with how hard he competes and how he pushes the sport to extra levels. So happy to see him at 100% here at the final stop of the season. John leading with a 14-point total. We'll be right back after this.
The first time I went to Tahiti, I had never been so scared of a wave in my life. I had really only seen videos and photos. Tahiti has the power to put you in your place. The energy and the way that wave comes in and wraps itself onto the reef. You get these raw swells out of the South Pacific, and they come out of thousands of feet of water and come up onto the shallow shelf. When you're in the barrel, you can feel the wave bending and pushing and folding around you. And you're looking actually at the land because the wave is bending so much. I think that just adds into making this one of the most scary waves in the world. Seeing waves like that out there, those are the moments that really inspire me. There's nothing quite like it in the world.
Been so many great moments for John here in Tahiti, from free surfs when he was a little kid to what we saw. Some great vision from 2014. There were still toe sets in the water. I remember catching up with a lot of competitors, and in the warm-ups in the morning, there were still these dark ones coming off the reef, and everyone would just look at John. You're like, is John gonna go? He's not going, nobody's going. He has that type of reputation and so much respect among his peers. And I love how he's just so mellow as it gets when he talks about scary waves. He always says the fear's there, but he's able to manage it to turn on some great performances. As we've missed out on John here at the end of the road for a few years in a row. Last time he was here competing, 2017, he got a quarterfinal when he went down to Jordy Smith. Final the year before with Kelly. That was Kelly's 55th CT win. And he's had that heat with Kelly in the semifinals, which is called one of the best heats of all time. It was an interesting heat as well because it started off quick. They were doing their thing, getting crazy barrels. Kelly with a different approach, taking that real high line above the foam ball, and John with just no hands on the wheel, just looking so effortless. And then there was a giant lull in that heat, like forever. Maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. It was a long lull. And then all of a sudden, it was like we're starting to think about a couple of minutes left, and then the scary thing just pulled off the reef, and it came down to a big final exchange. Made it so exciting. Robinson family here. Getting excited about a heat. Jack taking on Connor O'Leary, and Callum Robson coming up next.
Super exciting. Battle of the Aussies coming up next. See Julia there, Jack's wife.
They're going to be growing their family very soon. I believe the due date is December.
Jack's birthday also in December.
That's right. So that's going to be a great one to look forward to in the off season for the Robinson family. Yeah, Jack in a really cool headspace like he always is. I think that's been the biggest thing that we've learned from Jack, is how calm he can be in waves of consequence, but also in the title race. Held yellow this year, leading the tour, looked very dominant to maybe even be the #1 seed. That's kind of how he built some great heat wins this season, but a little injury at Bells, a little injury at Surf Ranch, a little out of rhythm from winning heats has dropped him down to #8 in the world.
Yeah, I think I've loved everything I've seen from Jack at the beginning of the year. It was incredible. It seemed like he was on this magical roll, and almost it seemed like unstoppable. And even coming off the year before, you know, at Margaret River, the win that he had there, and just so unfortunate with that injury at Bells and not being able to return to his home of Margaret River and surf there, because, you know, that he had that amazing heat with John there where they were just going head to head, and to get that win was incredible. So yeah, definitely missed him at Margaret River this year, and yeah, unfortunately getting a little bit injured again at Surf Ranch. Kind of trying to find that rhythm again.
And now we're checking out Kanoe Garashi. Just up and out. It's been over 27 minutes, almost 28, without seeing a wave from Rio Waida. Still holding priority, but scoreless. Needed to break down a combination of scores to take the win off John. kind of seen some surfers be really selective. Kauli Vost was earlier today, the wild card, tried to make up for it to surf a 9-minute heat. He ended up in the elimination round. We'll see what happens now as Rio finally gets started, waiting for a certain type of wave. And that one's not going to let him out. So just like Kauli, who waited a long time, ended up falling on his first wave, just like Rio Waida. 6:30 to go.
Seems like to me that easy, really easy to sit here and say this, but the strategy is to stay busy. I mean, it's definitely proved like it worked for Gabby and it's working for John, but you know, if you sit for so long in the heat and then you don't convert on that first wave, it's going to be you're in a boat with no paddles and
And also,
hard task ahead of you.
Iago Dora was very active in his heat win in the opening round as well. As we check out the reclap, John Florence taking off under the lip and making it look so easy. 683, 717, doing it with or without priority. He's in solid form at 100%. Kanoa's been swinging his best so far, a 5.33 he got without priority as well.
Yeah, both surfers staying really busy, both surfers having 7 waves on the board, but it's all been about John, really. He's just had this beautiful connection to the ocean, a beautiful read on the wave, and managed to find these little gems on the reef, and posting the 2 highest scores of the heat so far, that's 717 and 683.
Well done for John Florence. We always talk about goofy versus regular and who might have the advantage, but when guys like John surf backhand, you're almost going, is that the advantage? Because he does it so well, the way he can slow down, his takeoff can be really deep, and how he can go straight to the bottom and manage his speed so well.
I think he could be an unusual case on a day like today.
Certainly. Because it sort of looks like that goofy foot type of day.
Yeah, it does, for sure.
We've had a lot of events over the years out here, and there's sometimes just a goofy foot takeover. Freddie P could get so much speed on days like this. He finished runner-up in the event in the past. Even beat Medina one year, back in 2013. As we look at 4:30 left.
Looks like a little bit of movement. So maybe something on the horizon. Really hard to see though, especially on a day like today where you can see out to sea. Look out towards the horizon. Look how much lump and bump there is, and these waves really come up out of nowhere. If you saw the virtual eye, you see how deep the water goes to how shallow. And
chipping in is John Florence, pulling into a hollow section. Wave spits, he comes out behind it. Sets the rail, big sweeping roundhouse cutback with an unbelievable free fall. He tried to nail a crazy roundhouse.
That was a lip line rebound.
Guaranteed if he pulls that, we're going excellent. Maybe one of the best numbers of the day, but he falls. That was so close. That was as
insane.
radical as it gets.
That was insane. Wow, I would have loved to have known where the judges would have gone if he would have made that. So here we go, look at the replay. No hand pump, into the barrel, comes flying out, and this is the moment we're talking about. Beautiful arc, lip line float, and almost sticks it, but falls off. So here we go, another angle. Little pump to set, grabs the rail, weaves through this section, comes flying out and sets the rail, carves it back around, and nice view from above here, grabbing that rail, just so in control. It doesn't look like he's going to fall if he's in the barrel. That lip line right there, so critical over such shallow reef. Look at it right there, draining.
I loved it. There's the technique. He got one big drive before he got into that backhand stance over the foam ball. Whenever the wave spits and then the surfer comes out, judges are always going to eat that up, showing that he was as deep as you could have gotten here.
This move right here, lip line rebound, I mean, it doesn't get any more critical than that. In terms of a roundhouse cutback, wow, he just made that super critical.
And especially a cool backhand one. And gosh, look at that. That's all on dry reef. And John's in there somewhere.
Maybe getting a couple of Tahitian tattoos.
Let's check out the numbers for John. Last score coming in. He's got to improve on a 6.83 to strengthen his lead. And it's going to be a 6.17. So not enough. Lead stays the same. Minute 55 to go. And Kanoa with priority is chasing down an 8.67.
Yeah, I mean, it's not attainable, but it'd have to be the highest wave of the heat. Best wave of the heat. And with a minute 40 on the clock. And he has got priority, though. He has got that going for him.
Backside roundhouse cutbacks. They're so rad looking. I mentioned Bruce earlier today. I think I got Bruce on my mind. He he used to be really good at those backside roundhouses. I think he loved him because it was almost like it's like a forehand snap on the rebound. They look really cool. Dane would always, be hard on himself, Dane Reynolds. He said it was hard to have like really nice style doing them because, just his technique, he always felt like they weren't good enough. It's just classic Dane. It's probably the best in the world, but he always would just honor the guys that could do those really well.
Yeah, it takes a certain type of technique to really nail when to compress and when to extend.
So John incomplete. Probably would have been a keeper if he nailed that rebound, but looking comfortable after about 5 years of absence from this event. Now back in the jersey, about 35 seconds away from a heat win. Tough heat for Rio. He looks like he had a game plan to sit and wait, finally made a move and was incomplete. He might leave this heat comboed. He's spending some time with Glenn Micro Hall, one of the best coaches in the game. So they'll have a really important debrief before the elimination round.
Yeah, for sure. He'll go back and reset, maybe change up. I mean, elimination round men's isn't happening today, so possibly a couple of days to think about it.
That's right. John just enjoying the lineup, crushing sections.
Wow.
Had a lot of fun in that one. Robinson, O'Leary, Callum coming up next in an all-Australian battle. And John taking off on a lot of waves. 9 waves ridden in this heat, 717 and a 683. And one of the coolest finishing moves, almost completed by John. His world number 7 is hoping to move into a WSL Final 5 position throughout this event. Let's enjoy this wave again from John and that crazy backhand roundo over the dry reef. Bringing Pete and Kaipo for the call and their reactions to that turn as well. Be right back. The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, strategic partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
We're back at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. It is the men's opening round. And Opening rounds going. We've seen some of the usual suspects getting through this opening round into the round of 16. Teahupo'o along with Peter Mel. John Florence onto the round of 16 from that last heat.
Yeah, and it wasn't like it was pumping surf out there either, and he manufactured some good numbers out there. Amazing sense of the lineup, understanding some tide changes maybe, and just adjusting where he was positioned in the lineup, and rode a ton of waves and got some great scores.
Yeah, Gabe Medina won his round of 16. I'm sorry, his opening round heat as well. So he's going into the round of 16. So John, Gabe Medina, number 6 and 7 on the leaderboard, are doing battle to try to find their space into the final 5. Here's the next battle out on the water. Jack Robinson, Connor O'Leary, and Callum Robson. Again, winner goes into the round of 16, and the loser into the elimination round, second and third into the elimination round.
And big opportunity for Jack Robinson, obviously sitting on an outside chance to find his way into the final 5. Also thinking about Olympic qualification, he's right there as well. So this is an important heat, not only for him, but also important event. And it looks like he probably would be inspired what he saw from the 2 surfers ahead of him in the draw and ahead of him on the rankings, Gabe Medina and John Florence. And what they did was really created opportunities for themselves in the lineup that was a bit disjointed. So such a great read for both those surfers to put numbers up there, and really ran away with their heats, heat wins.
I've been so impressed by Medina. Continues, his magic up at this particular break, going into the excellent range. I think it was an 8-point ride, and 8.1 for Gabe Medina. So someone to talk about. John looking in form as well. Start to this heat, slow start, 1.17 for Jack Robinson, 25-year-old, on his 3rd year on the championship tours. Jack started off with a bang, a win at Pipe, semifinals at Sunset, and a runner-up in Portugal. There we go, number 72, Jack Robinson. Then things went wrong. Knee injury, losing to the wild card, Xavier Huxtable at Bells, and that led to a string of 17s and plus for Jack Robinson. A little bit on the rebound. Quarterfinal finish in J-Bay, but it was really setting up to be Jack's year, and it was unfortunate that he had that mid-year mid-year injury.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, again, you talked about the consistency, and it was a rollover from the previous season as well. I mean, he had great success there, feeling that winning feeling, and then the consistency in the first few events is exactly what he wanted to use, carrying that yellow jersey. And with that, a lot of confidence. And then, unfortunately, yeah, you talked about those injuries, and it was tough for him to bounce back.
Yeah.
And to give himself a chance here in the last event of the season, pretty solid.
Let's hear from John Florence. He's on to the round of 16, Laura.
Yes, John, he's absolutely stoked to be back here. 2017 was when he last competed. We were saying we don't want to say that's almost more than half a decade ago, but making us feel old. How good is it to be back here in Tahiti?
Oh, it's so good to be back, and we got some really fun waves the other day, and it's just, I've missed this place a lot and just haven't made it back, and so, I don't know, it just has such a good relaxing feel, and just stoked to see everyone again, and I spent a lot of time down here when I was younger, and so, yeah, I don't know, I'm happy to be back here.
And a very dominant heat then, but you did spend a lot of time on the reef looking for some Tahitian pearls, but you came out unscathed.
Yeah, I was just I was so fired up. I was like, I gotta do another turn, and then I was, all of a sudden, one I was like going upside down into the reef, the other one was like airdropping onto it, and yeah, but I didn't touch. I just got lucky.
Absolutely amazing. Well, we know that you are in the hunt this event to try and make that WSL Final 5, but I can tell you that you have provisionally qualified for the Paris 2024 Olympics. John, congratulations. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels super good. Yeah, to have a second chance at the Olympics again, and especially coming back here to Tahiti, I think I'm really excited about that.
Amazing. Well, we can't wait to see you into the round of 16 and then obviously next year at the Olympics.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to say too, all my thoughts and our hearts go out to everyone at home in Hawaii, on Maui. Pretty devastating what happened over there. I grew up going to events over there, and just wishing and hoping everyone the best. We have a lot of friends from over there, and so yeah, our thoughts and hearts are with you guys.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, we can find a way to help. There's numerous organizations that you can donate to the cause of it to rebuild Lahaina and the fires in Maui. Maui no Kauai, we know they're going to come back stronger than ever. That's going to be one that island with a lot of spirit is up for. So John Florence, Team USA, Griffin Colapinto, John Florence will be representing the USA when we look to the 2024 Summer Olympics.
Go USA, that's a good team. You'd have to love the chances of both those surfers in order to get, 1-2 even. I would say the Brazilian crew are probably going to, have something to deal with over there, of course. But
yeah, it's 2023. It's qualification season right now for the WSL as a Tier A qualifier for that 2024 Summer Olympics. Team USA is full for the men with Griffin Colapinto and John Florence. Let's take a look at some of the qualifications so far. We know Felipe Toledo is going to be representing the gold and green there for Brazil. Ethan Ewing for Australia. Leonardo Fioravanti is also provisionally qualified for those Olympics.
You'd have to like Ethan and his chances to make sure that he gets himself to 100%, at that point in the year. Long time off, so you'd expect him to be able to make full recovery. But congratulations, Leo. He's always been one to want to compete for that gold. And again, you think about this place right here, very comfortable on this reef.
Yeah, so we saw Ethan Ewing. Now, mind you, number 8 on the leaderboard coming into this event, Jack Robinson. Number 11 on the CT leaderboard, Connor O'Leary, both in this heat. So when we talk about those qualification scenarios for the Olympics, that's going to come into play. Their results here. Here we go. Robinson in the barrel, threads it through there, thick section there, and Jack completes that one. Pencil dives off, and that's going to be the first meaningful score of this heat at the 26-minute mark.
Another good read of these surfers that understand this reef.
Callum Robson from high above there, but cannot find an exit through that Tahiti barrel.
Yeah, Jack's been coming to this reef for a very long time. As a youngster, I mean, shoot, he spent some good, 6 weeks here? Parked it on the reef, obviously trying to figure out and expand his backhand barrel riding skills, and he did that. I mean, he was blowing minds how mature he looked in the barrel here, and it's translated into his championship tour and his bid and becoming one of the favorites to win this event.
Yeah, certainly when you talk about barrels and big barrels, dangerous waves, you think about Jack Robinson and his performance. Check this out. This is Callum Robson.
Ooh, and how is this one draining down the reef? And with that tide, you can see that it seems to be cleaner and inside onto this inside ledge, and that's what'll happen is it'll square up, get nice and round. So good opportunity there for Jack. I mean, he was third priority sitting down the reef, found this gem.
Yeah, this is a really good illustration in slow motion. The wave growing, getting really thick on that inside section there, and already knowing that that's a score.
That's the intensity of that barrel. They get, this wave is known for the fact that it'll actually go wider than it is higher, and that's the Teahupo'o. As you watch again, the amazing ability to see this wave and what it's going to do, get himself in position to maximize the barrel time, and again, going to get himself a solid number on a wave that really slipped underneath his competitor.
Numbers in for Robinson, a 7.5, Pete.
Awesome. You think about that being on the inside, third out of priority to be able to pick up an opportunity and find it and get it done. And that's, again, where you have to have those kind of hunting instincts along the reef. Even though it's a pretty tight and small area, you can get left out of position pretty easily because the wave loads up underneath and on the reef. So you could be probably 10 feet away from your competitor and there's no way they can get it, and you're underneath and you're able to slide in. So even though it's fairly compact, the positioning in which you have to catch the wave, especially the intense, straight up vertical ones, you have to be in the right spot to get it.
Check out the numbers. One judge went excellent. One judge goes to an 8-point ride. Of course, we take away that high and the low, average out the remaining 3. Easy math for that 7.5 for Jack Robinson, and a strong start to this Heat 7 in the opening round. No wave ridden as of yet from Connor O'Leary, who's out there, the goofy foot from Cronulla, 29 years old. And Connor having a great season on the championship tour. Quarterfinals, Portugal, Bells, Margaret River, El Salvador, and just coming off a quarterfinal finish at Jeffreys Bay.
You'd like his chances right here, too, being that he's a very good barrel rider. Is not afraid to go into those shallow reefs and pack barrels. That takes a lot of courage to do that, and he's one of those guys that can make it happen.
Yeah, there he is. He's competed here in Tahiti in 2017, 2018, and last year. 9th place finishes each of those times, each of his appearances here at Teahupo'o.
But I will say that those, results don't reflect what he's capable of out here on this reef. He's very, like I said, very brave in the forehand. Looking at what we have on the forecast, generally it feels like that's going to be a 2-year advantage. Let's see if he can do that here in this heat. Although Jack's doing exactly what he wants to do and get numbers early, apply pressure. We saw it be used to success from John in that last heat and Gabriel, both just producing numbers over and over and over again.
You got a trained eye at the charts, Peter. I mean, when you mentioned the forecast, what are you seeing? I mean, it's not an exact science, but what are you seeing to start to formulate right now?
Well, I mean, this swell here, which we have on offer, generally was supposed to be a couple different angles of swell. We've had some leftover southwest swell. We'll get back to that.
Man, Jack taking an insider here. This is a smart heat strategy from the Western Australian, because he just wants to get, a backup, better that 1.17 and really kind of extend his lead, right? Back up his 7.5.
I mean, the positive signs of what I would have liked to seen today would be a bit more energy in that longer interval swells that we were supposed to be seeing. That would be, if we could keep some size there, it could roll into tomorrow, and we could have some good surf on tap for tomorrow. It's not coming in floodgates, but again, this is it's very similar to, say, J-Bay. You're in a region that doesn't have necessarily buoy readings, and they're all forecast maps on what we've seen. But you look at the bit of a battle there, and of course,
easy one for Connor. He's going to have priority ahead of Jack Robinson. But yeah, it's a little less predictable. There's less data that you're able to pull from.
No real factual data, right? Looking at, sometimes there's some ships out there that you can kind of call into and see what their readings are as far as swell is concerned. But there's not a stable buoy, which we have like on the west coast of our, in America. You're able to see that and actually determine how long the swell will last, what kind of energy is in the swell, the size of the swell. All of that information is there, but not down here.
Yeah. Well, we lean on your data. We lean, of course, on our friends over at Surfline, and I'm going to give you guys a present right now. Scan that QR code and get 30% off premium Surfline. That means commercial-free cameras, extended updates, and all the content over there. So scan the QR code, 30% off Surfline Premium, and never miss a good day. Plan your week, actually. Anywhere you are in the world, plan your week around the forecast.
And if you've got Surfline Premium, you can plan out 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's the part of the bonuses. You get the actual 2 weeks. Right? Of course, that's always very challenging to go all the way out 2 weeks. Even Surfline, as pro as they are, can be a bit of a challenge. But I will say that, looking at this forecast for this week, positive signs have changed a little bit. As we've gotten into the window now, there's more opportunity at the kind of midweek with a storm that's kind of going to formulate, which, in 2 days, it hasn't started yet, but the maps are showing it there, and that's positive signs that we could probably get this done pretty quickly if we could just kind of go back to back to back.
Yeah, thank you to Kevin Wallace and the crew over there providing us with updates and forecasts. Look at these surfers just on top of each other right now, Pete.
Yeah, that's funny. Again, little tactics being played slightly, just it's part of the game. And very subtle.
Yeah, so closeout way for Conor O'Leary. He handed over priority with the white jersey in the way of Callum Robson. Robson, his second year on the championship tour, 22 years old. We're going to get back to more on Callum because it's all about Jack Robinson. Not really. Just repositioning for Robinson. Previous wave, a 3-point ride. He did build on his 2-wave total.
We had mentioned about the fact that this reef is tough to really position to when the tide starts moving around. It definitely moves you with the current.
Look at him right here. Finds this underneath priority and in and out. Jack Robinson, he's going to better that 3. How was that?
Again, working and figuring stuff out, seeing stuff that other surfers aren't seeing, and creating. That's what the best barrel riders can do. He's been able to do it. We saw it earlier.
What incredible sequence of events. Jack takes off on that wave, does a little repositioning move, gets on the inside, and then gets this.
Yeah, and again, I think that's what's happening is you see them, they're moving up and down the reef. You may even not know that you're being pulled by the current because there's all this water that moves out of that huge deep channel, and it's very subtle, and it moves you, and the energy moves you. You get water that pours over the top of the reef, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, I'm a little bit too deep. You move 10 feet over, you're in perfect position for this. That's exactly what happened for.
It's a drainer, and Jack pretty happy with that. A little finger snap. Why not? Because he's going to start running away with the lead at this 18-minute mark. Jack on the paddle back out.
Oh, nice shot there. Just how crystal blue this water is here. would be very happy with his performance so far. He's going to be in double digits, already there, but ultimately now at this point it's going to be a pretty good substantial lead over his competitors.
From what I see right now, after quarterfinals in J-Bay for Jack, and now what I'm seeing so far in his opening vision here in Tahiti, Jack's back.
Yeah, no, it's pretty hard to deny, huh? You know, and it just being the inspired performance, there's the question marks that obviously when you come back, you know, did you come back too early, you know, or how's it actually truly feeling, you know, is it strong, can you push on it? Yeah, you're looking at somebody right now that feels pretty darn confident, 100% in his physical ability, and a great opportunity to, you know, solidify a spot if he can find his way into that Olympic bid, and even an outside chance to find his way into that final 5. So you always have to keep that dream alive.
There's this kind of weird mathematical possibility. We'll update those numbers though as we look into the next round, because some of the guys ahead of him
have already advanced.
Yeah, John Florence and Gabe Medina have advanced into the round 16. Number comes through at 8.07 for Jack Robinson, done under priority. Brilliant.
Brilliant is right. And again, created that score, found the opportunity when his other competitors actually positioned himself by moving down the reef, maybe even noticing that was going to happen with this next set. And that's what, with this different angles, you're going to see that, you know, windswell, those tighter intervals, they'll move down the reef. The top wave will break pretty deep up the point, and then the next wave moves down the reef ever so slightly. And knowing that and understanding that and making that move before you even see it puts you in position, which is exactly what Jack saw there. He's like, oh, there's a couple waves in the set, but this one looks deep. Let's move. And then all of a sudden, come over the top, bang, he's in perfect position for that 8-point ride.
Yeah, that was wild. I mean,
just a sense, an instinct, right? It's something that the top guys and girls, they have. They're able to just have that sense of like, ooh, I need to move down the reef and get away from my competitors, and it feels like it's going to move down the reef. And sure enough, boom, there it is.
Well, Robinson has both Callum Robson as well as Connor O'Leary in a 2-wave combo. So talking about a big lead straight off the gates halfway through this heat, both O'Leary and Robson need 2 waves, 15.57 in this context of today. Those are some big numbers to achieve, because Jack Robinson, excellent wave and a very good wave with that 7.5.
And there's an example of that, a different direction, a more westerly direction that comes out of the channel from the complete right of your screen. And when you've got swells coming from different directions, it's going to move all over the reef.
We're going to take a break. It's been the Jack Robinson Show. Jack's back, and that's that. We'll see if that continues when we return to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Speak up for the ocean. Your actions can inspire others.
We are thrilled to announce our July hashtag Speak Up for the Ocean hero, Carla by the Sea. Thank you, Carla, and congratulations. You can get involved too. This is how it works. Record your sustainable action, no matter how big or how small it is. Post your video on social. Use the hashtag WSL1Ocean and tag WSL and WSL1Ocean in your post. I'd love to see what you're doing. This is what happened during the break. Callum Robson, Pete.
Utilize that priority. I don't know how he made that drop. He was side slipping and somehow gets control and finds the barrel. So this is a great answer to Jack Robinson's already 15.57 points. And that'll take him probably out of that combination if he's able to get above a 6 or so. And that was some tactics right there. Just free falling out of the sky in the lip, somehow sideways, completely gains control and slides right on up into the hole. That was
just
amazing
a little bit
stuff.
of Tom Petty right there on that takeoff.
What are you going to do with it? Tell us. Side slipping.
Free-falling.
Free fall. Okay, yeah. Into the thing. And that was why he was able to find this barrel time the way he did. The depth there, that was creative in the way he fell out of the sky. Free falling into that one.
There's the numbers. A couple of judges went 7. So that gets Callum out of the combination and into this heat. 22-year-old out of Evans Head, Australia, has a strong sense of fundamental surfing, and that came into play there.
I would have loved to have pulled that last move off of. You probably would have seen it go up that extra half point, gone into 7s.
Yeah,
maybe he pulls off that last turn.
Yeah, needs a 9.7 now, so needs a really excellent score. Jack Robinson in the driver's seat. Heat control to Robinson with priority as well as a big heat lead. Now remember, we talk about that final 5. If Jack Robinson was to win this event and Iago Dora does not reach the final, Jack clinched his spot for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Connor got a wave as well. Here's a replay.
Ooh, little underneath one. Again, on the forehand, slides underneath the hood, maximize the barrel time. I think that's good that these surfers are understanding that there is opportunity to be had, not necessarily on the biggest set waves. You can get one on those mid-size waves. Jack was a perfect example of that. And now Connor's gotten a good solid number, and most likely if he can get himself above a 5.57, will get himself out of combo. Still plenty of time with 10 minutes to go, and you never know what can happen in that back half of the heat. Could have a couple of that longer interval swell show up and get a couple waves. Fingers crossed that happens.
Yeah, Callum Robinson, he needs 9.07. Hey, he got a 10-point ride this year. So, I mean, he's done it once. He can do it again.
Yeah, you don't want to ever count yourself out until that final hooter sounds. But there's an example of a completely different direction. So we've got this south-southeasterly direction, which is kind of due to a lot of this wind. It's a little tighter interval, so it's not 10 seconds probably on the interval. And it moves on the top of the reef.
Oh, Callum on the fight back here. Don't know if that's going to be a 9, but
definitely not going to be a 9.
Taking some swings at it.
And seeing that he is going to better the 2.10. And again, creating rhythm too, right? I mean, even though, he takes off that wave going full well that he knows it's not going to be a 9, it's always nice just to kind of have that rhythm and start to feel it. And you kind of surf your way, and we say it cliche, but surf your way into rhythm. And he's done that. I mean, this is another pretty good score here. And, had Jack not had any waves yet, he's going to be leading the heat with a 6.5 and probably something in the mid-4s. So good work for Callum just to kind of keep himself surfing into rhythm and give himself a shot.
Yeah, Callum, number 20 on the championship tour leaderboard coming into this event. No chance at a final 5 appearance, but we'll see him next year, 2024, again when we resume the championship tour.
And we touched on this the last time we were in the heat here about how important it is to bring your seeding up at the last event of the year. You go into next season with a pretty good seed. You're not going to have as tough a heats, although every heat is going to be tough, but ultimately if you can find yourself in the top half of the draw, you're going to be surfing against surfers in the lower half of the draw. You're going to surf against the new qualifiers that are coming off the Challenger Series. So you're giving yourself a better opportunity if you can get yourself up the ranks. The lower the seed you have coming off the championship tour season, the tougher your draw is. Most likely you'll end up having to go against the top seeds out of the gates, which is always tough.
Yeah, I mean, and you got to come out hot on the championship tour because we look at that mid-season cut. Everything is there's a gravity to every single event starting from the very first event, so you cannot slip up. You know, Jack Robinson's a classic example of that, coming out winning the first event, semifinals at Sunset, and then runner-up in Portugal. I mean, Jack was well and truly on his way, like, to hang on to that yellow leader's jersey throughout the rest of the season, but the unexpected can happen too.
So true.
You know,
you don't want it to, you don't plan for it. You know, you obviously want to keep your head down and create a year that, like we've seen from Felipe, you know,
Yeah.
and even a long season that he's had to deal with some injuries and still been able to somehow muster results.
we talked about it. Here goes Callum, just trying to surf his way into rhythm. That's not going to do anything, but just staying busy. He's third in priority right now, so he has, you know, nothing to lose by taking off, sniffing out a wave. You can see how quick he's going to be able to paddle back out to the peak too.
Ends up getting that 5.2 for the second wave for Callum, and you know, 11.70 isn't, you know, a horrible, especially with today's conditions, a horrible heat total. You know, it's just Jack was able to get those early numbers, and right now sitting with priority. This is where you control the heat for Jack, being that he is way out front. He's not going to let any of the major sets go without giving himself an opportunity to better his low of a 7.5. That takes a special type of wave. And when you have priority, all of a sudden you're not going to go move to the inside and look for waves. You're going to basically wait it out there and wait for, you know, one of those bigger set waves.
Yeah, heat control with Jack Robinson, and just needs to play this final 6 minutes out in a smart fashion. He's really got a lock on this heat, and you can expect him into the round of 16.
I would say trending, it seems like the surfer that has been most busy generally has taken the heat wins here today. So just being able to give yourself opportunities up and down the reef, being that there's just not a slam dunk space to sit on the reef where you're going to go, okay, this is the best waves are going to be coming. It's just not that way. You've had to move around on the reef to find it, create opportunities. The surfers that have done that today have found their way into the round of 16. There's a few surfers that were lost, you know, and just not able to, almost in a way, stuck in your, in your lineups, and that can be pretty tough. You got to be able to be mobile, read the lineup as quick and easy as you can, find those opportunities.
I love this overview shot. You can see the shallow inside then leads to the lagoon that separates this outside break from the interior water channel. The interior water channel on the inside of the lagoon actually is a liquid freeway, if you would. That's where the commuting happens.
I was going to say, I mean, a majority of the Tahitians probably are more in a boat than they are a car.
O'Leary, double hand drag, gets in there, gets out of there, lines up for a big snap there. One more time off the bottom, gets a second turn in, and kicks out of a very shallow water. Likely going to surf himself out of that combination.
Again, needs to be above a 5.57 to do that. You know, the more that he can add to this wave, the better off he'll be trying to get that second number. I mean, you look at what Callum's able to, have to do. A 9.07 is a, pretty special wave. We haven't seen any 9s yet today.
Is this a 5.57?
It's pretty well done, and I will say with the maneuvers, he's put himself into contention to get at least the 5.57, right around that range for sure.
I'm feeling he's going to get out of combination too. You can see, look at the stalling technique, Pete.
That is it, compressing. You're actually putting your toe in the wall on your back foot as well as your arm and everything. You tighten up and put all that weight on the back foot. So you're actually using not only the fact that you're handbraking the stall, but you're also using the rail, the back rail of the board, and pushing that board down into the whitewater to slow you down. And you do that by compressing very small at the takeoff, and that allows you to kind of release into the barrel, and that'll actually how you can control your speed. You'll actually hug up in the very top corner of it, and you release, let the gravity in the wall of the wave, and it'll allow you to kind of pump up through the barrel. That was a great technique for the forehander for Conor O'Leary, and we'll see that a lot, especially with the southeast angle. You can kind of see that drop. It will be easy like that, and then it'll load up into the inside section, and you're able to control the speed and pump through the barrels. I saw Cowley do that last year. So there's all sorts of techniques you can use, not only just on your backhand, but your forehand, in order to gain speed or slough speed, slow up and maximize the barrel, because that's all about the barrel here at Teahupo'o.
Yeah. Conor O'Leary on the Darren Hanley designs. Again, this is the last stop for our CT Shaper rankings. We'll visit those rankings as we near the quarterfinals. That's when our Shapers start earning points on those CT Shaper rankings. 5.33 drops in for Connor O'Leary, and that is a heartbreak number because that does not get him out of that combination.
It doesn't, and pretty much puts his chances down to a very low now with only 2:45 to go in this heat. Not enough time to really turn it in 2 waves. And obviously with control, well, let's see what happens here.
O'Leary finds the pocket, finds the barrel, busts through that section there. Quick kick out for Connor O'Leary. We'll see if that was enough to get out of combination, but I don't know if he's going to have the time to get those 2 waves at 50.57. It would be a miracle.
It would be, especially since I don't think that last wave is going to do it either, and he knew that. You know, we saw someone, you know, this last wave got barreled with 2 turns after that and only received the 5.33. None of the, actually one judge gave it to him to get out of combo. Judge number 3 with a 5.7. As we watch the replay here, this is a little better angle to be able to understand how this one unfolded. Yeah, real quick. The exit needs to be clean. You need to come out of the hole with a nice, beautiful open barrel, not necessarily force your way through, which we saw there. So that'll factor into the number here. Probably won't even go into his top 2.
You're right. 3.93. O'Leary's still comboed at the moment, and he's likely going to be surfing in that men's elimination round. Callum Robson, with priority, does have a chance. He needs to go excellent. A 9.07 is what Callum needs. So there must have been a paddle by Jack Robinson at some point. Lost priority, and then priority to Callum Robson.
Wow. A little bit of an error there from Jack, and giving priority to Callum and giving him an opportunity at the end of the seat.
Wide on the reef. O'Leary pumps into this barrel. It's a drainer. That just must feel good.
Well, I think it'll actually get him out of combo. I mean, there was a great technique in the way that he set that up. Very similar to what I was talking about, where he put the handbrake on. You're going slow, so it's easier to slow yourself down at that moment, and he's timed it to let go and pump through the section. So he's all that moment, he's actually reading down the line, going, okay, when am I going to actually release and get myself the opportunity to maximize the barrel time, but give myself enough speed to get through it. Again, the forehands, the ability to be able to create speed in the barrel. You could actually turn and pump your board.
Yeah, you're on your toes, right?
Yeah, so it's a great read. Again, this is why I feel like the forehanders are going to have a little bit of an advantage in the conditions that we're going to most likely see throughout this event, because there are going to be those times where you're going to have to create these barrel sections. They'll be there, but like they're not going to be just clean and perfect and where you just got to go down, head down, and put yourself in the barrel. There's going to be these moments where you're going to have to like, oh, okay, this little wedge is going to do this, and I'm going to time this, and that was a perfect opportunity for Connor. It feels like to me that it will, but you know, looking at the clock, not enough time.
Yeah, the clock says it's done. Connor O'Leary does get out of combination, 6-point ride, but O'Leary and Callum Robson onto the elimination round as we're down to nearing the end of this heat.
Pretty good momentum shift for both Callum and Connor to be able to kind of get it close towards the end. I mean, not super close, but job done early by Jack Robinson.
Yeah, it was really Jack Robinson, and Jack Robo goes on to the round of 16. O'Leary, Robson on to the men's elimination round. We'll be back with more action here from the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Be right back.
Teahupo'o, world famous Teahupo'o.
It's not just a tourist spot anymore, it's also an Olympic venue.
The kind of theater around it with the boats and everything.
I think everyone on tour wants to win an event like Teahupo'o.
Teahupo'o é uma onda muito especial para mim, eu amo aquele lugar.
I mean, it's hard to even put into words.
It should be one of the 7 wonders of the world. It should be the 8th wonder of the world.
The most machine-like wave that you've ever seen.
When it's big, it's like you can just feel the energy there and the nerves.
It's a left-hander that is also a really big barrel over super shallow reef.
It's a challenge and it's exciting.
Just seeing that wave, the power that it brings, there's no other rush like it.
You gotta go big.
Tahiti's so beautiful and the wave's so intense. The random person that just switches on the Olympic channel that watches it might go, wow, this is pretty badass. This sport's insane.
I hope it's big and we have to push ourselves over the ledge on big waves.
Back at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Men's opening round, heat number 8 in the water. Leonardo Fioravanti, Ryan Calnan, and Matthew McGillivray. I'm Kai Pagura, along with Peter Mel. This matchup, Pete, your thoughts?
Well, you got Ryan Callanan, the goofy footer. I'm going to keep harping. I feel like forehanders have got a distinct advantage out here in the conditions today. But, hey, we can't forget what we saw from Matt McGillivray last year, one of the best 10s of the season with his exploits in that last season. But Leo, very consistent season, been putting up big numbers and very accomplished here at Tahiti.
Yeah. Leo Fioravanti, 25 years old, number 9 on the leaderboard coming in here. But I like your goofy foot conversation on those guys having an advantage. And hey, when we play fantasy, your team's already locked. You can't change it anyway. So I'm going to tell you who my tier 1 picks are.
Who are they?
2 goofy footers, Yago Dora and Gabe Medina.
Yeah.
And I used your philosophy there, or your theory on the advantage of the goofy footers, given what we're going to have on offer in those picks.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you? You look at the forecast, you're like, hey, what kind of a mixed bag? And that's kind of what we have, is a mixed bag. We don't know what, it's not like we're going to see one major swell coming from one single direction. Your lineups are going to have to change, and as I mentioned, I'm going to harp on it probably all event long.
Go ahead.
The goofy footers and creating opportunities, moving up and down the reef to be able to do that. We've seen it from the backhanders too, so don't get me wrong. I mean, you look what Jack and John did earlier in this, in the last couple of heats. They were able to do that. So it's not just the forehanders, but as we move through this forecast, ultimately, I mean, fingers crossed that we can have plenty of opportunities. That's all we really ask for.
Yeah, and I look at data. I mean, I'm happy with a pick with Gabe Medina. 2 wins here, 2 runner-up finishes, semifinal and a quarters. The guys, and again today he went excellent. So rewinding the day. Pretty happy with that pick.
You're counting on them both to go deep in the draw, but who's going to make the final 5, Yago or Gabe? And that's since you've had them both in your team.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's the interesting thought, right? I mean, they may end up meeting each other for all you know. We don't want that. We don't like friendly fire.
And we'll have a clearer vision of that once we're all reseeded into the round of 16. And then once we get into the bracketed phase of our competition, we'll see if there's going to be any friendly fire when that gets involved. No real scores, just a half a point ride for Matthew McGillivray here. Clock ticking down from the 35-minute mark.
So run 35 minutes today, that extra 5 minutes for the inconsistency we saw this morning. So tours and competitions recognizing that and adding that extra 5 minutes. Generally, that's kind of the longest heats you'll see as far as 3-man heats.
And
generally.
Women's elimination rounds, they're going to follow this opening round, and we just get the message that there will be 35-minute heats for those women's elimination rounds, but no heat restart, so get busy out there. Here we go. Fioravanti deep on this one.
Ooh.
Can he make it out? And he does. That's a nice start for the Italian.
That was very, very dicey. That foam ball had some potholes in it as he was going over the top of it, and he was kind of coming into it with a bunch of speed, and it was able to somehow unweight and glide over the top of it. It's one of the techniques, and you start to see the white water, and you got to go over the top of it. You better have the speed to glide over and don't press too hard. Pull up on that rail just ever so slightly and just glide over the top of the potholes.
Look at the dig on his paddle back out, Pete.
Oh yeah, he's got the breath work going. That's a perfect opportunity. Look at this, super deep. I mean, again, goes over the foam ball, and he thought, hey, at any moment he can just go straight to the bottom. This elevator shaft just comes underneath you. And the finish, he got the roundhouse cutty to finish. So this is a great start for Leo. Look at this, inside the hole. There's the foam ball. Oh, he stayed above it? Nope, he did teculate a little bit. But again, he was able to go over the pothole. Just again, technique, pulling and yanking on the rail as he's inside of it to go up and over it. There he does, goes over it, and it actually lifted him up and out, spit him out. So cool to see that different angles.
Yeah. One more time, and how about excellent? You're witnessing an 8.83 here for Leo Fioravanti.
And a lot of the virtue of that is wave quality. You see how the big round, the drop in which the technical part of how he rode high up in the barrel to get up and over the foam ball, all of that plays in. And you see there's a good full point on this big roundhouse cutty into the foam right over the top of the reef. No fear for Leo Fioravanti, and you know, he's one of those surfers that had to overcome injuries early in his career. Matter of fact, he's had a broken back and had to fight back. So amazing what he's been able to do.
I was him on the quick backup right here. One more time into the barrel, Leo Fioravanti, and he wants to shut this heat out in the first 8 minutes.
So, you know, you look at where these two waves happen, right? Pretty much within, what, 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Right? So there you go. There's an example of how quickly you can turn a heat around and go excellent. This feels like this is going to be a number that's going to get him an excellent heat score. Maybe not all the way to excellent 8s, but it feels pretty much, though, like pretty close, right?
Or how quickly you can win a heat.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have locked this thing up already with 26 minutes remaining.
Hey, Leo, you can go to the boat now and relax.
How's this?
Very deep and very technical, too. Once again, he had to compress and get super small to go through that section. This is a great angle here, once again, from our slow motion camera. See that technique. Eyeing it down. He's going to yank on the rail right there to get up higher in the pocket. See how he goes over the foam ball? That is so technical to do that and to understand that it's going to happen and then go low and out. So he gets the exit guaranteed. I mean, talk about technical two riding. That is it, and another big number.
8.1. Combine that with the 8.83, 16.93 two-wave total for Leonardo Fioravanti. Did he already put this in the refrigerator and close the door?
Yeah, pretty much. I would. You know what? I hope that we end up seeing these two surfers come back and you know, and make it a heat. But at this point, I would have to say, you talk about Ryan and Matthew would be hearing those scores happening right there. Oh, and you're talking about, you know, deflating the sails slightly. Yes, that would do it.
Scratching for a set here. And that one's just going to roll through.
And that's, again, there's you know, an opportunity there where it's not the biggest waves are always going to be the best here in conditions like today. You know, that one pushed off the reef into some deeper water. The angle pushed off the reef. Even though it had some size to it, there was no real barrel opportunity.
Wind kicking up a bit. Changing direction yet again. Swirling winds.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, trending out of that east-southeast, and we've had it kind of, as the day progresses, the heat will kind of start to steer the winds. Obviously, the topography around here, but yeah, the increase in winds, that's definitely the trades. It was forecast from Surfline to increase to around 15 knots, and you can see that out to sea, but we just need it from that kind of east direction, and everything will be all right. It'll keep the lineup nice and clear. You know, the swells will be a little bouncy here and there, but ultimately the faces will be clean and the barrel opportunities will be there as that wind blows from that direction.
Yeah, the flotilla and all the support squad that we have out there. Out in the flotilla, we're taking interviews. I'd like to hear from the last heat winner, Jack Robinson. That was brilliant, Laura.
Yeah, guys, down here with a very relaxed Jack Robinson. Jack hunting around the lineup then and dropping some absolute bombs. Talk us through the heat and your mindset heading into it.
Yeah, it's just trying to go surf and find the best waves, really. I mean, the conditions actually got a little bit better, it felt like, through the heat. So, yeah, just happy to be back and just trying to find my rhythm this year and get it going.
And you said that you had a couple of sessions before the event, a 7-hour surf one day, so maybe feeling a bit tired from that, but how good did it feel to get back in those conditions and doing what you love?
Oh, yeah, I haven't been barreled since, I can't remember, like maybe Portugal? I don't think we kind of haven't had the best waves, but yeah, I'm just like stoked to be back in the tube and just relax, you know, just cruising and enjoying Tahiti, looking back at these mountains. Yeah, all the good stuff.
I know you love this place. You've loved it for many years. I mean, you are in the hunt right now, down in 8th position. How's that mindset coming into this event? You know, you stay and you train and you travel with Iago, and you guys are both fighting for those last spots. So how's that going down and amongst your camp?
Yeah, we just step by step put one foot in front of the other right now. It kind of probably sounds like, yeah, you always say that, but right now it's like I can't control what any other guys do. So yeah, I'm just enjoying it. It's the last event, and yeah, well, it's not the last one, but yeah, step by step.
Enjoying the ride, Jack. We'll see you in the round of 16. Great way to start your campaign.
Thank you. All right.
I love that he corrected himself. because it doesn't have to be the last event for Jack Robinson. He still has an outside chance of clinching a spot in that final 5.
And it's not, it's the fact that him and Iago, they're traveling together, obviously coached by Dad, but you would have to say that they're probably not two surfers that would be razzing each other at all, right?
They're family, right?
Right. It just doesn't feel like those two would be like, aha, I can't wait to get you, Topes, at all. It's literally they're just enjoying their time, and I don't see any ribbon going on.
I think that's the sense.
It's not like me and you, Kaipo.
No, not like us. I think that's the sense that Leandro Dora brings to his camp, is a sense of family, and so when you see Iago and Jack together, it really is a family unit, and you feel that. So I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, but brothers could be pretty hard on each other.
Oh yeah,
yeah, but not
like
these brothers.
And we're hard on
these
each
two
other
are
for sure.
These two are lovers for sure. I mean, that's the vibe I get, right?
Yeah.
You backing me on that?
Yeah, that makes us fighters, Pete.
And a little bit is true of that.
22 minutes on the countdown. We saw Ryan Callanan snag a 4.83 during that interview. That wasn't enough to break the combination, so still Leonardo Fioravanti, bravo to the Italian surfer, because he's gone excellent twice so far.
Yeah, again, you think about, I mean, and we've seen the red jerseys do it. That's been trending, is that quick, early start, both producing good numbers on, good technical barrel riding. It wasn't like the Wave sold that one. It was literally creative surfing by both Leo, also that last heat of Jack. Just amazing stuff. And I love seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you could get disappointed in the conditions, but those guys found gems. Here we go. McGillivray, snap to rail grab, goes through the pig dog there, 3-point stance, comes out of that. And Maddie looking for a 6.94 to get out of the two-wave combination.
Yeah, that's not going to happen on that one. So these two surfers really are just hoping at some point that the conditions just turn absolutely on fire in this last 20 minutes to give themselves a chance. Good surfing by Matt, but again, not able to take off and go straight into the barrel. So the snap into it, getting creative, that's what you got to do sometimes. He was able to get there, but the intensity of the barrel not really truly there. The snap was underneath, it wasn't really in the lip, so we're going to see a score going to be mid threes probably, and not going to affect anything. He's going to need something, again, like you had mentioned, in the sevens to turn around and get himself an opportunity to turn it with one wave.
Yeah. Matty McGillivray at 3.17 drops for him, but when we look at the history of this break, he has one of the most intense barrels ridden in competition out here. That just happened just last year.
I mean, if we were going to start ranking our 10s, of what we've seen not only just here at this venue, but throughout the year, one of the highest ranked perfect 10s we've ever seen. And the entire wave, like when you know that there's no doubt in your mind that the wave's going to come out and it's going to be a perfect 10, that was kind of one of those waves.
And when you doubt someone's survival on that wave and even making that wave, you know it's going to make an impression. Here we go. Fioravanti doesn't need this one, and it's not going to change a thing. But he's still going to stay in the lead with an 8.83 and an 8.1. Did that in his first two waves in the first 8 minutes of this 35-minute heat.
I mean, if I call that a mistake, he had priority and he kind of didn't improve the situation and gave priority away. But I think that he's pretty darn comfortable, wants to keep surfing and stay in rhythm. You don't want to sit too long.
Ryan Callanan straight into the barrel, travels through this section, needs to make some ground, and gets caught up in there. Incomplete for Ryan Callanan. Priority now to Matthew McGillivray in the white jersey. See if any more sets are on the way for McGillivray.
That felt like an opportunity lost there for Ryan Callanan. He makes that barrel. He's well out of combo. Very deep, maybe slightly greedy, trying to hold in that barrel as long as he possibly could. And obviously, you don't carry a bunch of speed. You're going to deal with that foam ball, and that foam ball eats you up a lot of the times.
We talked about Matthew McGillivray and his 10 out here. Let's flash back to 2022 and check out what an intense 10 looks like in Tahiti. Check this out, Peter.
I mean, everything is in the wall, connected. He slides and somehow corrects, gets the fins engaging. The whole time he's doing that is inside the barrel. Incredible stuff. The wave spits. He's gone, still gone. And somehow the light opens up and he's able to escape. Talk about spelunking. That was incredible cave diving.
Look at that. And the exhilaration on the South African's face there. 10-point ride for Matthew McGillivray.
He can't believe it. We all couldn't believe it.
What a moment. And you get a 10. You also get a bonus of a Yeti 110 Tundra cooler for every 10 on tour this year.
Kind of tough to see how big that cooler actually is.
It's a big one.
Yeah, it fit a big old body like me in there. So you could easily hold a month's worth of food, drinks, everything in that thing.
Put it on the boat, fill it with fish. We're in Tahiti.
The mahi, dolphin, all of that here.
Yeah.
Dorado, what do you call it? It's a mahi-mahi.
We call it mahi-mahi, yeah, in Hawaiian, but you could call it a dolphin or a dorado. It's good eating. 16:45, counting down. Really one-sided affair so far in this Heat 8, the final heat of the men's opening round. Remember, we're going to go into the women's elimination round straight after this, where it's going to be head-to-head competition in that women's elimination round.
Some big ones there too, especially the last heat of that round when you've got Steph Gilmore and Lakey Peterson who are fighting for that last spot, which Caitlin Simmers sits in right now, the number 5 spot. It's an opportunity for those two surfers. So one of them is going to be out of the mix after we get through at the final heat of the day.
Yeah, we're going to begin that women's elimination round with a big heat as well. Carissa Moore coming up against the exciting Tahitian wildcard, Island Voss.
And what an opportunity for Island. You know, obviously the champion, Carissa Moore, such a good opportunity to surf against the best of the best at your home break. Golden opportunity for Island. A great matchup, and you just have to say there's probably some nerves she's going to be feeling ever so slightly. You know, big heat for her in her career.
There's Carissa.
And you think she's feeling any nerves? I think she's pretty cruisy at this point.
I think she would be aware of the talent of the Tahitian local, and given that we've seen surfers just dominate heats right from the beginning, just like we're seeing in this heat with Leonardo dropping 2 excellent scores really early on, I think there's a possibility of that when you look at a talent and someone that knows this reef like Island.
Yeah, well, she best get a quick start then, because that's what's trending. That's what's working so far. You know, get it to the champs early. That'll always fluster. You know, even the top seeds getting that pressure early in the heat.
$15 minutes remaining, and Leonardo Fioravanti is just in such a dominant position. I mean,
you already put it in the cooler at 29 minutes. And
I think
as
it's
he
27
should.
minutes I put in the cooler, yeah.
I mean, as you should. I mean, you're looking at the heat total, 16.93, those 2 waves happening within 2 minutes of each other. And we touched on it in how it can get done very quickly out here at this lineup. So that's proof of the pudding.
Well, we're going to take a break. Time for a stretch. We'll be back with the conclusion. It's been all Leonardo Fioravanti in this heat number 8. We'll return to more here at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro after this. nehe nehe ro oi. It's beautiful, isn't here in Tahiti. We are on the motu of Tahiti, Tahiti Iti region, the village of Teahupo'o, and we are in the final 12 minutes of the final heat of the men's opening round kaipo along with Peter Mel. A lot of highlights already today, Pete.
We do.
You got any favorite moments?
Wow. I think the last string of these last three heats kind of all together, back to back to back, with the top seeds, all in the contenders for the final 5 berth, and their performances from Gabe, Jack, and John.
Yeah. I
think those are favorites. And then I'll throw even Leo right here into the mix, considering what he was able to do in 2 minutes has been very impressive. So the last 4 heats have been awesome.
I concur. I think Felipe Toledo's win was great. I think Gabe Medina was dominant. I think John Florence was impressive right after that. I think Jack Robinson surfed a technical, smart heat, and Leo right now is dominating in this heat. So I agree with you, and I'd like to add also Vahine Fierro's heat 3 of the opening round. Vahine Fierro's win for the women.
Again, one of the more dominant of all the women that were in the opening round, which is everybody who's surfing this event.
And again, you know what, we got one more spot for the women to clinch a spot in the WSL Final 5 for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We got 2 more spots for the men to still be clinched. We have qualification season for the 2024 Summer Olympics. A lot of moving parts right now in this final event of the championship tour.
Yeah, and 1 event left, right? So trying to solidify all of that before we head into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And important, right? And put it at a venue such as this wave right here. You know, it adds a little extra on top of it, because this wave it's like one of the majors, right? It's not double points or extra points, but ultimately when you think about the venue and the spot, it is one of the more challenging that we have on the schedule.
Slotted. Maddie McGillivray and is able to take a lip on the back right there for the completion. Still in a combination situation. A 7-point ride will get him out of that 2-wave combination.
This is nothing. I watched him backflip off the Flokans Bridge in South Africa just a month and a half ago. So he knows how to do it.
Arcal with a little bit of tube time too. I think both surfers realizing the situation they're in, and they're just having a lot of reps at waves.
And opportunity of a clear lineup to catch a few waves. You know, the warm-ups have been pretty challenging, obviously. We've heard about that this morning. A lot of people in the water, both men and women, warming up, not knowing which was going to go first, right? So, or if they were both going to go at all today. So everyone was in the lineup.
A couple of replays here, Maddie McGillivray.
Yeah, and watch this one. I mean, again, conditions, you know, the easterly winds, you know, clocked around the right direction. They may have strengthened, but they're from a good direction, and that's groomed out these waves. If you watched again here, look at inside. He's doing everything to slow down. Got the arm in the wall. He's got the bum in the wall. He's grabbing the rail, dragging it in front there for stability, maximizing what he can behind the curtain, and realizing that this thing might shut down, downturns out of it. And before the closeout, right there, gets out, gets the exit. So there's completion there. You know, this is, you know, 7-9 or 6-9-3 or above. Gets himself out of combo. See what the score is.
Does it? 7-point ride for Maddie McGillivray. Replay of Ryan Callahan. We'll take a look at this from the water, Pete.
Giving himself a chance. And then, of course, the forehander here. Dragging those arms, both hands in the wall. And that's doing everything he can to slow himself down and pretty much match the speed of the barrel. So you're behind the curtain, yet staying not too deep where you get swallowed up, but not where we can see you, you know, and that's that magic position.
So now Maddie McGillivray, out of that combination with that 7-point ride, all he needs to do is replicate his effort last year, get a perfect 10. He'll get a Yeti 110 cooler, and he will win this heat because he needs a 9.93 to take the lead off of Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, safe to say it's got to take a major set and do exactly what he did the last time he got into that opportunity. And, you know, there's a chance, right? You say there's a chance. This is what he had to do, is get himself out of combo, which he has done with that last wave. He used the priority very, very well. Waited long enough to be able to get the wave, got himself out of the combination situation now. Will most likely, before too long, get himself back into the priority slot of the P next to his name if everything kind of unfolds nicely for him and give himself a chance.
Talking about Maddie jumping off bridges, he's also parachutes, he base dives. He's just a guy that's not afraid of heights.
Yeah, well, that's what he did. Was we jumped off with a bungee, but he proceeded to do it with just a parachute.
Wow.
And a base jumped off of it and did a nice, beautiful gainer, and just got as much free fall time as he possibly could before he ripped out that thing. And I was just like, pull the chute, pull the chute, pull the chute. He waits till the very last moment and pulls the chute out. But obviously, in his mind, he had plenty of time, landed safely, and then have to hike out of the gully and not get chased by baboons. That's probably the scariest part of it all, huh? It's coming out of the there's a baboon.
There's a baboon factor timeout.
Yes, no joke. Coming out of the Blowkrantz, this so for you folks listening, this Blowkrantz Bridge is in South Africa, just about an hour away from J-Bay, and it's the highest bungee jump bridge that you can do commercially. And he decides to base jump off of it, and he's done it several times now. But he says the hardest part is actually getting out of there and not having baboons chase him.
What a hero!
Just to add a little extra stress of coming out of there, making sure your chute goes out on time, landing obviously, and there's a little teeny strip of like kind of grass and rock that he has to land in.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible and a very technical base jump, and yeah, no fear. So doing this stuff right here is nothing.
Here we go, 6 minutes remaining, and Leo Fioravanti, Peter, again, we repeated it over and over, but it was so impressive on how he was able to put up 2 excellent scores in such a short time period right at the beginning of this heat, and got his work done. And he's kind of been on vacation for the rest of the heat right now, just sitting out there with priority.
Back. That's a good thing, though. He's got priority back, so he's got some control of the heat. Miguel Rey was able to fight back, get himself with priority, get himself to 7. So, I mean, that little error by Leo gave the opportunity for Matt to come back. But, again, there's, with this 5.5 minutes, we need a special wave. But I will say, the wind now that's been clocked around this little better direction, it has helped out. We're not having those big ribs coming across the top.
Right.
And the angle there, the wind's going right down the dry reef right there, that easterly direction. See how it's just blazing there. So when it's filled in, the wind is filled in, it's come from a better direction. So we have cleaner conditions, and it's made the barrels stay open a little bit better. Definite change and a positive one.
And a positive change to look forward to as we have this heat, and then 4 more heats this afternoon of the women's elimination round to set up our women's quarterfinal. Oh, let's hear from Strider. He's out in the water. Strider.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, well, we are. Walked back on the water, and let me tell you, I just have a little note about McGillivray. That kid was surfing in Namibia in Africa about 60 hours ago. That guy jumped on a plane. He didn't show up until this morning at 5:30. His plane landed, and then he went straight out, got himself together, and now he's in his heat. That guy has been traveling for, 2 days basically, and then gets into this morning session, and now he's out here in the heat and trying to battle away to try and take this thing back from, Leo. So McGillivray, he's a traveling warrior at the moment.
And I will say, Strider, if you follow your Instagram, that you have been on that same program, and you had a long flight. You didn't get in at 5 this morning, but you did get in the other day. How are you feeling? I mean, it's a pretty clear example of what you're feeling, considering that you've traveled that long like him.
Yeah, a couple all-nighters. It's
truly, how are you feeling? Are you able to surf a heat right now?
Yeah, you know what? It would be a challenge, but I feel like once you get to that point to where you're just in warrior mode, you're going to be able to do whatever you need to, and I feel like you kind of lose all sense of time, but you definitely have enough inside adrenaline to keep you going. And at the moment, if I had to paddle out and catch some waves, I would love to. So I feel like, yeah, he's got what it takes to surf a heat.
Thank you for the insights, Strider, and I'm glad to have you out of the channel reporting with us. McGillivray still really needs an excellent score. It's been all Leonardo Fioravanti, who probably got a great rest last night off to a hot start and into the round
of 16. In contrast, he's been here for a few days, actually for probably one of the longer periods. I think he came pretty darn early. I don't know for sure, but at least a week, right, where he's been able to kind of adjust, get his boards dialed in, all of that stuff. So it's stark contrast to what McGillivray's coming in just straight off the plane. Talk about JOJ. That's what he is, just off jet.
Carissa Moore, and in the background you can see Aylan Voss, our Tahitian wild card. So that's going to be the first heat of the women's elimination round. Winner going on to the quarterfinals. Carissa Moore's already got a lot of work done, though. She's clinched her spot already in the WSL Final 5, and she's also provisionally qualified for the 2024 Olympics.
Well, she wants to keep that #1 seed, obviously, but has a very, very large lead, so you'd have to say that she's going to probably hold that. Obviously, got to get through this heat, but yeah, the champion, right? She has been on fire these last couple of years, just been truly unstoppable. Been incredible to watch.
Well, we're going to see how this plays out because Tyler Wright and Carissa Moore, there's still going to be a seeding battle in how this event plays out. Both Tyler and Carissa will have to come through this elimination round as well. So we'll keep you updated on all the standings and where we're going into. We're down to just 90 seconds here, and the destiny that was established 8 minutes into this heat looks like it's fulfilled for Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, we mentioned it. We like the fact that there was a fight back wave there from McGillivray to be able to give himself a one wave opportunity, but with third priority, a minute on the clock and some change, you'd have to say Leo would be ultra blown it if he's not able to close this one out.
It is all Fioravanti. You can pencil him in right now. We're down to 1 minute remaining. And that's got to be that's got to be a huge confidence builder for Leonardo Fioravanti.
And again, I touched on it that the seeding is so important, and he's in a grand opportunity to finish in the top 10, especially getting through this heat and straight into the round of 16. But to keep himself way up there as a top 10 competitor going into next season, you'd have to say that his odds are good. And his goal is a world title. That's ever since he was riding the wake of the ferries in Rome. This man has been wanting to get a chance at a world title, and he has been progressively, even though he's had to fight through injuries.
Qualifying again through the Challenger Series last year to get back on tour.
Yeah, all of that. I mean, it's just he is a very seasoned competitor from a lot of the adversities he's had to face in his short career, really.
Only 25 years old. It seems like he's been around forever.
All right, and you think about, as a 25-year-old, what to deal with, but he's dealt with already in his career. It's exceptional, and to see where he's at this point in his career right now, top 10 in the world, and performances at all the venues we have on tour.
Well, bravo, Fioravanti. He is into the round of 16, and we are into the women's elimination round. When we return, Flick and Joe will talk you through all the action. We'll be right back.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps it. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't want to win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Thanks for being with us here on opening day of competition for the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. We just completed 2 rounds, the opening round of competition for the men and women. Now we're in the elimination round, so on opening day, some surfers are going to call it maybe even a season. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier, who spent some time on the championship tour. We've got Carissa Moore hitting the lineup. She's taking on the 18-year-old wild card, Ilan Vost. And remember, she did lose to a wild card last year, Vahine Fierro, so this is going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, it will be. And I actually liked what I saw from Ilan earlier today in her opening round heat. She had a couple of nice attempts, a couple of nice travelers, just didn't quite make it out. So no doubt Chris has got that in the back of her mind, you know, last year losing to Vahine Fierro. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tough one, but Carissa is also very skilled, got a lot of accolades behind her name, 5-time world champion, Olympic gold medalist. It's a lot.
Gosh, a lot. I mean, when you say all that, you immediately go greatest of all time conversation. You'd go to Steph with most world titles, Lane with 7. But Carissa Moore is one surfer that adds a gold medal to that amazing career as she's taken on Ilan Vost. Vost did get started, turned in a 2.0 during the break.
Yeah, here we go. Beautiful technique there from Ilan. Just pulling in that one, really opening up, but just running off without her. So 2-point ride, but you can just see that growing up here, she's got that backhand grab rail technique down pat. Looks like she's swinging here, maybe having another look.
And now holding back there, so Carissa with priority, just waiting to pick her first wave. Great to see all the viewers watching on YouTube as well. Guys like Rod Clark, Max Fish, Russell, Chicken Joe, Solomon. Great supporters of the tour. They don't miss a single heat, and they're watching this one very closely. Carissa taking on Ilan Vost, and a lot on the line. And we look at the yellow jersey and the importance of that going into the Rip Curl WSL Finals, the #1 seed. We've seen Carissa accomplish that in back-to-back years. First time she had it, clinched a 5th world title. Second time, lost her world title to Steph Gilmore. Well, Carissa really wants to win this heat. You know, say if she went down and Tyler would win in this round, Tyler would then move into that #1 role. So it's actually incredibly close coming into this elimination round. Tyler coming up in heat 3. She has a heat with Joanne DeFay. So we'll be watching this one closely, and we'll give you the updates on the #1 seeded jersey. Always yellow, her favorite color. Thing is, Felicity, it started kind of changing our mind a little bit on if it's an advantage. And maybe, you know, first starting with Carissa Moore and the athlete she is, would you rather have a solid run into that title match like Steph Gilmore did last year, or would you rather be the #1 seed and kind of wait to see who you're going to be battling against?
Oh, I think what Steph managed to do last year was really, really tough. But Steph also has the sort of thing where if she gets on a roll, she's really hard to beat. If it was me, got to be a #1 seed. That's why I think this heat's so important, as well as that heat coming up with Tyler as well. And everyone's going to be watching that.
Yeah, such an interesting role with having that #1 seed. The only version where we saw a title lost was last season. The men's side, the #1 has closed in back-to-back years. Well, let's catch up with the Italian. 16.93 total. Leo is with Laura.
Yes, Leo. Highest heat score of the day and highest wave score of the day as well. How about it? 26 minutes to go and you already comboed your other competitors.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dream start. It doesn't happen very often when you have those starts. But I also didn't want to get ahead of myself. There was still a long time to go, and it seems like the waves are, in a way, picking up, or I don't know, it's doubling up a bit more. So, I mean, Ryan and Matthew are amazing tube riders. Matthew just came back from Namibia, so he's had some backside practice. So I just made sure after that I was still in the heat. It wasn't over yet, no way.
And how good is it to be back here in Tahiti? I know you've been here and spent a lot of time here over the years, but I know you just mentioned you got a couple of bombs about a week ago over here. Amazing to feel that energy again.
I love Tahiti. I mean, who doesn't love Tahiti as a surfer? The lifestyle is amazing. You surf, you eat good food, fresh fish. But it was amazing to watch the trials and, get amongst it and get a few of those bigger ones. We're going to be coming back here for the Olympics, which is amazing. So I do want to spend as much time as possible in these type of conditions, but also when it's big, you never know how it's going to be. So I want to make sure I'm ready for whatever comes.
Absolutely. And I mean, must feel like years ago that we were at Pipeline, where you had that massive result, and to be back here, the last event of the year before the finals. How are you all feeling taking in this whole year?
It's been an amazing year. You know, right now I'm in a position where I'm a bit far from the WSL 5, but I've had an amazing year. I'm really happy with the way I've evolved, the way I've surfed the heats, and I've competed. I've started amazing, and I'd love to finish strong. You know, whatever happens, happens. WSL Finals, if I win, it is what it is, but I just want to enjoy this. Surfing perfect barrels is a dream come true, and I'm loving it. And I also would like to say one thing. A big hug to the Weatherly family. Today was a ceremony celebrating Grandpa Jim's life. They were all together, so big hug to you guys, and much love from Tahiti.
Amazing. Thank you, Leia. Thank you. See you in the round of 16.
Thanks so much, Laura. And sending a lot of love to the Weatherlys. I think a lot of the surfing world knows who Benji is, and that's an extended family for Leo Fioravanti. Solid win, 16.93 total to really win the round. And he did it in a different way. Flick, we were talking about being active, needing to hunt down big scores, which was effective throughout today. And then all of a sudden, Leo went back-to-back with his numbers and didn't really need to do much more after that.
Yeah, Leah spoke to it. You know, those situations, that's your dream scenario, and it doesn't happen that often. So you just got to soak in that moment and make the most of it. You know, any surfer would tell you, you know, dream scenario, paddle out for a heat, 2 8s or 2 9s, you know, or 2 10s. But that doesn't often happen. You've got to often adapt, especially in conditions like today that are a little bit challenging. But for me, I think the turning point in this round was Gabby. He just, as soon as he went out, he turned the tap on, and the waves have sort of cleaned up maybe a little bit. The winds, like Leo said, maybe it's doubling up a little bit more too. But every heat since Gabby has paddled out has been a little bit more exciting each time. So, yeah, it's good. Good sign of things to come.
Now looking at Carissa Moore taking on a wild card, and when you're the #1 seed, that seems to happen a lot in a championship tour year. You know, you look at the 6 previous wild card matchups she has had in 2023, and she's got 5 wins and 1 loss. That 1 loss was back in Portugal to Yolanda Hopkins, and that was actually Carissa's worst result all year. Other than that stumble, she's been incredibly consistent. Win at Pipeline, went back-to-back with Margaret River and the Surf French, getting 10,000 points. So surfing really solid. And what makes it so close when you focus on Tyler Wright and Carissa and the fight for the yellow jersey for finals, we had Tyler defend her Bell's title, but Tyler was also in the final at Pipe with Carissa, runner-up points, 7,800, and 2 more finals later on in the season, semifinals in there as well. So Tyler was just right in there, making a lot of finals day appearances this year. And for Tyler, it's kind of a similar story to John of just trying to be healthy to complete seasons. A surfer that will be heading to the Rip Curl WSL Finals for the first time. And Tyler is definitely hoping that she's got yellow for the advantage on that #1 seed.
Yeah, for sure. And it'd be interesting to know if she knows the stats and if she cares, and if she's watching this heat thinking, you know, like if Carissa loses, I'm going to get this #1 spot, or if she kind of just switches off. And yeah, I guess it's up to each individual athlete and the kind of mindset that they have. But no doubt Tyler's looking forward to competing at Trestles there. It'll be the first time for her, and looking to get her 3rd world title.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one, as we're just working out one last spot. That 5th spot, Caitlin Simmer is already jumping into the quarterfinals. We'll see if she can show up as a rookie this September to compete for a world championship. Molly Picklum, Gabby Bryan coming up next. High tide today, 11:16 this morning. It's about 2:50 in the afternoon local time. So dropping to the low tide about 5:17 this afternoon. But always nice when you can accomplish a lot like today, finishing the opening round for men and women. Also the elimination round. 35-minute heats, no restarts to finish up the day. And then we'll wait and see what we have. Next couple of days look like they're getting a little bit smaller on the Surfline forecast. but with a little bump in the swell to look forward to in a few days.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I was seeing as well. It looks like a little bit smaller, but then something a little bit more substantial. Some pretty good winds. Looking around Tuesday, Wednesday next week, looks like it could be potentially good. Yeah, I love that shot there. You can just see how shallow that reef's getting now as we approach the lower tide.
Now checking out Carissa Moore on her first wave. Pulls in, tries to wipe off a little speed. Bit of a pocket ride, and then she'll just jam it off the top for her opening ride against Island Vost. Carissa Moore finished off her rookie season 3rd in the world. Her first of 5 world titles came in her 2nd season against the best in the world, as we'll have a great opportunity to catch up with Strider.
Yeah, you know what, Carissa, big smiles and even a cheeky little tongue out of the mouth on the way by, just like really feeling good. It's nice to see, you know, that you get 2 different Carissa Moores in the heat. You get the somber one when she's not doing well, and then you get the happy and just like vibrant one when she's feeling good, and she's feeling good right now. So, you know, she's got a heavy challenge in front of her, though. She's got one of the most talented young backside tube riders there is at this venue, and she's going to have to really put the nails in on her. I feel like this is one of those heats that you can never let off the gas, because Vost is a family name that dominates out here, from Kaole to Nike, the little brother. They all are unbelievable, so we'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it's so dangerous, Strider, when you have a wild card. We were talking about how Vahine ended Carissa's run here last season, and now dealing with a local talent, Island Vost, getting the late call-up with the injury of Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, hurting her shoulder. So hopefully you're getting a nice speedy recovery ahead of you into the off-season. Betty Lou had a solid year, making the cut, and now she'll be preparing for the off-season, healing up for another year on tour. Now decision time. Carissa with priority. They hold back as we wait for Carissa's number to come through. Had a lot of speed, wasn't really able to wipe too much of it off, but she still was able to finish solid, so expecting a lead change once that number comes in.
Yeah, for sure. I really liked what Carissa did there. She kind of maximized the wave to its fullest potential, I think. And you could really see what she was doing with her arm in the face of that wave. She stuck it in a bunch of, for a few seconds, then she'd pull it back, adjusting her speed throughout the barrel. So it's a pretty well-read wave for what she had.
As we take a look at Island Vost, when she had priority, remember Carissa took her last wave, and the local wild card with priority was setting up this wave, turn, and then held back, and that was enough to switch priority. So a lot of times in these slabbing type conditions, they really look if you're making a decision, and then if you hold back at the last second, you're not afraid to switch priority real quick. Sometimes it's used as a blocking technique. I think for Island, she was probably just looking at it, probably didn't mean to lose it there.
Yeah, for sure.
But she'll learn from that.
Yeah, I really don't think that she meant to do that at all. I think that was just a mistake, and you know, with these, like you mentioned, Joe, more of a slabbing wave and more consequential takeoff, even just maybe a look can deter your opponent. So Island losing priority there, and turns it back to Riss, who dropped a 5.33 on her opening wave.
Remember when we've had CT heats in your neck of the woods back at the box, that slab across from main break, surfers would just almost look and then hold back, and that was enough to switch it. They didn't even make a paddle, but just showing that they might be in position. It was just too close to let them keep priority. Last thing they want is someone kind of blocking using that technique. And so a lot of times in slabs around the world, you'll see priority kind of switch without what looks to be not too much of a paddle. But when you can kind of roll in under the hood as well, they got to watch it closely. So Carissa with a 5.33. And now Vost just up and out, chasing just a 3.34 for a spot in the quarterfinals. It's cool when you look at 18-year-olds battling with Carissa. Carissa was 18 when she won that first world title. And you look at Carissa's consistency over the years. Her worst season of her career, 2017, she finished 5th in the world. Other than that, it's firsts, thirds, runner-ups when you look at last year, along with 5 world titles.
What's that, 12 years on tour?
Gosh, going back to 2010 when she was Rookie of the Year.
Wow.
Now 30 years of age. So many great memories. 28 CT wins, 3 of them this season. And the only surfer with more championship tour wins is Stephanie Gilmore, who's coming up later on in this round against Lakey Peterson. How did that matchup happen?
I don't know. Those are the 2 women that are vying for Katie Simmer's spot. So
somebody's going home today.
They are. Somebody's going home. Somebody's going to be out of that Final 5 conversation. And I don't know how that happened. I mean, it happened, but Lakey and Steph are matched up in that, it's the last quarterfinal, I believe.
Yeah, that last elimination round heat. It was interesting when you look at Lakey, what she did last year. I mean, she had that heat with Brisa Hennessy, and the situation was whoever wins gets to go to lowers, and she was on the wrong side of that result. So she has experience feeling this type of pressure. As we look at Carissa with some wave height, crushes the first section, belts it off the top again, now thinking about the tube, and she'll get out of there. Great decision. 2-turn combo. That's going to help out her lead with now 17:10 to go.
Yeah, smart decision. She's already got that nice barrel on her opening wave, that 5.33. She took off. You could kind of see she was in 2 minds, like thinking, is this wave going to allow me to get a barrel here, or do I go to turns? And she opted for turns. We'll have a look at the replay. And takes off, looking for the barrel. She was grabbing the rail, but decides to go for the turns. And that first one was really nicely timed. So is the second. She threw a lot of spray and sort of looking for the barrel there at the end, but opting to duck out of that super shallow section, turning in a 3.67. So smart decision for Rios.
Carissa Moore, so dominant over the years. A lot of those wins that we mentioned actually happened at Honolulu Bay on the island of Maui, which used to be the final stop for the tour for the women for many years, and very close to Carissa's heart, as she's also feeling for the whole Maui community right now. Some of the organizations I've been really looking at to help have been Hawaii Community Foundation, Maui Rapid Response, Maui Food Bank as well, are really solid organizations that could use your help right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of great resources out there, and like all our hearts go out to the people of Maui. It's just so devastating to see what the wildfires have done there. There's a lot of great people sharing things, a lot of the great athletes, big wave surfers from the region. Ian Walsh has shared a bunch of links on his Instagram where you can go to donate or to help out. I know Page Arms has as well. So any opportunity that you get, yeah, definitely help out, and our hearts are with the people of Maui.
15:23 to go. Carissa Moore still with the lead over the 18-year-old wild card Island Boss. 5.33 and a 3.67 as we're passing the halfway mark. We'll be right back.
Actuellement, la surfeuse en zone première avec un 5.33 et un 3.57. La surfeuse en bleu a besoin d'un 7. Priorité bleue. Un petit tour de 15 minutes.
You're watching the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, the final stop of the regular season for the World Surf League Championship Tour. After this, if you're in the final 5, you compete in September at Lower Trestles in San Clemente, California for a world title. We will be seeing Carissa there. We're just trying to find out if she will in fact be in yellow. We had a little sneak peek of the shallow reef. And you know, there's coral reef at a lot of spots around the world, but Tahiti is very unique, you know, especially when you compare it to the reef of Pipeline, the reef at Cloudbreak. It's a really special place with a lot of different types of colors and valleys. The craziest thing, it just makes a slabbing type of effort where you see those big barrels in competition. But it's a cool thing to do when it's small out here, is grab a mask and check it all out. It's so beautiful. During the break, we saw this from Island.
Yeah, really trying to stall there, and she just gets hung up and pulled up into the lip, going head first, getting sucked over. But you could really see that her technique was there. She was trying so hard to stall and get deeper in the barrel, but just got sucked up and over.
So Island Voss with a lot of support. Her dad originally from France, her mom from New Caledonia. They actually met in Maui windsurfing, and they fell in love, moved to Tahiti. All the kids were born here, not too far away from Teahupo'o. So true locals to this lineup. And when she takes off, you hear the channel erupt, always sending the wild cards a lot of love out here. At the moment, she needs a 7.
Looks like her brother Cowley there watching on. I'm sure that we probably had a few words there.
Oh, certainly. Cowley Voss is super mellow to hang out with, but he is a strong, fierce competitor. A lot of support for the local wild card right now, Strider.
Yeah, 100%. So with that, you can kind of have a sense of growing pains I'm getting from Island. You know, the way that she's paddling back out, looking over at her brother, you know, hearing all the whistles and the people, I feel like, you know, it's kind of a bit of like pushing her a little bit over her senses and kind of giving her kind of some nerve, and I feel like she's kind of pushed that away. So it's I guess growing pains is what I would call it. But you know, I know she's got the talent and then she's got the support from the channel. Let's see if she can get back into the rhythm.
How do you like the positioning right now, Strider, for these two?
You know what? She's sitting in a perfect spot, deep and on the ledge, and that's where, you know, she wants to be for those really good waves. Unfortunately, though, she does not have priority, so she's going to have to give up the best wave that comes through.
Good man, Waz. Out there for the reporting in the channel. His favorite place to be in the world. Carissa Moore with priority and the lead. Crucial with seeding for the finals. If Carissa goes down in the seed and Tyler would win, Tyler would take yellow into Lower Trestles. But we'll see if Carissa can get one more heat win here. So far, so good, as Island needs a 7-point ride. Molly Picklum taking on Gabby Bryan coming up next. Tyler, you can see her preparing. She'll have Joanne DeFay. Lost pretty early last year at this event, but thankful to be surfing at 100%. She's had some lows with her health at certain stages, like back at the Surf Ranch. But what a way to prepare for Flick. She's having some fun.
So cool. I think that was her wife, Will, on her backup board, it looks like. So such a unique event, this one. So many cool moments. Connor O'Leary getting ready on the back of a ski while Kai Obelli was driving it. Philippe Toledo rocking up to collect his jersey, driving his own ski. And then you have Tyler and her wife, Lil, in the channel preparing. It's so unique, and it's what makes this event so special. You just have these moments that you just don't get anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, it's kind of cool too. You'll see someone paddling from the point, People will be like, oh, who's that? All right, we'll pick him up, give him a ride. People are always hoping for rides from the point if they don't have a boat or a ski lined up for the event. Everyone's looking out for each other. And then they try to forget about that and look to beat each other if they're battling it out here. Carissa, 9-point total. Didn't get an opening round heat win, which she typically does. But she hasn't lost in the elimination round all season. So she often converts here and then starts building momentum later on in the contest.
Here we go. Maybe a couple of lumps coming through, looks like. Maybe not. Hard to tell from this angle. Interesting that Island is sitting deeper than Carissa. You know, she's just not afraid to kind of take it to her. I think that's pretty cool. You know, sometimes you'd see wildcards come into events and sit a bit wider than, you know, the 5-time world champ. It's a bit of a daunting thing, especially, you know, this is Alan's first World Tour event, so it can be daunting, but I like her positioning. You know, she's going to force Carissa to use her priority. That's what she has to do here.
Let's take a moment to learn more about Carissa Moore.
I lost the world title after being in the lead all year.
I know it's gonna be a really tough pill for Carissa to swallow.
That was heart-wrenching. I just started crying hysterically. I was angry. You're grieving over this thing that you invested so much time into. I would love to go back to Trestles and fight for a world title. You know, given that opportunity again, I'd like to see how I could hopefully rise to the occasion.
Carissa Moore up and now laying down a backside snap and kicking out. Her third wave completed here in the elimination round. As she was just talking about what happened last season. That was at the start of the year before she won Pipeline. So she definitely did everything she had to do to put that last year away and hunt down another world title. Started off the year in yellow after winning at Pipeline over Tyler Wright as we see the entry of that last wave.
Wow, that was a great wave from Carissa Moore. Really what good positioning there, carving back and finishing it off with another carving maneuver. So she's going to be liking that one. We get another replay here, different angle, beautiful grab rail, dragging the arm behind her. I feel like she was probably in the tube a bit longer here, and it even, a little bit hollower than the last wave, so it's really nice, and backed it up with a nice couple of maneuvers after this, going for the carving, carve back, and then more of a vertical carve here for this third maneuver. So nice ride for Carissa Moore.
Yeah, it looked like she enjoyed it. Brought some intensity, giving us a little bit of everything on that last wave. And that should give her some separation over Island Vost as we hit the 5-minute warning. Carissa Moore has been a big help to Matt Biolas in the CT Shaper rankings as Matt still has the lead. And it all stops after this event for the Shapers. And if Matt can hang on to that win at this event, he's going to get to go to the Surf Ranch.
It's a very cool prize.
Amazing prize. You think about who would Matt invite, you know, with him to go surf the Surf Ranch. He gets to stay there overnight. I'm thinking, you know, team managers like Gion's going to get the call up. He deserves it. I might make his list for him.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Carissa would be invited. Let's check it out. Look at the numbers. A pretty significant lead. Remember, Darren Hanley did have yellow, you know, over at the Surf Ranch, or he overtook the rankings. You think about the Aussie leg of the tour and how many Bell's trophies Darren's helped out with. That was a cool kind of change in the standings. Everyone thought Sharp Eye was going to dominate with all their contenders and a serious list of team riders. And Mayhem still hanging on here at stop number 10.
Gotta be thinking DH like probably you know, with Ethan Ewing out, now really, I guess he's got still Steph and Molly Picklum on the women's side. I think Connor O'Leary as well. So still a few people in there. It's not over yet, but Mayhem's still really out in front here. So, yeah.
So maybe Griff would get the call up, everyone that's helped out. Maybe Gabriella Bryan.
How many people can he take? How many people are on this list?
I'm sure he could take as many people as he wants. However, that's less waves for everybody. So I'm sure he's trying to manage that list, if, you know, just in case he does win that shaping title this year. As we're down to 3 minutes to go. Speaking of the surf ranch, that's where Carissa ended up winning again this year. Gosh, she's amazing at that venue, so consistent. Went back-to-back from completely different styles of surfing, from Margaret River into Central California in the wave system that WSL brings us. But she was always great out there, winning the test events when they were just trying it out to see if you could bring a CT level event into that format. And Carissa finding out a lot of cool news, even like provisionally qualifying for the Olympic Games, which I think a lot of her fans were really hoping for. Since she won the gold medal in Tokyo, she's got to be back. And so she'll get a chance at this wave, and we're at the venue where the Olympics will be held next summer.
Yeah.
So all this practice and competition's going to pay off. Up and out for Island Vost, chasing now a 9.33. Last for Riss was the 6. So she extended her lead a bit further on the wild card. And Island not finding anything there. She's down to 2 minutes.
2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's a hard task right now, but she's having another look.
Up and out for Island, and she'll get a lot of experience being called up for this event. One thing Strider mentioned is how the pressure could be on you too when you've got everyone in the channel trying to like guide you towards sets. It can be a lot at times. Michel Perez spoke to that, how badly he wanted to win out here. Gosh, he put up some great numbers. Remember, there was a heat with Michelle and Jeremy Flores. They're two best friends just going for it on some of the scariest conditions we've had out here.
Yeah, it's got to be daunting having the boats, the jet skis, everyone in the channel so close. You know, there's no real other venue like it. It's probably as close as people get to the actual action in the lineup. So it's a lot going on for the young Brummy.
Heading into the final minute. Carissa Moore with the big lead and priority, and getting closer to maybe being in yellow. Would have been a crazy one if she went down and then Tyler had the opportunity to take it with a win. We'll keep you posted on those scenarios. Island not giving up yet, moving deep up the reef. Next heat will be Molly Picklum and Gabriella Bryan. Could see them entering the lineup. And it'll end up being a 2.0 and a .77 for Island Vost. But a lot of experience to take her to the next events, as we hope we see her full-time on tour very soon.
Yeah, she's definitely going to be taking all this experience and probably inspired too, you know, coming up against people who she's probably had posters of on her walls when she was a kid. So really, really cool moment for her to compete against Carissa, and yeah, probably leaving this inspired, I'd say.
Carissa Moore with the win and getting closer to clinching that #1 seed as the elimination round continues. Molly Picklum takes on Gabby Bryan right after this.
Congratulations to Carissa Moore, advancing to quarterfinal. Deuxième série grande élimination. Avec en rouge l'Australienne Molly opposée à la Hawaïenne Gabriela Bryan en bleu. Série de 35 minutes. Et de la série qui vient se terminer, félicitations à Teahupo'o qui se qualifie pour le quart de finale et malheureusement élimination des Highlanders.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Mofi, official portable power bank partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Mofi, stay powerful. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. Welcome back to Paradise. It's cool when you land here in the airport off your flight from Air Tahiti Nui and you see, two different types of tourists. You see a lot of honeymooners that are coming out to French Polynesia, sometimes taking another flight or a ferry to an outer island, Bora Bora, everyone's heard of that. There's also Taha Island, and then we leave the island and you see all those honeymooners just lobstered out, so red, sunburned. Always remember to pack your SHISEIDO. But you also see a lot of surfboards, a lot of board bags, and sometimes a lot of the employees that work at the airport, you're like, hang on, I've seen you in the trials before. It's a really cool community. They love this time of year. As we see Molly Picklum versus Gabriela Bryan. Gabby Bryan on the wind-up. Super powerful surfer from Kauai, laying down 2 cool turns and a cannonball to open up her heat.
I love that little cannonball at the end. But yeah, those turns had some flair. She always sends a lot of spray in the air. Really nice to watch, really powerful surfer coming from Kauai. Here we go, have a look at the replay here. Straight up into the top there. Just really nice timing. She placed that turn really well, but the second one, she gave it a bit more. And another look here. This turn just nicely well timed. Didn't give it too much, but it was the second turn where she laid into it a little bit more. So placing that first turn, nice and controlled. Comes around for this second one and just really utilizing the power of the wave there. And cannonball.
Boom. Gets out of there over the dry reef. Getting a start early on Molly Picklum. When you look at Gabriela Bryan, what would you say her strengths are on the tour?
For me, it's just waves with power. And anywhere that she can really put a board on rail. I've loved watching her at Margaret River in the past. Love watching her just anywhere that allows her to actually open up her surfing. And yeah, so anywhere that has a big open face. Bells Beach.
Yeah, you mentioned the wave close to your house, Margaret River, and that's where she kind of felt pressure for the first time in such a significant way when the cut was right on top of her. She had to make the final to make it past the first mid-season cut, and she was in that final with Isabella Nichols, and she got to move on and really enjoy the back end of the season. So yeah, big open ocean type waves, Sunset Beach. She's super powerful. Super kind human too, always giving back. You think about how tough it is to be in the final 5. I mean, she's coming off a lot of quarterfinals this year, had a semifinal, and she's ranked number 9 in the world. It's all about wins if you want to be a part of the WSL Final 5. Picklum, number 4 in the world. She did hold yellow for a bit this season.
Pickle spent a lot of time underwater this morning.
Oh my goodness. She was going for it, wasn't she?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it was something about her sliding in, and then her rail was just a little out of control. She went over the handlebars the wrong way a couple times, but it never slowed her down. She was ready to pack another one.
No, she said that she's just here to learn, and you just got to take off. Sometimes you don't know what's going to happen unless you give it a go. And I kind of just like that attitude that Molly has. She's just so willing to learn and have a crack, and Just a passionate Aussie, really. But yeah, this morning in her opening round heat, she just had a couple of wipeouts, and she was underwater for so long. You could just see her board tombstoning and just shaking above the surface of the water, and she was just under for ages. But she was fine. She popped it back up and gave it a go again.
Yeah, she did. She's fun to watch in waves like this. Working a long time with Glenn Micro Hall. And she's always so grateful for all the knowledge that he's passed down to her. And sometimes Micro will pick up different surfers along the season. So there's a full-time surfer like Molly who's working with Glenn Micro Hall from start to finish. And then sometimes he'll work with, you know, a surfer like Lakey Peterson for a few events in a season, you know, like he did at Jeffreys Bay. So then Molly gets the opportunity of meeting these other athletes from different parts of the world, and then they become sparring partners. So when Molly first was growing up with the coaching for Micro, she had Tyler Wright to surf with. So they had a final together at Bell's. And then Micro coaching Lakey, they had a final at J Bay.
Yeah, it's cool.
And I think it feels natural for Molly. She's like, hang on, I know you. We spend a lot of time together in between big events.
Yeah, well, Molly's kind of been working with Micro for a while now, and even, you know, she would have been around Tyler so much and just watching Tyler's progression when Tyler was coached by Micro. So really cool for her to be sparring with Tyler from such a young age and have that sort of person to like aspire to be like, want to beat a bit as well, and then match up with them in heats. You know, you got to wonder, does Micro say, oh, you know, you've got Tyler in the final. This is Tyler's weakness. I heard him do an interview and he said, oh, no, I just leave it up to the athletes. But it's a funny thought.
Yeah, you never know, especially, you know, Tyler's moved on. She's working with Andy King these days, and it probably helps if you're a coach going, hang on, this is something we're working on. You might be able to expose it here.
Yeah, it's funny.
Let's catch up with Carissa Moore with Laura.
Yes, just talking to Riz. Unfortunately, she lost a earring at the bottom of the ocean there, but she said she doesn't wear nice ones anymore. She just makes sure that they're, you know, not as expensive. Riz, great heat win nonetheless.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I figured I needed to give Mother Teahupo'o an earring as a little offering for the next week. So hopefully she enjoys it.
Absolutely amazing. It's been a huge day out here on day one of this event, and Riz, you know, down here bright and early this morning, and then you know, here watching the sunset and watching these final heats. Talk us through your day and how you turned that around. And that was a really well served heat.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, the conditions aren't easy out there. I think, you know, when you dream of this place, you picture like perfect barrel, the sun out, no wind, not a drop out of place. But yeah, I was kind of out of rhythm this morning and went home, regrouped with we were staying with some wonderful people here, ate some good food, took a nap, and then came back out. And just really grateful. I have an awesome support crew here. My husband, my sister Kayla's here, CJ Hopgood's on my team, Peter Hamblin's also here, and all my family and friends at home are just tuning in and sending their love, so I feel really supported.
Amazing, and obviously coming up against a young one in Ireland. You know, you've seen obviously barrels of her out here, so how is that showing the lineup, and any words you could give to her?
Oh my gosh, I don't know if I have any words to give her. She's a beast out here. I've been, you know, stalking her over the last couple days and just watching all her rides and barrels, and I'm super inspired. I think she's, you know, Vahine obviously is incredible on her forehand, but Alan on her backhand, like that's a whole nother thing. So, you know, just watching what she's doing and how she's pushing herself, I'm sure she's really inspired by her brother too, and she has some incredible years and inspiring waves to share with all of us in the years to come.
Amazing, Riz. Well, into the quarterfinals. Congratulations, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. I also just want to send my love to everyone at home and in Maui. Yeah, the fires have been pretty devastating, but hope you guys are doing okay. Sending lots of love and aloha. Thank you, Riz.
Thank you, Laura. Thanks you so much, Carissa Moore, sending her love to everyone back home that's dealing with the devastation from the fires in Lahaina, a place where Carissa spent a long time throughout her youth and in her professional career, and really had some great words for Island Voss there, knowing that she's just growing her reputation as one of the best out here on the reef, and just working out heat strategy as well against one of the best. I mean, just hearing that Carissa's in the quarterfinals, you're going, hang on, she's done that a lot. It'll actually be Carissa's 99th quarterfinal appearance at the CT level, as you see a wipeout there from Gabby Bryan.
Wow, that was pretty chaotic.
Whew. Tried to pull up and under fins came out and she just slid straight down to the bottom. You see that quite often out here. She's trying to pull up and under and be really critical so she gets barreled, but ended up going down swinging. Picklum's being a little bit more patient in this heat than she was earlier this morning.
Licking her wounds maybe, but it looks like she's having a crack here.
Here comes Molly. Holds the rail for a moment, gets some speed, then puts her head down, and she will sneak out the low road. I didn't really identify that as an exit, but
No,
she found it.
People often say out the doggy door, but I don't think that was quite the doggy door. I just didn't even see that one coming, so hats off to Molly. That was a good little exit, just hanging on there and muscling her way through.
She must have just seen the wave stretching out in front of her down the reef, so a little bit of daylight. She put her head down and hung on.
I like what you were saying before, Joe. We'll just have a look at the replay of Molly here. Pumps down the line, pulls in, and it's like the board almost went like the one way, and then she just muscled it around the other. You can see here, pumps down the line. She can see it's going to stretch out in front of her. Ducks her head, pulls in, and does really well to hold on there. It's like the fins actually spun around a bit, and she was still grabbing the rail as she was exiting that, so just able to hang on. But yeah, I liked what you were saying. Islands, she's got so many years ahead of her, and it's probably inspiring for her watching Vahine and seeing what Vahine did here last year. And I also like the point that Riss brought up. Vahine is on her forehand, but it's a whole different ball game on your backhand out there, and Riss being inspired by that. And you've got to think that, and there's even younger Groms than Island here that are charging, and I saw a few of them from the Rising Tides, so the future's bright for women surfing in Tahiti.
Oh, it's really cool to see the energy kind of shift, coming here. Back in the day, it was a really male-dominated lineup for many years, and then that changed when the CT came on, and you got to see visions of KK and Rochelle Ballard and the rest of the CTers battled it out till 2006, and then it just went away as a CT level event for many years for the women. Came back to the tour, got to see Courtney take the big win last year, but also with the Olympics, everyone focusing on Teahupo'o for next year. You're seeing people move to this part of Tahiti to really spend some time to be able to fight for a gold medal. So a sleepy little town has really changed in a short period of time. A wave that wasn't even seemed to be rideable, back in the 90s. There was those early trips out here, and the first QSs were in the late 90s. And everyone was trying to figure out how to perform on this wave that would slab, and with the water just pulling off the reef. There was a lot of really low point totals back in the day as everyone was trying to figure it out on the fly. But it's really cool to see the evolution of the comfort level from the men and women here at the end of the road.
Yeah, for sure. For me, it makes me proud seeing the women back here running alongside all the men's events and really pushing themselves, And a lot of the women were open about, it is going to be a learning curve. It's going to be difficult, but, given the opportunity, they're going to take it. And last year was awesome to see. It was so cool to see Courtney and how well she demonstrated her backhand barrel riding skills, just being so technical in the barrel, being able to weave through different barrels, and yeah, she loves waves like that. So it was awesome to see her take the win, and really cool to also see Brisa put in a good showing as well. Vahine was awesome. I think she still had a lot more left in the tank, which is scary.
I think she did. That's why I think she's got to be a favorite to win this year. Could be a wild card sweep with the names that we have representing Tahiti. Picklum with a 5.17 on her opener. Gabriella Bryan down to second with her 3, and then she fell on her second effort, a .23. So just chasing a 2.18. Joanne DeFay getting ready to go. Hanging out with a familiar face here at Terra Natufa, who has been a wild card in the past at this event. Now a great coach. Spends a lot of time at Pop Around the Beach Break, right around the corner. Great human being. Love catching up with here as we see a nice little left setting up for Gabby Bryan. Off the top, little jam there, and she will step off. So looking fired up to maybe turn the heat with that wave.
Yeah, she came firing out of that little tube, so looking forward to seeing the replay and hopefully the start of that wave. Definitely going to be contending with Molly's 5.17. Here we go, have a look at the replay. Grabs the rail straight off the takeoff. Comes flying out. Backs it up with a carve. And another little snap turn there to finish, so have a look. A little bit of tube time. Nice carving maneuver. Followed by another snap. Beautiful little rainbow in the spray there on that drone angle. I love that shot. So, let's say Gabby's going into the lead.
Yeah, she's got great energy when she performs off the lip. Powerful snaps. She's got a powerful forehand hook as well that we enjoy on tour. As we slow this down, in the pocket, regain control to set up this backside snap. Needed this turn to really get into the lead.
Yeah, you can just see she just throws so much spray straight up into the lip there. Another little snap, sort of variation of the carve. Smart decisions to make the most of this wave.
4.33, Gabby Bryan does take the lead. Picklum to second. Looking back at the early events out here, oftentimes we were saying Chopu because that was kind of the original name that was getting put out in events and in videos around the world, and it's kind of seared into our minds. I talked to Michel Perez about it for a while, and he was like, yep, let's try to say it properly, Teahupo'o. And he's willing to help us out along the way and get better and better at saying it right. We're loving the action today in the elimination round. We'll be right back. Great time to scan this code to discover your perfect sunscreen. Whether you're at the beach or just running around town, you've always got to take care of your skin and protect it from the sun's harmful rays. The sunscreen stick that you can find there is Kanoe Igarashi's favorite. It's SPF 50+. That works for sun protection on the go. Check all the latest products from Shiseido using that QR code on your screen. Thanks for watching the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Always important to protect yourself from the sun, especially when you come to the South Pacific. Got long days on land watching surfing or in the water. If you're in the channel, throwing some buckets out the back there. Gabriella Bryan staying engaged. 3.0 is her start, built to a 4.33, got the lead, and during the break, Molly had an answer back.
Yeah, big away from Molly. Nice carving maneuver there on the foam ball, looking to throw it up here for a second hit and a third. Lip line into absolute gurgling dry reef. A little bit of air under the board there for free. Nice carving maneuver. Rebounds off the foam. Kind of working with the power of the wave here. Throws it up for a second turn. And I love the commitment that Molly's showing here, just trying to finish on absolute dry reef. She's getting gobbled up inside that foam there. And just shades of this morning, she's still got that tenacity and that fire inside of her.
She certainly does. She absolutely charges, doesn't mind shallow reef, doesn't mind just pulling into big closeouts. Picklum gets the lead back as it's time to check in with our Oakberry surf conditions report. 5 to 7 feet on the face, water temperature 82 degrees Fahrenheit. Winds from the east-southeast. So enjoying these conditions here in the afternoon on opening day. The face of the wave is cool to measure here. You can see it's been overhead on the takeoff for Molly Picklum and Gabby Bryan with a lot of power. But yeah, that water temp is about as good as it gets. You know, when you're a surfer, you love surfing in trunks, just paddling out, being really warm. Truly feels like you're in paradise.
Yeah, it does. Such a special part of the world. I actually feel silly and guilty. I actually haven't jumped in the ocean since I've been here.
Well, you just got in. Plenty of time. You've been working.
True, but I think I might go for an ocean rinse this afternoon.
Good for the soul.
Oh, need an ocean cleanse.
Yeah, you look forward to eating good food here. The local families always providing for all the surfers that come here to compete. It's about an hour drive from the airport. Sometimes it feels like it takes a little bit longer. There can be a little bit of traffic, but it's right on the ocean. It's just a magical trip down here. You're wondering what the waves are going to be like. Anticipating another big event. There's a little river right when you get to the end of the road. So you hike in with all your boards and bags and find your accommodations with a local family. As we see Molly trying to slam on the brakes. Couldn't find the barrel, but she throws down a little backside cutback. Still attacking onto the dry reef, incomplete on the finish. Just keeping this heat really close. I mean, for Molly, she knows she'll be at lowers to compete for a world title, but seeding hasn't been decided yet. Remember, Caitlin is already in the quarters, who's number 5 right behind Molly. And there is an advantage if you're the 4th seed over the 5th. I mean, you'll start off that first match at lowers with priority if you're the 4th seed. So Molly's got to hang on to this win if she wants it.
Yeah, look at this replay here of Molly. You can really see how much of her body she's utilizing to stick into the face of that wave to slow down. It also gives you a good idea of just how powerful this wave is and how much speed it does give you. With all that Molly was using, all of her body, she still couldn't slow down enough. Possibly could have been a little bit deeper on the takeoff when she took off, but way easier said than done. But yeah, I just loved the look of all that footwork and the adjustments of Molly Picklum. Really trying to master that backhand grab rail. It's different techniques used by natural or regular footers compared to the goofies. Regular footers using their body and their butt as well to stick it into the side of the wave, whereas surfers on their forehand using their arms. So very different techniques to slow down and speed up, and depending on conditions, one could be better than the other. I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. It's fun to see the different backhand tube techniques from Molly Picklum this year. Pipeline, she got a 5th. She looked great in that event. Spent a lot of time at pipe throughout the winter months on the North Shore of Oahu. She waited for a certain type of wave. She pulled into one closeout and the ocean went flat in that heat. He knew she had so much more to give in that event, but kicked off the year with an equal 5th. After the loss at pipe, Molly just paddled out at Sunset Beach. It wasn't necessarily a surf to prepare for the next event. She was just, I'm jumping in the water, rinsing off a loss. But she felt great. I think she just realized and recognized how solid she felt for a brand new year on tour, then ended up going right into her first championship tour win. As she sets up this wave on the back end. Throwing down the carve. Great first turn with a lot of wave height there. She'll throw down another big hook again.
Oh
Throws
my.
down a third
Wow.
and a finish over dry reef. That was impressive. A big 3-turn combo for Picklum.
That was commitment.
It really was. And just the wave height always is going to be nice. Judges love big sections. She had speed, power, and flow. And there's the risk factor on the final turn. She could have kicked out there, and she went for it.
Yeah, it's just, she's just continuing this same mindset that she had from her opening round heat today, where she just wasn't going to back down no matter what challenge there was in front of her. If it's dry reef, she's going for it. And I'd say that she'd probably be rewarded for it. It's 3 nice maneuvers. It wasn't a barrel though, so hard to. It's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this. She looks pumped. She looks fired up.
Representing the central coast of New South Wales, another look for Molly Picklum.
Yeah, taking off here, identifying that this wave's probably just going to be turns. Nice first carving turn out of the top. This turn here was really nice. She threw a lot of spray, but that's the commitment there on that last turn, just really putting it all on the line, straight over that shallow reef. Get another look at it from the drone. Into this second carving turn. Throws so much spray here, but look at how shallow that water is. You can really get a good look at it from this angle. Just see those fingers of reef jutting out. And have another look here. Straight up into this section. Setting up the next one. And yeah, she just really has this attitude today of that, you know, nothing's going to get in her way. She is really, really committed today. That turn right there. Wow.
Air drop, waves
that
below
shallow
sea
reef
level.
in front of her.
How good was that? Molly Picklum, 3 huge turns. That could have been the turning point of this heat where she really stretches out her lead on Gabrielle O'Brien. Judges taking their time thinking about the combination of maneuvers. Coming up next, Tyler Wright versus Joanne DeFay. If Tyler doesn't win that heat, we'll see Carissa Moore wearing yellow at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. So Tyler in a must-win situation as far as the yellow jersey is concerned. Then we'll get into Lakey Peterson, Stephanie Gilmore showdown. The surfers that are trying to compete for Caitlin Simmer's spot in 5th. So one surfer will be ending their season. Lakey kind of felt that last year. We'll see if she can recover from it this season with a win over Steph. They've been in a little bit of a rivalry scenario the last couple of years, especially since Lakey became a world title threat a few years back. And she's on a comeback to form as she had that emotional win at Jeffreys Bay. So 2 more important heats to come. Great job too, the Water Patrol out there on dark, taking care of all of our athletes. Gabby Bryan was thankful, broken board this morning. And so she got her backup board very quickly with the Water Patrol assist. Here comes Gabby Bryan looking for a 5.91. Ends up being a little hung up, and she knows she's got to get out of there. Scores finally came in for Molly Picklum at a 5.07. So Gabby Bryan needing a 5.91, still pretty close.
Still really close. Interesting, obviously, Molly getting that 5.07. She did do 3 really good looking turns, but Teahupo'o is a barrel, and that's what the judges are looking for. So obviously leaving room there for a barrel, knowing that the last few heats there has been a few. So there is still opportunity out there, and judges leaving room to move in the scale.
Yeah, you could almost hear them discussing that, you know, holding the top end of the scale for barrel rides. Not wanting to reward turns too much since they're still out there, which is the challenge, you know, when you have Teahupo'o at this size. And sometimes it's just obvious, you know, when it's 6 to 8 foot and going inside out, you know, it's all about barrel riding. When it's a little bit of both and just under, you got to know when to switch gears. We've had some heats won on turns today, but then our highlight reel on the post show will definitely be all the barrels we did have. A lot of 8s went down today. Fioravanti looked inspired. Gabriel Medina, a couple of big 8s, catching a lot of waves. John Florence getting into the 7 range as well. Jack Robinson felt like he was back. So a lot of barrels in the mix. Mihimana looks strong as well, representing the local contingent.
Vahine.
And Vahine, what, 7-5?
7-5
in the opening round. That was a special one. Vahine into the quarterfinals already. Just protecting her home court. Vahine moving here, you know, a few years back, and knowing that a big part of her career would be trying to perfect her program here at Teahupo'o with this event and also the Olympics coming up next year. Three minutes to go. Joanne DeFay taking on Tyler Wright in the next heat. DeFay's had some great years. She's had the comeback story from injury. So she's looking to play the spoiler role at this event. Loves going backhand. Famous for big backside performance type lefts where she gets to hit the lip with a lot of power. She was very successful when Cloudbreak was on tour. So a big draw for Tyler coming up next.
Yeah, for sure. I think, and Tyler will want to win this next heat for sure. She's not going to back down from this. She has already clinched her spot, but that seating is still open, up for grabs. So still a lot on the line. But no doubt that Joanne wants to win too. Got less than 2 minutes now, and Gabby is still needing a 5.91. Definitely doable. We have seen barrels out there in the last few heats. There is opportunity. We saw Riss get a couple of little barrels in the last heat against Island.
Yeah, that was great to see. But Malia doing a great job, even though she fell out of the yellow jersey earlier on this year. She did have a bit of back pain that she was trying to really work on. I saw her at the Surf Ranch Pro and didn't really talk about it too much, as just sort of dealing with it. But I'm impressed, still number 4 in the world when she wasn't at 100%. And you know, the way she charges, you're going to go through some injuries for sure. Molly not afraid of that. Loves all kinds of sports, loves competing at any level. She just enjoys the whole process. After every heat, she'll take notes, turn them into her coach. He always wants, Micro always wants Molly to have her take on how she did, a win or a loss. Identify any mistakes and clean it up for the next round.
Yeah, Molly's the kind of surfer that, I mean, we've heard her talk about it, but she's just so eager to learn. It's like she's just hungry for it and she wants more. I mean, you even spoke about it at Pipe. She pulled into that massive barrel at the start of the year, and you could just tell that she just wasn't satisfied with that. She just knew she had more to give. Looks like there's a set on the horizon. Molly's got priority.
Still really close. So Molly having priority at a very important time. Gabrielle O'Brien forces Molly to use it. Just up and out. Defensive play there. 8 seconds on the clock. Gabrielle O'Brien trying to extend her season. And she's going to run out of time. Congrats to Molly Picklum for getting the win. She moves on to the quarterfinals. And congrats again to Gabrielle O'Brien for another great year on tour. Hope she enjoys her off season. Enjoy some time at home on the island of Kauai. Molly moves on. Coming up next, Tyler Wright takes on Joanne DeFay. We'll bring in Pete Bell and Kaipo Guerrero for the call right after this.
35 minutes, no restart.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Speak up for the ocean. Your actions can inspire others.
We are thrilled to announce our July hashtag Speak Up for the Ocean hero, Carla by the Sea. Thank you for your contributions. You can get involved as well. Remember, your sustainable action. Record it, no matter how big or small. Put it on social media. Hashtag WSL One Ocean. Tag WSL and WSL One Ocean in your post. I'm Kuiper Girl along with Peter Mel. And it is elimination round. Tyler Wright versus Joanne DeFay. This is a hotly contested heat number 3 one-on-one competition. Winner goes on to the quarterfinals. And Tyler Wright, important heat for a win in the scope of things as far as seeding when we talk about the Rip Curl WSL Finals, as well as we talk about the 2024 Olympics.
And I had mentioned that, thought that Chris Moore had a substantial lead earlier. Hey, that's not the case.
No.
It's really about one heat, really.
Yeah.
And so she needs to stay pace with Carissa here, just if she really wants to be able to take over that #1 seed going into the Rip Curl WSL Finals, which would be a distinct advantage. So that is still possible. I think Carissa knew that. That's why she put on such a performance to make sure she gets out of that elimination round. No one wants to be in this round. I will say that. Especially if you're trying to get yourself in contention for either qualification for the Olympics or obviously the biggest feat being in the Rip Curl WSL Finals, vying for that world title.
Yeah, we're going to see Tyler Wright for the first time in that Rip Curl WSL Finals, and her seeding, depending upon, like you said, Peter, who finishes higher between her and Carissa Moore in this final event of the regular season. Two-time world champ Tyler Wright, 29 years old, 12 seasons on championship tour, 16 CT wins, 9th place last year in this event, so that means she bowed out in this round last year in Tahiti. So she wants to make it past, a wall that's been put up in front of her here at the end of the road.
Well, and Joanne DeFay is definitely a wily competitor, so watch out for her. Obviously, we've talked about her ability on the backhand, and this is one of those waves. You'd have to say a strong point in her career over the years. Doesn't have huge results here in Tahiti, but doesn't mean it can't happen right now.
No, Joanne actually bowed out in this round as well last year. The 29-year-old from Reunion Island representing France, already provisionally qualified for that 2024 Olympics. So we're going to see her here on a grand stage when we look towards next year, but it's all about the moment right now. Who can take out a win and move on to the quarterfinals?
When you're the host country too, you think about Joanne DeFay. It's a true honor to be on the team when you are the host country. So will be a memory that I'm sure Joanne DeFay will hold on to for her whole career, especially if she just finds a way to get a medal.
She can do it. I mean, she's a charger. She's got an excellent backhand surfing, both with turns as well as tube riding. Here we go. DeFay on the move with priority. Good looking wave. Joanne Drags through this one, gets covered up for a sec, wants to make a little bit more ground down the line. Snap on the backhand, tidy combination of a barrel and a backhand snap. Count that for Joanne Defay, Pete.
Advantage, Joanne Defay, first wave there for Tyler Wright, just a .37. So utilizing that priority, picking up a nice, that's a good score. I think it's going to be something that she can feel comfortable with as a backup number. Quick little barrel ride and a nice solid fast maneuver through the closeout section. Conditions have definitely improved. I mean, you think about the wind and just that ever so slight degree change, all of a sudden it's a whole different lineup in regards to the wind. You know, it's now a bit more east, and with that easterly angle, groomed this lineup. I mean, we saw a very jumbled lineup through the morning heats now. Very nice offshore conditions as we watch the replay here. Not a huge high impact move, but carried speed well through it, and she was able to get tuck underneath for a moment. So again, won't be a big number, but definitely the exchange is going to go advantage to Joanne Defay. As you see again, the technique there, getting that arm up against the wall, hand on the rail, able to steer through it, gets out quickly into this final move, carried a lot of speed.
3.83 is the score for opener for Joanne Defay, and like you said, Pete, the score a bit suppressed, gets her on the board, but I'm feeling that you need some bigger numbers to advance into the quarterfinal.
Oh, and you think about Tyler Wright and her ability here, this place. I mean, we've seen video of some of the amazing waves that she's been able to produce out here.
Hey, Molly Picklum, you're in the quarterfinals. What do you think, Laura?
Yes, I'm here with a very happy Pickles. She's still got tap nose, water in the brain from some of her wipeouts this morning. Still kicking herself over some of them, but I thought she sent it. Pickles, talk us through your day, but now you're in the quarterfinals, so you must be really stoked.
Yeah, definitely happy. Obviously the conditions deteriorated a little bit this afternoon, but this morning opening up with the girls, I was pretty excited, and there was a bunch of waves. Obviously we saw myself get an opportunity to really push myself on one wave and potentially get the best wave of my life, and I absolutely didn't do too good. I went over the falls, and yeah, I've had tap nose literally since. I got home, looked down, and then just before this heat I went to wax my board and water was still running out of my nose from that wipeout earlier, so it's good to get through. I feel like it's quite taxing here too, like 2 heats in a day is like pretty physical.
Well, the sinuses are cleared out now. You've checked out the reef on that wave this morning, and I know for certain that you will be making one of those waves. Eventually, you are an absolute charger. But into the quarterfinals here, you've already clinched your spot at the WSL Finals. So how's your motivation and just like goals going into this event?
Yeah, obviously Paris, French Polynesia, we're coming here for the Olympics, so I'm super excited to just like figure it out, spend some time here, and then of course I can still jump a few spots hopefully, so I want to put myself in a higher position going into the final 5.
Giddy up, let's go.
Let's go. Let's do this, way.
Back to you guys.
All right, so 26 minutes on the countdown. Molly Picklum, what an exciting season she's had, and she's into yet another finals day, Pete.
Yeah, and you know, very consistent all year long. She's been quarterfinals or above, and that's not easy to do. Really isn't, you know, especially when you've got the expanded format in the beginning of the season. You know, to not see a 9th or a 17th anywhere in the mix, she's pretty darn solid, and that's what'll do it for you. And what a turnaround, considering the year before that she wasn't even able to make the cut. Had to deal with going back onto the Challenger Series and get it done, which she did fairly easy. But I mean, again, getting results, had to get results, and then jumps back on and gets a CT win. Right, at a place like Sunset Beach is amazing. So the turnaround is, that's the kind of athlete she is.
Joanne Defay turning around for her backup wave right here. She's going to go to turns on this wave, and just one snap on the backhand. She'll back up that 3.83 with a slight number. Priority with Tyler Wright. We talked about Joanne Defay as she paddles back out and her provisionally qualifying for the Olympics. Tyler Wright, Peter, with a win here, will provisionally qualify for Australia for the Olympics. Your thoughts?
You're thinking on, you know, the ultimate goal, right, of coming into this one, especially when you've already clinched a spot like she has for the final 5. So she'll be vying for that world title, obviously wanting to expand that as we watch the replay here of this pretty nominal score from Joanne Defay. My thoughts are that, yeah, her goal coming here to solidify a spot on the Olympic team and to compete for a gold medal, which only happened once in our lifetime. And so another opportunity here, and you put it at a place like this, and it'll be fun to watch.
Well, think about what Tyler can accomplish here. She can provisionally qualify for the Olympics. She can be the #1 seed when we talk about the Rip Curl WSL Finals and set herself up for basically a shorter way to a 3rd world title.
So true.
Talk about world titles. We got 8 right here. 88. Steph Gilmore getting ready for her heat up against Lakey Peterson. A must-win situation. We talk about clinching a spot for that Rip Curl WSL Finals between Stephanie Gilmore and Lakey Peterson. Both need to win to continue of having a hope to find themselves in the Final 5.
Yeah, it's one of these contenders is going to be out in just in a little less than an hour's time. So incredibly important heat, both for Steph and for Lakey. Who's going to manage the lineup the best, compete the best in a very stressful situation. I guess we'll have to sit and find out, figure it out.
Well, a quiet Tyler Wright so far, hanging on to priority. 23 minutes.
They moved, from the west side all the way to the east. They move across the bottom. And the swells will, as they move out of the swell windows, they're going to decrease. That's what happens. And so we've seen probably that leftover swell that we had yesterday and the day before is now kind of gone away. That was around that mid period. And then there's still some southeast there, but as it's turned around too, it's not going to go around in the corner. So we're just seeing that kind of longer energy, which wasn't a real big swell. And that's why we're seeing less waves now.
And we're seeing Tyler Wright. Quick park and a slash on the backhand for Wright. We'll wait for that number. Previously, right behind her, Joanne DeFay. So a couple of waves in the set. Joanne recognizing, hey, not a lot of opportunity on that wave as it went into deep water. Kicks out early to maintain priority. We'll be waiting for the score for Tyler Wright to set the situation.
And good comparison there from Joanne DeFay's first wave. You take a look, it's kind of similar. They both were able to get a quick little barrel and then a maneuver at the end. Felt like Tyler got the better of the maneuvers there. We'll see when we check the replay here. But lots of times. I mean, we've been giving these surfers 35 minutes on the clock, so it's an extra 5 minutes for one-on-one competitions. We take a look here and setting it up, parks it, a little quick under the lip. That's the barrel. Very similar barrels, but it feels like the turns, you'd have to give that turn a little bit more of a directional change. So very similar score to, say, Joanne DeFay's 3.83. You can see where her eyes are looking out of the barrel and down. Setting up this maneuver here. Again, watch the eyes. Drives back down the line, seeing if there's an opportunity. Presses the eject button. In my eyes, it feels very similar to the 3.83, maybe a slight increase just because the turn a little stronger. See what the judges think.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for that score, suspecting that it is going to go above Joanne DeFay. DeFay, though, wisely kicking out of her wave and holding on to priority to try to control this heat at the 20-minute mark.
Looking back at Joanne DeFay and what she's been able to do after injury and come back, but it really hasn't been able to pick up any true momentum yet this season.
Look at this. How beautiful is this place? Teahupo'o. The village at the end of the road, pyramid-shaped mountains, lush valleys, passes up and down the coast here, river life. I mean, it's the colors that you see, so many vibrant hues of greens and blues on a sunny day like today.
So true. That's where the sun just all of a sudden it just electrifies it. It's like it gets plugged in to the natural energy here. It's just incredible. Like I mentioned earlier this morning, you slip right into the groove. You come here and you kind of have you always end up staying kind of in the same places, right? You're always hosted by the people that have set you up. You don't ever want to really stray too far from, the people that you've kind of visited the whole time.
Yeah.
It's something that they become proud of, staying in their homes and being able to share their aloha. And like I said, we get to stay at Hinatea Rosa's house, and it's just an incredible, place that we look forward to coming back every year.
Look forward every single year. Another guy that looks forward to Tahiti time is Strider Wozlewski. He's got some reporting for us from the water. Strider.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, well, I just wanted to give you a little insight on Tyler Wright and her pre-heat warm-up. You know, if you ever surfed out here, you'll realize that as the wave approaches you, you get surprised by it almost every single time. And well, right now it looks like we're gonna have some paddle and no go. Okay, back to what I saw. If you've ever surfed here, you kind of get surprised every time. You have to paddle out to the wave really quick, turn around and take off. Well, Tyler Wright was practicing in the channel and visualizing that. She was paddling as hard as she could out to the horizon and then whipping it around and paddling back the other way like she was going to catch the wave. So she was premeditatively thinking about catching these waves out here and the way that they approach her. So an interesting warm-up for Tyler Wright out here in the channel before the heat even started.
Oh, that's some great reporting there, Strider. So yeah, just getting those muscles activated, being able to sprint paddle, do the turnaround, be prepared, be warmed up. So those drills in the channel, Pete, I like it. I think that's some functional drills.
I will say, of experience of sitting out here, that yeah, you're absolutely surprised each and every time. I mean, the sets, you can kind of see them. You're like, oh, is that going to be a set? But you don't want to move off the ledge too heavily. And then all of a sudden, it's right on top of you, and it feels like it's going to land directly on your head. You have to sprint paddle out to it. And then you have to have some momentum. You can't just like whip it and just fall out of the sky. You need to get down the face a bit. So you actually really need to turn around and sprint paddle and get momentum going back down the face if you really want to truly succeed out here. Yeah. Airdrops always aren't going to be the best way to do it.
You always told me, Peter, about your paddle theory, where your head, you know, there's some weight to your head and your skull.
Especially my head.
Putting your head down actually helps you get down the face.
Yeah, and I mean, it's you know, it's not easy to, you know, as much as a lot of these surfers make it look easy, you know, the backhand barrel riding specifically, leading with the head is always something, and you do it forehand as well, but if you paddle down the face and lead with the head, you're generally going to have all that momentum heading down the face. That's exactly what you want. You don't want to lift your head, you don't want to lift your body up and out, because you're going to get stuck in it, in the lip, and then you're airdropping out into the flats and visiting the reef, which we don't want to do.
Yeah. Would it be an advantage to have a little bit of a bigger head to kind of get down some of those
monster faces? Are you alluding to something? Yeah. No, I've got a big head.
I didn't say. I was talking about just the whole technique.
Yeah, I think that more than anything, it's just the whole body follows the head, really. I think that there's a lot of good traits that come with that. And it's a technique that I was able to apply, and it actually worked for me out here, especially since a lot of times it's not a wave that, it's a very convex wave. So the further down the ledge or down the wave you are, the easier it is. You're surfing into the transition rather than jumping off of the vertical part of it and then connecting again. You want to stay connected, and that's the way to do it. Paddle really hard, that sprint paddle down the face. I mean, a prime example of that is, if any of you folks want to see some great technique in that type of surfing, is Nathan Florence, what he's able to do on one of the most incredible waves ever ridden out here. You know, the only way he was actually doing that, you watched him paddle for that wave, and all the other guys are sitting way up top, and he's at the bottom, almost on the ocean level, paddling for the wave, and you're like, how is he even going to be in position for it? And sure enough, he was in the perfect spot.
How's this? Tyler Wright pulls in off the takeoff, a little bit of bucking there, but hangs on to the rail to go complete under the priority of Joanne DeFay, and Tyler Wright will take the lead with that wave and apply some pressure to the surfer from Reunion Island, Joanne DeFay. So it's kind of smart surfing there, Peter, with Tyler Wright under priority picking off that wave.
Well, I mean, she had a slight advantage in the first exchange going to her with the 4.07, and this is going to definitely improve her second score. And she was able to kind of really create that moment behind the curtain, and that was due to the fact that she literally put the handbrakes on as long as she possibly could to make sure that she was going to get behind the curtain, disappeared. Not going to be the most round barrel, but again, got a maneuver done, and feeling a bit more comfortable as she heads into the back half of this heat. You think about it, it's exactly what she was doing, is paddling out to it, setting it up, and then here you can see the sprint paddle. Nice 3-4 paddles down the face, quick sprint. And then there, the stalling technique. She actually stuffed the nose down with that rail grab and hid behind the curtain ever so slightly. There was only one real moment that there was a barrel there, so she did well to stay behind it. And then comes out, and this way flattens out, just the carving cutback. And another one, basically some cutties, that aren't huge points on offer for that. But again, carrying a 0.37, she's building.
Yeah, Tyler Wright on Pizell surfboards. John Pizell has those rockers wired, right, as far as making boards that can accommodate paddle fast, but also accommodate steep drops.
One of the things he brings to the table too is template. That he's been working on templates that are a little more full through the front end, which is always helpful for paddling as well.
Well, Tyler Wright with the advantage right now over Joanne Defay. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Heat 3 of the elimination round. Heat 4 of the elimination round. Lakey Peterson's getting ready. SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Women's elimination round in the water in this beautiful venue and day one of competition here at Teahupo'o. Molly Picklum, she's still hanging out after a win over Gabriella Bryant.
How good are Mofies?
So good. I feel like, no, but seriously, like, all jokes aside, selfies aside, but like hearing chopes, it's really difficult to watch the waves, and to have the live stream all the time is really good. And yeah, obviously our batteries don't last all day, so something this big is going to keep me out here as long as I need. So yeah, I'm really happy to stay powered.
I'm going to be stealing that. Thank you. Mine now.
Wow. Yeah, Molly Picklum using that Mofi charger that when you know, with the magnetic charger, you just slap it on the back of your phone, charge it up. Here we go, Joanne Defay though. And Joanne utilizes her priority, charged on that one, but could not find an exit.
And even you are in the channel, and I'm just going to elaborate even further on the fact that you need to have that phone, is that you're getting the live broadcast and getting reviews of, you know, all the scores, and you get to see the waves, you get to see a lot more information. So it's always good to study the broadcast, and a lot of surfers do it. Wow, a little shaking there, a little pounding, which happens.
She's smiling.
That's good.
So you're trying to just shake that off, getting some of the water out of the helmet. This happened while we were at break, Pete.
Yeah, okay, well, she sets it up, gets into maneuvers. And again, we talked about her back end being super strong. So in the maneuver category, she's got it dialed in. So a nice backup score to back up the 3.83, and then Tyler gets one real quick as well. Jamming down the line, finally finds the pocket, gets through it. So judges will take note of, you know, positioning and how you set that up. But look at this set. Oh man, drift of the fins, gets control of it. The wave fills up with water, and I would imagine that you get a quick little toss over the falls, especially when you're that high up on the wave. But look at the technique there, just nose down, leading with the head, as we mentioned. And then right there, just fills up, and see how high she went. She is definitely going for a trip over the falls, and would have been a good little ragdoll session in the inside there.
Yeah. So Joanne on the paddle back out, and we got some scores here. Last of Tyler Wright, not in her top two. Last of Joanne Defay. The previous wave, a 3.37 situation. Tyler Wright still in the lead. Tyler with the paddle there. Joanne with the paddle there. We'll see if that affects the priority right now.
Well,
Both surfers paddled for the wave.
Yeah, so ultimately it would kind of stay with what had just happened. I mean, Tyler would have lost priority, I guess, if Joanne hadn't tried to make a run for it. But they both pretty much dug and made committed paddles towards that wave, so no change.
Tyler Wright with priority and control of the heat, but Joanne Defay just needing a 3.62 to take the lead off of Tyler Wright. Just under 9 minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Tyler feels good about playing defense at this point. I think she still needs to add points, and I think she realizes that. So with priority, it's going to be an important choice here to pull the trigger on the right wave.
Here she goes, Tyler seeking the barrel, finds it, little section there, has to go low, and a kick out for Tyler Wright. We'll see if she improves upon that 3.37. Priority now shifts to Joanne Defay.
Now that was a golden opportunity. That wave was hollow. We're seeing the tide drop out here. And again, we touched on the fact that it's only moving around a foot, but it makes a pretty big difference in this type of situation on this reef. And you can see it's gotten lower. So those lines are stretching out ever so slightly. And that one, she had to race to get it. It would have felt like it was going to close out on her very quickly. She was able to get in and out of that section and kicks out. And this is going to be an improvement on her top two. So again, good use of priority in my eyes. As she drops in here, realizing it's racing down the line, she gets into the position to get through that pocket. Not a super deep barrel, but carries a lot of speed through the section. Judges always like when you carry a lot of speed through a section, through a barrel. Again, great technique. There was a moment where she disappeared ever so slightly. As we see once again, this is our slow-mo angle from the top of the point of Teahupo'o, and we just look directly in. As you see, she never really was in a stalling technique. She was literally just stabilizing, making sure that she stayed nice, compact, tight to her board to get through that section with no worries. And always nice when you have to kick out of this wave. You don't need to go visit the dry reef.
A successful ride, and we're waiting for that number for Tyler Wright to see how that shakes things out here in the final 7 minutes. Priority to Joanne Defay. Defay utilizing some local knowledge in the channel in the way of Hirateri na To'ofa, a legendary Tahitian surfer, been around for a long time, and he's been giving some words of wisdom to Joanne Defay. Score in for Tyler Wright, a 5.83, right in the lead right now, and we can take a look at the matchup between these two. They've matched up a number of times in the past, actually 16 times, 11 wins for Tyler Wright, 5 wins for Joanne Defay.
And you look at all of those other stats, very, very similar. You know, average heat score, pretty close. I mean, Tyler definitely had the advantage there. Max heat score over Joanne Defay with 18.6, and then a max wave score. Of course, very similar, almost, you know, perfect 10s, 9.63s. Those evenly matched up, but it definitely is swaying towards Tyler Wright with the wins over Joanne Defay, 11-5.
And that's what makes it so exciting when you have these matchups. Especially, I love it when there's a history. So both of these surfers, Peter, know each other competitively. Both of these surfers may have a little bit of scar tissue from close losses in the past and always want to come up on their competitor. Joanne Defay looks at that one as we glide from above. What are you seeing, Pete?
I'm just seeing the last score. It actually came in pretty good for Tyler.
Yeah, the 5.83.
5.83, and that's a solid number, and that's added now. She's distinct advantage with the 9.9, but again, looking at you know, what the score needed for Joanne Defay, not out of it. I mean, she's been in situations before that a 6 actually seems like you know, not a hefty score, but there's a certain style of wave you need, and she's got to execute. You know, it felt like that set wave, that bigger set wave, might have been an opportunity.
She could have done it if she made it out of that one. She's got priority, though. That's the good news for Joanne Defay. Priority, 5 minutes on the clock. Your thoughts? Another set wave going to come through in this last 5 minutes?
I would say odds are pretty good. There'll definitely be an opportunity. I don't know if it'll be like a major set wave, but there will be an opportunity for her to pick up a wave. I don't see it going too quiet here in 5 minutes. I mean, I've been wrong lots, but you can say there's enough time there. But again, you know, trying to pull the trigger on the right style of wave. You can't just go and take one, just think you're going to get a 6 with maneuvers. It does definitely need to have a barrel.
Yeah, looks like she likes this one. Clean face. But this one's going to be just maneuvers, and that's going to be a priority error for Joanne Defay. And when you hand over priority to Tyler Wright, when she has the lead, this is when Tyler's going to zoom in on you and give you a really hard time. I just, that's going to be costly for Joanne Defay.
Yeah, I felt a little antsy, a little too quick to pull the trigger there on that wave. You know, it looked nice, obviously, with the opportunity to do turns, but in my eyes, you know, if she's looking to get a 6, I mean, The 5.83 is a prime example. That was a barrel for Tyler Wright. You know, it's not super deep, but the wave itself had the opportunity to get, you know, much better numbers, and that's what Joanne needed to be looking at, is something like that. And that wave just didn't. It looked too slow in the very beginning of it. So I would agree with you. Bit of an error there for Joanne, and hopes now that she somehow gets an opportunity here in this back 4 minutes.
Yeah, she's really going to have the moana, the ocean, to help her out, because Tyler is such a steely competitor, such a veteran competitor at this point. 3 minutes and 40 seconds, priority and the lead. I don't see Tyler making any mistakes.
Yeah, lots of experience, especially in one-on-one competition. I think that's a great view. You can actually see how the ocean is moving and pulling the surfers out. They're paddling, but also you can see there's that water pulling out along the reef. And when the tide's dropping, what you're getting is that water kind of level is going to be moving out. It's not coming in, it actually pulls out along the reef. So it's always going to be kind of taking you further outside. So you got to pay attention to that.
Here's our low tide, high tide. Tyler goes. And just as I said, well, you know, hey, look it. You said it's really hard to tell which ones the waves surprise you. But now, some opportunity for Joanne DeFay. She's got priority back.
Yeah, she's fortunate that this has come back to her. And so now at this point, you know, we're 2 minutes further down the line. So now a 3 minute wait that she has to wait for a solid wave. Looking at a 6.07. Again, I'm going to reiterate exactly what I said when it was at the 5 minute warning.
Yeah.
You got to choose the right wave here. And the opportunity has to get a barrel in the very beginning. I just don't think you can do it on turns.
Tyler paddling back out to meet Joanne DeFay. Joanne really secure in her position. Maybe a couple of lines here as we're flying over the top, maybe for a better view of potential set waves.
Big day of competition today, almost done. We got this heat here with 2 minutes left, and then one more after that, one barn burner too. The elimination round, heat number 4. It's going to be a big one.
Lakey Peterson is going to be coming up against Steph Gilmore. Number 6 on the rankings, Lakey against number 7, Steph Gilmore. Here we go. Joanne DeFay needs to park it. Going to turns. Oh, I do not know if that was a 6-point ride, Peter. I want your opinion.
I would say there's no way that's going to be a 6-point ride. We have lots of comparisons to throw down there. No barrel on offer. The turn was a bit tentative, just kind of more steered through it and then kicks out. So an opportunity I think that was missed. I mean, maybe 5 feet deeper, and she was able to get underneath it and get the full barrel, because I did have the opportunity to get barrel, but I think she was just a little bit too far on the shoulder to really get underneath it. And just another 5-8 feet deeper may have been the opportunity to get the barrel and come out and then do the maneuvers, and that's where you start to see the numbers go up into the 6 points and above.
So back and forth between these two, and now again the momentum in Tyler Wright's corner. She's got under a minute with priority. She gets to play defense right now. Let's just watch Tyler Wright close this one out. She's going to stick real close to Joanne DeFay. There she is, as expected. Wave coming through here. Decision time for Wright. She's going to let Joanne look at it, and neither go. "30 seconds on the countdown."
Oh, opportunity here. This one looks like it's coming out of the channel.
Right. Stalls. Streaks down the line, and the pencil drop. 15 seconds for Joanne DeFay.
Literally one more opportunity, and looking outside, not going to happen. That's going to close this one out. So Tyler Wright just finding the right waves at the right time, having priority for the right times, and she's able to close it out and get herself and keep herself in contention to move into that #1 seed. So she's out of the elimination round.
Tyler Wright into the quarterfinals, defeating Joanne DeFay in this elimination round. Take a look at the numbers here. We got a big Heat 4 in the elimination round, a must-win situation between Lakey Peterson and Stephanie Gilmore when we return to the end of the road.
be honest, this year's been like, I don't know, just a rough one for me since pipe.
I was just constantly feeling this pressure, like I wasn't good enough.
Steph Gilmore, the best ever, needing results. The Californian on an important wave.
She needs to capitalize.
Only one spot remaining for the final 5.
SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Elimination Heat 4. Lakey Peterson versus Stephanie Gilmore in a must-win situation for each of the surfers if they want to keep their hopes of clinching a spot in the final 5. Capoguerrero along with Peter Mel, and this is what it's going to take. You got whoever makes it out of this heat. If it's Lakey Peterson, she needs to win, and Katie Simmers not make the final. Steph Gilmore, she needs to win, and Katie Simmers not make the semifinals. But all of that talk starts right here on who is going to make it through this 35-minute heat, in which we're down to 32 minutes and 30 seconds.
I would say that looking at the momentum being carried by these two surfers, it's in Lakey Peterson's court. She has had a win just for the last event at J-Bay, and that was a huge moment for her. She has, basically been fighting back to try and get into her form that she's been able to be a title contender, and it's been tough for her. And so momentum definitely with Lakey, whereas Steph, has been consistent but has not had any wins this season. It is not the best year she's ever had. Been stuck in quarterfinals, lost close heats, hasn't really been in dominant form that she's usually been in. So this is an opportunity to change all of that instantaneously. She could put her head down, lead with the head, and funnel through 2 beautiful little choke lefts and get herself through this heat. That would be a momentum shift.
Yeah, I like it. Lakey Peterson coming off of her 6th CT win of her career at J-Bay. So, to your point, momentum with Lakey. When we talk about Steph Gilmore, though, we talk about the GOAT. We talk about 33 CT wins, 16 CT years on the World Tour, and 8 world titles.
And maybe a chance if she can get through this heat and go on to win this event right here. Would be probably one of her best wins of her career, really, if she were able to do that and get herself into the final 5. Because it is a long road there. But you had mentioned it starts right here, with the momentum, probably with your competitor in this heat. You want to stifle that early in this one. Get yourself the first wave. She's sitting deeper in the lineup right now, so she's kind of establishing herself as not going to give up position. It doesn't look like. You can see, again, no one has priority in the beginning of this heat, so whoever is in deep position, as farthest to the left of your screen, is going to have that priority and position in the lineup. And Steph's not giving it up.
Steph Gilmore from the Gold Coast, a local at Superbank Snapper Rocks. You think of Stephen Wrights, Lakey Peterson, Santa Barbara, California, Rincon. You think of Wrights. So it's going to see, who's going to kind of, it's not particularly their favorite skill set, who's going to come out with this challenge on the left.
It's not their comfort zone. Huh? It's not their comfort zone.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from Tyler Wright. She won her last heat.
Yes, Tyler, into the quarterfinals, a stacked heat against Joanne. You guys have had many matchups over the years. How good does it feel to get into that quarters and edging towards trying to take that #1 spot into lowers?
Yeah, look, I was actually, I think with Teahupo'o, it's hard. There's so many emotions that come with here, and it's actually from my first heat to now, I had to really be honest with myself and how scared I actually am here, and really peel the layers back. Just because it is and it's really hard to balance up. Okay, this is really important, but it's also super logical and analytical in the sense of going, well, lowers is also, and the 5 is also just there. And so managing that with today's not obviously massive, but there is still a certain amount of risk. And you work a whole year to do something, but also I think I decided that the product that I've produced and what I've created all year has been really heat to heat based and really intentional. So I think after I kind of admitted how scared I was of this place and just also respecting that as well, and also trying to balance I'm really scared, but I can still be really committed and really calculated, and I can still move through those things. So yeah, like Joanne is one of the best out here and going left, so it was a big heat.
And how do you go through that process with Andy King and your team?
Yeah, so like Andy's here, Jason, my psychologist, is here, and my wife is here. And I think before the heat, I was at home and like just like all like irritated and twitchy and kind of just like, all right, I've got some. We've created a really good dialogue for me to be able to identify and articulate if I'm feeling things, and also creating space within me to be scared, to have fears and be anxious and all those things. And so my team's really supportive of what I decide and what I choose to do, and no one's going to sit there and judge me for what I choose to do out in the water. And as long as we've got a game plan of a few different themes, Jason's come in really with my psychology and just really understanding the things and trying to allow me to stay connected to my process that I've done all year, and not just being so absorbed by being scared and so absorbed by the emotion, and because it is a strong emotion and it's more than I feel most places, especially here. And so being able to really create space and open up to that and not just like kind of huck it and screw it, I'm going over, like you're just going over. I think I really learnt to bully myself over the edge instead of just really be calculated, put yourself and commit to it. So yeah, like there's a whole multiple years going into getting me into these headspaces where I can feel really high-end emotion and kind of keep my hands on the steering wheel, because sometimes I am able, because I've been in certain positions, to be like, all right, not it, I don't care. You know, I don't care. I don't want to. It doesn't really matter. I can get away with it. I can let it hide in the shadows. But I've really enjoyed being engaged in and really bringing to light some of my things that I've been able to get away with for like 13 years. Yeah.
Well, I've seen you charge crazy in the past, and keep your hand on the steering wheel, because I'm here to tell you you have officially provisionally qualified and secured your spot for the 2024 Paris Olympics here next year.
That's cool. A lot of work has gone into that. It's one of those events where, yeah, as I would say, keeping my hands on the steering wheel in that particular situation is going to be key, especially because I think I have so many emotions around here, and so it's that's cool. It's a lot of hard work, thanks to my beautiful wife and my team here and at home. Yeah, it's cool.
You're incredible, Tyler. Can't wait to see you here next year and into the quarterfinals. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
All right, good news for Tyler Wright, and we're going to see Tyler on a big stage, as well as we'll see her at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and we'll see her in Finals Day here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
And a chance to compete once again on this legendary reef of Teahupo'o and compete for a gold medal, which again is a feat of his own. And obviously she is very clear about the fact that she has a lot of fear about surfing this wave, as most surfers do.
Yeah.
Really, truly, she's not the only one. We all have it when we're entering this lineup because of how dangerous it is.
Lakey Peterson in the first wave of this heat. And a turn on the backhand for Peterson. She kicks out. And we're 24 minutes into this heat. We started with 35 minutes. We did get the note that there was no restarts on this heat. So here we go. It's going to be a 24-minute heat for Lakey Peterson and Steph Gilmore.
And she would have realized that, and that's why she actually, you saw during the interview, kind of on the small screen, that she moved into the inside here just to be able to pick up this wave. So she wants to get that quick start. She wasn't going to wait around for a set wave. We saw that the position was being held handily by Steph Gilmore. She wasn't giving it up. So now we're into the priority order here. Now Steph can actually adjust herself in the lineup. She doesn't have to hold position deep. She can actually now move to the optimum spot to be able to take off here, but she wants a set wave to come. I mean, especially when you have priority, you want to be able to execute a big number right out of the gates, because the one that we just saw from Lakey, just for a quick, little snap.
It's qualification season here at the World Surf League, a Tier A qualifier for the 2024 Olympics. Tyler Wright provisionally qualified for the Australians.
Well, with 8 women, we only have 2 spots left. The Australians, obviously, there's 2 Australians that are trying to vie for that title. Also, a couple Americans trying to get that, I think, number 2 spot.
So if Steph Gilmore loses in this heat, then Molly Picklum will take that second spot for Team Australia, Peter.
And then think about Lakey. I think the same thing kind of unfolds for her as well, right? I mean, you think about who's ahead of her in the rankings. It's that athlete number 2. It's a big heat for both these surfers.
Yeah, Katie Simmers above, so we still got to work out who's going to, second person to represent the USA. But when it comes to Australia, Pickles is in if Steph Gilmore is defeated in this heat. And Molly taking a look at that, she knows the gravity of this heat as well. She's going to stick around the channel with her coach, Glenn Micro Hall.
It's a good place to watch the event. You know, it's you're in the water, you're feeling the energy, you're close. Although a lot of sun and a day on the channel can burn you out pretty quickly. And if we're going into competition again tomorrow, we have to carefully manage all of that energy because it's been a pretty big day. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that are in that channel that have been there since dawn. And, you know, waiting around in that channel, it definitely pays a toll on your body. Not only the sun, but physically, mentally. It's a big day.
Yeah, make sure you're hydrated. Boat life's quite nice, though.
It is pretty cool.
I mean, yeah, the weather's cooperated today, you know. Well, Lakey Peterson, Steph Gilmore, both veterans of the championship tour. And let's take a look at their head-to-head matchups and the history between these two surfers. 11 times they've matched up. 9 of those 11 times it's been Steph Gilmore, 2 times for Lakey Peterson. Look at the rest of the numbers, Pete.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, you think that, you know, the bottom 2 numbers, the maximum heat score going to Lakey Peterson with that 18.83, the max wave score 9.8. So both these surfers have been putting big, massive numbers on. But the average heat score, generally, that's the one where they're competing against each other. It's going to be advantage to Steph Gilmore, and that's why she has the advantage in the wins over Lakey Peterson.
Here we go. In the barrel and in the glare.
That was Steph
Gilmore. It was
Gilmore.
Steph Gilmore on her first ride.
Oh, that's unfortunate because it felt to me like that was a golden opportunity. She was slotted in the zone. That wave had opportunity, but somehow steered into either the top of the lip, we'll take a little closer look at it, or the bottom of the lip. But that was a golden opportunity for Steph. If she was able to hold that line, get the exit, she's going to get herself a solid number. But now, pretty even.
Let's take another look, Pete.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, this is, again, opportunity. She's dragging, has everything going around. The wave does fill up. Take that high line. We see a lot of those surfers that understand when that wave starts to fill up with whitewater, take the high line out. This is going to be a great angle to look at it. Had everything going, bouncing around a little bit. The lip just gets to the top of your head. All of a sudden, at that point, very tough to steer through it. Right as she's there, kind of holding the line up tight, up in the top corner there. Being able to understand that that was going to happen, always tough. Sometimes that low road is actually the way out because it's too steep to go out the top. That one there, unfortunate though. I think an opportunity lost for Steph.
20 minutes remaining, a low-scoring heat, a 1.5 for Lakey Peterson, a 1.07 for Steph Gilmore. Priority with Lakey Peterson. The play right now for Peterson. Peter?
Well, I think she's got to wait it out with priority. I was just going to kind of lean into Steph Gilmore, and what she can do right now is start roaming the reef a little bit. We saw that being used to success by the men. You know, sitting outside of priority, you're able to move around this lineup a little bit, move up the point, maybe grab a wave, or maybe even down into the channel, and just, you know, start giving yourself reps.
Yeah.
You know, when you don't have priority, that's a way to do it, and you can apply some pressure.
Yeah, we saw Jack Robinson go excellent under priority a couple times, just sneaking those ones underneath.
Little different conditions now. We've seen that definitely the energy is kind of backed off slightly here in the back half of the day with the tide. Obviously that energy is pulling out. The ocean is moving out and up towards the point, and so that'll kind of slow the sets down. All that energy, you know, it makes it so it's a little more challenging for those waves to turn the corner and come into the main takeoff spot. But when they do come, it feels like the quality of the wave a little bit better with this lower tide in the afternoon winds.
Yeah, tide drawing out for probably another 15-20 minutes or so. You can see the exposed reef on the inside there between the break and the lagoon on the inside. There's a great shot of the setup here and the refraction that happens on this wave with this crescent-shaped reef.
And a lot of times when you have the tide a bit fuller, you're getting a lot of that energy. You'll move and push water over the top of the reef, but now a lot of that energy stops with the reef being exposed like that. So you're not seeing a whole lot of energy pulling you in. A lot of it's going to be that energy of the rip pulling out along the reef.
Steph Gilmore under priority. And just a setup turn before she kicks out, searching under the priority of Lakey Peterson. Lakey with a paddle there, but she maintains priority because she's still out at the peak. Steph Gilmore on the inside here.
Well, you can see it, literally that energy is pulling, and she turned and started paddling that direction. It was really easy for her to get tapped into that energy pulling up the point. And so you can kind of understand that there's definitely movement in the lineup. Even though the energy of the waves themselves have backed off slightly, the ocean is still moving. So you have to adjust to that and see it and make adjustments in your heat to where you sit on the reef to be able to pick up opportunities.
Strider Wazalewski out in the channel. Strider, your take on what's going on in this heat?
You know, we saw a little bit of it at the end of that last heat where Tyler Wright identified that deep peak, and these two surfers kind of trying to do the same. Stephanie just trying to keep the ball rolling under priority. Off the bottom, she's going to try and find the lip line here, slams it off the top, and she's going to get out of there and kind of make her way back out into the lineup. So under priority, I feel like she's going to find herself deeper on the peak or on the lineup, and that's actually where the best waves are coming in. There's a very defined takeoff little zone in the back corner over there, which is, they're kind of, you know, they're sitting a little wide at the moment. And at the end of that heat, we saw Tyler Wright find that wave and get that, you know, mid-5, and that was, you know, where that tube came from. So that deeper bowl, that's where they want to sit, and that's where I'm thinking Stephanie's going to end up under priority, because she can kind of sneak away over there where we see her kind of trying to do some reps, and I think she's going to get herself a nice wave in there.
Yeah, and what about the thought, though? I mean, if you get yourself that deep on the reef, a lot of these times the waves look like they're going to shut down on you, and then they end up running. But ultimately, it feels like it's going to be a closeout when you're dropping in.
Yeah, you know what? Being able to identify the fact that the swell line is going to stretch out and look like it's going to close out, but then back off. It's, you know, it's a mental game, but it's also an experience game, because you wouldn't know that unless you've done it a bunch of times. Right now, we're going to see Lakey. She's pretty deep on the ball. Nice technique into the tube there.
Thank you, Strider. And Lakey Peterson pulling in, but finding no exit. Priority shifts to Steph Gilmore. Gilmore with the lead at the moment with a couple of 1.27s.
And that one there, it just didn't have the energy and stay open. You know, there was technique of her getting down the face. That was all there. Everything was good, looking good, but the wave itself just didn't cooperate, didn't stay open. It really was a very tough wave to ride through the barrel. I mean, we have to say, truly, that is a bit of a priority error, right? You pull the trigger and you're not able to pick up a wave over a 1. A bit of an error there, and especially with time-wise right now. I feel like, you know, getting into that 15 and a half minutes, that whoever can find the one quality wave will really take the momentum and could end up with the heat win.
Pretty much win the heat, right? We're halfway through the heat right now. No one's broken a 2-point ride, so you put up a 7 right now, you put up a 6, your chances of moving on to the quarterfinals are pretty good.
Yeah, and Steph really had the opportunity there with her wave, that last one before this one, where she was able to get it. That one actually stayed open for a pretty good, it was a very difficult barrel to ride. It wasn't the easiest thing, but there was an exit, and just she wasn't able to find it.
$14 minutes, 50 seconds, and a little breather happening right now between Steph Gilmore and Lakey Peterson. Again, a must-win for both surfers if they want to continue on their quest of clinching a spot in the final 5.
You know, and Strider had identified that there's, you know, some opportunities probably a little deeper than where they're sitting. And now you can see that even Steph is making a move here.
And here she goes, Gilmore off the bottom, off the top. Working this one over. No barrel, however, on offer, so we'll see what that number comes through. Again, really, you know, the reward now from the judges and the numbers that you know, if you really want to get the meaningful number, you gotta have to find the barrel. We knew that this morning when the criteria was explained to us by our tours and competitions squad.
Yeah, you're so true. And I mean, again, we're going to watch the replay of this, and you know, in your mind, you're like, what is this going to go? Mid 2? Well, it ended up just a 1.93, and so the judges aren't going to be fooled by the fact that you completed a ride. You know, you're snapping through it, a little flare in those backhand snaps, but again, very easy wave to ride. Not any critical sections on it. Most of the turns were done out onto the face, and literally they're trading ones at the moment.
Waves look like they're forming up a little bit, and Lakey Peterson with priority. Lakey's hanging on to that priority, putting down the anchor there. We'll see if Lakey can take out a win here over Steph Gilmore, or will it be Steph Gilmore? We'll find out when we return to Tahiti.
Last year, I finished in 6th or 7th. It was rough to come up just shy of that top 5. You get close to world titles and winning, and that sometimes can force you to hold on a little bit too tight. I think the closer you are to it, the more challenging that becomes, just to still be able to relax and enjoy what you're doing. And then I guess in terms of just headspace, I just feel confident. I think I can win the world title this year, to be honest. I can't really say I've always felt that way going into the end of the year. I just think I can do it, and I believe in myself.
Lakey Peterson, she wants to be a contender for a world title. Peterson needs to make it out of this heat, enabled to do so. Must-win situation for Lakey Peterson. Stephanie Gilmore. Gilmore with the lead, Gilmore with priority. 10 minutes on the clock. I'm Kaipo with Peter Mel. It's going to be a nail-biting final 10 minutes of this elimination round.
And during that break, Lakey handed priority back to Stephanie Gilmore. She has the lead, so you know, again, not able to capitalize on that priority, so she's going to roam. Let's see what she can do here.
Roaming underneath. Peterson just staying busy. Gilmore, the 8-time world champ.
Priority, it's just, it's unfortunate. I mean, both these surfers really haven't really taken it, you know, there's as an opportunity. Another low point for Lakey Peterson. Doesn't even turn the heat. Surfing outside of priority. But like I said, that mistake, you know, during the break to hand priority back over here in this last 10 minutes of the heat. See if it comes back to bite her or not.
Yeah, it is. I mean, for either Lakey or Steph Gilmore, we discussed it, Peter, it's one meaningful score away from a win in this heat.
At this point, for sure, it really is. And they're, I mean, to their defense here. It's not like it's a pumping surf out there and there's been all these opportunities. It's literally been, just the one real true opportunity for Steph is the wave that she was able to get the 1.27 on, where she wasn't able to get through the barrel. But that's really it. I mean, Lakey hasn't had any golden opportunities. I like what she's doing here by pushing herself further up, outside of priority. She may find a bit of a wave on the deeper end of the bank here and maybe get some turns, because at this point a 171 is a couple, a real solid turn, could actually turn the heat for you.
Yeah, Strider talked about their positioning and thinking that the women should be a little further up the reef to get some of those gems. Here come maybe some opportunity here. Gilmore again with priority.
You would think that she'd have to turn and go here.
Deep on this one. It's a hollow wave off the bottom, off the top. And now that wave just more, I feel like a southerly element to it, kind of just dissipates right after the takeoff.
Yeah, we've seen a few waves like that happen today. They stand up on the takeoff, but then just move into deep water, move off the reef, the angle. That's that southerly angle, that southeast angle. It'll just push off the reef. It hits the shallow part, and then they'll stand up, but then just completely dies out. You want the ones that kind of turn back at the reef. And the southeast angle can do that. They'll actually move down the reef even further. And they'll come back, disappear out the top and then come back at the channel. But is this going to be an improvement for Steph Gilmore? Because that first turn was pretty more vertical up the face, and there really hasn't been any points on offer yet. It seems like it could be a slight improvement for her.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for that score. Peterson now with priority and an opportunity to take the lead off of Steph Gilmore. 1.71 is currently her need. Talking about the swell angle, Peter, I mean, really, the mean ones come from the channel, correct?
Yeah, the ones that open up, because the energy pushes onto the channel, onto the shallow part of the reef, whereas these will grab the shallow part but move into deep water. It almost turns the corner here. That's what it goes into deep water right like that, and it just dissipates with the energy. You want it to be bending back onto the reef. Ultimately, if you're going to choose away from that deep section, you're going to want to see a big elbow. Right? That's kind of as an understanding of what it's going to look like. It looked like an elbow. It's going to bend back onto the reef.
If you look at from above here, Peter, you can explain like the deep water where the boats are in, that water's moving faster than the water on the reef, right?
Yeah.
So you want that deep water to hit the reef.
Yeah, and it pulls energy, right? It pulls energy in. I mean, that's 100 feet of water deep. There's no way a wave will break there. It has no ability to do it. It literally is just, it just abruptly jumps up to 6 feet deep, right where you see those closest boats. And then it just goes to 4 feet deep, and then on the top of the point, as we see a beautiful opportunity here.
In the barrel, Lakey, that one opened up, but Lakey Peterson a bit too deep there, and she is unsuccessful finding an exit, coming up for air right now.
That would have been a tough one, knowing that that was a full-on opportunity. She was there for it. The wave was open, but again, the wave just filled up with foam. And just a low number. And if you look at Steph with the one maneuver, good move by her. She was able to utilize that priority and lifted her point total.
Here goes Steph Gilmore. Looks down the line. Casual stall here. And is just going to go to a couple of turns there. Previous wave, a 2.67 for Steph Gilmore to increase her lead over Lakey Peterson.
Well, that didn't do it. An unfortunate use of priority. Look at this. This was the opportunity. She just had a little extra pump. She would have gotten up and over that foam ball. So tough to do on the backhand is to be able to get, she tried to do it there, lift herself up the wall, but that's unfortunately the danger of doing that. It puts you too vertical up the face, and then it just releases. Your fins release, your rail releases, and you fall down, into the pit. And that was an unfortunate error there for Lakey, and a golden opportunity gone by the wayside. But she's back out there. Has priority in this situation. Steph was able to take that last wave, didn't improve her situation, so it keeps handing it back and forth. So they're giving each other opportunities here.
Back and forth. I'd like to bring Strider Wazalewski into this conversation. Strider.
Yeah, it's interesting watching these two paddle around the lineup. They're kind of a little tiny bit lost, but finally, I think, Lakey did have an opportunity. She just grabbed the rails, a user error, if you ask me, and she was just tried to get a little too high and ride up, and she just, was out of position in that barrel and went over the handlebars. All she had to do was kind of sit on the wall and really just take a one line through the low end, and she would have, I think, rode right through the foam and come flying out the other side. So that was an unfortunate wave for Lakey. Now I just want them to get back deep on this wall and find themselves their positioning, because that's where these good waves are coming in. That's where these waves, you can get the high point that you want, you can get as deep as you need to be, and really thread through that needle. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, when Pete was alluding to whether it was a closeout or not. These waves are backing off and sucking into the corner, and those are the ones you want. And if you don't have the experience, you wouldn't understand that the wave isn't going to close out. So it really does look like the wall is going to shut down on you, and then it hits the inside ledge and it really just tubs out. So those are the ones that they want. They need to get back there. It looks like Lakey's going there.
Thanks for the insight, Strider. We're down to 3 minutes 15 seconds in a heat that can go either way, Peter. It's really going to be these final couple waves that's going to determine the winner.
Yeah, and not a lot of time left on the clock. 3 minutes to go here, and you think about how many opportunities we've seen in this heat. Not a lot. They both had good solid waves in their scoreline that they could have capitalized on. Unfortunately, did not. And so looking at this low-scoring affair, I mean, a two-wave total of 4.6 compared to the 2.8 of Lakey. So, I mean, as a do-or-die heat, the performances are, obviously not great, and they both know this, but at this point, if the opportunity arises, you better capitalize. Because you can easily turn it, Lakey, with priority right here, 2.5 minutes, 3.1.
She just needs a little over a 3-point ride. There you go. The need for Lakey Peterson, a 3.1, like you said, Peter. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Peterson with priority, paddling against a little bit of that drift up the reef. Spotting a couple waves here and maybe some opportunity. Lakey's going to go. And she's going to go to a couple of backhand hooks and lean on turns for that 3.1. Take it all the way to the inside. A little caught on the heels. Steph Gilmore right behind her. Steph kicks up.
Crazy. It doesn't feel like the Lakey's going to be able to turn the heat. We look at the 2.67 of Steph Gilmore, an actual sizable section. She went straight up and hit it. So that's a great score to kind of look and see if, compare-wise to Lakey. She did get more maneuvers done here. Let's take a look at what the outside work from Steph Gilmore was able to do. Again, quick snap. The wave sets up. Just get another turn here. More of just steers through the section, steers through the bowl, and kicks out. So it doesn't feel like there's going to be a whole lot of change for Steph. And then watching this, out in the face, the hook, definitely higher quality maneuver for Steph Gilmore in regards to what she was able to do on the 2.67. So I don't see this turning the heat, but again, that's just my opinion. We'll see what the judges think.
Lakey kicking and scratching, wants one more chance, and we're waiting for scores for both surfers. Down to 45 seconds for Lakey Peterson, trying to get to the peak. "40 seconds.
Will they get an extra opportunity or not? Seems pretty quiet looking under the outside of the horizon.
"20 seconds. The lead to Gilmore with priority. She can close this out.
Yeah, and the scores didn't do anything there, Kaipo.
Scores did not change the situation. Lakey Peterson actually has a reduced requirement, but the clock's going to run out, and it's going to be Steph Gilmore on to the quarterfinals. Lakey Peterson defeated in that matchup.
Heartbreak for Lakey Peterson. Her bid for that Final Five is done and dusted.
Well, the show's not over, Pete. You're going to be on the WSL post show. Joe Turpel and Felicity Palmentier will join you. That WSL post show right after these messages.
Welcome everybody to the WSL Post Show to wrap up the opening day of competition for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. First day of the waiting period, a lot of big names went down, especially finishing the elimination round for the women, setting up the elimination round for the men that could be out there first thing in the morning. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Pete Mel here to wrap up opening day. Highlights for you, Pete, starting with you.
There was a string of top seeds, including the contenders who are looking for a final spot in the final 5. That string that started, I think, with Felipe was getting through his heat, but then you had Jack Robinson, John Florence, and Gabriel Medina all put on stellar performances. The waves kind of turned on for that period of time. That was my favorite part of the day. Well, I've gotten to see these athletes that know this reef really well roam up and down and find those quality waves and make it happen. So we saw some excellent numbers from those guys.
That was a great time of the day. You know, Medina got on the roll with or without priority, couple of big 8s. Was that your favorite part of the day as well?
It was up there with my favorite part of the day because the momentum just kept going. But I've got to say that my favorite wave was Vahine's for the women on the women's side. That 7.5, looking really strong, looking really comfortable. And the other highlight of my day is just the beautiful scenic shots that we've seen back here at Teahupo'o. I just love it. It's beautiful. It's magnificent. And I'm grateful to be here.
There's kind of a lot to break down today, but let's just go back to what we just saw. That was such an important heat for Steph Gilmore and for Lakey Peterson. Lakey was in that position last year, took on Brisa Hennessy, ended up getting knocked out, lost out on a chance to be in the WSL Final 5, and it just happened again, this time against Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, and it was tough. I mean, there wasn't a lot of waves on the heat. They both got opportunities, though. I feel like Steph had one that was a nice barrel that would have been great for her to get through, but a bit of an error, and unfortunately wasn't able to get it done. And then they just ping-ponged. You know, it ended up having Lakey giving an opportunity that she wasn't able to execute the barrel. So it was a tight heat. I mean, coming down to how low the scores were, and to, you know, see one of these champions go home and one succeed. It was a pretty hard-fought battle.
Yeah, it kept it really close because we're here at Tahiti. They're saving big numbers for big barrels. So, you know, if this was a beach break, their scores would have been a lot higher because it's all about overall performance. But it came down to Steph with a 267-193 to keep her dream alive of competing for a 9th world title. She still has work to do as we check out the final series. Steph has Caroline Marks to deal with in the second quarter. Remember, she has to go all the way to win to have a chance, and she can't have Caitlin Simmers be in the semifinals. So she's going to hope that Molly Picklum backs her up for Australia. Picklum is a charger, and she's got Katie in quarter 4.
Yeah, quarterfinal number 4 is the pick for me. Both those women are charging. Molly today spent a lot of time underneath the water, had a couple of heavy wipeouts, and you could just see that she's like a bull at a gate. And if she's given the opportunity, she's going to go. So that's a good thing for Steph.
Really exciting matchup there as well. A rematch from last year. Vahine will be taking on Carissa Moore, Pete.
Yeah, in the quarterfinals, and Vahine has been obviously the standout in our eyes very early. Was able to produce 2 solid numbers in her heat, and up against the world champ, another rematch. You'd say that her odds are pretty darn good. See what the conditions come.
It's really interesting. You're looking at so many stories. You know, Molly was very close to provisionally qualifying for the Olympics if Steph went down, but then she won her heat, so we got to put that story on ice for a little bit. The number 1 seed story with Chris and Tyler both advancing through the elimination round today, so we're going to have to keep you posted on who will be wearing yellow at Lower Trestles. Tyler lost out early last season, but this is a completely different year for her. As we check out the WSL Final 5 snapshot there, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright sitting in the top 2 spots. Caroline Marks sitting in that 3rd position. Picklum in 4th. And the story is for Caitlin Simmers and Steph Gilmore. Lakey out of the mix now. Gilmore needs to win, and Katie can't be in the semifinals if Gilmore can compete for a 9th world title. So Simmers is basically in that situation for 1 heat win away from competing for a world title as a rookie this season.
Yeah, wow. First of all, I mean, there's only one woman that can stop Simmers right now, and that's Gilmore. She had a really, really, really tough journey ahead of her last year, and she managed to make it happen. I'd say it's even tougher this year. But yeah, that story's going to continue in the next day of competition.
So many stories to go with. You know, for Gilmore, this is a new event for her. She's called the GOAT for good reason, but she didn't have Tahiti in her entire career. It's still really new with backhand barrel riding. You look at Caitlin Simmers. She's had reps out here last year in a free surf, but she's always had that ability to be comfortable pulling into barrels. I mean, even through her wipeouts the last few days, Pete,
Yeah,
she's
no
gonna be
worries.
hard to beat.
And bouncing back from the wipeouts, that's the one real trick, right? It's one thing to be able to get the wipeouts. We all get them. We all deal with them. But being able to bounce back and come out there and do it again and, run the risk of having an injury or whatever that comes from those bad wipeouts, filling your head with water, which we've seen. But Molly came back. Katie has come back. And so to me, like you mentioned, that heat number 4, that quarterfinal number 4, that's going to be a barn burner.
I mean, we're so used to watching Steph so confident bulldozing the tour. Like she did last year at the WSL Final 5 scenario, going from the first match to the title. Do you ever feel like she's under pressure at any point of her career? Is that kind of a newer thing for her in the last couple of seasons on tour?
I feel like she's been pushed harder, for sure. This next new generation that's come through, Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, they are just absolutely charging through. They're really assertive. They're fired up and they want to take that title from the greatest of all time. So, yeah, I really feel like her back has been more up against the wall and she's had to put in a bit more effort.
Very close decision for that heat win. We do have Steph Gilmore standing by now on the boat with Laura Enever.
Oh, I don't know how she can still laugh after such stress, but that was a back and forth heat with you and Lakey. Obviously, you both had some opportunities there that you both didn't capitalize on, but not really many waves. So it was just quite scrappy at the end.
Yeah, it was really scrappy, and yeah, obviously a lot on the line for both of us. But I feel like I'm just here to learn as much as I can about this wave. This wave it just scares me. Whether it's 1 foot or 100 foot, I'm just like, oh. I feel so it's so foreign to me. So every surf I'm learning something new, and that I wasn't expecting to win that heat. I had such low scores, but like you said, it just seemed like it was a little too small. It wasn't really opening up on the reef. So I was just scrapping around for ones. But yeah, a win's a win, so I'll take it.
Absolutely. Into the quarterfinals now. You'll be up against Caroline Marks in the next heat. So, possibly tomorrow or a few later days. But how has it been back here in Tahiti?
Awesome. Yeah, Caroline's on fire. I think she's going to be a real threat in the finals. She might be one of my picks, actually. But, I'm happy to be here. It's beautiful. We've had awesome weather. And, looking forward to just getting some more waves and some more practice out here. That's most importantly. Maybe Laura can teach me a few things. How to go left.
How to sit on a boat and not get sick all day. Back to you guys. Thank you, Stephanie.
Well done. Great job, Laura. You can tell. Best of friends. Laura, obviously a hard-charging athlete on tour for many years. And I'm just loving this version of Steph. She could easily, I think she's calling you right now, but she could easily move on into the sunset with an amazing career and called the GOAT for good reason. But she's challenged by these new venues. Pipe and Tahiti, it's inspiring her to be challenged in these types of waves. And she got through a very high-pressured heat against Lakey, and she's got more to give in the quarterfinals, Pete.
And that was the point I was going to be, being pushed by other athletes and these youngsters, but ultimately it's pushed by the venues in which the tour has put them into, with Pipeline and Teahupo'o bookending. Those are, events that scare everybody, even the men are on tour, and they're all self-admitting it too, and trying to learn this thing. And and I think that's why Steph is involved again, is that she wants to be better, and that's the way to do it is get out there and do it.
Yeah, looking forward to the quarterfinals. Remember, Gilmore needs to win the whole event to have a shot to do what she did last year at the WSL Final 5. Another big moment from today, though, that mid part of the opening round for the men. Heat number 5, we saw the best out here has been consistent in the last decade, turning in huge wins, 5 finals. Gabriel Medina went to town over Seth Moniz and Bear Mamiya, Flick.
Yeah, he did, and really got me excited. It had been a bit sleepy there for a while, but he just managed to find these 2 gems on the reef and just proving again that he knows every section of this reef. He can do it when it's big, he can do it when it's small, and yeah, just absolutely dominated this heat.
We saw Seth be selective, and he picked up gems, got a 7. But it was all about 8s or lates in this matchup. Medina 8-1-0, 8.0, 16.10 total, flying into the round of 16. Remember, he's coming from deep, trying to sneak into the WSL Final 5. And this was a huge heat on paper. We picked this as one of the heats of the round with the Hawaiians' reputation in hollow wave speed.
Yeah, we sure did. And Medina shut that one really quickly. I mean, again, getting busy early, was able to roam the reef and found waves on the inside ledge, which is something that he has been able to do. You know, whether it's the outside ledge or the inside ledge, the man knows what a good wave looks like, and he gets himself deep and gets barreled. And obviously, by that performance, showcased it.
Showed why it's his favorite event on the calendar. It's been a few years since we've seen Medina here. Let's check out this WSL Final 5 snapshot on screen. Toledo today officially clinched the #1 seed, so he'll be wearing yellow at lower trestles. Then we saw Colapinto moving ahead of Ethan Ewing just by surfing his heat today. And remember, Joao Chianca, he is in the elimination round, and next time we run, he faces Kauli Vost.
Yeah, big one, right? And not an easy draw. We touched on those top seeds having to deal with these wild cards, and there's a few of them in the draw, and that's an example right there that, you know, that matchup right there is a tough one for Joao.
It's scary, you know, when you think about it. The thing is, okay, let's just focus on Joao Chianca for a second. A heat win there, and it's all
done.
over. He can relax, and he knows he's competing for a world title. If he loses to Kauli Vost, it's not over yet. You know, he already has that #4 seed. Everyone behind him, you know, can potentially overtake him, but it's not over. We'll keep you posted on those scenarios. Obviously, we'll look at Medina. We'll be looking at John Florence, but that'll be probably the most pressure-filled heat of Chianca's season in 2023.
Oh, for sure. And to come up against Kauli, I mean, wildcards in any location are hard, but especially here. They're specialist. Kauli is a specialist at Teahupo'o, and it's going to be an absolute showdown. And I bet you Joao knows that, so he's going to have to bring his A game.
Such an important day in pro surfing as well, talking about Olympic qualification, and a big day for Hawaii's own John Florence, Pete.
Yeah, he found his way in there, didn't he? He provisionally qualified today by getting his heat win, and he had a performance, too, to back it up.
He was so stoked. I mean, he was in the event in Tokyo, but he was injured. You could tell he was not at 100% by any means. He did everything he could to recover. Let's hope that John's at 100%. The USA team, they should be proud.
Yeah,
Griff
yeah.
and John, that's a good shot at gold.
That sure is. It's incredible, actually. And, you know, you'd have to say that John pretty happy about that, especially since we're coming to this place.
Yeah,
sure.
You think about this as a, you know, kind of a warm-up to what to expect for next season. For John, he hasn't been here in a while, but he looked so comfortable today, didn't he, Flick?
Oh, he looked so incredibly comfortable. We saw a lot of flashbacks over the years as well, and he is at home in Waves of Consequence. And knowing that he has provisionally qualified for the next Olympics, wow, I'm so excited to watch that.
Great news for qualification season. When we flip it to the women's side, Carissa Moore won a gold medal, the first edition for surfing in the Olympics, and she'll be able to try to back it up officially, provisionally qualifying for the Olympics today. And also Tyler Wright. This will be her first start in the Olympic Games.
And again, I mean, it was a great interview, right, with Tyler Wright, able to inform us that she's frightened of this place, but now is going to get an opportunity not only in this event too, but also get to do it for Olympic gold. How good is that?
Yeah, I think it's awesome, and I think what's awesome about Tyler is she has the ability to be so vulnerable with everyone and just really give you an insight into what she's really thinking, because some athletes don't quite give you that, but Tyler's she's putting all the cards on the table pretty much, and it's a really admirable thing and gives you a real insight into
Tyler charges too.
Yeah,
I mean, she's had repeat success at Pipeline with the jersey on, you know, especially when we had that event that moved from Maui last minute to Pipeline where no one was prepared for that. And she did so well. And how about the wave she had years before at Cloudbreak? No hands over the foam ball.
Yeah.
That was still one of my favorite barrel rides I've seen. And that was in a free surf. So she's got the humility. She's got a lot to learn, but I think she'll be a contender for medals next season.
I would agree. You know, just too much experience. And again, you mentioned the bravery. She definitely has it in hollow waves and has the capability of taking a win.
Time for the Surfline forecast update running on opening day. Pete, you think we're running tomorrow?
Well, fingers crossed that we get, you know, the energy wasn't up and going definitely in those last couple of heats. It was kind of slow. We saw that kind of westerly direction swell that we were hoping that was going to give us energy all throughout the day, but it was kind of small. Well, it was. The energy waned a bit through the day. We saw that kind of shorter interval stuff back off, but we got this stuff right here, that little purple blob. You see where Tahiti is. It's going to be a very southerly angle, but that's the bonus that we have as we look out to the next 4 days. You know, 5 to 8 foot faces on Tuesday, so even a little bump up from this morning.
Yeah, a couple of the smaller days possibly, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. I checked the Surfline forecast myself earlier. Tuesday, Wednesday next week are looking pretty good. Waves are picking up, winds look good.
And the thing is, a lot of times, you know, when the waves look like they might be small, sometimes we'll get the day off ahead of time. We're not doing that. We're actually making a call tomorrow, so there is a chance we could be running more heats. We'll just wake up and check it, a little bit old school. You talked about different directions, though, Pete. What's the difference between, you know, what's something like a straight south out here at Teahupo'o or something with a lot more west?
I like the west, you know, not too much. You know, obviously when it gets too west, it gets very, very hard on the takeoffs. When it gets that north southerly angle, it's going to move up the point a bit. It's going to be a little bit more open face, and you kind of see those ones that kind of draw down into the channel. That's where you're going to see. So you're setting up the barrel rather than dropping into the barrel. That southwest direction is the optimum direction here where you get the drop on the takeoff straight into the barrel, and it runs the whole reef. It doesn't look like we'll see a lot of that southwest direction. That's unfortunate, and we'll see what happens with that swell that we had touched on that kind of cut off low, that kind of moved up. That one, again, another southerly angle. But if we get a nice west element in there, you know, the quality could be there for Tuesday, Wednesday. Fingers crossed.
That brings us to our top 5. Thanks for the insight, by the way. Coming into number 5 on the list, big opening day of competition here, and just celebrating some great moments for some great athletes that'll provisionally qualifying for Paris 2024. Carissa Moore, John Florence, and Tyler Wright. A lot to celebrate today, Flick.
Oh, so much to celebrate. You know, it was pretty much almost there for Moore and Florence. They just really had to surf their heats, but still super exciting moments for them. Carissa especially getting a chance to go back and defend that gold medal, and a chance to see Florence in the Olympics surfing here at Teahupo'o. It's going to be pretty amazing. And today was just got a little bit of a preview of what we might see in the future. Just John looking so comfortable and so calm. I just love the casualness to his approach out here.
And there's a little intensity to it as well. It meant something here, and I like seeing that. You know, after the loss at J-Bay, I would say that there's a little demoralization happening there, but no, he came here, he's fired up, and he wants a win. He obviously wanted this as a big moment, but now could maybe solidify a spot in that final 5. That chance is still open.
Number 4 on the top 5, Katie Simmer strengthens her final 5 position, Pete.
Yeah, she did, and this was a big win for her. You know, it wasn't easy. This morning she had to deal with, you know, a bit more size on the reef and some wipeouts, but she did it. She got it done, and it was easy to not have to deal with that elimination round and the stress that comes with it.
Her post-seed interview was really fun.
Yeah, it was. It was really fun. She was kind of admitted, oh, you know, just have to be one of those people going to the turns. She was really honest with herself. She knew about that, but I think she's going to be the same as Molly. She's going to be ready and hungry if the opportunity comes.
Taking number 3 on the top 5. Good moment for the defending world champ, back in yellow officially for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Pete.
And he did it in fine form. He found some barrels. He was able to do some turns. This was right before the momentum shift of the actual conditions in the waves. You saw there was some opportunity here. He surfed a very smart heat. You know, he picked his opportunities and then found this one, and that was with priority. He was able to line this one up. Quick in and out barrel. It was the best number of the heat. Went to turns for the backup, got it done. So very smart and great approach by that man right there to secure that number 1 seed.
Toledo 6'5", 4'5" over Jolie and O'Brien in that heat. Taking the number 2 spot, the local wild card, Vahine Fierro, the 7'5" that you loved, Flick.
Yeah, I love this wave so much. Just dominance by Vahine. You can see she just has such a great connection with this wave. She's really been putting the time in here over the years and defeating 2 world champions, taking down Stephanie Gilmore, current world champ, and Tyler Wright. But yeah, Vahine looking so calm and confident, and man, I don't think her dominance is over. She's got a big matchup coming up against Carissa Moore. It's a rematch, but I like her chances.
And congratulations to this man for winning the post show, Leonardo. No fear, Avanti.
No fear, Avanti. I like it. Good job there, Joe. And you know what? And he did this in 2 minutes. He was able to produce these numbers. It didn't take long to dominate this heat. It really happened very, very quickly. What, it was about 5 minutes in, he found the first one of these, and then again, just such a good technique with his backhand barrel riding skills and good wave knowledge. And I think that extra week here probably paid off for him.
He loves big waves, loves charging. He threw down an edit last year that was one of my favorite watches. It shows how comfortable that Leo is in big waves over shallow reef. It definitely feels like his name should be mentioned more as one of the hardest charging athletes on tour.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. I watched that edit too, and I was surprised. Not that I didn't not associate that with Leo, but now I do.
And also barrel riding and technique. That's going to be fun to watch. Leo getting the jump straight into the round of 16. Remember, we are making a call tomorrow morning at 7:15 local time for potentially the men's elimination round or the women's quarterfinals. Take care, you guys. We'll see you bright and early. We are back in paradise.
The wind's blowing, it's offshore, but there's a lot of lump in the lineup.
Paranoid, I like a joint, I like to feel fear when I'm with the boys, no fear.
Beautiful tube and gets eaten alive by the tube monster.
Looking hella steezy, take off your ugly shades. When you look my way, throw me a titty, I'm bugging out. I've lost my size, the music is so loud. Let me head, heart attack. I need some air, hey, what you looking at? B-A-R-A-N-O-I-D, I'm losing it, spinning out, somebody help me. B-A-R-A-N-O-I-D, I'm paranoid, get me out of my body. Take off your ugly shades, hey. When you look my way, throw me a titty, I'm bugging out. I've lost my size, the music is so loud. Let me head, heart attack. I need some air, hey, what you looking at?
Nice hollow section. Wow. Seth Moniz really got to enjoy that one. Hammering the inside section. Medina, he's got the exit. Florence is gonna punch through again.
Robinson in the barrel, threads it through there.
That's what the best barrel riders can do.
Fioravanti deep on this one. Ooh, he wants to shut this heat out.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.